Chapter 1, beginning with the mobile game theme song. What is going on? In the spacious classroom, a boy with golden hair pulled open the door with discontent and peered outside. Our instructor for Team 7 is the only one who has yet to arrive. Naruto, the girl with pink hair, leaning against her seat, replied impatiently. Could you please be quiet for a moment? Naruto retorted defiantly. Everyone else has already left with their instructors, and Iruka Sensei has no idea where he is. At that moment, a sudden, resounding melody wafted in from outside the window, instantly capturing the trio's attention. Naruto, who had initially intended to wedge an eraser in the door to play a prank on the tardy teacher, dashed over to the window instead. What is happening? As he pushed the window open, he immediately spotted the source of the sound, a luminous screen that had mysteriously appeared above the village a month ago. Naruto exclaimed in excitement, "Sakura, come quick! That screen is making noise." Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke hurried to the window, gazing up at the screen. Sakura, feeling anxious, asked, "What on earth is this?" A month prior, a black rectangular screen, reminiscent of a cinema's curtain, had materialized out of thin air above Konoha, resembling a missing piece of the sky, instilling fear in the hearts of the villagers. Panic ensued throughout Konoha, accompanied by rampant rumors. Fortunately, the village quickly issued a notice, clarifying that this phenomenon was not limited to Konoha, but was a global spectacle, thus advising the villagers to treat it as a unique celestial event and not to panic. Over the course of the following month, the screen remained silent, allowing the villagers to gradually acclimate to the sudden darkness in the sky, their fear dissipating. But today it had stirred to life. The trio remained in the classroom, hearing screams and commotion from the streets outside the school. They witnessed numerous Chunin and Jonin racing across rooftops and walls to manage the unrest. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, stating, "It's likely that our leading Jonin has been urgently summoned." Naruto, feeling dejected, asked, "What? Does that mean he won't be coming today?" Haruno Sakura, however, was preoccupied with the unfolding events. She strained to listen, saying, "Sure, you guys need to hear this song." At that moment, the melody emanating from the screen transitioned to its second verse. The most extraordinary talent is how cruel reality is, yet it never takes a step back. This pride so lonely, invisible the sunrise. Self-esteem upholds, refusing to take a bow. Naruto, puzzled, questioned, "What's so special about this song?" Uchiha Sasuke, realizing something critical, replied solemnly, "The language of this song is not our own, yet we can all understand it." "What? Really?" Naruto, oblivious to this fact, began to listen attentively, soon discovering the truth of the matter. The pronunciation of the lyrics was foreign to him, yet he comprehended the meaning effortlessly. Furthermore, as the song continued, the sky grew progressively darker, akin to the lights dimming before a film screening. Konoha's emergency broadcast system activated, resonating throughout the streets. "All villagers, please take immediate shelter in the nearest buildings. All villagers, please take immediate shelter in the nearest buildings. All villagers, please take immediate shelter in the nearest buildings. Do not go outside. Do not go outside. Do not go outside." The crowd on the streets was swiftly dispersed, and in a matter of moments, the once bustling streets fell eerily silent, resembling a desolate city. Sakura glanced at her two teammates, feeling uncertain. "So, should we go home, or should we stay here?" "It's dangerous to go out now," Sasuke replied, his brow furrowed. "We have no idea what is happening outside. Every injury sustained in battle will lead you to the place you yearn for most." Meanwhile, above Sunagakure, a similar screen appeared, broadcasting the same song and prompting a similar evacuation. Yet, one individual sat alone on the rooftop, his green eyes gleaming with a cold light, unflinchingly watching the screen. With a gourd on his back, he bore an expressionless demeanor. The place he yearned for most? Alas, with absolute defenses in place, he would never be harmed. Never. I once thought the same. In the crowd, at the tail end, pursuing with bare hands. And Naruto stared blankly at the screen, seemingly oblivious to his companion's conversation. He pondered the lyrics. Could it be singing about being the tail end? How wonderful. Every burning wound will guide you to a place you won't regret. Use the wounds you've suffered with a burning heart to triumph in that arena of combat. The third squad, currently on a mission, paused their activities, retreating to an inn for a brief period of observation. Hyuga peered through the window at the screen, unwilling to admit it, yet he realized he had been moved by the stirring music. Indeed, fate. How cruel fate is, akin to the arena of combat. But did his dream truly hold any possibility of realization? Loathing the fate of a caged bird, he yearned to soar freely. In the arena of fate, applause will honor your dreams, and the light that refuses to extinguish. You stand in the darkness. First learn how to lose. Thus, perseverance becomes admirable. On a path devoid of features and light, you have never backed down to become someone's protection. Might Guy and Rock Lee embraced each other, weeping. What a passionate song. This is youth. For ninjas, those unable to wield chakra freely and perform jutsu are merely losers standing in the darkness, right? Yet, they refuse to give up, persisting through it all, and they will continue to endure. Through every night into tomorrow, dreams that need not be favored will still emit a dazzling light. Uchiha Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together. His dream is to one day kill that man. Naruto, filled with excitement, shouted, "Oh, oh, 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 oh. My dream is to become Hokage." Sakura quickly admonished, "Idiot, don't shout so loudly." As the song concluded, the next moment, the screen suddenly illuminated. The first scene revealed a vast expanse of rolling yellow sand. The camera gradually lifted, revealing in the depths of the swirling sands a building with a chaotic outline resembling a beast skeleton. In the next instant, from the smoke and dust, a puppet surged forth, launching a fierce punch at the screen. In that moment, many viewers began to speculate. Is that from Sunagakure? This screen is related to Sunagakure? Yet, before the ninjas from Sunagakure could ponder, is this about to showcase our country's affairs? The next shot displayed a ninja engaged in combat with the puppet. With short golden hair and clad in a black and orange ensemble, he brandished kunai to deflect the puppet's punch. Unfortunately, he was overpowered, sent flying, and landed gracefully after executing a backflip, revealing his face. He did not appear to be from Sunagakure. His attire bore no resemblance to that of Sunagakure. Most crucially, the forehead protector he wore was unmistakably that of a Konoha ninja. Chapter 2. He is also named Naruto. Wow, Sakura exclaimed, "This Konoha ninja looks a bit like you, Naruto." Really? Does he? Naruto squinted, scrutinizing the figure on the screen, who was throwing countless shuriken at the puppet only to have them effortlessly deflected, subsequently being pinned against a wall, pierced by a multitude of arrows. Frustrated, he shouted, "What the heck? I'm not that useless. But he really does look like you." Sakura turned to the silent Sasuke, mustering the courage to speak. "Right, Sasuke?" Sasuke, his gaze locked on the screen, nodded absently. Taken aback by his response, Sakura felt a surge of excitement and blurted out, "Perhaps he's a relative of yours." Then she realized, wait, Naruto hasn't seen any relatives growing up, has he? Naruto was also momentarily stunned. A relative? Could he possibly have relatives? But no one had ever told him that throughout his life. Sakura, flustered, attempted to recover. Well, maybe he's been on secret missions all along, so he had to keep his whereabouts confidential. "Look, his family crest is the same as yours." But as soon as she finished, she wished she could bite her tongue. How foolish. Couldn't she just say sorry and leave it at that? Why did it have to get more and more ridiculous? Naruto's eyes, however, sparkled with hope. Could this be possible? Does he actually have relatives? Perhaps they have been on secret missions and never returned? Looking at it this way, the figure on the screen does indeed bear a resemblance to him. Their hair and eye colors match, and even the patterns on their clothes are identical. Many others could ponder even more questions from this brief segment. When did this happen? Was it a battle between Konoha and Sunagakure? Was it a mission or a war? Given the backdrop, the location of their battle was likely in Sunagakure, suggesting that a Konoha ninja had infiltrated the village. Did Sunagakure know? Was it a covert operation or a joint effort? Why does the screen display a battle scene between a Konoha ninja and a shinobi from Sunagakure? Although the Konoha ninja in the image is pierced by countless arrows and is pinned against the wall, he vanishes in a puff of white mist with a resounding bang, narrowly escaping disaster. However, among the audience are many seasoned and powerful ninjas who can instantly discern that while the young man exhibits considerable courage, he lacks the necessary caution and attention to detail, leaving him with numerous vulnerabilities. Many Konoha ninjas furrow their brows in quiet concern, fearing they might witness the tragic demise of one of their comrades on the screen. In contrast, the ninjas from Sunagakure revel in their triumph, exclaiming, "Haha, Konoha ninjas are nothing special." At that moment, a figure with short pink hair descends from the sky, letting out a fierce roar. Take this punch. It is a female ninja who leaps into the fray, delivering a powerful blow to the head of the puppet, sending it crashing to the ground. With remarkable agility and grace, she swiftly retreats and quickly identifies the chakra threads controlling the puppet, showcasing her exceptional skills and keen observation. Her pink hair and green eyes frame a visage that is both elegant and dignified, prompting many ninjas to reminisce about when Konoha acquired such a formidable female ninja. Renowned female ninjas are already a rarity, and one as beautiful as her should not remain obscure. She bears the Konoha forehead protector, indicating her partnership with the earlier mentioned blonde boy. Naruto, filled with excitement, exclaims, Sakura, she looks just like you. Could she be a relative? And her family crest is the same as yours. Sakura is momentarily taken aback. I don't think so. She has never heard of such a relative. But what's with that unusual outfit? She gazes at the girl on the screen, noting her experience, reliability, and swift, decisive movements. She is both cute and cool. How she yearns to become such a girl. Rasengan. Seeing her teammates' support, the golden-haired boy who had previously escaped using a substitution technique reappears, confidently charging forward with a spinning chakra sphere in his palm, ultimately shattering the puppet. Among the younger generation of ninjas, the reaction to this ninjutsu is minimal, as they have not witnessed it before and are merely curious. However, the older ninjas understand well the legacy of the Rasengan and its former wielder, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and the once-renowned Yellow Flash, the Fourth Hokage of Konoha. Initially, they believed this was just an ordinary battle, but now it seems the identity of the blonde boy is anything but trivial. Who could he be? Is he the descendant of the Yellow Flash? A disciple of one of the Sannin? As the shattered remnants of the puppet scatter, revealing explosive tags primed to detonate, the blonde boy stands frozen, unable to evade in time. The crowd of ninjas thinks, such sluggish reflexes and lack of vigilance could this truly be the heir of the Rasengan? Meanwhile, Tsunade, wandering elsewhere, leans against the doorway of an inn, frowning at the screen. Jiraiya's disciple? TSK, how did he end up like this? So foolish. Shizune chuckles bitterly. If what's being shown on the screen is true, Jiraiya's apprentice will be exposed to the entire ninja world. In a hidden lair, Orochimaru snorts derisively that Jiraiya has truly tarnished the Sannin's reputation. Suddenly, a large dog with a distinctive outline bursts forth from the smoke, its mouth clamped around the leg of the blonde youth, while the pink-haired girl perches atop its head, racing back to her master. The blonde boy is dragged along the ground, bumping and scraping until the dog shakes its head, flinging him out, while the pink-haired Kunoichi lands gracefully on her feet. Someone in the audience remarks, what a stark contrast in treatment between the genders. To everyone's astonishment, those words materialize as white text floating above the screen. The crowd gasps, what? There are words too. Soon, a flurry of comments fills the screen. Where is this in Sunagakure? Konoha and Sunagakure are clashing? Ha ha, how delightful. This kid isn't all that impressive. Is this the level of Konoha ninjas? Wow. Who is this beautiful, cool Kunoichi? What's her name? So, the third member of this team is from the Inuzuka clan? Inuzuka clan? They have never heard of any clan member being part of this combination. Moreover, as the scene shifts, the boy emerging from the Winzan, revealing a glimpse of his waist, is not a member of the Inuzuka clan. With black hair, dark eyes, and dressed in black attire, his strikingly handsome, fair face elicits gasps from many women. Is there such a person in Konoha? The Inuzuka clan has such a handsome guy. That's not one of our Inuzuka clan members. The black-haired boy speaks with calm authority. Do not be careless. The pink-haired girl chimes in. Her voice is clear as a lark. When facing puppets, one must not be deceived by the puppets themselves. It's crucial to discern the chakra threads controlling them. Yes, yes. The lovely Kunoichi is absolutely right. To deal with those repulsive puppet masters from Sunagakure, we must sever their threads, otherwise they are merely useless. Who are you calling useless? Which ninja village do you belong to? State your name, if you have the guts. Some, emboldened by anonymity, lament, Sunagakure's puppetry is truly bothersome. I dread encountering their ninjas on missions. It's like fighting two opponents at once. Their puppets are incredibly durable, and breaking through their defenses is difficult enough, not to mention the poison. A man who appears to be the leading Junin leaps down from above, adopting a teaching tone. Naruto, why don't you use a chakra blade? Naruto? Sakura exclaims in surprise. Naruto, why does he share the same name? Chapter 3. If you're the first Hokage, then I am the Yellow Flash. Naruto was drenched in cold sweat from the scolding, hastily pleading for mercy. Got it. He quickly stood up and diverted the conversation. By the way, where has that puppet master, 100 Legs, run off to? His spirit was undeniably high, demonstrating no fear in the face of formidable foes, a commendable trait indeed. But fearing women? Could he be a henpecked little brat? Henpecked? He wasn't even of marriageable age, was he? Perhaps these two are a pair. Damn it. You've awakened my unpleasant memories. Why must there be teams of 3? If 2 of them become a couple, doesn't that leave the other one awkwardly alone? So, you ended up alone? Hee, I'm the one who pursued my comrade as a girlfriend. You scoundrel, go to hell. I'm the one being fought over by 2 male companions. Whoa, please stop fighting. So when dealing with Sand Shinobi, remember to use chakra blades. Isn't that common sense? I'm sorry, but I haven't graduated from Shinobi Academy yet, and the teacher hasn't covered that. Why are you being so harsh on the child? Sand Shinobi, I don't care if you're children or adults. I'll kill you all. Hilarious. The Sand Village must be quite busy right now. What is the use of being busy? Our village has tried countless methods against this sky curtain, all in vain. If there were any viable solutions, wouldn't Konoha be the most anxious? Konoha, anxious, 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 anxious. I know you're anxious, but hold on. Let us observe a bit longer. What will the outcome be? Will the Konoha team perish here? They transmitted information about the Sand Village before they met their demise. But for some unknown reason, it was disclosed by Konoha? Konoha. Hey, this makes our decryption team look utterly useless. What kind of blunder could lead to such a grand mess? Konoha has already been in decline. The Uchiha clan's annihilation greatly diminished their combat prowess. Suddenly seeing the name Uchiha, and recalling the massacre, Sasuke's expression turned frosty. The atmosphere around him grew somber. Stop speaking nonsense. Regardless, Konoha remains one of the 5 great shinobi villages. TSK, 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 do you understand what it means to rise only to fall? The third Hokage is barely holding on. But he is aging. When he passes, Konoha's fate becomes uncertain. The group arrived at a massive collapsed pit. Naruto inquired, what is this hole? The leading Jonin replied, 100 Legs target is the dragon vein beneath the ruins of Loulan. Dragon vein. They boarded a large bird and spiraled downward. It is a colossal reservoir of energy flowing underground. In simpler terms, it is an endless reservoir of chakra lying dormant beneath. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, the fourth Hokage, Raza, had yet to be slain. Amidst the unrest, he swiftly issued commands. Immediately investigate this puppet master known as 100 Legs. Dispatch elite squads to the Loulan ruins to assess the situation. Observing the gravity of the situation, the Kazekage remained calm, instilling resolve in the Umbu. Yes. If they could locate the individuals beneath the sky curtain first, perhaps they could avoid being overly passive. Oh, when did this large bird appear? Is it someone as summoning beast? Dragon vein. Does the Sand Village possess such a thing? Infinite chakra. I always assumed the Sand Village was impoverished and inhospitable. Yet it harbors treasures. Indeed, the Sand Village is both poor and harsh. The esteemed Kazekage must exploit his bloodline limits to bring wealth to the village. How pitiful. Sand Village. Raza, how do you know about this? You must also be from the Sand Village, leaking information. I will report you to the Umbu and have you captured. The Sand Village must look after itself. Who wouldn't desire infinite chakra? Surely. Numerous factions will infiltrate seeking the Loulan ruins. I wonder if they can withstand the onslaught. Doesn't the Sand Village have Shikaku? Shikaku? That monster is unlikely to rampage. Can we rely on it to assist us against foes? Oh, it seems the Sand Village cannot fully control that monster. The barrage of comments mostly reflects the thoughts in people's hearts, making it impossible to trace who issued them. Many speak too freely, inadvertently leaking considerable intelligence, and unfortunately, the Sand Village currently cannot prevent this. The personnel in the Kazekage's office can only publicly warn all citizens of the Sand Village. Speak cautiously. Upon seeing comments regarding Shikaku, Gaara scoffed. A monster? Indeed, he is a monster. Despised, feared, loathed, akin to a detonating tag that could explode at any moment. No one wishes to draw near. Naturally, no one can control him. The scene shifted to Tsunade, who sat upright before a screen, her gaze fixed upon the mission scroll in her hands. Shizune exclaimed, Lady Tsunade. It's you. Tsunade widened her eyes, sensing something amiss. What is going on? She lifted her gaze. Yamato, immediately lead Naruto, Sakura, and Sai from Team 7 to the Loulan ruins in the desert of the Wind Country. Outside, thunder rumbled, casting a dim and eerie shadow within the office. Behind Yamato, who stood upright before Tsunade, Sai and Sakura glanced sideways at Naruto, who was playfully covering a short sword with chakra. When their names were called, Naruto and Sakura exchanged bewildered looks. Sakura trembled. Team 7? Naruto stammered. Is it us? The grown-up versions of ourselves? She suddenly turned to Sasuke. But, our teammate is Sasuke. Who is this Sai? Sasuke remained silent. In truth, this situation could be easily explained. Perhaps Sasuke would soon be absent. With a vacancy in Team 7, someone had to fill the role. Wait, Team 7? Naruto, Sakura. How could this be? Oh, does someone recognize them? Certainly. The ninjas of Konoha would. How could the leading jonin of Team 7 be Yamato? The list states it should be Kakashi. Damn, whose subordinate are you? Do you treat confidentiality as air? Ah, is the list of leading jonin also a part of the confidentiality? Hilarious, it shouldn't have been. So, the leading jonin is Yamato. Odd, does Konoha even have this jonin? If he was previously Umbu, perhaps he was not well known. Indeed, that is a possibility. I was wondering why I had never heard of him. Is he a retired Umbu? What are the intelligence departments of various nations doing? Still stunned. Hurry and take notes. This guy, doesn't he create chakra blades? So Sakura taught him how to use them indeed. Oh, just Miss Sakura? Did you forget during the battle? That is troublesome. How could Jiraiya's disciple be like this? Carelessness can be fatal. No, this office. This is the Hokage's office. How could Lady Tsunade be in the Hokage's office? A speculation, not necessarily true. Could this be an event from another world? A speculation, not necessarily true. Could this be something happening years later? Naruto and Sakura have just graduated from Shinobi Academy. So, does this world's Sand Village have Loulan ruins? Could you not simply take a look and find out? Tsunade, eliminate them all. Is this the world where Tsunade-sama becomes Hokage? Hiss, little Tsunade as Hokage. Is Konoha still fine? Hey, Miss Sakura has been quite polite, and now you directly call her little Tsunade? You people. There's a limit to your flattery towards beautiful Kunoichi. A bunch of sycophants. Calling her little Tsunade is far from mere flattery, it's bold audacity. Who dares to refer to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, in such a manner? Ah, I am little Tsunade's grandfather. Ha 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 ha, you are the first Hokage. Then I shall be the Yellow Flash. Chapter 4. The Substitute of Death. According to the alliance with Tsunade, we are to capture the rogue ninja, 100 feet. Is Tsunade in such dire straits? They cannot handle a rogue ninja on their own and must seek assistance from Konoha? The Kazekage is busy striking gold. For such trivial matters, they naturally require the help of outsiders. Ha ha ha. A wave of ridicule towards Tsunade erupted in the comments, followed by a torrent of rebuttals and furious retorts from what were clearly Tsunade ninjas. If you have the capability, come try your luck in Tsunade. I will fill every hole in your body with poison using my puppets. Occasionally, bystanders chimed in with humor. Pray tell, how will you fill them? Since the ongoing spectacle only involved Tsunade and Konoha, the majority of ninjas from other villages were reveling in the drama. After all, the great ninja villages are inherently competitive. Amidst thousands of missions each year, it was not unusual to clash with ninjas from other villages. Their animosity far outweighed any goodwill. They simply lacked a platform to collectively vent their frustrations until now. A group descended underground, revealing a seemingly bottomless circular pit. A narrow passage extended from the edge towards a circular platform at the center. The camera shifted to a rock-carved face illuminated by a flash of lightning. Who is this? From a Wagakure? What a Wagakure? Do you see stones and think of a Wagakure? This is the Hokage rock from Konoha, is it not? Is this the Fourth Hokage? Tsunade remarked. The dragon vein is sealed by the Fourth Hokage's techniques. The scene returned to the center of the pit, where a kunai inscribed with incantations stood embedded in the circular platform. You must vigilantly guard that sealing technique. Is it because it is the Fourth Hokage's seal that you seek assistance from Konoha? Not at all. Then why was the Fourth Hokage able to place a seal here? Who was the Kazekage at that time? Can't they do something about it? Who can challenge the Fourth Hokage? The Yellow Flash, of course. If he appears, just pretend you didn't see him. Otherwise, you might be killed. Tsunade seems so pathetic. Even if it is pathetic, it can easily obliterate you. Oh, Tsunade is getting anxious. Do you admit your own inferiority? The Kazekage's office had to repeatedly issue warnings. Everyone from Tsunade, please speak cautiously. Such humiliation, being mocked yet unable to retaliate, was an experience the ninjas of Tsunade had never encountered. They were seething with rage, but had no outlet. Konoha. Damn Konoha. That is the Fourth Hokage's seal. Yamato led 3 individuals standing on the shore, gazing at the kunai on the platform. Suddenly, they noticed a slender figure approaching the seal. 100 feet. The man, clad in Tsunade-style attire, turned around, his long, narrow face and alarmingly high hairline revealing a pair of shrewd, sinister black eyes. It seems you have arrived a tad too late. His tone brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. By incorporating the power of the dragon vein into my puppet techniques, I can not only dominate the 5 great nations, but the entire world. Dominate the 5 great nations? What grandiose claims! Who would have thought that Tsunade harbored such ambitions? This ISNT representative of Tsunade. He is a rogue ninja, clearly a traitor, but the dragon vein lies within the land of wind. A puppet master who gains the dragon vein seeks to control the world. Don't you think the many puppet masters from Tsunade would also want to give it a try? I suggest the Kazekage conduct a thorough investigation of all puppet masters within the village. Otherwise, the Kazekage wouldn't want to be investigated by the other villages, would they? Do you wish to incite a ninja world war? Infinite chakra. At a certain secret base of Akatsuki, everyone was gazing at the sky. Scorpion. Does Tsunade truly possess the dragon vein? Scorpion looked at the arrogant 100 feet and scoffed. Just this. This mediocre puppet master dares to dream of world domination? He replied, Loulan has long since perished over 2 decades ago. Kisame curiously asked, so why did Tsunade seek Konoha ninjas to seal it over 20 years ago? Scorpion replied coldly, a decision made by the Kazekage, implying, it's none of my business. Deidara observed the barrage of comments rolling across the screen. Wow. Tsunade is really unpopular, facing such ridicule. Such verbal skirmishes are utterly meaningless, Scorpion remarked indifferently. Yamato resolutely stated, do not harbor illusions. You cannot unravel the Fourth Hokage's sealing technique. I have long anticipated that. What do you intend to do? I aim to absorb the sealing technique. 100 feet formed hand seals, placing his hands on a protrusion resembling an eyeball on the ground. In an instant, a purple light enveloped him, while the sealing technique on the ground transformed into glowing purple patterns, crawling up his arms. Not good. Naruto dashed forward first. Trouble. Yamato and Sakura quickly followed suit. Only Sai stood calmly, observing from the sidelines. What is going on with this team? Usually, the leading J-nin should be at the core, right? The leading J-nin hasn't given orders yet, and that blonde fellow has already charged ahead? So reckless? Ignoring orders is one thing. But why did the leading J-nin follow suit after he charged out? Did he not assign tasks to the other team members? Perhaps they have a tacit understanding after years of camaraderie? Then what about Sai? His teammates and teacher have gone in, and he just stands there watching? Sai must have been added later, unsure of what to do without orders. I would prefer a subordinate like Sai, who at least wouldn't act on their own. Yamato has retired from Umbu. Even if he hasn't been a teacher, has he not commanded missions in Umbu? Does he lack experience? After Naruto charged out, he should either have immediately rushed in to support or called him back. It's astonishing that everyone just watches without moving, only following after a long while. There's clearly a disconnect in their actions. Encountering such an enemy would make me ecstatic. If Konoha's team collaborates so clumsily, they pose no threat at all. This Konoha team seems to lack sufficient teamwork. The leading J-nin isn't a recent replacement, is he? Wasn't it said that another person was supposed to lead the team? Kakashi? Then why is it Yamato now? Generally, it's common to see casualties in battle. Previously, a member of Team 7 and their leader, the Jonin, had perished, prompting the addition of Sai and Yamato. Has Kakashi Hatake met his demise? Who possesses such prowess to eliminate the copy ninja? Which village's shinobi is responsible for this? Surely, it cannot be from our village. Please, enlighten me as to which village you belong. The members of Team 7 exchanged glances, trapped within the confines of the classroom. Naruto and Sakura gazed at Sasuke. Naruto appearing somewhat anxious, while tears brimmed in the girl's eyes, and Sasuke's complexion turned pale. Is he truly gone? Before his death, did he manage to defeat that man? Chapter 5. Preparations for war in Sunagakure. The barrage of comments on the screen was rife with speculation. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a sharp noise, startling Sakura into a scream. Naruto instinctively shielded her, shouting, "Who goes there?" A seemingly lethargic figure appeared at the entrance, gradually approaching, allowing the trio to discern his features: silver hair, one eye obscured by a forehead protector, and a mask covering his face. "Well, I am your instructor, Kakashi Hatake. Apologies for the delay. The situation arose unexpectedly." He gestured towards the sky outside. "I had to visit the Hokage's office to ascertain the circumstances." His explanation sounded plausible, and no objections were raised. Rather than reproach him, Naruto and Sakura regarded him with concern. If the events depicted above truly pertained to their future, then the conjectures made in the barrage were not unfounded. Following this, it seemed likely that this very instructor would soon meet his end. Kakashi, perceptive of their expressions, scratched his face, revealing a crescent-shaped smile in his visible eye. "Do not ponder so heavily. Perhaps I will merely be reassigned to different duties." However, Sakura, with tears in her eyes, implored, "What about Sasuke-kun? Given your ages as depicted in the sky, it is reasonable to assume you have been promoted to Chunin by now. It's possible that Sasuke has since advanced to Jonin and is currently engaged in a separate mission." Sakura sighed in relief. Is that truly the case? She was not naive enough to be easily deceived, yet the prospect of a more favorable outcome made her reluctant to accept the notion of losing those around her. With resolve, she looked at Sasuke and declared, "Sasuke-kun, you must have become a Jonin." Sasuke remained silent, fixated on the sky, yearning for further information. Under the weight of external pressures, Team 7's first encounter took on a poignant sense of camaraderie amidst adversity. Baiji gritted his teeth. His face contorted in rage as he drew forth a kunai emblazoned with the signature of the Fourth Hokage. Naruto shouted, "Stop!" Behind him, Yamato and Sakura stood at a considerable distance, hindered from providing timely support. I knew their coordination would falter. This is dire. However, it was too late for coordination. Naruto clearly could not reach him in time. As Naruto sprinted halfway, Baiji had already unsheathed all his kunai, raising them high as a purple beam erupted from the ground, expanding and shattering the nearby stone platforms. Witnessing the impending collapse of the pathway beneath him, Naruto was forced to halt, attempting to escape. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the ground crumbled beneath him. Just as he was about to plummet into the abyss along with the debris, Yamato extended his arm, invoking Would Release. Great Forest Technique. Would Release. Is he from the Senju clan? His full name must be Yamato Senju. Ino could not contain her exclamation. Lady Tsunade? Tsunade furrowed her brows, realizing this must be the work of Orochimaru. Captain Yamato. As Naruto became ensnared by the trees, he should have been safe, yet the purple light engulfed him, rendering Yamato unable to pull him free, instead pulling him into the chaos. Without hesitation, Sakura dashed towards her companions, determined to rescue them. Just as she was about to be consumed by the beam, Sai, who had been absent until now, descended on a large bird, saving Sakura in the nick of time. What a remarkable girl. Her unwavering loyalty to her comrades is admirable. But what could she achieve? It seemed her companions were beyond salvation. It appeared to be a mission failure, and thus she might have deemed it unworthy to return to the village, contemplating her own demise. You are from the Mist Village. Are you not? Our Leaf Village does not operate under such inhumane rules. A mission failure does not warrant death as penance. Oh, does Kakashi agree with this notion? So this bird is Sai's summoning beast. It hardly seems like a summoning beast. Summoning techniques usually involve only one creature. However, the previous dog and this bird share a similar style. Could it be some form of ninjutsu? The great bird soared higher, and Sakura, gazing at the two figures disappearing from sight, nearly leaped after them, only to be firmly restrained by Sai, tears streaming down her face. Naruto. The leading jonin declared, I am aware, I am unconcerned. The life of a jonin is still valuable. I knew those two were a couple. How tragic it is to witness one's loved one perish during a mission. Did she recklessly rush toward danger in a bid to die alongside Naruto? Such cruelty. Enough with the sentimentality, we are ninjas. Who among us has not faced the loss of friends and family in battle? Yet to witness a loved one die before you is a rarity, even among ninjas. Understand that as long as one refrains from romantic entanglements with comrades, such risks can be mitigated. Do not seek romance with your teammates, fool. As Naruto beheld Sakura's tear-streaked face on the screen, his heart swelled with emotion. Especially as the barrage suggested an intimate relationship with Sakura. Overcome with gratitude, he exclaimed, Sakura, I am so happy you care for me. Sakura could no longer contain herself. Naruto, you're dead. Previously, they had only speculated about Sasuke's fate in his absence. Now, they had witnessed Naruto being engulfed before their very eyes. She was but a young girl, freshly graduated from the academy, and as she looked at the three males in the room, the thought that she might be the only survivor among them weighed heavily on her, prompting her to cover her face and weep uncontrollably. Naruto flailed in a desperate attempt to comfort Sakura, while Sasuke remained silent. Kakashi's expression grew grave. To witness a beloved perish before one's eyes. In a hidden location, Obito Uchiha, wearing a mask in the shape of a whirlpool, gazed upon Sakura's sorrowful visage on the screen. And memories of Rin's tragic death resurfaced vividly. Ah, this world. So, two ninjas from Konoha have fallen? Is this the message the sky seeks to convey? How mundane. Which ninja village is devoid of casualties? Are you foolish? The dragon vein has been unsealed. The puppet masters of Sunagakure aim to dominate the world. The sky is clearly warning us of this. Good heavens, will the major ninja villages unite to assault Sunagakure? The inhabitants of Sunagakure felt an immediate tightening of their hearts. They came to the grim realization that their village might soon become the target of widespread animosity. Despite having expelled a traitorous rogue ninja, the existence of the dragon vein rendered them guilty by association. The expression of Kazekage Raza was one of deep concern. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and issued a stern command. The village is to be placed under martial law. Recall all sand shinobi stationed outside and prepare for battle. Yes, he added, taking a deep breath. As for Gaara, make sure he is ready. The Umbu at Raza's side understood the precarious situation Sunagakure found itself in. Understood. Chapter 6. What is Senjutobirama? The screen went dark. Just when the spectators believed the spectacle to be concluding, it lit up once more. A radiant light ascended from the heights of Loulan, evoking a myriad of emotions, all centered around the dragon vein that must be safeguarded. As the blades of light pierced the air, Naruto lay unconscious on the ground, with faint melodies echoing around him. He seemed to stir, his eyelids fluttering open. This guy isn't dead. How wonderful. I cannot bear to witness young lovers parting in death. Amidst swirling sand and torrential winds, the glorious sun shone brightly. Flowers danced in the air. Following the direction of the enchanting song, Naruto propped himself up and turned to see, not far away. A red-haired maiden perched upon a jagged rock, gazing skyward with tears streaming down her face. Without a hint of subtlety, Naruto interrupted her song. Hey, where's this place? The young woman turned to him, her expression revealing an air of superiority and coldness, but she did not respond. Instead, she leaped down from the stone pillar and dashed toward a small door. Naturally, Naruto pursued her immediately. However, two puppets appeared before her at the foot of the stairs, launching an assault on him. Yet, the doorway seemed to possess an invisible barrier, for any weapon from the puppets or the puppets themselves would shatter upon crossing the threshold. Is it possible that puppets cannot be used here? Next time, I'll lure the puppet masters from Sunagakure here and eliminate them all. The puppet masters of Sunagakure would retort. Thank you, but we are not fools. Oddly enough, wasn't that girl a local? Did she not know that her puppets would be ineffective inside? Why did she send them charging in? It seemed she did not control them. Once the puppets were rendered useless, the small door before Naruto descended, sealing tightly with layers of stone walls. However, this posed no challenge for a ninja. He glanced around and began to scale the towering walls, escaping from within. What use are the mechanisms of that grand door if I can simply slip out so easily? Its height alone cannot confine a ninja. With a powerful kick, Naruto shattered the glass at the top and tumbled out, only to find himself standing on a patch of grass. He realized he had emerged from deep underground. Before him lay a city of towering spires, each one a testament to extraordinary wealth and power. This place appears even more prosperous than Sunagakure. Perhaps even more so than Konoha? How is it that such a place exists within the land of wind? How could Sunagakure endure remaining in that desolate place? Perhaps the inability to utilize puppets here rendered the ninjas of Sunagakure ineffective. He chuckled. Not all of Sunagakure relies on puppets, you know. This only serves to highlight their weaknesses. Yet, this relic certainly portrayed Sunagakure as rather Navi. Infinite chakra exists in the land of wind, and they have done nothing? I cannot comprehend this. Perhaps the daimyo of the land of wind is up to something again. Wasn't he the one who slashed Sunagakure's military funding, leaving Kazekage to seek out alternative means of income? The daimyo of the land of wind might wish to bolster this nation to balance the power of Sunagakure. Naruto lifted his gaze to survey this unfamiliar territory, instinctively leaping to higher ground to gather more intelligence. Yet, upon reaching a higher vantage point, the surrounding structures still towered above him. What a magnificent sight! So incredibly tall! Yet, something felt amiss. This city was devoid of any inhabitants. Why is there not a single soul around? This feels quite off. Watching Naruto, one could not help but feel anxious, as he seemed oblivious to the oddity of his surroundings, standing carelessly in an open area. How could his teacher have instructed him so poorly? Oh dear, how strict! Please stop scolding. I can almost hear my own teacher's voice raging at me, warning that if I sought death, I should simply slit my throat with a shuriken instead of wasting his energy. Suddenly, a puppet appeared in midair, splitting into three and targeting Naruto. Its design and techniques bore a striking resemblance to the previous centipede puppet. He fled, pursued relentlessly, heedless of the destruction they wrought upon the city. Finally, remembering his chakra blade, Naruto drew it from behind him, shifting from defense to offense. However, his good fortune was short-lived. Within moments, he was struck down. I told you, as a ninja, how could one be so careless? Has Konoha's foundational education deteriorated to this extent? Help! Our reputation is at stake. Is this how Jiraiya trained his students? Other Konoha ninjas are not like this. I've crossed paths with numerous formidable figures from the younger generation. Naruto plummeted from his elevated position, crashing through a layer of what should have been sturdy architecture, landing in the depths below. In stark contrast to the sunlit, opulent, yet lifeless city above, the dim underground appeared to be far more vibrant, with humble dwellings suggesting the presence of actual inhabitants. Injured and unable to rise, Naruto sat on the ground. However, pursuers were closing in. Just when all seemed lost, a figure appeared at his side, embracing him and whisking them both away from danger. This savior, sporting golden hair and an owl mask, obscured their face. After they vanished, another figure materialized in the lower left corner of the screen. Multiplication technique. His right hand swelled to a massive size, sweeping away half of the pursuing puppets with a single powerful motion. Soon after, another ninja appeared in the lower right corner. Ninjutsu, insect sphere. A swarm of insects enveloped the remaining puppets. Is that Akimichi and Yamanaka from Konoha? Naruto recognized the golden-haired ninja's swift body flicker technique. Reminiscent of the Fourth Hokage. How is this possible? The Fourth Hokage has been dead for so long. Could it be that the Fourth Hokage never died but instead operates in the shadows to eliminate threats to Konoha? You're insane. Who would abandon their position as Hokage to usurp the role of an Umbu operative? What if the Fourth Hokage is indeed deceased? Yet Konoha used forbidden techniques to turn him into a puppet for covert operations? It is said that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, left behind numerous forbidden jutsu, possibly including the ability to control the deceased. Your words send shivers down my spine. Rumors are spread with a mere flick of the tongue. Yet refuting them requires tireless effort. Is it too much to ask to refrain from spreading and believing such tales? If Konoha possessed such prowess, why would they appear so feeble? How has Konoha been diminished? The esteemed Hyuga clan, one of the two prominent families of ocular techniques, has seen its rightful heir abducted. And the head of the branch family has committed suicide in shame. Do you not consider this a disgrace? Had the Fourth Hokage still been alive, he would have annihilated the Cloud Village without hesitation. You slander. When has the Cloud Village ever kidnapped a Hyuga heiress? This is nothing but defamation. Such audacity. Is the Fourth Hokage truly mightier than the second? Was it not the second Hokage who fell to the hands of the Cloud Village? On what grounds could the Fourth Hokage unleash destruction? The barrage of comments erupted into intense debate, each side fervently showcasing their formidable forces, eager to prove that Konoha and the Cloud Village were mere trifles in comparison. Bah, the filthy Cloud Village. Huh, how clean is Konoha, really? Enough of this. What village is free from its share of mishaps? One should not mock others when one's own house is in disarray. Amidst the chaotic exchange of comments, a solitary voice emerged. What is Senju Tobirama compared to my brother? He is nothing. Chapter 7. The challenge to Naruto's heart from a secure vantage point. Naruto inquired. What are those puppets? The man, adorned with an owl mask, replied, they seem to have been enhanced by the chakra from the dragon vein. That voice. It is the voice of Minato Namikaze. The nightmare of years past resurfaces, speaking once more. I shall not sleep tonight. Is this person truly terrifying? He appears rather slender. And his voice is so gentle. I find it quite appealing. Hey. He is already married. If the fourth were alive today, he would surely be a middle-aged gentleman. I curse him with boldness. While the barrage of comments swirled chaotically above, the imagery on the screen continued unabated. By the way, who are you? Yes, yes. Who exactly are you? The deceased Fourth Hokage is the most handsome. You must not live. You must not. It is amusing to see someone so evidently traumatized by the Fourth Hokage. Yet, for those who once faced the Fourth Hokage in battle, there are cheers of admiration. The fourth. It is the fourth. The man with the owl mask turned to Naruto, not answering his question, but stating, "You are a ninja from Konoha, are you not?" He removed his mask, yet still obscured his face, revealing only the forehead protector emblazoned with the Konoha symbol. "We are also of Konoha." After declaring his identity, he donned the mask once more and observed Naruto's exposed leg wound. Speaking gently, "You should tend to that wound quickly." Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi swiftly received orders to report to the Hokage's office. Upon encountering colleagues in the Hokage building, many jested. "You are now renowned throughout the world, Choza and Shimi. Everyone is watching you showcase your skills. Do not falter. I hope the screen shows mercy." Choza, stout and with eyes squinted by his chubby cheeks, appeared endearingly clumsy when he smiled. "Please do not let my foolishness be revealed." On the other hand, Yamanaka Shimi, often taciturn, was well known among his peers for being somewhat reserved, hiding an inner thrill beneath his calm facade. As ninjas, they were accustomed to lurking in the shadows. Mystery served as a better shield than ostentation. No matter how brilliantly a mission was executed, there were rarely any applauding spectators. But this screen, it allowed them to shine before the entire world. The group retreated to a secluded corner, with Choza and Shimi on guard while the owl-masked youth treated Naruto's injury out of sight. He meticulously bandaged Naruto's leg, stating, "This should suffice." Naruto pressed, "Who are you truly?" "That question I cannot answer." "What? Then where is this place?" "This is Loulan." "Impossible. There is no time for detailed explanations. Please leave this city while we carry out our mission." Though his tone was gentle, his demeanor was resolute. Obviously, if conflicts arose during the mission, they must prioritize higher-ranking tasks. High emotional intelligence. There is no time for detailed explanations. Kindly exit. Low emotional intelligence. Your rank is too low to deserve knowledge of our mission. Do not hinder us. Leave. Naruto, impetuous and reckless, might become a liability. Had the fourth not saved him earlier, he would have perished. But how can one be so certain it is the fourth? Are there not other blonde-haired jonin in Konoha? Unless it is the Fourth Hokage, I would eat dirt upside down. I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. Not necessarily, not necessarily. Perhaps once the mission is complete, I may tell you. The owl-masked youth stood up and pointed Naruto towards the alley exit. "Look, just turn left from there." He turned back to Naruto, speaking with a gentleness akin to that of a parent addressing a child. "Is that all right? It's a promise." "Well, the Fourth Hokage is so gentle. Though I know he may find me bothersome, how enviable it is to have a superior who speaks with such consideration." "Other superiors, is that all right?" "My superior, leave. Do you wish to die? This is the Hokage. Just think. If the leader of our village spoke to me in such a manner, oh, I dare not imagine." Gaara gazed at the sky, momentarily taken aback by the thought, what if Raza, his father, spoke to him in such a gentle manner? Before waiting for Naruto's response, the three of them vanished in an instant. Was there really a need for confirmation from subordinates? Generally, who would dare defy a superior's orders? Although the Fourth Hokage spoke in a consultative tone, who would genuinely believe he was engaging in a discussion? I suspect Naruto may not be the most compliant individual. His obedience is notably lacking. Does Konoha not intervene? Struggling to rise from the ground, Naruto stared blankly at the spot where the trio had disappeared. What is happening? Not only is his obedience poor, but his capacity to absorb and analyze information is equally deficient. Is this the standard of a Nin in Konoha? I cannot fathom how he could ascend to the rank of a shinobi. Perhaps he is merely a genin. Surely not. A genin at this age seems improbable. He can perform the Rasengan. How could he possibly be a genin? So he relies on the fact that his teacher is one of the legendary three, looking down upon others and disregarding orders? I detest such connections. The screen was filled with accusations and critiques directed at Naruto. Kakashi Hitaki, preoccupied with comforting the weeping Sakura, was oblivious to the disparaging remarks. I implore you all to temper your words. Did we not previously acknowledge that Naruto has just graduated from the Ninja Academy? Your relentless criticism could cause him significant harm. Where do these self-righteous individuals come from? It is laughable. Are today's ninjas truly so fragile that they cannot endure a bit of negative feedback? If that is the case, they should reconsider their choice of profession. We must highlight his shortcomings. If he cannot handle it, he may lose his life on the battlefield. Even disparaging remarks can be seen as a form of ninjutsu. What? Do your opponents speak to you in gentle tones? If you are dissatisfied, let your strength do the talking. At that moment, Naruto recalled something and looked up at the web of pipes in the sky. What about the others? So you do remember your comrades? Shouldn't that be the first thing on your mind upon awakening? After confirming that he was surrounded by desert and recalling the events leading to his loss of consciousness, Naruto regained his resolve and decided to search for his friends. Just then, he heard the sound of fireworks bursting in the air, accompanied by the cheers of the crowd. Long live Her Majesty. The red-haired girl Naruto had seen earlier was now kneeling before the throne, whispering, "Mother," in his memories. She rested her head on her mother's lap, listening to her play the harp and sing. One day, you must sing for the happiness and peace of the people. I sense something amiss in this nation. So, the queen's mother is no longer alive? Is this queen not the same one Naruto encountered earlier? Upon their first meeting, she uttered not a word before launching an attack, displaying such arrogance. Perhaps in Loulan, outsiders are a rarity, leading her to perceive Naruto as a threat. As a queen, venturing alone to a remote location without a single guard, accompanied only by 2 puppets, she initiated an attack on an intruder, resulting in the puppets being damaged. Did she simply seal the stone door and disregard the situation? Does she not have subordinates? Could she not send someone to confirm the fate of the outsider? How much does she truly value outsiders? The queen ascended to the terrace, waving to the populace below. At that moment, a hand suddenly pushed her from above. Without hesitation, Naruto dashed forward. Does his leg not hurt? From such a height, even with chakra, how could his legs possibly support him? It looks painful. Is it really necessary to risk exposure and attack for a stranger? Indeed, the fourth Hokage and the other 2 adults are clearly in stealth mode. Wouldn't he interfere with their mission, would he? Does this little brat aspire to be a hero? But if someone is in danger before your very eyes, why not save them? Because we are merely ninjas, not saviors. Naruto fell to the ground again, yet he held the girl protectively in his arms, seeing her unharmed. He beamed. You're safe now. His selfless act and gentle reassurance stirred a ripple of change amidst the barrage of negative comments. Oh no. Is this the feeling of infatuation? In fact, upon closer inspection, she is rather lovely. Wait, is it just my imagination? It seems Naruto's comforting smile and tone towards the girl bear a resemblance to the fourth Hokage's. Chapter 8. Team Leader's Major Points Deduction at this moment. Sakura gradually regained her composure, though she occasionally sniffled. She wiped her eyes, offering a pale smile to the others to signal that she was all right. It's fine. I apologize for causing everyone trouble. Let us continue watching. Coincidentally, Naruto caught sight of the compliments directed at him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are they speaking of me? Did they just express their fondness for me? Kakashi Hitaki replied. Aha. However, the girl suddenly opened her eyes and, in a panic, slapped Naruto across the face. When he failed to release her, she retaliated with several more slaps. Calm down. Let go of me. She elbowed him forcefully in the face, finally breaking free from his embrace. The comments erupted with excitement. Is this girl unhinged? One slap could be deemed a reflex. What about the successive strikes? TSK. I'm reminded of certain nobles. How dare they summon us to resolve their issues while acting so high and mighty? What nonsense! Is the reward for this task substantial? If so, feel free to strike. Do you possess no dignity? Hey, hitting someone incurs an additional fee. You scoundrel. Do not engage in unnecessary competition. The reputation of ninjas is tarnished by individuals like you. Surely, there cannot be anyone who fails to recognize a ninja's rightful place. We are merely mercenaries, mere dogs for hire, devoid of any reputation. If you stood before me, I would twist your head off. How could anyone dare to look down on a ninja? If I were on a mission and someone dared to slap me, I would ensure they vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha. As a ninja, one might tolerate a slap, but would they not dodge the following blows? Naruto's leg is injured after jumping down from such a height to save her. He must be struggling to move. Can't he use the substitution technique or body flicker technique? If he is that weak, he might as well perish. Hey, Naruto just saved you, you know. Thus, I reiterate, do not be overly kind-hearted. It truly is a thankless endeavor. The girl scolded, you rude individual. Naruto, clutching his cheek, protested, what was that for? But I saved you. The girl finally registered the situation, momentarily stunned. All right, thank you, I appreciate it. Naruto rubbed his cheek, muttering to himself, what is wrong with this woman? Meanwhile, the girl furrowed her brows, thinking, what an impolite fellow. The intellect of these 2 individuals appears quite limited. Is this woman of noble descent? She certainly has a familiar, unpleasant demeanor, even on the brink of losing her mother. She prioritizes etiquette over others. How foolish. I truly detest interacting with that aristocratic crowd. This woman evokes unpleasant memories for me. Have you also been struck before? Some nobles are prone to slapping others without hesitation. Damn it. I was so infuriated that I nearly severed a head, and now I am branded a traitor. One day, I shall eradicate all nobles. Does this woman not realize she was just rescued? Her first reaction upon being saved was to slap someone. I can hardly contain my laughter. Perhaps it would have been better if she had fallen to her demise. Naruto, despite injuring his leg, managed to catch her from such a height. Not only did she fail to express immediate gratitude, but she also begrudgingly criticized others for their lack of manners. Are you truly so polite? Is this the so-called upbringing of the nobility? Clearly, many ninjas have suffered humiliation at the hands of the aristocrats, and a wave of indignation surged through the comments, all expressing disdain for the nobles. In an instant, Naruto became the embodiment of the ninjas' collective outrage, fiercely defended by all. Are you the queen? I am the queen of Loulan, Sara. Loulan? I am Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. By the way, this is Loulan. The dilapidated ruins I previously investigated are also called Loulan. Please refrain from spouting nonsense. Sara retorted angrily. Loulan is a city I inherited from my mother. more precious than life itself. Is that so? The reasons remain unclear to me, and Naruto did not delve deeper. However, why did you fall from the tower? Sara paused, glancing towards the direction she fell, her expression revealing a hint of fear as she murmured, "It seems someone pushed me from behind." Huh? Is someone plotting against you? How could that be? It's impossible for anyone to want to harm me. As you saw, the people welcomed me with fervor. Uzumaki Naruto? From the Uzumaki clan? No wonder the leading Jonin possesses would release. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are old allies. Isn't the Uzumaki clan known for their red hair? Why is she blonde? Perhaps one parent has blonde hair while the other is red. This queen seems somewhat dim-witted. She claims to have been pushed and yet insists no one would wish her harm. Did she perhaps jump herself? Maybe she suffers from a split personality. The people also seem odd. It's not that they shouldn't be enthusiastic, but the queen just fell from a high tower in plain sight. Did no one notice? Why are they not panicking and instead continuing their fervent welcome? What are they celebrating? There are no guards searching for the queen. Is this woman truly a queen? Clearly, no one cares about her fate. It's astonishing that she is oblivious to such obvious abnormalities. Perhaps her death would be for the best. After reading your vitriolic comments, I suddenly find Naruto quite admirable. Despite being beaten and misunderstood, he maintains a calm demeanor and refrains from anger. He is indeed reliable. Is the expectation that one must endure beatings without retaliation or insults? How pitiful. Yet, I must admit, Naruto's composure remains unwavering. In the face of such adversity, he has yet to lose his sanity. But you were indeed pushed. That must have been my mistake. At that moment, the Team 7 trio descended from the sky, startling both Sara and Naruto. This positioning is intriguing. They face Naruto while turning their backs to the queen. So, the Fourth mission is to protect this queen? Damn, it's infuriating. We are supposed to be the protectors, yet the protected parade around arrogantly, flaunting their authority over us. One day, I shall make them pay. Is it too much to ask for the village to refrain from accepting noble protection missions? If the village stops taking those tasks, how will they earn a living? Nobles may be bothersome, but they pay handsomely. Sigh, it's all a waste of effort. You have failed to uphold your end of the bargain, the owl-masked youth remarked. There is nothing I can do. Naruto sensed the trio's vigilance and instinctively drew a kunai to protect himself, leaning against the pillar behind him. She fell right in front of me. Wait. At that moment, Sara pushed past Akimichi and Yamanaka, rushing to stand in front of Naruto with her arms outstretched to shield him. Who are you? Are you attempting to kill her? This queen seems somewhat decent. It's rare for a noble to stand in front of a ninja like this. Moreover, when she claimed she had made a mistake, she didn't appear as ignorant as she seemed. Perhaps she senses something but can only hypnotize herself into believing everything is fine. Such situations are commonplace, right? A queen orphaned, devoid of trusted confidants, with a powerful minister nearby, a mere puppet. No, what is going on with Naruto? If the Fourth mission was indeed to eliminate the queen, she would have perished already. Furthermore, their postures upon landing clearly indicate they are protecting the queen, wary of Naruto's proximity to her. How could this possibly be a mission to kill her? The leading Jonin seems to lack proper training. How disappointing. I wonder if it's Kakashi Hatake or Yamato Senju. They possess neither basic combat skills nor analytical capabilities. Could this fellow still be a genin? The various criticisms directed at Kakashi Hatake and Yamato, who remains unnamed in the Umbu, although not explicitly mentioned. Irika felt guilty for believing he had failed to teach Naruto properly. Yamato silently concluded, it must be Kakashi Senpai's fault. Kakashi began to doubt himself. Did I not teach him? Did I teach him nothing at all? Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had devoted the most time to Naruto's education, remained unconcerned, laughing heartily while gazing at the sky in a tavern. Chapter 9, Dark History. After Naruto spoke, he circled around Sara, dashing towards the owl-masked youth at the forefront of the trio. However, the opponent effortlessly dodged him and swiftly grasped his neck from behind. Impressive. This fellow dared to charge at the fourth. He immediately identified the strongest among the three. I'm dying of laughter. The ninja from the Oil clan behind the fourth didn't even attempt to assist. Instead, he stepped aside to give Naruto room. Oil clan, I'm stepping aside. If you succeed, consider it my loss. I've opened my eyes. Initially, I looked down upon Naruto's recklessness. But he faces 3 elite Jonin without fear and charges forward. This isn't mere rashness. This is courage. Shouldn't it be foolishness? I respect that. I certainly wouldn't dare. If I saw the Fourth Hokage standing before me, I would instantly teleport away and panic, while Naruto dares to swing a kunai at him. Naruto, I shall call you the strongest of Konoha. I just want to know how many in Konoha would dare to strike the Fourth Hokage. The ninjas of the village awkwardly maintained silence. I hope the Fourth Hokage gives him a severe lesson. This is an act of rebellion. Does the hierarchy in Konoha mean nothing? How boring. I want to see blood flow. I wish to witness the Fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Are you all out of your minds? No matter how one might argue, the Fourth Hokage could not possibly employ the Flying Thunder God technique against the younger generation of Konoha. I trust you do not misunderstand. Our mission here is to safeguard Her Majesty the Queen. Humph. Even the formidable Fourth Hokage must undertake protective duties, reduced to being ordered about like a mere hound. Shadows are merely ordinary ninjas who have ascended. Who hasn't he gone through such trials? Yet, some rise to become shadows, while others remain mere hounds for their entire lives. You wretched lot who willingly choose to be hounds. As the queen remained absent for an extended period, the crowd dispersed, resembling the insect swarm of the oil family from a distance. Upon reaching a consensus, the trio from Konoha swiftly moved to relocate Naruto and Sara. Within the confines of an undisturbed structure, Naruto gazed at his esteemed seniors, his expression a blend of confusion and desperation. Suddenly, I was attacked by a puppet. What was once the ruins of Loulan had transformed into a magnificent city. I am utterly bewildered. Do you possess any knowledge? Please enlighten me. Akito, the oil family, and the youth in the owl mask exchanged glances. The scene shifted to the Hokage rock of Konoha. This time, only 3 faces were present on the monument. In the village, Ichiraku ramen was offering half price, causing a line that spilled into the street. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, donned battle attire identical to that of the youth in the owl mask, scanning the area as if searching for something. I told you it was him. Do not think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you wear an owl mask. The fourth Hokage. This is indeed the fourth Hokage. How handsome he is. At that moment, a silver-haired man appeared behind Minato, patting his shoulder. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, come here. They ventured into an unoccupied alley where Jiraiya enthusiastically showcased a newly acquired jutsu, the Rasengan. How about that? The secret technique you spent 3 whole years perfecting. I've already mastered it. Impressive, isn't it? Truly remarkable. As expected of Jiraiya-sensei, Minato exclaimed in admiration, but his expression quickly shifted as he bowed and said, I must attend to urgent matters, so I shall take my leave. The legendary Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin. I find it amusing. Is this truly how the fourth Hokage and Lord Jiraiya interact in their daily lives? It seems somewhat dismissive, yet not entirely so. I had presumed that the Sannin and the shadows would be difficult to approach, yet both Lord Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage appear remarkably amiable. What an illusion. It is a mere illusion, I tell you. On the battlefield, these seemingly harmless individuals could easily crush you. What, then, is the fourth Hokage searching for? Minato navigated through the throngs of eager patrons, turning onto another street, where he spotted 3 young children eagerly anticipating their turn. Ah, is that not Shizen, Might Guy? And Asuma? Young Shizen exclaimed, I can't wait to eat ramen. Might Guy added, the hand-pulled noodles made by the hard-working uncle. The soul-filled broth. I will savor every drop. Asuma chimed in, passing down the secret flavors is also the will of fire. It was now Tsunade's turn to tease Shizen. I never expected to see a young Shizen again. Shizen blushed. That was a long, long time ago. Might Guy's eyes widened. What? Was that the day it happened? Asuma gasped, feeling embarrassed as he recalled his own boastful words about the will of fire. Such a black history need not be aired. Just then, another silver-haired youth appeared behind them. Is it really necessary to be so excited over a bowl of ramen? Shizen retorted, what is it to you? Kakashi, aren't you also in line? But before she could finish, Kakashi spotted the fourth Hokage approaching and ran up to him excitedly. Minato-sensei, are there any missions? Ah, we are about to assemble. After the 2 joined together, they proceeded toward the meeting point. Watching their retreating figures, Might Guy couldn't help but shout, what about the hand-pulled Uncle S ramen? Kakashi halted, turned, and replied, I am quite busy, unlike you lot. Shizen placed her hands on her hips, expressing her dissatisfaction. What a pompous fellow. Asuma agreed, indeed. Kakashi merely smiled. Asuma burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone's embarrassing history surpasses his own. Shizen couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing. Back then, we were all still children. Who would have thought we would see that version of Kakashi again? Kakashi as a child was indeed this proud. He is a genius, after all. How can he be compared to ordinary individuals? Why did he wear a mask even at such a young age? What do you know? It's for sun protection. Kakashi is the fourth Hokage's student? Indeed. Did you not know? The fourth Hokage led a team consisting of Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and a girl named Rin Noera. Wait, why have I only heard of him, and not his teammates? You see, Obito perished during the Uchiha massacre. What nonsense. His teammates didn't even survive until that time. Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, revealing no signs of distress. He suddenly wondered if the heavens could manifest his childhood self. Would it also summon Obito and Rin? Back then, under the heavens, they were all still alive. If only he could see them once more. Chapter 10. The fourth Hokage is a dream. The third Hokage, much like Tsunade before him, issued tasks. The above outlines the mission details. Minato Namikaze, Akito Dingswa, and Shimi Yunyu, you are to proceed to Loulan immediately. Upon accepting the mission, Minato stepped forward, submitting a request. May we bring Kakashi Hitaki on this mission? On the heavenly screen, Kakashi's resume briefly appeared, though it vanished almost instantly, yet countless ninjas beheld it clearly. Kakashi Hitaki during his Chunin days. The identification photo seems quite ordinary. I expected something extraordinary from a genius. His chakra attributes are lightning and water, the same as mine. I am wind and earth. A barrage of commentary regarding chakra attributes ensued. Who asked you? Promoted to Chunin at the age of 6? How utterly absurd. Is Konoha not filled with absurdities? Ha ha ha. The notes read, stubbornly adheres to rules, lacking flexibility. This bears no resemblance to the current Kakashi Hitaki. Now he is just a lazy-eyed uncle. Additionally, he exhibits tendencies to disdain those of lesser strength and shows a lack of discipline. He himself currently appears rather lackadaisical. Observing his capability data chart, ninjutsu is appallingly low. Does he have a score of 2? It can't be only 1, right? This kid has so little chakra. Intelligence and speed are at their peak, but strength and illusion are quite weak. Wait, this is his data from his Chunin days? What purpose does this serve in our analysis? They are no longer battling against copies of Chunin now. During the Chunin exams, the prowess of strength and illusion possessed by Lousy surpassed that of Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja, by a considerable margin. Rounded off, I have triumphed over Kakashi. My spirit is superior to his. Given the limited spirit during the Chunin period, I doubt that Kakashi will significantly enhance his chakra as he matures. I wager that his chakra reserves will still be rather meager. Thus, the strategy against the copy ninja should revolve around endurance, dragging the battle until he exhausts his chakra. How amusing, your confidence is quite remarkable, perhaps upon our first encounter. I might be swiftly defeated, yet you aspire to deplete his chakra? What about using genjutsu? It seems that Kakashi is not particularly adept at illusions. So, are you all convening here to devise strategies against the copy ninja? Naruto inquired curiously. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, why do they call you the copy ninja? Kakashi scratched his chin, glanced at Sasuke Uchiha, and explained, well, that's quite a long story. I shall tell you later. Observing his current demeanor, which exuded a sense of trouble and lethargy, Sasuke found it difficult to reconcile this lackadaisical young man with the impetuous boy he had once known. And who are those two gentlemen? Naruto asked with great enthusiasm. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shikaku. They are two uncles who fought alongside me in my youth. Sakura sniffled and replied, they should be the fathers of Choji and Shino. Having been close to Ino, who hailed from the Yamanaka clan, long affiliated with the Ino Shikacho trio and quite familiar with the Akimichi clan, Sakura had a better understanding of the Akimichi family. So it is them. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Will I embark on missions with them when I grow up? I shall engage in battle alongside my companions, apart from Sakura and Sasuke. Have I garnered greater recognition from others? I have made more friends. Wonderful. He excitedly clenched his fists. I will definitely become Hokage. The third Hokage, holding his pipe, inquired, do you have any thoughts? Minato Namikaze replied, though he is young, he is an exceptional ninja. The third, very well. Damn, Kakashi Hitaki is quite esteemed. Huh. He was already held in high regard during his Nin exams, yet now, despite being known as the copy ninja, it seems he hasn't reached the heights he should have. This is because his superiors who promoted him are no longer around. The fourth Hokage has died, hasn't he? If the fourth had not perished, Kakashi would have surely been his most trusted confidant. Indeed, perhaps he would even assist the fourth in managing the Umbu. The fourth Hokage had great hopes for this disciple. Being a genius, he could have been groomed to become the fifth Hokage. Speaking of which, the third is now quite aged. Has he considered a successor? It seems there is currently no clear candidate for the next generation in Konoha. The legendary three. The third Hokage's disciples, Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya, could both fit the bill. But Tsunade and Jiraiya have been absent from Konoha for many years, haven't they? If they were to be successors, they should have been trained in advance. It wouldn't do to find someone at the last moment after the third has passed away. Would it? Could Jiraiya really become Hokage? Although, isn't he infamous for peeping on women's baths? That wouldn't bode well for the Hokage's reputation. Indeed, Jiraiya is absolutely unsuitable. Then it must be Lady Tsunade. Don't you remember that it was Lady Tsunade who assigned missions to Naruto and the others? She must be the one to succeed as Hokage. Under the heavens, Tsunade, who had previously sensed something amiss, erupted in a cry of despair. No. How could this be happening? I will never accept this. Shizen had been worried about Tsunade's reckless behavior for some time. And upon seeing her potentially rallying in the future, she could not help but exclaim, this is a good thing. Lady Tsunade. Damn it. I must return to the casino. The scene shifts from Minato and his companions arriving in Loulan with Kakashi to the trio with Naruto. Minato exchanged glances with his two companions. Somewhat resigned, there is no other choice. Though I am reluctant to speak, I will explain as much as I can within reason. He lifted his hand to remove his mask, revealing a fair and handsome visage. Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino also removed their masks. To be honest, it hardly matters whether a ninja from the Akimichi clan wears a mask or not. One can easily recognize them by their physique. The same goes for the Yamanaka clan, right? Whether they wear sunglasses or not, who can tell what they truly look like? This guy thinks he is Kakashi Hitaki, the fourth. I told you he was the fourth. I'm in tears. Though I said I wouldn't elaborate, I still wish to clarify as much as possible. What a divine superior. Minato looks so much like a woman. Would he dare to grow his hair long so I could see? What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Long-haired Minato could still defeat you. Oh my beloved, my moonlight, the fourth Hokage, I can't believe I see him again. Charge. Huh, what does this charge mean? Raising both hands in a gesture of innocence. Although one's freedom is paramount, Brothers, remain calm. That is the fourth Hokage. What if he is still alive and decides to use Flying Thunder God to castrate you? He can't find me. If he could, that would be even better. Konoha, do you still care about this group of perverts disrespecting the fourth Hokage? Such a fine man. What a pity he married young. Why don't you mention that he also died young? If only I could marry the fourth Hokage, I would gladly live in mourning. You dream on. But he must be willing. Naruto looked blankly at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what do they mean? Gazing into his innocent blue eyes, Kakashi Hitaki, bearing a resemblance to the fourth Hokage with his golden hair and blue eyes, couldn't he help but twitch his lips. Chapter 11. Go back 20 years and kill the fourth Hokage under the heavens. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino from Team 10 couldn't he help but glance at Choji. It seems that way. Since seeing his father's image appear, Choji has been gazing up with shining eyes, even forgetting to eat the chips he was holding. Due to his physique, he had been mocked for many years. Seeing his father shine on the screen allowed him to take pride in the Akimichi clan's ninjutsu, which is quite impressive. Meanwhile, in Team 8, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba also unconsciously turned their attention to Yamanaka Shino. Shino instinctively hid his face further into his collar. What's wrong? We've never seen Shino without sunglasses or hiding behind his collar. Right, Hinata? Yes. Shino suddenly dodged as Kiba lunged towards him. Hinata can see with her Byakugan, right? Hinata stammered. No, after activating Byakugan, I can only see the flow of chakra. I can't see faces. So, Shino, let us see. He runs, he chases. Team 8, relying solely on the lively nature of Kiba, began a noisy chase. The words emanating from the heavens are almost impossible to trace back to their origin, which is perhaps why many feel free to express their thoughts candidly. One cannot deny that such a channel indeed allows numerous ninjas to vent their pent-up stress and darker emotions. However, just as they believed they could speak without restraint, many extreme comments were unable to be displayed in the heavens, leading many to gradually realize that the heavens also have their limitations. Thus, the comments in the barrage generally remain within acceptable bounds. The fourth said, "We have accepted a highly classified mission from Konoha. This place is indeed not the Loulan you remember. If I am not mistaken, you should be from the future." The future? The future? The reason I do not wish to disclose this is that once individuals from the future engage with this era, the flow of time will undergo significant changes. This era is approximately 20 years behind you. 6 years ago, there was also a ninja from the future who, like you, suddenly appeared. His name was 100 Legs. Upon hearing this name, Naruto anxiously exclaimed, "The person we need to capture is called 100 Legs." He suddenly clutched his head and shouted, What on earth is happening? I completely don't understand. Weren't you the one who said Naruto was always emotionally stable? Laughable, it's not that he can't break down. It's just that his reflexes are much slower than normal. So 100 Legs is the one who traveled from the future 6 years ago. Although he vanished in the purple light, he arrived much earlier. It's not quite right to say he vanished together. 100 Legs must have arrived a few minutes before them. Hey, 20 years ago, 6 years ago, 26 years ago, what wars were happening then? How infuriating. The vast sky above offers no indication of how many years have passed. How can one even measure time? Isn't Naruto merely a recent graduate of the Ninja Academy this year? If we trace back, it must be just before the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, the current scene unfolds during that tumultuous conflict. Outside, battles rage fiercely, while Loulan remains an untouched sanctuary. If the Third War has indeed ignited, is it not astonishing that Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha is still bustling with customers lining up? It suggests we are on the eve of the Third War. Is Baizu from Sunagate here? So he traversed time in pursuit of the endless chakra ley lines to aid his village in triumphing during the Third War? My heart aches for him. Clearly, his efforts have borne little fruit. Is this a solitary endeavor of his, or part of a grand scheme by the higher-ups of Sunagate? Why hasn't Sasori of the Red Sand been dispatched? Isn't he reputed as a genius puppeteer, far surpassing Baizu? Although Sasori is formidable, he may not necessarily follow orders. Didn't he defect shortly after? If he were sent, wouldn't there be a risk that he might obliterate Sunagate after obtaining the ley lines? Calm down, sister. Sasori. You rascal. No wonder Konoha seeks to seal the ley lines, thwarting Baizu's ambitions. Which ninja village could afford to remain indifferent? Especially with the land of fire so close to the land of wind? A trivial note, the land of wind does not border the land of fire. They are separated by the land of rivers. Land of rivers. Thank you. I'm fine. Please disregard me. So, only Konoha possesses this intelligence while other ninja villages remain oblivious? Konoha's intelligence capabilities are astoundingly formidable. Surely, Sunagate hasn't he been infiltrated to such an extent? What of Iwagakure? They are also adjacent to the land of wind, yet entirely uninformed? Iwagakure's intelligence prowess is woefully lacking, as they remain holed up in their mountainous hideouts. A band of rustic bumpkins. Which ninja village do you hail from? I am from Konoha. If you dare, come to Konoha and challenge me. Haha. Even with an abundance of chakra, Sunagate cannot secure victory. They truly are pathetic. Raza held his head in his hands, feeling his hairline retreat further. Sunagate's reputation suffers unjustly. In a formal statement, Sunagakure declared that Baizu's actions are solely his own and do not reflect the village's official stance. It's no wonder they seek an alliance with Konoha. If they face issues with the seal in 20 years, they turn to Konoha for assistance. Likely a consequence of the Fourth Hokage's influence. What a humiliation. A disgraceful treaty. The Fourth Hokage calmly inquired. Could you enlighten me on the events occurring in your time? Perhaps I may offer some assistance. The Fourth Hokage, a divine figure. He wishes to help. Is there a possibility that this is merely a rhetorical device? His gentleness is overwhelming. How infuriating that he possesses such a visage, no matter what he utters. He emerges victorious. Naruto faced Baizu in battle, revealing the secrets of his sealing technique. The Fourth Hokage swiftly deduced. You and Baizu both traverse time through space-time ninjutsu. I struggle to comprehend, but can I return? If what you say is true, and he has absorbed the technique into his being, then defeating Baizu could restore time, allowing you to return to your original world. Is that truly possible? In any case, we must defeat Baizu as soon as possible, otherwise, the era will undergo a monumental shift. A monumental shift. Sunagakure will unify the world. I wonder what the ninja of Sunagakure are contemplating now. They once had an opportunity to emerge as the ultimate victors, only to witness it dismantled by the Fourth Hokage. Let me ask, if Sunagakure were to send someone to assassinate the freshly graduated Naruto Uzumaki, could they alter the past? What good would it do to kill Naruto? They would need to go back 20 years and eliminate the Fourth Hokage. I desire the ley lines. Then you must kill the Fourth Hokage. I need the ley lines to eliminate the Fourth Hokage. Then go and acquire the ley lines. But I must kill the Fourth Hokage. Then go and do it. A paradoxical loop ensues, laughter ensues. Chapter 12. The plea of a reluctant departure. Kakashi-sensei. Is that Fourth Hokage truly formidable? Naruto pointed at the sky. Kakashi paused slightly. Indeed. He is quite impressive. Humph. I shall surpass him in greatness. Hearing such casual words, Sasuke couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fool. The truly significant goals are never spoken of so lightly. Superficial. You nasty Sasuke. What did you say? Ah, I remember now. Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards Minato Namake's. I was just pondering where I had seen you before. He leaned in closely to observe Minato's features, who instinctively leaned back in surprise. He resembles the Fourth Hokage to a remarkable degree. Oil Girl Shimi glanced between Naruto and Minato. Is this a joke? The Hokage is currently the third. Yet this little brat hails from the future. Minato interjected. Let us cease discussions of the future. Knowing too much may alter history. Fourth Hokage, silence. Do not attempt to change my history as Hokage. This Oil Girl Shimi appears rather dim-witted, lacking any political sensitivity. Isn't she outright denying the Fourth Hokage's legitimacy? I've heard that Orochimaru was once a popular candidate for the Fourth Hokage. Could Oil Girl Shimi be affiliated with him? Oil Girl Shimi. This is defamation. This is slander. Such sentiments swiftly appeared on the screen above. This is defamation. This is slander. The Akimichi clan members displayed a rather foolish demeanor, yet unexpectedly clever in this moment. Akimichi clan members. Who are you calling foolish? No, don't you see? When Naruto stands alongside the Fourth Hokage, they appear somewhat connected. I've noticed their hair and eye colors match. Hey, there are plenty of ninja in the world with matching hair and eye colors. They bear no resemblance whatsoever. How can you force a connection? Yet, aren't there few blonde-haired, blue-eyed ninjas in Konoha? Apart from the Fourth Hokage, who else has blonde hair? Within Konoha, sharing similar hair and eye colors raises questions of potential blood relations. Could they be relatives? Am I the only one who finds it curious that the Fourth Hokage remains so composed regarding the notion of time travel? Has Konoha encountered space-time ninjutsu multiple times? This is my first experience witnessing such an event. The ability to truly traverse back in time. Where did Baizu acquire this knowledge? Was he taught? Or does Sunagakure harbor secret techniques for time travel? If they possess such techniques yet remain in such disarray, perhaps the Kazekage should consider resigning. It's quite pitiful. I wish to study space-time ninjutsu in Sunagakure. I long to return and see my deceased beloved. I wish to see my fallen parents. I wish to meet my dear friend. I long to save them. In an instant, the barrage of comments was filled with various regrets. It is no wonder that the Fourth Hokage shunned any association with those who traverse time. One glance at these sentiments reveals how easily the world could be altered. It is best to preserve the flow of time as it is. The past is irrevocable, and what is lost remains lost. Indeed, the crucial matter lies in the future. Yet, how can one simply let go of significant losses? Tsunade momentarily lost herself in thought, reminiscing about her brother and her former lover. If only she could return to the past, if only she could arrive in time to save them. Kakashi recalled a particular mission. If he had been stronger, if he could have responded more swiftly, perhaps he could have saved Obito and Rin. Sasuke also found himself in a daze. If only he could return to that day. He would immediately warn his parents that Itachi might do something unspeakable. They could seek help from the village. If his parents had been cautious, perhaps they wouldn't have fallen to that man's hand. Naruto pondered for a moment, wishing to know the identities of his parents if he could turn back time. Granny Chiyo of Sunagakure remained silent. Her brother, Chiyo, understood that she yearned to return to the day when Scorpion's parents were slain, to rescue them from the hands of Kakashi. Hey, Chio couldn't help but interject, don't do anything foolish. They are in Sunagakure. The moment the sky curtain drops, the Kazekage will certainly find Scorpion and restrain him. If Chio were to act rashly and seek him out for his space-time ninjutsu, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Minato continued, within Loulan lies a dormant dragon vein, and Scorpion has harnessed that power to develop puppet weaponry. Suddenly, Queen Sara, who had been listening from her window, spoke up. Enough. She stood, seething with anger. You are all spouting nonsense. The one who came here 6 years ago was not some ninja named Scorpion, but a distinguished man named Loulan. As a minister, he inherited my mother's wishes and labored for this city. He is a man of peace. Not the weapon manufacturer you speak of? Very well, it must be him, someone replied. And Loulan, what a peculiar name. Such an odd name cannot belong to a good person. If he inherited the queen's mother's wishes, then what has this queen inherited? To date, she has done nothing that resembles a queenly duty. Waving from a terrace? Only to be pushed off and deny it? TSK, what a wretched woman. Show some respect to the Fourth Hokage. Impressive to be so fierce towards Minato's face. I must admit, I find this queen somewhat admirable. Your Majesty, I am sorry, but you have been deceived. I cannot believe such words. You are far more suspicious. Sara retorted, turning to leave. Hey, where are you going? Naruto called out. I must confirm this myself. You almost lost your life, just now. It might have been that in Scorpion who did it. What she said was not without merit. Scorpion had been present for 6 years, while these Konoha ninjas had only just arrived, and were scarcely more than strangers. It would indeed be strange to believe them without question. I must confirm for myself, I must risk my life. Scorpion's acting didn't seem that impressive. If this queen had no doubts whatsoever and still insisted on verification, then it seems her intellect is rather lacking. Can such a queen truly govern a nation? Perhaps for the past 6 years. Scorpion has been the one managing affairs while the queen sang underground daily. Scorpion's management skills must be commendable. Let us split into 2 groups, Minato suggested. I hope you can protect Her Majesty. Protecting Sara is feasible, but I must apprehend Scorpion. Allowing that fellow to escape is what has led us to this troublesome predicament. We, who are familiar with this place, can search for Scorpion more efficiently, and we cannot take you along on the mission. You are a Konoha ninja, you understand, right? Protecting Sara is also paramount. Naruto gazed at Minato. There is no other choice, I understand. I cannot leave Sara unattended. Exposed. The Fourth Hokage initially claimed he came to protect the queen, yet now he has entrusted the task to Naruto. I knew he was not being entirely truthful. Who would commission Konoha to protect Sara? Look at her. She seems friendless. The task assigned by Konoha must pertain to sealing the dragon vein, due to its confidential nature. They misled her into believing it was a guard duty. And familiar with this place, we search more efficiently? Guess why Konoha ninjas are familiar with it? They claim it is not in pursuit of Scorpion. Initially, this group from Konoha was suspicious from the start. Naruto could randomly wander and encounter Sara. This group evidently arrived early, yet they did not stay by her side and claim to protect her. They should be searching underground. By the way, did you not notice how Naruto's expression was when he spoke to the Fourth Hokage? He looked like an abandoned puppy pleading for his master not to leave. Quite pitiful indeed. Chapter 13. The unique kunai of Minato Namake's Minato offered Naruto his signature trifurcate kunai. Taking it into his hands, Naruto muttered, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. This kunai is specially crafted by me. As long as you hold it, no matter where you are, I will arrive. Naruto looked up, gazing at the man's gentle and handsome visage, pondering, with the sealing technique inscribed on the kunai. This man must indeed be. He was unable to suppress his urge to step closer to Minato, beginning to speak. You. But Minato interrupted him. Hurry. Time is of the essence. The Fourth Hokage's specially crafted kunai. I want one too. Oh, I want one. Is it the kind that can activate Flying Thunder God, instantly arriving to snap my spine? This fellow recognized the Fourth Hokage and began to cling to him. During the mission, there is no time for you to get close to your idol. Ha ha ha. The Fourth Hokage must be quite accustomed to such situations. Konoha's juniors idolize him excessively. Yet, the Fourth Hokage's refusal remains quite gracious. Woe is me. Sky curtain. Sky curtain. Can we have a few more shots with Naruto confronting the Fourth Hokage like before? After all these years since the Fourth Hokage departed, I have yet to find a replacement. Only a few are aware of Naruto's relationship with the Fourth. Witnessing his dazed expression, their hearts tightened. Could it be that during that time, Naruto already knew something? I understand now. Ultimately, Naruto prioritized the mission, yet before departing, he turned back to glance at Minato once more. Minato remained as he had been, wearing a gentle and courteous smile, calmly gazing back at him. I entrust Sara to you. Naruto fell silent, offering no response, only turning away with a complex expression as he ran off. Behind him, the trio from Konoha did not hesitate, vanishing in an instant. Naruto seemed to exhibit a peculiar shift in demeanor upon realizing that the individual before him was the Fourth Hokage. His expression appeared to transcend mere admiration for a legendary figure. Could it be that the Fourth Hokage had a hand in the demise of his parents? What nonsense is this? Beneath the vast sky, Naruto scratched his head in confusion, pondering why his expression was deemed strange. He could discern nothing amiss. Sasuke, with a dismissive curl of his lip, recognized Naruto's foolishness, prompting Naruto to retort, "Damn it, Sasuke. What does that look on your face mean?" Sakura, observing their banter, felt a sense of reassurance as she recalled that Sasuke would soon depart from Team 7. She mused that while Naruto was often oblivious to many matters, he displayed remarkable acuity when it came to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sara ascended in the elevator, leading to the pinnacle of the tower. She grumbled in dissatisfaction, lamenting the ignorance of Naruto and the other ninjas regarding Loulan. Upon disembarking, she emerged from the empty corridor, her brow furrowed with concern. She resolved to personally vindicate Loulan's innocence. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, pulling Sara into a storage room along the corridor. Startled, she gasped at the sight of a group of individuals with their faces obscured by cloth. They covered their mouths in astonishment, realizing that there were indeed those who sought her demise. What could possibly lead her to believe that no one desired her death? It was utterly baffling. After all, she was a queen dwelling in a place devoid of guards or attendants, completely unperturbed by the void around her. How had so many infiltrated? Did Loulan lack a defense system? Perhaps Loulan had orchestrated this, deliberately compromising the queen's safety. If Loulan were a centipede, could he not simply employ puppets to eliminate her? Sara pondered the enigma of why the queen had been pushed from the tower. Was it not enough that no one sought to investigate? The assailants had not even confirmed her demise, perhaps retreating upon witnessing her rescue by the Leaf Ninja from afar. Among the masked figures, the leader, a woman, leaned closer, scrutinizing Sara. "Are you truly Queen Sara?" Sara replied with unwavering dignity, "I am Queen Sara. If you wish to take my life, do so openly." How proud she was, despite nearly being cast from the tower, and now finding herself ambushed within her own abode. Without a hint of vigilance, her nation was under foreign control, and yet she held her head high. Is this the arrogance of nobility? A perplexing and unwarranted pride? Naruto, feeling indifferent, thought perhaps it would be better for her to perish. At times, he yearned to deliver a decisive blow to the entitled faces of the nobility. Their hostility was palpable. The queen was still young, yet she bore her fate with an unsettling calmness. How foolish, incompetent, and headstrong she was. Why should her noble title guarantee her protection and a life of ease? Watching the words upon the sky, Sakura shivered, feeling the weight of malice. Everyone, what immense hostility. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to Kakashi. "Sensei, are nobles truly so detestable?" "Well," Kakashi replied, his eyes narrowing with difficulty, "there are certainly those who are amiable." Sasuke interjected, "So the majority are lacking?" "When you embark on missions in the future, you will come to understand," Kakashi sighed. "There are countless troublesome clients." As she spoke with conviction, the masked figures raised their makeshift weapons, more akin to farming tools than instruments of violence. Sara flinched. The leading woman demanded, "Return what you have." Sara, bewildered, inquired, "Return? Otherwise, we cannot predict our actions." As her words concluded, her companions echoed angrily, "Return it! Return it!" The leader asserted firmly, "We are all quite serious. What is it that you wish for me to return?" Sara questioned, "Help us, family. Who understands? Do these commoners even speak coherently? If you do not return it, we shall kill you. What is it that you desire me to return?" It seemed their intent was simply to eliminate Sara, grasping for any rationale. Just then, Naruto twisted the doorknob and burst in. "What the? The door isn't even locked? This level of conspiracy is laughable. Is this the caliber of a ninja who hasn't graduated from the academy?" He had never anticipated a day when a ninja could enter without breaking down a door. His chakra, capable of shattering stone, felt utterly wasted in this moment. "Sara." Naruto brandished his chakra blade, shielding her. Upon seeing the weapon, one among the group pleaded, "Help, don't kill me." They didn't seem like villains. Uncertain, he observed further. "What? Is this the level of Lushan's people? Pathetic. They didn't even seem like a legitimate army. There must be some misunderstanding." Someone flicked on the lights, and the masked individuals removed their disguises, revealing themselves as commoners, among them, elders, and even young children. A child stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Sale, and we are not bad people." The leading woman said, "My name is Jinzi. I apologize for the intrusion." Sale added, "We merely seek to ask something of Queen Sara." Sara queried, "What exactly do you wish for me to return?" The scene shifted, showing those who had been atop the tower emerging from the underground sewer entrance. Fireworks erupted, and as night fell, the people gathered once more to celebrate. Sara gazed at the crowd, exclaiming in delight, "The fireworks are truly beautiful. Watching the parade from here is splendid." With her hands clasped over her heart, she appeared blissfully unaware of the world's suffering. "This grand parade has been organized by Lushan to uplift the spirits of the grieving populace following my mother's sudden passing." Sale, unable to endure her obliviousness, scoffed, "How peculiar." Sara, sensing his disrespect, replied sharply, "What is so peculiar? Everyone claims Princess Sara is nothing more than a puppet." Sara looked severely wounded by this declaration. "Ah, yes, your sorrow must warrant a parade. Next time you feel sad, Why not use the dragon vein to conquer the 5 great nations? Why was she so affected? Did she truly believe she wielded any real power? She exhibited no awareness of her status as a puppet princess, just a naive child, ignorant of the world's realities. In one moment, she was being abducted. In the next, she marveled, "Oh, how beautiful the parade is." Chapter 14. The first Hokage understands the intricacies of power. What, then? Did these individuals wish for Sara to return? I surmise it relates to the extravagant expenses of the parade, which have burdened the populace. These nobles seem to think it is their prerogative to construct lavish estates and palaces without considering the feelings of the common folk. Are the taxes we pay merely for your enjoyment? What else could it be? The parade need not be excessively extravagant. After all, Loulan is not particularly vast. Nor is the procession likely to be extensive. What do you know? While the costs of the parade may be modest, the potential for garnering substantial support is immense. The queen is but a puppet. One can maneuver her as they wish. Hey, even a child can see this canopy. Let us not lead the young astray. Finally, Jinzi articulated the reason for their search for Sara. Their family had been forcibly taken away one day, never to return. The captors claimed to act under Sara's orders. Naruto turned to Sara, his brow furrowing in skepticism. Is that true? His tone had darkened considerably. Naruto's voice has a certain charm. Previously, he had been foolishly protective of Sara, yet upon hearing she might engage in malevolent deeds, his demeanor shifted to one of if that is the case. I cannot stand idly by, but why should a ninja possess such a sense of justice? Money can buy anything. Hence, Naruto is different from you all. He protects Sara not merely because she is a queen, but because he sees her as a victim. Should he discover her inflicting harm upon others, he would pivot to defend the weaker party. How remarkable, to extract so much meaning from a single statement. You must be fabricating this. Under the canopy. Naruto's face flushed crimson as he pointed to the longest stream of comments, asking Kakashi, are they praising me? Is that praise directed at me? Kakashi sighed inwardly. Indeed, it is. Naruto, blushing furiously, placed his hands behind his head and feigned indifference. But his failure was all too evident. It's rather embarrassing, I assent it. I adore this canopy. So many people, so many voices in approval of him. Sara vehemently denied the allegations. Nonsense. I never issued such commands. Is that so? Upon her outright denial, it seemed they were lying, and Salai protested. My father and brother were taken away. Jinzi added, I heard that somewhere in this country, weapons are being manufactured for warfare, which is why everyone wishes to appeal directly to Her Majesty Sara. Naruto remarked, just as Brother Mask said. Sara retorted angrily. That is a blatant lie. Why are so many citizens welcoming me with open arms then? Salai coldly replied, no one would do such a thing. What do you mean? Sara insisted. Aren't there countless people cheering and celebrating? Naruto gazed into the crowd, suddenly noticing the chakra strings manipulating the puppets. They ultimately discovered that all those jubilant citizens were mere puppets. In fact, one puppet was even dressed as Sara, standing on the balcony, waving to the puppeteered populace. Honestly, it felt like something out of a horror story. Is puppetry truly meant for this? To amuse little girls? Is there a grudge against Sunagakure? So many citizens had been transformed into puppets. What did Sara know? How long had it been since she last interacted with real people? How long since she had connected with her own subjects? Did she truly fulfill her role as queen and manage this country diligently? She spoke of carrying forth her mother's wishes, declaring that the nation was more significant than life itself. And yet this was the outcome? Expecting a mere puppet queen to uphold such high standards seems rather unreasonable. And Lushan would undoubtedly prevent her from taking any real action. He might have been deceiving her all along. In this nation, aside from in Lushan, do any loyal ministers remain? They call it a country, but in truth, Loulan is quite small, barely a desert settlement. So, does Sunagakure truly know about Loulan? If they are indeed orchestrating this, then it would be a clash between Sunagakure and Konoha. A clash? Clearly, Sunagakure suffered a crushing defeat. Yet that cannot be the whole story. At least Konoha was compelled to dispatch the Fourth Hokage, indicating this plan holds considerable weight. Indeed, such matters typically do not warrant the Fourth Hokage's involvement. Once the Fourth Hokage takes on a mission, success is almost guaranteed, is it not? Otherwise, why was it that one could witness the Fourth Hokage fleeing without consequence back in the day? Hey, only Iwagakure operates that way. Kimogakure does too. They can see and run. How enviable. You do not comprehend the agony of charging into a fight knowing you cannot win. And you, my friend, managed to survive under the Fourth Hokage? Because I played dead. Impressive. The Fourth Hokage was indeed remarkable, and his greatness lay in his early demise. This was a monumental misfortune for Konoha, but a grand blessing for other ninja villages. Enough of this. If we continue, Konoha's ninjas will erupt with fury. After all, they are oblivious to our identities. We ourselves are uncertain of who we are. Let them take on each ninja village one by one. I heard that on the day the Fourth Hokage died, I joyfully devoured 3 large bowls of rice, only to feel despondent that night, realizing such a prodigious figure could turn to dust. What a true fan you are. Ha ha ha, everyone is praising me. It feels a bit embarrassing. Who are you? Naruto. Keep it up. Yet, despite this, Sara remained unconvinced. Her gaze lingered on Naruto, Jinzi, and Salai for a moment. They are deceivers, it's all a lie. And Lushan would never do such a thing. She plunged into the crowd of puppets, vanishing from sight. I must say, this sudden emergence of commoners resembles Konoha's ploys. Just as the fourth Hokage finished speaking, Sara dismissed it, only for a throng of people to appear, bearing witness. Sara must have harbored doubts. How could it be so fortuitous? Thus, she declared them all liars. After all, these individuals had just met, while Lushan had cared for her for 6 years. It would be strange to trust strangers over him. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that the latter had conspired together. She possesses a modicum of intelligence, but not much. At times, I genuinely cannot discern whether she feigns ignorance to protect herself or if she remains oblivious to Lushan's true nature. Furthermore, they seem to know how to reach the tower to find the queen. Surely, the Konoha ninjas must have lent assistance. The Konoha ninjas initially appeared in the civilian district, suggesting they had established contact long ago. TSK, the fourth Hokage, appearing gentle and harmless, likely possesses all manner of cunning behind the scenes. Of course, a person capable of becoming Hokage relies on more than mere appearance. Is it not enough to depend solely on martial prowess? Would the first Hokage comprehend political machinations? He would simply bulldoze through. Chapter 15. Is it true? I refuse to believe it. Naruto searched everywhere for Sara's whereabouts when he suddenly heard a melody. Following the sound, he found Sara hiding in the underground staircase. Upon seeing Naruto this time, Sara's demeanor softened considerably. This is a song my mother taught me, suggesting the use of the dragon vein for the benefit of the people, and it was precisely in Lushan. The power of the dragon vein, manipulated by my mother, combined with Lushan's technology, rapidly transformed Loulan into the city of 1,000 towers. However, my mother passed away before fulfilling her aspirations. Does the royal family of Loulan possess any special abilities? Perhaps the power to manipulate the dragon vein? It seems the dragon vein cannot be controlled by just anyone. No wonder Sunagakure could not harness it for their own ends. Would it not be feasible for the Wind Shadow to marry a Loulan woman to forge an alliance? Sara possesses an appealing demeanor. Marrying her would not be a loss, especially considering that the wife of Feng Ying has already passed away. How did Feng Ying's wife meet her demise? It seems it was due to complications during childbirth. Please, refrain from mentioning this matter. The monsters of Sunagakure are easily provoked into a frenzy. Would merely calling him a monster in the sky alleviate the provocation? Gaara was initially on the verge of anger, but upon reading those words, he suddenly felt that it was rather submissive to react with anger just because others expected him to. Therefore, he maintained a stoic expression, suppressing his emotions. A monster from Sunagakure? What monster? Oh, that one. Ah, that one. Countless rulers seethed with frustration. These individuals, emboldened by the anonymity provided by the skies, spoke without restraint. Naruto, as expected, inquired, Kakashi-sensei, what is that? Hatake Kakashi could only evade the question, replying, let us continue to observe. After his mother departed, only Lushan remained by his side, leaving him without any other support. He had no relatives. Naruto approached her, yet there was a master known as the perverted sage. Although he had passed away, the sage imparted a crucial lesson. Once a decision is made, one must never give up, embodying perseverance as the path of the shinobi. Your mother must have taught you something equally significant. After a heartfelt exchange, Sara finally resolved to ascertain the true state of the city. Huh? His master is dead? Which one? Hatake Kakashi? The members of Team 7 were taken aback, instinctively turning to regard the white-haired youth standing behind them. Kakashi shook his head. Not me. The perverted sage? What does sage mean? Isn't Naruto capable of the Rasengan? That technique is known only to the fourth Hokage and Lord Jiraiya. Hadn't Lord Jiraiya appeared in the skies before? So, Lord Jiraiya was this little brat's master? Jiraiya is also the perverted sage? Ha ha ha, what a title. Jiraiya is dead? How did he die? In the current shinobi world, there are only a handful of ninjas capable of slaying the legendary Sannin. Did another war break out? Perhaps he met his end at the hands of Orochimaru. Hadn't they long since turned against one another? Upon seeing his own death notice, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. But he soon smiled with resignation, sighing, one day it would come to this. However, would he truly become that boy's master? Should I return to Konoha and take a look? Those who previously criticized the boy for disobeying orders, lacking analytical abilities, and being out of sync in battle, does that concern him? No, it must be Kakashi's fault. Tsunade felt a pang of anxiety and immediately glanced at Tsunade's expression. She saw Tsunade calmly resting her chin on her hand, seemingly oblivious to the comment. People, noticing Tsunade's worried gaze, Tsunade forced a smile, suggesting, perhaps we might die at any moment, so we should enjoy life while we can. Come on, let us drink and gamble. Haha. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, pondering, could Jiraiya have met his demise by his own hand? The third Hokage's hand, holding the pipe, trembled imperceptibly. He remained silent for a moment, gazing at the concerned expressions of Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Ino, offering a bittersweet smile. Ah, old age makes one sensitive to such news. Pain and Conan remained silent. Jiraiya-sensei's disciples were akin to their junior brothers. However, when they finally met, they would likely be adversaries. Our queen possesses the power to sense the flow of dragon veins. As long as we ascertain where those conduits transporting the dragon vein energy connect, excellent. Naruto, Sara, and the two commoners from earlier convened at a new structure. This exhaust vent should connect to the dragon vein transit station for the entire city. Naruto assured Mako and Sarai, if we find your families, we will rescue them. Just wait patiently with everyone. Sarai exclaimed excitedly, really? Sara proclaimed, I promise in the name of the queen. Ah, the tone of your speech has become quite pleasant. Your Majesty, Naruto's sense of justice is truly commendable. It hardly resembles that of a ninja. Are the ninjas being trained in Konoha truly like this? Surely, this guy cannot be an advertisement for Konoha. They're all actors. Actors. Sunagakure could bankrupt Konoha. Their image in this advertisement is truly abysmal. I believe Sunagakure could develop its tourism industry. I'm quite eager to visit the Loulan ruins. Can Sunagakure develop a tourism business? Perhaps plan a tour route and arrange for transportation? Or how about developing ninja transportation tasks, where ninjas carry people on their backs? Yes. I've always wanted to experience the perspective of a ninja while traveling. They run so fast, and they always seem to bend over. I wonder if it's stable when carrying someone. Hey, ninjas are not mounts, you fools. How much are you prepared to pay? What about your pride? Special jonin requires special fees. Sunagakure is so impoverished that the Kazekage is seeking gold. What's wrong with a special jonin contributing to the village? Damn. If I could ride a special jonin, I might be tempted. Why not be bold and ride the Kazekage directly? You fool. The Kazekage will twist your head off in a moment. Initially, I despised this queen, but I suddenly realized she merely lacks guidance from others. She does not trust easily but has decided to seek evidence independently. And Lushan must have intended to render her ineffective, ultimately deciding to eliminate her. He must have realized he could not control her, right? Yet, and Lushan could have discreetly killed the queen and replaced her with a puppet. Why did he choose such a crude method of pushing her down the stairs? What was he thinking? Perhaps it was a deliberate tactic to lure Konoha's ninjas? Afraid that Konoha's ninjas would find no reason to intervene? Sunagakure is trash. Brother, are you a rogue ninja from Sunagakure? Why do you harbor such disdain towards them? Sunagakure is indeed trash. Naruto and Sara ventured deeper below, witnessing many ragged, emaciated individuals shackled and laboring under the watchful gaze of puppets, akin to slaves. It was hard to believe. Sara was finally convinced that Lushan was exploiting the people's strength to manufacture weapons. What should be done? We must stop him. No, actually. The Third Great Ninja War is about to begin, and there is no longer any peace. Preparing so many weapons in advance might actually be a good thing. Does Sara believe this to be a bad thing? She will surely regret it when the war breaks out. Loulan possesses no armed forces. Relying solely on the puppets of the 100 Feet, once war breaks out, it will only become a wasteland. This place indeed became a ruin in later generations. It was said that during the Third Great Ninja War, a nation was annihilated. Could it have been Loulan? Loulan belongs to the Land of Wind, not an enemy. What if, perhaps, Sara refuses to assist Sunagakure? After this incident, she might even lean more towards Konoha. Akatsuki paused, muttering to himself, no. In such a weak place as Loulan, even a mere ninja could easily bring about its downfall. His 100 Machines performance is not something to be dismissed. No, these weapons must have ultimately been destroyed. Otherwise, Sunagakure's strength during the Third Great Ninja War would have been significantly greater. Come on, Konoha ninjas. Quickly thwart Sunagakure's schemes. I do not wish for the history of my village to be altered during the Third Great War. I refuse to be ruled by the Land of Wind. This light curtain must be a conspiracy devised by Konoha, deliberately tarnishing our reputation in Sunagakure. So, did Sunagakure indeed conspire to seize the Dragon Vein prior to the Third Great War? Sunagakure solemnly declares that these actions are solely the behavior of the rogue ninja, Baizu, and are not related to the official stance of Sunagakure. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. I think Sunagakure might as well admit it. At least that would show some degree of cunning and strategy. If they refuse, it only makes them appear rather foolish. Chapter 16. The heartbeat of Scorpion Sara sensed the flow of the Dragon Vein, traversing the subterranean depths, ultimately directing her gaze toward a corner resembling an altar. She pointed towards that direction and whispered, quickly take me there, please. That place should be able to sever the power of the Dragon Vein. All right, without hesitation. Naruto bent down and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry. Hold on tight. Oh my, is this guy naturally oblivious? Can a princess carry be used so casually? After securing his hold, he smiled confidently. One must admit, it did look rather impressive. Hey, be careful with how you treat women like that, or you might get slapped. At the very least, you should ask for their consent first. Yet, Sara had already delivered numerous slaps before. Naruto's bandages were soaked with blood. Did he not feel any pain? Judging by his expression, he seemed entirely devoid of discomfort. Had it not been for the visible wound, one might have thought he had fully healed. To be honest, such an action would be unacceptable from someone disliked. However, Sara did not object. Perhaps she also held a certain fondness for Naruto. Maybe she felt the urgency of the situation left no time for hesitation. Sakura teased, Naruto, I never expected you to be quite capable after growing up. Huh? Why? Naruto replied, clearly oblivious to the ambiguous nature of the action, looking into his clear, untainted eyes. Sakura felt a sudden weariness. She sighed. Oh, I am utterly defeated by you. Naruto carried Sara down cautiously from the heights, both evading detection until they finally reached the altar. This altar bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Naruto had seen prior to his travels. At its center, a raised structure that resembled an eyeball. Sara instructed Naruto to keep his distance and stepped forward alone to kneel at the altar's center. In the name of the queen, I sever thy dragon veins' power and suppress thy strength, as commanded. The eyeball-like protrusion immediately closed its eyelids, merging with the earth, causing the entire altar to vanish. However, the enemy reacted swiftly. Just as Sara severed the dragon veins' flow, a figure descended from above. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Sara exclaimed in surprise. And Lushan? Is that fellow in Lushan? Naruto asked, perplexed. And Lushan bowed slightly to Naruto with a certain grace. Sara declared sternly, I have halted the flow of the dragon vein. I will not allow this power to be utilized for war. Yet, despite the queen's imposing presence, and Lushan simply gazed at her calmly. And Lushan is indeed Baizu. Yet how did Naruto not recognize him? The distance was considerable, and Lushan appeared more robust than Baizu. His hairstyle was different too, as he wore a hat. And Lushan was not Baizu. Baizu had traveled from 20 years in the future, having experienced the Third Great War. How could he be persuaded by Sara to prevent the use of this power in warfare? If one does not strike first, they will be struck by others. Without sufficient strength, only those closest to one will perish. It is either them or us. Yet, Sara's perspective was not entirely flawed. If everyone earnestly sought to avoid war, the Third Great War would not have erupted, and countless lives need not have been lost, right? Is it truly that simple to evade war? So many conflicts remain unresolved. I cannot help but ponder what Baizu is thinking at this moment. He must view Sara's ideals as naive. Furthermore, what experiences led him to aspire to dominate the 5 great nations and rewrite history according to his own will? Did he lose someone of great significance during the Third Great Ninja War? Who has not suffered the loss of a cherished individual? Many have lost beloved family and friends in the chaos of war. He wishes to alter history to reclaim those he has lost. Yet the price we pay will be even greater sacrifices. On what grounds is this permissible? Such a thing must never be allowed. Indeed, the future we inhabit now is the culmination of our joint efforts alongside those who have long since departed. We will not permit anyone to recklessly alter it. I decree in the name of the Queen, cease the development of puppet weapons and immediately release those subjected to forced labor. Oh, and Lushan chuckled. So you have learned so much? Then I cannot allow you to live. The number of puppets that can replace you is countless. My puppet army is complete, and I no longer require your command over the dragon vein's power. The puppets gradually advanced, and Naruto urged Sara to lead the enslaved individuals to safety. He intended to confront Baizu. However, the puppet army was vast, and soon Naruto found himself ensnared within a prison formed by countless puppets, relentlessly siphoning his chakra. Confident of his impending victory, and Lushan revealed the truth behind Sara's mother's death. Overwhelmed by grief and shock, Sara froze in place, unable to move. As Lushan launched a kunai toward her. In that critical moment, an orange-red chakra surged from Naruto, intercepting the kunai. Lushan gasped. What? Such powerful chakra? How powerful could it possibly be? It is perplexing. If Naruto's chakra astonished Baizu to such an extent, why did his ninjutsu and taijutsu appear to lag behind? Could it be that he possesses chakra, yet lacks the skill to wield it? I always suspected that the queen's mother's death was shrouded in mystery. And Lushan played his part for 6 years, proving to be a ruthless individual. Has this queen abandoned her resistance, preparing to kneel and weep for her fate? Where's the Fourth Hokage? Fourth Hokage, please come to our aid. My comrades are in peril. He cannot always arrive in time. Does Naruto not possess the Fourth's flying thunder god kunai? Now is the time to use it. This is no moment for tears. Naruto shouted. You need to do what you must do. I will take him down. Yet his words did not rejuvenate Sara's spirit. Observing this, and Lushan tightened the confines of Naruto's prison. Nevertheless, he still could not prevent Naruto from breaking free. Naruto, filled with an overwhelming rage, struck in Lushan's cheek, the impact revealing the core of the puppet within the damaged flesh. And Lushan collapsed to the ground, but after a brief moment, the wound began to heal autonomously, transforming back into human skin. He proclaimed, in Loulan, my power is boundless. With a maniacal laugh, he lifted his long robe, his form grotesquely morphing into that of a gigantic human-faced spider. Behold, this is my ultimate body, Deidara exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow has turned his body into a puppet? Meanwhile, Sasori critiqued, the design is truly hideous. Yet, he suddenly felt a stir of interest in the dragon vein of Loulan. Could infinity truly be eternal? Chapter 17. Is the Fourth Hokage his father? Naruto was taken aback, exclaiming, what in the world is this body? And Lushan raised his 2 claw-like appendages, the tips transforming into deadly blades. Let us die here together, Sara. After a fierce exchange, Naruto managed to escape with Sara, but they soon found themselves cornered. At that moment, reinforcements descended like a blessing from the heavens. The audience, who had previously been lamenting the puppet master's madness in transforming his flesh into a puppet, swiftly shifted to a jubilant celebration of the Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage. Seeing him bring such comfort. We are saved. Victory is assured. It was truly unexpected to witness the Fourth Hokage and not feel fear, but rather a sense of relief. Hilariously, it felt as though one were experiencing the sentiments of a Leaf Village ninja from yesteryear. Although he was an enemy, his overwhelming power rendered all words futile. Alas, how I wish the Fourth Hokage belonged to our village. Although 3 individuals appeared together, all eyes were fixated solely on the Fourth Hokage. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi felt no jealousy, accepting the situation with calmness. Watergate exchanged glances with his companions, their eyes filled with regret and sorrow. If only he were still alive, the third Hokage pondered silently. Could it be that the heavens are displeased with the deceased on the other side of the veil? Watergate appeared before Naruto, perhaps to remind him of his anger towards Naruto's current predicament. The sound of explosions echoed throughout. Well done, Watergate commended. As Kakashi swiftly maneuvered through the buildings, placing explosive tags at critical points. With a satisfied smile, Watergate turned to Naruto and urged, "Now is the time to escort Her Majesty out." Naruto nodded resolutely, instructing Sara to lead the people to safety while he performed hand seals, invoking the shadow clone technique. 2 Narutos stood side by side, their hands forming Rasengan. "Sara, I will not let you escape." And Loulan emitted a raspy growl, turning his monstrous head towards Sara. Just then, Naruto leapt high, delivering a powerful blow to Lushan's eye, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving him unable to pursue Sara. Sara successfully led the imprisoned individuals to freedom, and as Naruto and Watergate approached Lushan, they were surprised to see him still stirring. Is he still capable of movement? Naruto gasped. Watergate cautioned, "Do not be careless. We still do not know his true strength. He is incredibly powerful and remains cautious." Tears welled up as Naruto lamented. "I can't fathom how such a formidable figure ultimately met his demise." The Nine-Tails assault on the Leaf Village had even posed a challenge to the Fourth Hokage. A force akin to a natural disaster. It is a tragedy that such talent was wasted. If only the Fourth Hokage were alive now. Stop. While it is natural to lament, none but the Leaf Village wish for his return. And Lushan, having been defeated, drew upon the power of the Dragon Vein to resurrect once more. Naruto employed multiple shadow clones but was cast aside one by one. Watergate turned to his ally, Choza. Akimichi Choza charged forward, declaring, "Leave it to me." Utilizing the partial expansion technique, his arm ballooned in size, and in Lushan, now several times larger than an average human, was no more than a bug crushed beneath his fist. Yet, he still writhed in anger. "Shimi," Watergate called. Yamanaka Shimi had already prepared a swarm of insects. Ninjutsu, insect sphere. The swarm, resembling a black sea of sand, enveloped in Lushan entirely, causing him to plummet and create a massive crater in the ground. Yamato, witness what it means to be a core leader. As identical comments flooded the screen, Yamato mournfully thought, "I do not wish to be known for tactical miscalculations." Yet, and Lushan resurrected once more. My heavens, encountering such a ninja in battle would truly shatter my resolve. It is akin to being indestructible. The Leaf Village had indeed performed a great service. Otherwise, if Sunagakure had seized control of the Dragon Vein, every puppet master would have transformed themselves into such abominations, rendering the Third War a farce. I just want to know, is the ultimate fate of a puppet master to become a puppet themselves? Not all puppet masters are so grotesque. Although it is self-inflicted, turning the living into puppets is simply outrageous. Sasori recalled his collection of human puppets in his current form, a faint cold smile escaping his lips. "Let me show you the might of the ultimate puppet weapon, my new body. This time." And Lushan transformed from a bug-like appearance into that of a divine statue. The explosions beneath attracted the families of the prisoners, who embraced each other joyfully, tears flowing as they reunited. "Thank you, Sara," they exclaimed. "Her Majesty has kept her promise." At that moment, and Lushan emerged above ground, and Sara's expression changed dramatically. "Everyone, it's dangerous here. Quickly, flee." Having gained prestige from her rescue efforts, she led the people toward the central square. To cover their escape, Naruto provocatively challenged Lushan. "Your opponent is me. Do not interfere, you brat from the Leaf. You cannot be allowed to interfere. You intend to dominate the 5 great nations. For the Leaf. For the Land of Fire, Naruto, unleash every technique you possess." The Rasengan appeared to be his signature move, yet it seemed ineffective against Lushan. He thrived on the power of the Dragon Vein. It was clear that sealing it was imperative. "Sunagakure, your schemes are truly heinous. To conceive such a malicious plan. Using poison is despicable. The feudal lord of the Wind Country should cut all funding to Sunagakure. Just look, perhaps at any moment, the ninjas of Sunagakure may alter history and poison you." Sunagakure solemnly declares that this is solely the act of the rogue ninja, Baiju, and has no connection to the official stance of Sunagakure. In the midst of Naruto's struggle with Lushan, several towers collapsed, yet Lushan remained resolute, evading entanglement with Naruto and solely pursuing Sara. Naruto pondered, what is it about that Baiju that drives him to eliminate Sara? The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared beside him in an instant. There must be a specific reason behind it. Naruto, protect Sara for a little longer. Naruto was taken aback. Minato. What other matters could you possibly have? I wish to lend support, replied Minato. Please hold on a bit longer. I will return shortly. Isn't this just a way for the Fourth to send others into peril? What if Naruto falls to in Lushan? One could only wonder what could be of greater importance than defeating in Lushan. It was anticipated that the Fourth would safeguard Naruto. Are you all out of your minds? In the midst of a mission, one must possess a resolve to face death. Who approaches the battlefield with the expectation of being protected? Minato, you can resolve this, right? There was confidence that the history had not yet been altered, but the fate of Naruto remained uncertain. Could the Fourth truly allow Naruto to come to harm? Why not? Your words suggest a special relationship, as if the Fourth were his father? Chapter 18. The death gaze of Scorpion Minato vanished in an instant. Naruto contemplated. Though my elder brother said that, should I truly heed his words? His family laughed heartily. Despite the Fourth's orders, should they be followed? Naruto, during wartime, would inevitably face a military tribunal. Would he survive long enough to leave the battlefield for court? Disobeying orders could lead to his death, potentially endangering his comrades and resulting in mission failure or even defeat on the battlefield. Calm down, everyone. This is no longer a time of war. Naruto has just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year and has not experienced battle. It is understandable for him to think this way. I must say, his compliance is truly worrisome. From the beginning, he has acted recklessly. Yet, there is merit in having one's own thoughts, independent reasoning, and not blindly following orders. Is it truly wise to think independently during missions? One must heed the commands of the leading shinobi. But not every leading shinobi is correct. If they were, why would they be leading the mission themselves? The leading shinobi possess more information and a broader perspective. What if Naruto jeopardizes the plan due to ignorance? Naruto hesitated for a moment before displaying a cheerful smile, as if he had come to a realization. Never mind. He pursued in Lushan. Wait, brother. What do you mean by never mind? Are you listening or not? It was amusing. One could hardly fathom Naruto's thoughts. Fortunately, I am not his commanding shinobi. Otherwise, I would feel my lifespan shortened from vexation. Could Kakashi Hitaki have met his demise from Naruto's antics? Kakashi replied, that seems unlikely. He believes it to be so. Isn't he pursuing in Lushan now? He must be following the Fourth's arrangements. Let us hope so. Naruto is truly unpredictable, leaving one feeling uneasy. Surely, Naruto has done all he can. He has never shied away from any challenge. I find him quite dependable. He graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. Can he take on missions now? I must go to Konoha and assign him a special mission. This is the ninja who could traverse time to meet the Fourth Hokage. Alas, I had thought this was an advertisement from Konoha. Using the deceased Fourth Hokage to elevate the status of newly graduated ninjas. Konoha, you have no shame. In Lushan caught up to Sara. Clearly, her assumption that in Lushan could not approach the central square was erroneous. In Lushan controlled her with chakra threads, compelling her to choke herself. The screen filled with question marks. How does Sunagakure cultivate its ninjas? Truly remarkable. I had thought Baiju's earlier actions were strategic, perhaps to draw out Konoha's forces or held some other significance. Yet, judging by his current behavior, it appears he is simply foolish. How could he possibly think this through? As a ninja, shouldn't he have myriad methods to kill? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. What else can Baiju do besides manipulating himself with chakra threads? The reputation of Sunagakure's puppet masters is at stake. Help. From now on, I shall not fear seeing a Sunagakure ninja carrying a puppet. My mind is filled with thoughts of Baiju's folly. Baiju is not weak. Rather, he is simply dull and tedious. His endurance is impressive, yet his lethality is woefully low. After all this time, he has not killed a single person. Aside from causing destruction to structures, he has inflicted no harm whatsoever. That is a valid point. How boring. I want to see rivers of blood. Sara, you are a foolish and inept puppet princess. Your task has concluded. Now, obediently embrace death. In a moment of peril, Naruto arrived, wielding a chakra blade, and severed the chakra threads controlling Sara. This fellow can still spout trash talk. Utterly meaningless. I suspect he may be deliberately stalling for time until Naruto arrives, perhaps believing that having the queen choke herself in front of her subjects would be more intimidating. Madness. That puppet could annihilate everyone in this square. What use is such intimidation? It seems the Shinobi Academy of Sunagakure is rather lacking. The reputation of the 5 great nations may have suffered tremendously today at the hands of this creature. Initially, when Naruto appeared, I believed it would be Konoha's face that would be tarnished, but now it seems Naruto has fared much better. Konoha, I thank you. I truly do not understand. When he killed Sara's mother, he used kunai, yet now he has no technique to eliminate Sara. As a puppeteer, he could have utilized poison. He could have commanded his puppets to smash her into a pulp. What on earth is he doing? Naruto caught the fallen Sara, her frail body collapsing into his arms as she coughed violently. I realize now, it was all to create an opportunity for Naruto to be the hero, wasn't it? Baizu. You are rather benevolent. I have a notion. Could it be that Baizu, a rogue from Sunagakure, was in collusion with Konoha to stage the charade, intentionally discrediting Sunagakure? Given the collusion, many of Baizu's actions seem rather unreasonable, almost as if he is deliberately holding back. You truly understand. You could produce a film featuring the Fourth Hokage, couldn't you? However, it might not even be the Fourth Hokage. It could merely be someone who bears a striking resemblance. Do not struggle, Sunagakure. Just admit your rogue ninja is somewhat foolish. Henceforth, the puppeteers of Sunagakure shall become comedic figures. Correction, it is the rogue puppeteer of Sunagakure. The legitimate puppeteers of Sunagakure maintain their seriousness. Deara could not help but chuckle, immediately receiving a death glare from Sasori of the Red Sand. Chapter 19. Impressive. Yet no casualties. You are not the puppet princess, Naruto stated as he handed his chakra blade to Sara. You still have things you must do. Sara paused for a moment, then revealed a look of determination as she accepted his weapon. With that, Naruto turned and charged towards Lushan. One could not deny that. Despite Sara's numerous misjudgments thus far, Naruto never abandoned her or dismissed her. He steadfastly believed in her, encouraging her. If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly be moved. Indeed, while it may appear that Naruto incessantly repeats, you are not the puppet princess, and you have things to do, as if he is merely speaking without consequence, upon deeper reflection, he has continuously supported Sara, consistently chosen her, and never once reproached her. How admirable. Moreover, Naruto never complains. After rescuing Sara, he did not hesitate before charging back towards Lushan, facing battle after battle, with Lushan repeatedly reviving, yet he remained undaunted. Though his obedience is questionable, he undeniably exudes reliability when entrusted with a mission. The worst fear is when difficulties arise and the ninja awkwardly declares they cannot complete it or require additional payment. It feels as though employing Naruto guarantees that no matter how arduous the task, he will not relent. Hey, Naruto, do not overexert yourself, you rascal. For difficult tasks that require extra payment, you better demand it. Naruto dodged volley after volley of artillery fire, brandishing his Rasengan as he charged at Lushan, only to be struck down once more. The sounds of their clash reverberated like thunder from the heavens. Witnessing his unwavering resolve in the face of adversity, Sara finally rallied her spirits, recalling the song her mother had taught her, uncovering the secret to controlling the dragon vein. She rose, slicing her long skirt to don a more practical attire. At that moment, Minato Namikaze arrived with Shikaku, Nara, and Shizune. Apologies for the delay. They landed before Sara, and she declared, to protect the people, I can sever the source of the dragon vein. Naruto suddenly comprehended. So that's why Baizu has been intent on eliminating Sara. If Baizu had employed a strategy superior to merely pushing someone down the stairs, he would have succeeded. So, was Baizu intentionally holding back? Or is he simply not very bright? Perhaps he initially intended to feign an accident, allowing Sara to fall to her demise, thereby justifying his takeover of Loulan as a minister? What significance does that hold? The people have already labeled Sara as a puppet princess. Doesn't Lushan's prolonged dominion over Loulan not afford him the opportunity to poison her under the guise of illness? He may simply be lacking in intelligence. Now, under the control of Deara, Baizu gazed at the taunting sky. Ugh, how infuriating. Sara recounted that when she first met Naruto in the courtyard, the power of the dragon vein could not be approached, which could weaken Lushan's strength. At that moment, Shikaku smiled and said, that's south the place. Huh, that's south the place? I always suspected that the people of Konoha were not so naive. They might also be searching for this location. What Konoha desires is to sever the dragon vein. I now even question if the Fourth Hokage has been deliberately allowing Lushan to operate, just to compel Sara to make this decision, thus revealing the location of the altar to sever the dragon vein. Such conspiracy theories abound. Although the Fourth Hokage is formidable, if Lushan can continuously resurrect through the dragon vein, even he would be at a loss. The dragon vein must indeed be severed. So, did the Fourth Hokage lead a team to locate a means to sever the dragon vein? Certainly, to defeat Lushan. Severing the dragon vein is tantamount to cutting off the chakra strings of a puppet. Do you recall when Sakura said that when the enemy is a puppet, one must not solely focus on the puppet? Thus, entrusting Naruto to protect Sara is truly a testament to the Fourth Hokage's wisdom. I am quite curious if the Fourth Hokage has found it. Even if he did, it would be futile. Was it not stated that only the queen can control the dragon vein? However, was it not ultimately sealed by the fourth? And Lushan pursued, attempting to thwart them, while Naruto and Minato stood to block him, shielding Sara. Go, Sara, Naruto urged, with unwavering perseverance. Hold on until the end. Yet, just as he prepared to charge forward, Shikaku and Shizune intervened. Wait, this is our task, Shikaku insisted. What? Shizune added, you go protect Sara. Splitting up allows us to buy more time. What are you saying? Big brothers, Naruto exclaimed. It is unclear whether Naruto has matured or if Shikaku and Shizune have regressed. Do not be this way, Naruto, you are classmates with their son. We cannot allow Shizune and Shikaku to refer to you as uncle. Can we? They were right. That fellow is quite powerful, Minato remarked. It is best to establish additional lines of defense. Naruto attempted to argue, but Shikaku did not look back. Trust in our strength. Go now. Minato urged. All right, hurry. Only then did Naruto concede. I understand. I entrust this to you. And Lushan roared, Sara, I will not allow you to reach the dragon vein. He charged at Sara, but Shikaku and Shizune stood in his path, declaring, "Then you must defeat us first." How infuriating. The ninjas of Konoha are portrayed as heroes, while Sunagakure appears as mere jesters. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy of Konoha. Damn Konoha. Ninja art. Insect deception. A swarm of insects, dense as a black mire. Ensnares and Lushan. Monster, your doom has arrived. Ugh, I truly detest the Oil Women Clan's ninjas. They appear repulsive, feel repulsive, and fight in a most unpleasant manner. Is the Oil Women Clan not the most effective counter against puppet masters? Hence, they were dispatched to deal with the puppet master from Sunagakure. This fellow is indeed formidable, and somewhat handsome, I must admit. However, those wretched insects. My insects will drain your chakra completely. Afterward, I shall leave it to you, Dingzwa. Akimichi Dingzwa stepped forward. Leave it to me. He swallowed a pill and leapt high into the air, instantly enlarging himself to the stature of a giant. Effortlessly, he lifted in Lushan, who was completely engulfed by the swarm of insects, and flung him aside. Wow, the Akimichi clan is quite impressive. Damn, this is clearly a Konoha promotion. I never expected Akimichi to grow so large. I thought they merely enjoyed indulging in food. Akimichi Dingzwa, upon seeing the accolades displayed on the screen, chuckled to himself, covering his head. Akimichi Dingji retorted angrily, "It's not fat, it's robust." The other Akimichi clan members joined in with their laughter. Ah, this sensation of being in the spotlight is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino half-jokingly complained, "Why is it that only the Akimichi clan is showcasing their prowess while the rest remain in the shadows?" Yet, Oil Woman Shino solemnly remarked, "Even a large-scale ninjutsu cannot alter public perception, can it? Unfortunately, the larger the ninjutsu, the more insects it attracts." Inazuka Kiba reassured, "Nevertheless, once the screen displays our feats, the Oil Woman clan's reputation will undoubtedly be stronger than before. That must count for something, right, Shino?" However, his consolation seemed to yield little effect. Just as the Akimichi and Oil Woman clans believed they had vanquished in Lushan, a bolt of lightning descended from the tower, revitalizing him. Akimichi Dingzwa observed gravely, "His chakra has surged." The swarm of insects on in Lushan gradually receded, and Oil Woman Shino's expression grew grave. Remarkably, it is chakra that even insects cannot drain. If it were the red sand scorpion with such an ability, the Wind Country would have been eradicated by now. Yet, the enemy beneath the 100 legs has suffered no casualties. He is indeed impressive. How curious. Infinite chakra, such a formidable ability. Why is the 100 legs so inept? Is his endless revival merely to remain in a state where he cannot be killed? Perhaps he intends to exhaust his foes instead. The Akimichi and Oil Woman clans pondered. Family members, does anyone comprehend? The ninjas of Sunagakure are akin to tortoises, resting idly while allowing you to strike, only to wear you down completely. Indeed, but if you were to make a move, would it not be possible to defeat at least one? Strangely enough, one must consider that Naruto is not a jonin. He may be a chunin or even a genin. The fourth Hokage is irrelevant to this discussion. Akimichi Dingzwa and Oil Woman Shino should be jonin, yet these three are not always by Naruto's side, while the 100 legs frequently engages Naruto in one-on-one combat, being toppled and requiring chakra replenishment. What does this imply? The defectors from Sunagakure ought to possess strength at the jonin level, right? It's laughable that the jonin from Sunagakure cannot even contend with the chunin or even genin from Konoha. The entire standing of Sunagakure has been diminished by the 100 legs alone. Such a lackluster strength can still qualify as a defected ninja, fleeing to Loulan, while Sunagakure must rely on Konoha-s ninjas to handle matters. Is this not a disgrace? Chapter 20. A romance across 2 decades. Kankuro gazed at the words on the screen, clenching his fists. What is this? Just because the 100 legs exists, the entire Sunagakure is being dismissed? This is infuriating. Temari coldly remarked, "They will soon learn their lesson. The screen merely showcases the impressive figures from Konoha. Why not display our formidable warriors from Sunagakure?" How infuriating. Sara led the civilians down a long, spiraling staircase towards the underground. Naruto and Minato followed closely behind. At that moment, a swarm of shadowy insects landed in Minato's palm, transforming into different coats. Oh, this spiral staircase seems familiar. It is the very place where they descended on Sized Bird to pursue the 100 legs at the story's inception. Ah, indeed. It is the same place. Can anyone decipher what this code conveys? Is it a Konoha password? I wonder if it has been updated. If not, perhaps it could be cracked. After 20 years. Surely it must have been updated. Hey, Konoha-s password team. Don't slack on this matter. Rest assured, it has been updated numerous times. Oh? Members of Konoha's password team? Be cautious about leaks. There must be many Umbu from various villages present on the screen, right? I never imagined I would have the chance to communicate with everyone in this manner. I wish to inquire if any Umbu from Sunagakure are here. What is the matter? Ha ha ha, how's the atmosphere in Sunagakure now? Have you captured the 100 legs? Humph, this is hardly the true strength of Sunagakure. All right, if you're unconvinced, voice your grievances to the screen. Exactly. Share some tales of Sunagakure's might. If Sunagakure were to capture the 100 legs now, would Naruto still undertake this mission as an adult? If he did not, would he ever meet the fourth Hokage again? What a pity it would be to miss that opportunity. After all, he is the fourth Hokage. Moreover, according to the screen, 20 years ago, the fourth Hokage, Akimichi Dingswa, an oil woman Shino should have met the grown-up Naruto. If Naruto had not traveled back in time, the past would also be altered. What would it become? By the way, did Akimichi Dingswa, an oil woman Shino, not meet Naruto in Konoha? Would they not find him reminiscent of a certain youth they encountered in their own past? Oh. Prompted by the words on the screen, Ino curiously asked, Dingji, didn't your uncle ever mention anything about Naruto? Akimichi Dingji furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time. I have no recollection whatsoever. Akimichi uncle has undertaken so many missions. Surely he wouldn't mention every single one, right? And Shikamaru added, I've heard of an unwritten rule that if one encounters a time traveler, to prevent alterations to the timeline, those who have interacted with them must utilize memory erasing jutsu. Oh, isn't that unfortunate? It's not every day one gets to meet a person from the future. Ino lamented. Uncle had previously known Naruto and fought alongside him, yet he cannot remember even having met him. How heartbreaking. Shikamaru sighed. If Akimichi uncle still remembered Naruto, the situation would be too complicated. Meanwhile, Inazuka Kiba also looked curiously towards oil woman Shino. Shino, have you not heard anything at all? Oil woman Shino shook her head. I have not heard a thing. It is indeed that Naruto fellow, who has always found it difficult to forge friendships at school. If Uncle Shimi remembers, he should at least come to check on him. Perhaps it is due to the use of the memory erasure technique, Hinata murmured. What? Such a thing exists. In response, Kiba exclaimed, yes. I occasionally catch glimpses of it on scrolls at home. Scrolls, you say? Truly, you are well versed, Hinata. Being the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan, Kiba praised. Hinata's cheeks flushed with shyness, and no, not at all. However, now that everyone is aware, Kiba remarked, the entire world knows about the future. We cannot possibly erase the memories of everyone, can we? Indeed, that is a valid point, Shikamaru sighed. Cradling the back of his head, the Hokage must be quite troubled by this. Ino suggested, although the uncles may have forgotten, we all know now. We have fought alongside Naruto, so should we not invite him to share a meal? Chuji and Shikamaru exchanged glances, recalling the adults' unspoken reluctance for them to become too close to Naruto. Shikamaru groaned, what a hassle. Chuji added, if we're going to eat, let us ask Shino if he wants to join us. That is a great idea. After the curtain falls, let us go ask. Ino cheerfully replied. Yes. Chuji exclaimed. Barbecue is best enjoyed with a crowd. Meanwhile, Minato, the fourth Hokage, furrowed his brow, interpreting the situation with concern. Indeed. What is it? That fellow has acquired the power of the dragon vein, and as long as it remains unsealed, his chakra is boundless. Naruto gasped. What? Why do you sound as if you're unaware, Naruto? Did you not witness it before? I told you. The fourth must have known that sealing the dragon vein is essential to defeat in Lushan. So, Akimichi and Yamanaka were meant to validate his hypothesis, though lacking lethality. This vitality resembles that of a cockroach, rather repulsive, I must say. You cannot deny that many puppeteers from Sunagakure craft puppets that resemble cockroaches. Let us inquire. Would you prefer to battle against cockroach-like puppets or the insects of the Yamanaka clan? What a dreadful choice. I would choose the puppets. Insects, never. Excellent. The Yamanaka clan has evidently surpassed the 1,000,000 puppeteers of Sunagakure. Where does Sunagakure even find 1,000,000? Minato inquired. However, even with infinite power, there must be other vulnerabilities. Just then, they felt the ground tremble, and upon looking up, they saw the colossal and Lushan closing in. Naruto shouted, Sara, take everyone and flee. Summoning his shadow clones before Minato, he watched as Naruto's spiraling sphere began to take shape. Minato was taken aback. Didn't Naruto use the spiraling sphere in front of the fourth before? Why does it seem like he is just now realizing Naruto can perform it? Perhaps he had never been this close to witness Naruto's technique before. He might not have paid attention. The spiraling sphere is a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. Observing his own creation flourish in the hands of his descendant after 20 years must evoke quite a complex sentiment. Oh, to think that what I created 2 decades ago is now presented before me is somewhat romantic. The fourth must have realized that Naruto is the disciple of his mentor. Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. He is my junior. How can my junior be such a disobedient fellow? Did Jiraiya-sensei truly teach him well? Speaking of which, isn't Kakashi my disciple as well? Kakashi is Naruto's first team leader. How can my junior be such a disobedient fellow? Did Kakashi truly teach him properly? Wait, why does the hierarchy seem so convoluted? My teacher is the disciple of my senior? My teacher is the disciple of my senior. While my master is my teacher's teacher's teacher. Ugh. Naruto felt utterly confounded by the entangled relationships displayed above. Jiraiya, Kakashi. Their expressions were complex as they lowered their gazes, not due to the speculation above, but because of thoughts akin to those of the third Hokage. Are you appearing in the sky to express dissatisfaction with the current state of the world? Chapter 21. A new perspective in Konoha. Naruto charged toward Lushan while wielding the spiraling sphere, yet before he could close the distance, he was struck by Lushan's long, centipede-like tail, sending him flying. Just as Lushan prepared to strike again, Minato arrived just in time, scooping Naruto away to a temporarily safe location. I'll handle this, you go protect Sara. But attacking head-on is futile. Minato pressed on Naruto's shoulder. However, I have a way to uncover his weakness, so hurry. Understood. Oh, is the fourth finally going to make a move? Wow. It's rare to witness the fourth Hokage in action from a spectator's perspective. It's simply marvelous. How many times has the fourth saved Naruto? After all, being a junior, he can't help but blame the boy's master for his reckless behavior. The fourth is indeed reliable. With a sharp intellect, he can calmly identify the weaknesses of formidable foes, unlike my companions, who only rage futilely when faced with strong adversaries. TSK, huh? The fourth Hokage isn't so extraordinary after all. He must have his moments of inadequacy. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he can hardly be slow. If the opponent isn't the Nine Tails, can there truly be a ninja capable of defeating the fourth Hokage? It seems hard to imagine. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was also slain. The fourth Hokage is not invincible. Sigh, with such martial prowess, why must he also possess such beauty? With such beauty, why must he also have such martial strength? If he were only beautiful without strength, he ought to have been captured as a pretty boy. The fourth Hokage is also of impeccable character. He treats his wife with utmost kindness. A truly extraordinary man. Woo-woo, my heart aches. That wretched Nine Tails. That accursed fox. Indeed, it is because he caused the death of the fourth Hokage that I harbor such hatred for that fox. Silence. Have you all forgotten the third Hokage's orders? Naruto, having noticed, turned to Kakashi and asked, is it true that the fourth Hokage died because of that Nine Tails? That fox? Kakashi remained silent for a moment. Yes. Previously, Naruto recalled what Mizuki had said, his expression darkening. Someone said, I am the fox. You are not. Kakashi interrupted, unable to refrain from ruffling Naruto's golden hair. The fourth's death has nothing to do with you. Really? Surprise illuminated Naruto's face. That big brother is so kind. He has saved me so many times. It's just wonderful. Big brother, you say? Observing Naruto's relieved expression, Kakashi Hitaki could only manage a wry smile. How much longer must we conceal the truth from Lord Third? Minato Namikaze charged towards Luxian, exclaiming, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. He hurled shurikens at the foe, which instantly transformed into countless emerald beams, enveloping Luxian in a torrential downpour of projectiles that relentlessly pierced through his armor, revealing a small cavity in the chest of the puppet. Is that the weakness? Minato exclaimed. Wow, the fourth Hokage's techniques are truly formidable. This must be the power of a shadow. If I were to face such an ability, I would undoubtedly be obliterated. It was astonishing to discover that puppets could harbor such vulnerabilities. I must remember this for future encounters with puppet masters and emulate the fourth strategies. The Red Sand Scorpion, witnessing the exposed weakness of the 100 legs, recalled the core embedded in his own chest, furrowing his brow in concern. The chakra emanating from the Loulan Tower sliced through the night like a lightning bolt, illuminating the fallen forms of Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi, rejuvenating and Lucian's damaged physique. Humph, the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans boasted about their strength, yet this is all they can muster? However, since Choza and Shimi were still alive, did that mean 100 legs merely incapacitated them? As the third great ninja war loomed, he intended to dominate the 5 great nations. Yet he refrained from killing 2 Konoha ninjas lying before him. He must possess a remarkable level of restraint. Perhaps he believes he is on the verge of ruling the 5 nations and wishes to keep Choza and Shimi alive for future utility. What a naive thought. Still, no casualties had occurred. Despite facing the 4th Hokage's relentless assault, he remained unscathed, unable to bring about even a single death. 100 legs? Have you never taken a life before? It was surprising to discover such compassion from Sunegakure's ninjas. Had my perception of them been misguided all along? I had assumed that the people of Sunegakure were hardened warriors, yet they appear so gentle. Curse it. Where were such leniencies during the 3rd Great Ninja War? I am curious about the battlefield exploits of Choza and Shimi. How many fell to their hands? It's all 100 legs' fault. Why did you not eliminate these 2 at this critical moment? Especially from Sunegakure, how many lives were lost due to them? Why not swiftly reprimand 100 legs for this? It is all his doing. Perhaps 100 legs was preoccupied with pursuing Sara, fearing she would sever the dragon veins, thus neglecting to finish off Choza and Shimi. At this moment, one might question, 100 legs, are you truly a ninja? As you passed by them, could you not have thrown a shuriken, a kunai, or detonated a tag, or injected poison? You had ample time to manipulate countless puppets to entertain a little girl. Yet you could not spare a moment to eliminate these threats? Your incompetence is infuriating. Were it not for the power of the dragon veins, a mere genin from Konoha could have dispatched you. Sunegakure. Oh, Sunegakure, what is the state of your education? Do you not feel shame in allowing such inept ninjas to brandish the banner of a rogue ninja? Know your disgrace. This is all the Kazekage's fault. Raza, you should step down. The Kazekage would be better off at home raising children. Karura and Temari involuntarily envisioned Raza returning home to tend to his family, which elicited a grimace of pain from them. Only now do you boast. This year's Chunin exams, I will show you the might of Sunegakure. Where is this year's Chunin exam being held? Ha ha ha, it is in Konoha. The heavens must be aware that Konoha is hosting the Chunin exams this year and is giving a prelude. Ha ha. When Sunagekyo's ninjas arrive in Konoha, there will be quite the spectacle. I have decided to attend the exams in Konoha this year. I previously had little interest in them. Ha ha ha, me too. I want to see Naruto. I heard that the daimyos of the 5 great nations have taken an interest in Konoha after witnessing the celestial display. Perhaps this year's Chunin exams will attract the presence of a daimyo. Is this for real? Just a Chunin exam, and the scale is this grand? How can it compare to the celestial spectacle? The entire world can witness it. Everyone now knows of Naruto from Konoha and the rubbish from Sunagekyo. I now somewhat hope for our Kumogakure to appear in the heavens, so everyone can see our prowess. Yet I also fear that we might also have some shameful figures. And we in a Wagakure. Considering that, perhaps it is best if we do not make an appearance. And Luxian had restored himself before Minato. The latter, feeling a twinge of panic, thought, his regeneration is far too rapid. At that moment, Sara had reached the lowest level with the others. She addressed them. Beyond this staircase lies the courtyard. The power of the dragon veins cannot reach that place. At the staircase's end stood a small door, sealed by a stone wall. It was the very door Sara had sealed to trap Naruto during their first encounter. And Luxian pursued closely behind her, and as she hurried to open the door, she was startled to discover that the mechanism had been damaged. Chapter 22. 20 Years of Pure Love. Naruto valiantly obstructed in Luxian, yet he was repeatedly sent flying. The ground trembled, and boulders rained down between Sara and the others, creating a perilous situation. Watching the trapped crowd, Sara felt a profound anguish over her own helplessness. Just as she was about to succumb to despair, Naruto's voice, though injured, rang with determination, capturing her attention. She looked up to see Naruto's multiple shadow clones wielding a blue orb of light, engaging in combat with Luxian. The violet chakra threads danced in the air, piercing through clone after clone of Naruto. Though his original form was battered and thrown aside time and again, he refused to yield or surrender. Once more, Sara whispered, Naruto. Oh no, I am feeling a flutter in my heart. Don't mention it. Even I am feeling a bit flustered. Hinata gazed at the celestial display. Her hands clasped tightly together, unable to suppress her anxiety. Go, Naruto-kun. This guy has quite the impressive aura. Sakura observed Naruto with newfound respect, having previously dismissed him as merely an annoying presence. Sara spotted the chakra sword before her and resolved to muster her courage. She rushed to the stone door, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Please, I beg you, open up. At that moment, a purple light suddenly illuminated the chakra sword in her grasp. Once, you could close the door at your whim. Now, I demand you open it, even as I weep. The door you closed, the calamity you wrought. What does this light signify? Can Sara now harness chakra? What kind of genius is she? To suddenly extract chakra without prior training? The radiance of this light is akin to that of the dragon vein. Was it not previously stated that a certain connection exists between the queen and the dragon vein? Perhaps Sara has also summoned the power of the dragon vein. A sliver of light emanated from the lock, seemingly guiding Sara towards something. Gritting her teeth, she inserted the chakra blade into the lock. Instantly, the purple glow of the dragon vein's power seeped through the crevices of the stone wall, and with great effort, Sara pushed the hilt of the sword, managing to move the mechanism halfway, but the other half remained lodged against the stone wall, immovable. Observing this, the citizens who had followed Sara rushed to assist her. Ultimately, through their collective effort, the gate to the courtyard creaked open. As they stepped into a place of safety, Sara closed the door, isolating herself from the outside. Her expression resolute, she declared, I still have matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself ensnared by Loulan. His ankle gripped tightly and was hurled downwards, ultimately landing in the depths below. Where had the Fourth Hokage gone? I had anticipated his timely arrival to rescue Naruto as he fell, yet he did not appear. Had he gone to check on Akimichi and Aburame? Surely not. Had he truly left Naruto alone to confront Loulan? Sara dashed out, lifting Naruto to his feet. Indeed, without sealing the dragon vein, Loulan's strength was boundless. Sara looked at Naruto and proclaimed, I must sever the source of the dragon vein. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's intentions. Rest assured, I shall hold him here. In a bid to shield Sara as she ventured to sever the dragon vein, Naruto charged once more at Loulan. He had lost count of how many times he had unleashed the Rasengan. His massive chakra reserves had dwindled to the point where he could only conjure 7 shadow clones, 3 of which dissipated almost immediately. Yet he pressed on, seemingly tireless, exclaiming, It's still too early. Loulan unleashed his ninjutsu, Dragon Vein, Fierce Dragon Fire. Hiss. I had thought he was merely average, but now I sense his terrifying might. This guy might be even more formidable than Loulan himself. Will he ever succumb to despair? Sara found herself disheartened repeatedly. Though she felt it to be rather dull, it was indeed the normal reaction of a human. Would Naruto partake in this year's Chunin exams? I firmly believe he shall succeed. How entertaining it would be if he were to decisively defeat the genin from Sunagekyo during the exams, resonating with the content above. Would that not leave Sunagekyo nailed to the pillar of shame, unable to rise again? I must ask, Kawabukyu, do you not possess ninjutsu? How long would it take for you to unleash an attack on a Kimichi and Aburame? With a single strike, Naruto collapsed to the ground, all his clones vanishing. Struggling to sit up, he resolutely declared, "What tremendous chakra! But I shall not let you pass here." This time, he could only summon 2 shadow clones. As Loulan advanced, his massive form loomed like a small mountain, imposing and seemingly invincible. Could Naruto truly perish here? No, it is simply impossible. The Fourth Hokage is still present. How could he fail to protect a mere genin? Why do you presume that the Fourth Hokage can shield everyone? During the Third Great Ninja War, did not 2 of his disciples perish? Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, it is impossible to save everyone. Furthermore, as a ninja, should one not rely on their own strength rather than continuously depending on the protection of comrades? Naruto certainly harbored no thoughts of relying on others. Sara arrived at the chamber housing the altar, closing the grand door behind her. She gazed towards the end of the passageway, the very place Naruto had reached prior to his journey. Outside, Naruto utilized a new technique, wind release, spiraling shuriken. However, this technique was devoured by Loulan. Completely absorbed, the grand door shattered, and Sara turned in astonishment to see Naruto propelled from the smoke and debris into the passageway. Naruto, what happened? The little brat from Konoha. Damn it, my chakra is depleted. Just as Naruto found himself cornered, the legendary Minato Namikaze appeared at last. Are you alright, Naruto? I've discovered his weakness. Strike him with your Rasengan there. Fourth Hokage. Splendid. You arrived just in time. I knew you would come through in a critical moment. Ah, so the fourth was seeking out the weakness of the 100 feet? Isn't it located in his chest? I can no longer summon any chakra. I shall lend you my strength. That is impossible. The Rasengan is a technique unique to the Fourth Hokage, known only to me and the perverted sage. No, Naruto. Did you not previously assert that he is the Fourth Hokage? Have you forgotten? At times, Naruto's intellect is truly vexing. That is why I can utilize it. Ha ha ha. Minato chuckled. Indeed, I am the Fourth Hokage. Previously, he had insisted that one should not inquire about future matters, unwilling to acknowledge his identity as the Fourth Hokage. Yet now he has been compelled to admit it. It is amusing that he has been forced to concede by Naruto, who wouldn't allow him to borrow chakra. As Naruto clasped the Rasengan, it radiated a blue luminescence, while Minato's Rasengan gleamed in a verdant hue. When chakra of similar nature draws near, it resonates. As the 2 chakras fused, the most potent Rasengan was forged. The blue and green chakra enveloped both Naruto and Minato. This is the supreme Tai Chi Rasengan. That doesn't quite align with your typical naming conventions, Watergate. Tai Chi Rasengan. That name feels rather mundane. Surely it should be called the ultimate luminous spiral entanglement technique. Ha ha ha. It still lacks that Watergate flair. What? Feels like a wave of recognition for the Fourth Hokage is upon us. This is hardly surprising, as many of the Fourth Hokage's comrades from back in the day are likely still alive. And Loulan bellowed, before I eliminate Sara, I shall first dispose of you 2. And thus, Sara successfully sealed the power of the dragon vein. 100 feet, alas. It has transcended mere shame for Sunagakure. It has become a disgrace for all ninjas. I maintain that had he simply refrained from pushing Sara down the stairs, he could have triumphed. Had he made even one correct decision, he would not find himself devoid of any wise choices. A question arises. If the Queen of Loulan had not severed the dragon vein, could the Fourth Hokage have sealed it? Deprived of the regenerative power of the dragon vein, and Loulan's puppets were finally shattered beneath Naruto's Tai Chi Rasengan. And Loulan, filled with resentment, roared. The history of the 5 great ninja nations should have unfolded according to my design. Enough. With your intellect, I doubt you could craft a commendable history. For 6 years, he meticulously plotted Loulan, yet in the end, no one was harmed. I am genuinely curious about what he accomplished during those 6 years. Was he merely lost in a daydream? What advantage did he hope to gain by preparing 6 years in advance? Alas, what a farce. Can Sunagakure manage this fool? I am quite curious about his plans for the 5 great nations. I refuse to perish, allowing all of you to vanish alongside the dragon vein. He plunged into the abyss of the dragon vein sea, detonating himself. Minato Namikaze exclaimed, this is dire. The dragon vein has begun to spiral out of control. Oh, what a quintessential villain's demise. Sara, run. However, amidst the tremors, as Sara barely escaped into the corridor, the ground shattered. Naruto raced towards Sara on the crumbling path. Damn. Even in death, he is still assisting. That centipede. I take back my previous words. Centipede, are you here to play matchmaker? What a pure-hearted warrior. Not even the apocalypse can deter my rush towards you. Is Sara not deeply in love? Wait a moment. Have you all realized that Sara is at least 20 years older than Naruto? Chapter 23. The Monster of Konoha Danger. Minato Namikaze chased after Naruto, seeking to rescue him. Yet the ground beneath their feet crumbled, plunging them towards the crimson, molten sea of the dragon vein. If the Fourth Hokage were to perish here, it would be quite the spectacle. Sunagakure would achieve a great feat. The fourth will not die here. Would release. At that moment, countless wooden beams descended from the heavens. resembling a colossal hand, lifting the three of them to safety. Naruto emerged joyfully from behind the trees, while Sara and Minato displayed expressions of curiosity upon seeing Yamato, and Kakashi Hitaki leaped down from above. "Captain Yamato," Naruto exclaimed with delight. Spotting the safe figures of civilians amidst the ruins, Sara's face lit up with joy. In front of the civilians, Shimi Yamanaka supported Akimichi Chza, both gazing towards them. Everyone was safe and sound. No casualties. Does Sunagakure have a no-kill policy? No, and Lushan still killed Sara's mother. At least the tally is not 0. I now reasonably suspect that Lushan was cursed after killing the former queen. Perhaps it is this curse that prevents him from taking any more lives. Is that absurd? Is it true? Do you believe he is cursed, or that a rogue shinobi from Sunagakure plotted for 6 years, remaining unscathed, resulting in no casualties? I would prefer to believe he is cursed. Yamato wiped the cold sweat from his brow, retracting his wooden hand. I finally caught up. But at that moment, rocks began to cascade from the ceiling below, threatening imminent collapse. In fear, Sara edged closer to Naruto, who grasped her arms. What kind of position is this? Either she falls into Naruto's embrace, or he holds her. This posture resembles Sara halfway falling, only to be halted by Naruto's grip. Naruto, do you even understand romance? You fool. After returning, Naruto had just graduated from the Ninja Academy at 12. How old is Sara? This year, she is 16, 20 years hence. She will be 36. A difference of 24 years. 24. It appears Naruto's feelings are destined for naught. What? I already have a girl I like. I like Sakura. How did my inner thoughts escape to the heavens? I know how to speak to the heavens now. Naruto. Sakura Haruno turned to see Naruto with a look of utter surprise, immediately feeling both shame and anger. Idiot. You are not allowed to speak in the heavens. The entire world witnessed him declare his affection for Sakura. How mortifying. Oh, could it be that Naruto himself has appeared? Is it true? Is it really Naruto? Is Sakura the pink-haired girl who appeared earlier? I told you they are a pair. How infuriating. Do you not consider how pitiful the lone third companion is? I do not like Naruto. I clearly like Sasuke-kun. Gripped by her collar and shaken vigorously, Naruto, whose eyes were spinning like spirals, temporarily lost the ability to continue speaking in the heavens. Minato remarked, "What about the flying thunder god kunai I gave you? I must completely seal the dragon vein." Coming back to his senses, Naruto retrieved the kunai from his pocket and handed it over. Minato approached the altar where Sara had previously sealed the dragon vein, inserting the kunai into the bulging spot resembling a closed eyeball. I told you that was the flying thunder god. So, is the flying thunder god kunai truly omnipotent? Can it also be used for sealing? Seal. With a resounding cry, the dark sealing incantations radiated outward from the kunai, ultimately forming a rectangular array. The trembling structure stabilized, and the blood-red dragon vein, boiling like lava, began to cool, emitting a bluish glow before vanishing. A faint light also emanated from Naruto and Yamato. Just as Minato had stated, following in Lushan's demise, Naruto and Yamato would return to their original era. He descended from the altar, standing before the crowd, smiling affirmatively at Kakashi Hitaki. "Kakashi, we successfully completed the mission." Naruto was taken aback. "Kakashi-sensei?" The title of sensei indicated that Kakashi indeed had been his teacher. Thus, Kakashi must have later entrusted him to Jiraiya, who then passed him to Yamato. Could it be that Kakashi had perished, leading Naruto to follow Jiraiya, who also met his end, resulting in Yamato becoming his current teacher? Having Naruto as a pupil seems perilous indeed, but there is no need to think so bleakly. No. Only those from Konoha view it pessimistically. Those from outside think that speculation is quite splendid. To have two powerful Konoha ninjas perish simultaneously, what a boon. Young Kakashi proudly lifted his chin, pointing at Yamato beside him. This Konoha fellow was swaying at the entrance of Loulan, barely alive. I saved him. His impudent tone prompted Yamato to clench his fist and strike his head. Ouch. Kakashi covered his head, glaring at Yamato in anger. Why did you hit me? Nothing. I just couldn't help it after being bullied by you all this time. Kakashi paused, bewildered. Amusing. Does this arrogant brat never reflect on his tone? Was Kakashi Hitaki like this as a child? Did no one ever put him in his place in Konoha? Perhaps it was not for lack of desire, but rather a matter of inability. Kakashi's expression read, "What is this guy talking about? It's our first meeting." The copy ninja was rather adorable as a child. What? The copy ninja is no longer adorable as an adult? Have you all ceased to love him? Before discussing whether he is adorable as an adult, let's focus on preserving my life first. Yamato bowed respectfully to Minato. "It is an honor to meet you." Witnessing his actions, Naruto incredulously sought confirmation. "Captain Yamato, is this older brother truly Minato Namikaze?" Minato replied, "Though it is regrettable, we must bid farewell." Was it merely an illusion? Why did it seem as though the Fourth Hokage had interrupted Naruto several times? It was not an illusion. It was evident that he would interrupt Naruto whenever he sought to affirm his identity as the Fourth Hokage. Was this to avoid altering the future? Was it necessary to go to such lengths? Even if Naruto remained silent, he should understand the gravity of the situation, especially when it concerned the past and future. No caution would be excessive. Why? Then, was Yamato permitted such leeway? He had not directly stated it. His bow could be interpreted as respect towards the elders of Konoha, not necessarily directed at the Fourth Hokage. It was as though the title of Fourth Hokage bore an unavoidable curse. It was indeed difficult to ascertain, for the Fourth Hokage had met an untimely demise. If I were to traverse back in time and inform the Fourth Hokage that he would perish on the day of the Nine-Tails rampage, would I alter the future? Could the Fourth survive? It was uncertain. One could attempt it. No. If you allow the Fourth Hokage to survive, many of the living today might perish. Do not recklessly alter history, you fool. Upon hearing this, Sara lowered her gaze, revealing a melancholic expression as she looked longingly at Naruto. Must it be this way? Are we to part? This diverted Naruto's attention from Minato, and he turned to Sara, smiling. Sara, you have accomplished what you set out to do. You are already a successful queen. Even in our absence, you will manage just fine. I will never forget you, Naruto. But just as Sara finished speaking, Minato interjected. To avoid changing history, it would be best for everyone to forget what transpired here. Let us mutually employ a technique of forgetfulness, shall we? I knew it. So, Akimichi and Yamanaka will not remember meeting Naruto in their youth? What a pity. To forget those we have so painstakingly encountered across time would feel profoundly lonely. Akimichi and Yamanaka had gone to the Hokage's office. Knowing they had used the technique, perhaps there was a way to undo it, and then they could remember. But what significance would it hold to recall now? I think it would be quite interesting to remember and then see the younger Naruto again. You are not a ninja of Konoha, are you? Huh, I am not. What of it? Naruto, his identity is unique? He is a monster of Konoha. Chapter 24. We remember, huh? Like that monster from Sunagakure? Is Naruto one of them? No way. Is this screen specifically showcasing that story? Naruto was perplexed by this notion. Yet Gaara understood the term Jinchuriki. He furrowed his brow. Is he like me, Naruto? But he felt no kinship. Instead, anger welled within him. Naruto was fundamentally different. He had trusted mentors, friends who cared for him, and his cheerful demeanor suggested he had never faced ostracism or hardship. How could such a person be compared to him? He is also a Jinchuriki? Why? Why can the Jinchuriki of Konoha smile so brightly, surrounded by friends and companions, while I am left utterly alone? The swirling sand around him proclaimed the imminent danger, reflecting its master's turbulent emotions. Kankuro and Temari could see the screen from the window, as well as their brother. Yet they could only exchange worried glances, too apprehensive to approach. Wait. Just after Minato proposed the mutual use of the forgetfulness technique, Naruto immediately demanded, before that, you must first answer my question. However, Minato had already crouched down, preparing to form hand seals. All right, but not now. I believe we shall meet again, Naruto. Unwilling to accept such ambiguous words, retorted, how can it be like this? You promised to tell me something. If you don't speak now, it will be too late. Time and again, Minato interrupted him, lifting his face to reveal a calm and gentle smile. You will hear it someday. Naruto's expression turned sorrowful. Reluctant yet compelled to accept the situation, Minato then exclaimed, erasure. As the technique unfolded, Naruto shouted to Minato, older brother, are you? If I had a son, I would raise him to be a ninja like you, Minato said, his eyes crinkling with warmth. Observing Naruto's near-tearful visage, a hint of sadness crossed Minato's face, yet it quickly transformed into a gentle demeanor as he silently called out Naruto's name. Wait, what does this mean? Did Naruto and the Fourth Hokage share some prior connection? Why is Naruto so fixated on whether or not he is the Fourth Hokage? What is so significant about the Fourth Hokage? When did the Fourth promise Naruto he would tell him something? Did he mention it before? I do not recall. Do any of you remember? Someday you will hear it. What a disingenuous sentiment. Naruto sensed something was off about Minato's expression, and Minato too appeared unsettled. As though he were gazing upon a child lost too early. What child lost too early? No matter what, Naruto would not perish before the Fourth Hokage. If anyone had met an untimely end, it was the Fourth. Why did he say he believed they would meet again? Could it mean Naruto had traversed time more than once? It made no sense, if those who crossed time had their memories erased by a technique. The Fourth Hokage should not remember Naruto. Even if Naruto had experienced many timelines, he should not recognize him. The atmosphere between them felt peculiar. Might there be a possibility that the Fourth Hokage was a copper-loving individual with a penchant for young boys, and that Naruto, during his childhood, had been taken in by him for a time, leading to a manipulation of Naruto's affections? After Naruto departed, he now sought answers, demanding, do you truly love me? Which village could produce such a prodigious talent as him? Otherwise, the Fourth Hokage would be too perfect. How could anyone possess such perfection? Surely, he harbored some dark, undisclosed secrets. Hello, the Konoha bounty has been dispatched. Uft, they have no idea who I am. Could it be that Naruto was the son of the Fourth? Due to their shared golden hair and blue eyes? The Fourth indeed mentioned a son. If I had a son, I would raise him to be a ninja like you. Yet based solely on this statement, one could not draw definitive conclusions. Was this not the language of authority? Imagine your superior praising your excellent completion of a task, saying, if I had a son, I would hope he could be as outstanding as you. Wow, wouldn't you feel pumped up, ready to devote everything to them? I would only think, you think you can be my father? I too perceive this as a means of winning hearts. Did the fourth truly need to resort to such tactics? Why not? Is Kakashi Hitaki not still alive? Why not inquire with him whether the fourth Hokage ever uttered similar words to him? The fourth held him in such high regard. Did he ever say, "If I had a son, I would train him to be a ninja just like you"? If he did express such sentiments to Kakashi, it would likely be mere politeness. Naruto gazed vacantly at the sky for a prolonged moment before turning his attention back to Kakashi. Just as Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety. Fearing Naruto might inquire about the fourth, he squinted his eyes and pondered, what are those people saying? The dense white characters are overlapping. I can hardly discern them from this distance. Kakashi remarked. Sasuke retorted, your intelligence gathering skills are truly abysmal. Huh, you jerk. Sasuke, can you see them clearly? Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his foolish expression, and thought, Naruto is the fourth Hokage's child? Impossible. He turned away, seemingly disinterested in responding. Sakura interjected. Sasuke is a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their ocular techniques. He must be able to see. Naruto, unwilling to concede, widened his eyes defiantly, declaring, humph. I can see just fine. Kakashi let out a barely perceptible sigh. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Naruto, Loulan may indeed face destruction as you mentioned, but I and the people of Loulan remain. For the sake of the people, I will fulfill my duties. Sara's invigorating voice roused Naruto from his melancholic reverie. He glanced back, seeing Sara's vibrant smile, exclaiming, this is what Naruto taught me. After a brief pause, Naruto finally revealed a relieved smile, affirming, as long as you have determination, you will surely succeed. Yamato waved at Kakashi, and together they vanished into the light. Just before their vision was completely enveloped by the white glow, Sara, with a reluctant smile of farewell, opened her arms and embraced Naruto lightly. Surely, Sara must have embraced Naruto at that moment. The angle, the posture, that expression, there was no doubt. But did Naruto realize it at that time? That remains uncertain. How unfortunate. A love song destined for failure, a courageous embrace before parting. Did their hearts truly resonate? Sara must have harbored feelings for Naruto, but what about him? Why does it seem as if he remains oblivious? Naruto has feelings for Sakura. Alas, how regrettable. To fall for someone already devoted to another is indeed a sorrowful affair. Naruto. Sara's gentle voice faded into the air. The white light completely engulfed the screen. The next moment, another cry of Naruto, filled with anguish, echoed. The pink-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, cried out in despair over the loss of her companion. Yet, the giant bird belonging to Sai was about to carry her away when the purple light that had engulfed Naruto and Yamato suddenly froze, shrinking before vanishing entirely. In the darkness, upon an isolated altar devoid of any reachable paths, Naruto and Yamato lay unconscious. Sai's white bird circled down, while Sakura hurried to Naruto's side. And Sai rushed to check on Yamato. Are you alright? Naruto. Sakura inquired with concern. Captain Yamato. Sai called out solemnly. However, the two who regained consciousness could remember nothing. Ultimately, it was all a mere illusion. Or perhaps not entirely, as they did manage to thwart the schemes of the 100 Feet. Yet, those from the past remained forgetful, and those in the present, too, retained no memory. Now we understand. Will this sky unveil all that has been forgotten? Ah, that would surely be fascinating. Yet, despite experiencing so much, to end up with no recollection feels incredibly frustrating and infuriating. What would you have done? Protested to the fourth Hokage. Wait. When Naruto and the others first entered this altar, wasn't there a path connecting to the shore? After the 100 Feet absorbed the seal, it collapsed. However, upon returning to the past, the 100 Feet jumped into the dragon vein, causing it to go berserk and leading to the path's collapse, thus severing the connection to the shore. So why was there still a path when Naruto and the others arrived 20 years later? The past and present do not align. Goodness, I completely overlooked that. Really? Is it different now? Could it be that you remembered incorrectly? I swear by my status as a special jonin, I did not misremember. Oh, a special jonin. How impressive. Who asked about your rank? Chapter 25. Ninjas and heroes. Yet the sky lacks the capabilities to pause or replay. The truth remains elusive. And people are left pondering. Perhaps Sara restored a path later on. Who knows? Sakura and Naruto emerged from the ruins, making their way to the surface, while Yamato appeared notably weaker, being supported by Sai. So, in the end, did the 100 Feet vanish? Naruto inquired. At that moment, they noticed a red-haired girl of foreign descent gracefully approaching them. Did the 100 Feet truly vanish? Now I suspect that all those who disappeared in the end must have traversed time. Ah, is that girl Sara? Sara? Is it true? But she should be in her 30s by now. How does she look nearly the same as 20 years ago? Did she wait here specifically to meet Naruto after 2 decades? I'm going to cry. Wah, the pure-hearted warrior lies prostrate. Passing nearby, she sensed the disturbance of the dragon vein and came to investigate. The girl, strikingly resembling Sara, engaged Naruto in conversation. Yamato and Sai, hidden behind the debris, quietly observed from the stone wall. Sakura sat beside Naruto, facing away from them. What disturbance? Naruto asked in confusion. The girl replied. My mother was once the queen who governed Loulan, so I can sense the presence of the dragon vein through it. As she spoke, she retrieved a rusted chakra blade from her small bag, the hilt etched with the Leaf Village symbol. Naruto instinctively reached for the sheath behind his waist, only to find his chakra blade was missing. That's it. Naruto's chakra blade. Is this Sara's daughter? I wonder who she ended up marrying? Hey, Sara never had feelings for you. Why are you reminiscing? There's a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. Though she is a familiar face, the reunion feels uncertain. If there's no solid evidence, I could dismiss it as merely a dream, yet the presence of Naruto's chakra blade raises questions. Is this fate's mockery? Rather, it feels like a warning from time itself. Naruto, how curious. Isn't that the chakra blade of the leaf? Naruto pondered. As expected of you, Naruto. So slow-witted. Is this a sign of impaired intelligence? This perspective is quite reasonable. One cannot simply lose a weapon and assume that the one across from them is theirs. Typically, one would think they misplaced it in battle rather than considering the possibility of traversing dimensions. I now ponder whether the weapons I have lost were forgotten in the annals of time. Could it be that I, too, have traversed realms on numerous occasions? The young girl tenderly held the chakra blade to her chest, stating, "This is my mother's heirloom, said to be bestowed by a hero from my dreams." Your mother? Yes. She perished amidst the chaos of war. The city of Loulan was annihilated. Yet, thanks to her, we survived. Is it true that Sara has died? How can that be? She was so young. Indeed, the turmoil of war, was it during the Third Great Ninja War that Loulan met its demise? What happened to Sunagakure? Could they not protect Loulan? Located within the Land of Wind? How amusing. We shall be blamed for both the existence and downfall of Loulan, it seems. How many times was the Land of Wind invaded during the war? Which village was responsible for Loulan's destruction? Is anyone willing to claim that? If Lushan were alive then, could his puppet army have safeguarded Loulan? Are you suggesting that his invulnerable forces would have made a difference? Perhaps, for on paper. Lushan's army was indeed formidable, aiming to dominate the 5 great nations. What a pity. A place so diligently protected by the Fourth Hokage and Naruto. Yet, there is no need to say that. The ninjas of Konoha might have merely been fulfilling a mission. Without the dragon vein, the Fourth may not have prioritized Loulan. Yamanaka and Akimichi, do we not exist? Is that not quite normal? To some, it is of the utmost importance, more precious than life itself, while to others, it is utterly worthless. I simply wish to know if, at Loulan's fall, Sara ever felt regret. Loulan was far too weak to change anything or protect anyone. I disagree. If strength were everything, this world would be a tragic place. The weak have a right to survive. Sara should have perished in the war. I wonder if she hoped for the hero from her dreams to appear and save her once more. How sorrowful it would be to yearn for a dream that would never come true. If Sara fell from the tower and died, that would be a tragic end. Once, she was pushed from a high tower, but a wounded blonde ninja bravely saved her, offering a radiant smile and reassuring her with, "It's all right now." This time, would he arrive again to catch her, saying, "It's all right now, for I have come"? No, he will not return. Alas, who has been tormented? It is I who have suffered. Hand the pen to the master. I thought that after years of missions, my heart would be frozen and numb. Yet I still feel a pang of pain. I cannot dwell on this ending. It is too painful to contemplate. When we meet again, the world will have changed beyond recognition. For me, we had only just parted from an embrace, and in the next moment, you have endured countless sufferings in a place I know not, dying in my past, never to meet again. Previously, I remarked how much older Sara was than Naruto. She must have been in her 30s, but alas, she did not even reach that age. Naruto returned to a time when he appeared to be of similar age, and she perished at the same age he was, forever frozen in time, never to grow old. Yet, Sara's daughter has come. She knows nothing, but following the chakra blade left by Naruto, she sensed the stirring of the dragon vein and sought him out. Is this not fate? Sara would surely be overjoyed if she knew. Oh, I wish to weep. She was so young, having just met her beloved and resolved to lead her people as a queen, yet she may have perished a year or two later. It need not have been so brief. The Third Great Ninja War lasted about 3 years. Even if she died in the final year of the war, Sara would have lived only 3 or 4 years longer after parting from Naruto. One can only hope that it was not the ninjas of Konoha who breached Loulan. Otherwise, how painful it would be for Sara to see the same Konoha insignia that once aided her. Thus, ninjas are mere tools for hire, devoid of personal emotions. They must not invest feelings in their objectives, nor should objectives impose feelings on the ninjas. A ninja like Naruto is not representative of what a ninja should be. Compared to ninjas, Naruto seems more like a hero destined to save lives. Hero? It is ludicrous to bestow such a title upon a ninja. Chapter 26. Are you a devil? The young girl smiled and said, I, too, shall inherit my mother's will and share life and death with my people. Naruto stared at her, momentarily taken aback. I feel Naruto did not understand. Perhaps he sensed something amiss. I leaned towards believing he did not comprehend. How amusing. Have faith in Naruto's intelligence. I now have confidence in his determination, yet my faith in his intellect wanes. How utterly amusing. After finishing the tale of the canopy. Though I do not know Naruto, I feel an inexplicable kinship with him, knowing he truly lives in Konoha. Indeed, it feels as though he is a distant friend. Naruto, how have you been? Come visit our village sometime. Be careful in Sunagakure. Do not fall prey to those enraged individuals. How delightful. Naruto is still so young. I am curious about what he is like now. Just after being praised, Naruto, who had been exuberantly chattering, now sat in silence, gazing at the screen filled with warm greetings. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura found this rather peculiar. Turning to look, they saw Naruto with tears brimming in his eyes. Biting his lip tightly, his features contorted in an effort to hold back his sobs. Oh, the three quickly averted their gazes, pretending not to notice his distress. Naruto took a deep breath, vigorously rubbing his eyes with his sleeve. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I am doing well. My goal is to become Hokage. Oh, how spirited. Becoming Hokage, you say? With that indomitable spirit, you just might achieve it. The future Hokage is you. Go for it. Next time Naruto uses time-space ninjutsu to meet the fourth Hokage, be sure to get me an autograph. Or bring back a special kunai from the fourth. I will pay you according to S-rank mission standards. Thus, life is a fragile and mundane affair, regardless of the clamor of a multitude beneath the vast sky. Eagerly vying to greet the whirlpool of Naruto, Chiyo finds herself consumed by the thoughts of Sara's demise. No matter how many dreams one harbors or how many cherished individuals one holds dear in life, once death claims its due, all is rendered void. As for heroes, rather than being heroes, Pain and Konan are reminded of another radiant figure, Yahiko. Although Yahiko firmly believed that Nagato was the savior to both Nagato and Konan, it was Yahiko who stood as the indispensable guide, illuminating their path towards salvation. Gaara increasingly felt a surge of anger. A hero? How could a Jinchuriki ever be regarded as a hero? These individuals, along with all others, existed solely for the purpose of enabling him to kill, to affirm his own existence. Talk of salvation, assistance, and heroism was utterly meaningless. A young girl slightly bowed towards Naruto, apologizing for the interruption. She then offered a similar gesture to Naruto's companions. Sakura nodded in acknowledgement, while Yamato and Sai straightened up to return her greeting. Naruto gazed at her departing figure, sensing a strange familiarity. Where had he seen her before? Just then, Sakura, who had approached him, seized his ear without hesitation. What is it? That lecherous look. Ouch, ouch, ouch. In the distance, a convoy slowly departed, evidently composed of the current remnants of Loulan. Naruto, flustered, attempted to explain to Sakura. I told you it's not like that. You must have had a lewd dream when you fainted. What? I didn't have that kind of dream. It was a much more beautiful one. Surely, it was a lewd dream. No, it was a gentle feeling. See, it was definitely a lewd dream. Sakura. Ugh. Ha ha ha. You've really angered your girlfriend. After all, you were chatting with a strange woman right in front of her for quite a while. Not only that, but you were also dazedly staring at the stranger's back while your girlfriend was right beside you. Naruto, that's unacceptable. Calming an angry girlfriend is quite a challenge. The dark sky descended. In the midst, a line of text appeared, the Tower of Despair End. So, this tale is called the Tower of Despair? Quite fitting, considering Loulan is the land of 1,000 towers. Is it truly over, this story? Yet the sky remains dim. Just then, a new sound and image emerged on the screen. Minato Namikaze, dressed casually, sat in a cozy room resembling a kitchen, appearing quite relaxed as he held up a book. The song resonated. How I long to gaze upon the same future as you. The scene shifted, revealing him seated across from Jiraiya at a dining table. I wish to be in the same place, gazing at the same star. Minato's words left Jiraiya in stunned silence. Behind the fourth Hokage, a red-haired woman with a prominent belly stepped forward. Will there be a place for me in the future you envision? The red-haired woman caressed her belly, offering a radiant smile to Jiraiya. I wish to share the same feelings with you, to gaze at the same sky together. The woman gently lowered her gaze. The next scene presented a newborn infant swaddled in blankets, sweetly asleep, with distinct markings resembling 6 whiskers on his face. So Naruto is indeed the child of the fourth Hokage? Wait, that's not necessarily true. It merely indicates that the fourth Hokage's wife is pregnant. Just because we see Naruto as a child doesn't mean he is the offspring of the fourth Hokage's wife. Furthermore, that red-haired woman might not even be the fourth's wife. She could be Jiraiya's partner. Minato may just be dining at his teacher's home. No. That is undoubtedly the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Wait, she has the Uzumaki surname. The fourth Hokage is the hero of Konoha. So why would his son become that? Isn't it precisely because he is a hero that he could be sacrificed? What village is more important than a child? Isn't the Kazekage's child from Sunagakure too? I refuse to believe it. Perhaps he is merely a relative of the fourth Hokage's wife. I also refuse to believe. Unless you can show me the fourth Hokage personally delivering Naruto, it would be quite difficult for the fourth Hokage to deliver him himself. Meanwhile, the music in the sky continued unabated. I long to gaze upon the same future as you. Sara's daughter, amidst the convoy, glanced back towards the direction she had separated from Naruto. Will there be a place for me in the future you envision? In the distance, the convoy faded further into the desert. Naruto and his companions stood amidst the ruins, gazing at her retreating figure. I wish to share the same feelings with you. to gaze at the same sky together. Naruto seemed to sense something, turning to look back at the now collapsed tower. Sakura remained behind him, her figure only partially visible in the frame. Whether in tears or laughter, we shall traverse these days together, hand in hand, on the same path until eternity. Within Naruto's gaze, the dusky sky abruptly darkened, and the bright moon hung high. The figure beneath the tower transformed into Minato Namikaze. How I long to gaze upon the same future as you. Under the moonlight, Minato, Kakashi Hatake, Shikamaru Nara, and Shino Aburame also looked towards the same direction as Naruto. I wish to be in the same place, gazing at the same star. Minato removed his owl mask, revealing his handsome visage, his expression gentle. Will there be a place for me in the future you envision? The sky brightened. On the opposite side of the tower, Sara and the civilians she rescued alongside Naruto also gazed towards the tower. I wish to share the same feelings with you, to gaze at the same sky together. She cherished the chakra blade that Naruto had left her, cradling it close. Sara, my Sara, finally, I see you again. I'm sorry for having scolded you initially. In the future that Naruto envisioned, there was no place for her. He would walk hand in hand with Sakura. Damn, are you a devil? Is it possible that the Fourth Hokage cheated, erasing Naruto's and Yamato's memories? Why do I feel like he remembers everything? Finally, the song ceased, and the images faded away. The dim sky brightened once more. The thoughts of the people could no longer manifest on the screen for all to see and discuss. For a moment, the crowd gazed at the clear and bright sky, feeling as though they had been transported to another realm. Chapter 27. Damn, why is it us again? Since the conclusion of the Tower of Despair, nearly a week had elapsed, and the number of individuals looking up at the sky for any sign of movement had dwindled significantly. After all, it had previously remained silent for an entire month. Perhaps the next news story would not appear for another month. Intelligence-gathering teams from the various villages Umbu were closely monitoring, observing, and researching, yet the sky hung high, untouchable. Even though some ninjas could utilize ninjutsu to fly, the sky remained just as distant as they saw it on the ground, leaving them at a loss for how to approach it. Although the sky appeared perpetually dark, it indeed had a considerable impact. The number of clients coming to Konoha for mission requests had surged dramatically, with many inquiring, can this task be assigned to ninjas from the Akimichi or Yamanaka clans? May I specifically designate Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino for this mission? The advanced task at hand contrasts sharply with the simpler inquiry. What squad does that young lad, Uzumaki Naruto, belong to? I wish for Naruto to accept my assignment. Consequently, the workload for Team 7 far exceeds that of their contemporaries, culminating in the necessity for additional compensation just to secure a spot in the queue. It's quite absurd. Hatake Kakashi gazed at the task list for this month and the next, already filled to the brim, his expression resembling that of a dead fish. Do not underestimate the influence of the celestial phenomenon. It is visible to the entire world. Many clients have traveled great distances from foreign lands. His comrades, half envious and half reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, make sure to excel, and do not disappoint those who hold high hopes for you, Kakashi. Compared to Choji and Ino, their situation is much better. Since the phenomenon concluded, they have been continuously engaged in missions, unable to return home. Speaking of which, how is Naruto doing in your class? Hatake Kakashi replied with a smile. His behavior aligns perfectly with that displayed during the phenomenon. He is the antithesis of calmness and caution, often neglecting his teammates and charging in recklessly. He lacks the ability to conceal his intentions, opting instead for direct confrontation. It sounds intriguing, though undoubtedly arduous as well. If we consider the celestial event, Kakashi, you have yet to correct his detrimental habits. His friends expressed concern. You aren't truly going to perish before you can teach him properly, are you? Well, who knows? Kakashi maintained a nonchalant attitude. After all, every mission we undertake carries the potential for fatality. After the celestial event concluded, Kakashi briefly instructed Naruto and the others to introduce themselves, then prepared them for the bell test the following day. Although he was aware of Naruto and Sakura's future circumstances, Kakashi explicitly stated that he would not grant leniency simply because they would become ninjas. Should they fail, they would be sent back to the academy for remedial training. The children were understandably frightened, yet fortunately, they all managed to pass successfully. What is the current situation in Sunagakure? The number of commission requests has dramatically decreased. This does not surprise me. The recent debacle has severely tarnished Sunaгаkure's reputation. The celestial phenomenon is visible across the globe. Isn't the Kazekage in a quandary? Not particularly. Why? Because the number of tourists visiting the Land of Wind has surged. What? Are they flocking to see the Loulan ruins? Indeed, ha ha ha. The seal of the Fourth Hokage remains there, and it appears to have become a popular attraction. The Fourth's legacy is inadvertently generating revenue for Sunagakure. How infuriating. Those are people from Konoha. However, many individuals have surfaced in the black market, offering money to uncover the whereabouts of the Loulan remnants, indicating that there are many who covet the ruins. The allure of infinite chakra is indeed tempting. However, the fourth seal likely harbors time-space ninjutsu. If one does not know how to deactivate it, forcibly breaking or absorbing it would likely lead to time travel, where they would be thwarted by the Fourth Hokage. Yes, Among those offering bounties in the black market for methods to break the seal, many are interested in time-space ninjutsu, with some even desiring to return to the past to meet the Fourth Hokage, a fervent fan base. Regardless of whether it is for the Loulan ruins, infinite chakra, or time-space ninjutsu, the influx of individuals infiltrating the Land of Wind for various reasons is likely to create chaos there for some time. We are fortunate that the celestial phenomenon did not hint at any treasures belonging to Konoha. Konoha does not possess any treasures, correct? I wonder whose story will be revealed next under the celestial phenomenon. It's a mix of fear and anticipation. A group of J-nin gathered, sharing drinks and engaging in casual conversation, yet all tacitly avoided the topic of Naruto potentially being the fourth son. Those who should know are already aware. If one remains oblivious now, they are simply not meant to know. As J-nin, they mutually accepted the current state of affairs without seeking to disrupt it. In contrast, the common folk of Konoha largely refused to accept or believe this revelation. While they no longer harbor the same level of aversion or disregard for Naruto as before, they still approach any interactions with him with skepticism and doubt. By comparison, Naruto's life within the village has not changed drastically, apart from Akimichi Choji's teammate, Ino, organizing a meal with Team 7 and Yamanaka Shino's Team 10. Speaking of which, how is everyone preparing for the CH-nin exams? As soon as a certain J-nin finished speaking, the sky abruptly darkened without warning. The celestial phenomenon. After a week of silence, it illuminated the skies once more. Unlike the initial panic it incited last time, this time, many eagerly rushed to the streets to witness the full spectacle of the phenomenon. What story will unfold this time? However, as the music of the phenomenon echoed, J-nin from all nations received an emergency summons, compelling them to hastily gather before their respective kage to witness the event together. Beneath the night sky, the sea shimmered under moonlight, with waves gently lapping against the rocky shore, creating a tranquil scene. Yet, not far from the coast, two factions were embroiled in an intense battle. One side, imposing in heavy armor, clashed against the other, clad in unprotected robes and headscarves. The former wielded a spiked mace, while the latter brandished a katana. Just as the latter began to falter, a third party rushed to the battlefield. Cloaked figures hurriedly arrived, clearly identifiable as ninjas. Finally, I can speak again during the celestial phenomenon. I miss you all so much. Just a week has felt like a year. It has been too long. Look at which ninja village is suffering this time. The Sunagakure ninjas are without missions and have been dispatched to guard the Loulan ruins. Ha ha ha. This isn't so bad. Being in the village allows them to spend time with family and with the influx of tourists, while the income is less than when on missions. At least it is safe and devoid of life-threatening risks. My father is a J-nin from Sunagakure. He has been home recently, able to spend time with me, and I am overjoyed. You, how dare you? Silence the children. The line was crossed. Family is one of the ninja's greatest vulnerabilities. I also wish to be home every day with my wife and children. Suddenly, I feel a twinge of envy towards Sunagakure. What is happening? The ninjas swiftly joined the fray, their movements agile and their strikes precise, showcasing their extensive combat experience as consummate warriors. One ninja leaped onto the armored foe, turning to the robed figure wielding the katana, inquiring, "Are you all right?" In the flickering firelight, the emblem of Sunagakure flashed on the ninja's forehead. No way. Another Sunagakure ninja? I can't believe my eyes. Is Sunagakure this unfortunate? A repeat occurrence? Congratulations, Sunagakure. You've hit the jackpot again. This is disastrous. The celestial phenomenon surely does not intend to doom Sunagakure. Almost all their missions have been snatched by Konoha. Will they eventually be relegated to mere tourist attractions? Gathered before the wind shadow, the numerous Jonin felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. Raza, with his hands clasped beneath his chin and a wind shadow hat casting a shadow over his face, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn it, why is it always us? With 5 great nations and countless villages, can't we have a different, less embarrassing spectacle? However, the arrival of the ninjas failed to alter the tide of battle. Asuna ninja, previously hurled away, rose from the debris of a shattered wooden structure and surveyed the battlefield. He noticed that even the heavily armored foes, once knocked down, could swiftly rise again. Were they immortal? What kind of blessed land was the Land of Wind, harboring so many undead beings? Could there be another ley line at play? At that moment, the ninjas hiding behind cover were discovered by the enemy. A towering armored figure leapt high, crashing down upon him. The ninja's head was smashed open, revealing the texture of sand, merely a sand clone. Thank goodness I covered my daughter's eyes just now. This spectacle better not be rated R. If brain matter splatters, it certainly wouldn't be suitable for children. I want to see a river of blood. The Suna villagers had never encountered such foes before. As the sand clone disintegrated, what emerged was not a person, but a puppet. Here it comes, the specialty of Suna, puppets and puppeteers. Amusingly, after last week, the puppeteers of Suna were too embarrassed to carry their puppets on their backs, feeling shy when asked, "Are you a puppeteer?" My daughter, who had aspired to become a puppeteer, declared after watching last week's spectacle that puppeteers were pathetic and she no longer wished to pursue that path. A new insult arose. You're as weak as a Suna puppeteer with their undead puppets. Our teacher's motivational line evolved. You all must strive harder. Otherwise, you'll end up as a puppeteer in Suna. The villagers silently prayed for the puppeteer, whose identity remained unknown, wishing him well in his endeavors. Among the many puppeteers, some felt a fierce determination, wishing it were themselves, showcasing the true prowess of a puppeteer, while others, fearing the spotlight and lacking confidence in their abilities, felt anxious. Please, not me. Let it not be me. Suddenly, Kankuro exclaimed, Wait, what is it? Tamari inquired. They were still at home, watching the spectacle unfold. Kankuro's tone regarding the puppet was filled with complexity. While outsiders may struggle to discern the differences between various puppets, for a puppeteer, each puppet was unique. The distinct styles of each puppeteer rendered their creations unmistakable. Kankuro felt an inexplicable familiarity with the puppet appearing on the screen. Could it be? No, it can't be. The horse-faced puppet rose, its abdomen opening to release numerous chakra threads, ensnaring the enemy and pulling them into its seemingly abyss-like interior, sealing it shut against blades and arrows. The familiar essence of the puppeteer, Yabu. The puppeteer concealed himself behind the puppet, utilizing a transformation technique. Damn it, a nesting doll. This time, Suna's puppeteer seemed quite formidable, at least possessing such a strategy. The enemy, once encircled, quickly retreated, including the heavily besieged puppet. As they withdrew, the battlefield erupted, a whirlwind of sand spiraling upwards, entombing the adversaries within the earth. Upon a stone, a young boy clad in red pressed his hands to the ground. Sandstorm burial. The sand, akin to quicksand, suddenly solidified, compressing and collapsing downward with great force. The puppet landed, revealing a confidently smiling puppeteer in a black cloak before it. His face was obscured by purple paint, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet he clutched a chakra thread tightly. You've arrived too late, Gaara. At the utterance of this name, Kankuro and Tamari gasped in unison. Kankuro stammered, I am Gaara. Tamari incredulously replied, How dare you speak to him in such a tone? Kankuro wore an expression caught between laughter and tears. What do I do? And I'm on screen. If I don't perform well, Raza won't care about the mockery directed at him. But what about me as his son? Raza straightened abruptly, his gaze fixated on the screen. Kankuro and Gaara, his two sons, were both present in the display. The Jonin felt a tension in the air, sensing impending calamity, yet also a glimmer of hope. If Kankuro and Gaara's strength could restore Suna's reputation, perhaps there was a chance. However, the uncertainty regarding Kankuro's abilities to uphold the puppeteer's honor loomed large. Besides, Gaara was an uncontrollable force. Should he rampage on screen, outsiders would only perceive Suna as even more inept. Raza quelled the Jonin's debates, solemnly commanding, Bring Kankuro and Tamari here. After a moment's hesitation, he added, And Gaara. The thought of sharing the same roof as Gaara sent shivers through many of the Jonin, who exchanged glances, suppressing their fears and revulsions. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the Suna office, the dialogue on screen felt far more relaxed. This puppeteer appears quite youthful, someone remarked. His black hat has two adorable cat-like ears. In the hidden sand village, upon realizing that brute force could not intimidate us, the puppet masters have decided to adopt a more endearing approach. Just as the Umbu arrived to convey the orders of the Kazekage to Kankuro and Tamari, they were greeted by Kankuro's vehement outburst directed at the heavens. You speak nonsense. You are the one with cat ears. The camera shifts from the cat-eared puppeteer to reveal a ninja named Gaara, who rises to his feet. He bears a gourd of considerable size on his back. His features striking with red hair and green eyes, yet his brows are shadowed by pronounced dark circles. A vivid red symbol, representing love, adorns his forehead, and he stands with his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of calm and composure. Who are these individuals? Chapter 29. Heartfelt words. Sincere interactions. Before Gaara stood a soldier wielding a long sword, who turned to report, I do not know. We were conducting field exercises when they suddenly emerged from the sea. As if startled by Gaara's presence, the heavily armored individuals retreated into the ocean. Observing this, some lightly armored soldiers, previously under attack, perceived an opportunity and pushed small boats into the water to pursue. Kankuro shouted, Stop. Do not chase them. One might ponder whether his command stemmed from tactical prudence or merely from the realization that these foes would be difficult to vanquish. Ninja affairs. Can that be deemed fear? It is a matter of assessing the situation, exercising caution, and knowing when to withdraw. It is not a lucrative commission. Why risk our lives? Which hidden village do you belong to? Upon uttering this, none would seek them out again. After all, do we not ninjas engage in life-threatening endeavors? Regardless, no one truly knows one another's identity. Has he perceived something amiss? Either he is cowardly or astute, judging by the current reputation of Sunagakure. It leans more towards the former. How infuriating you all are. It is merely prejudice. Unfortunately, the Sand Village has successfully imprinted a notion of weakness across the 5 great nations. A small boat, carrying a ninja and 2 swordsmen, sailed into the vast night. Kankuro, with a grave demeanor, concealed himself in the shadows, vigilant, while Gaara stood beside a bonfire, unabashedly exposing his presence, his expression tranquil. Indeed, The puppet master of Sunagakure possesses commendable stealth. Is this not a fundamental skill of a ninja? Have the standards for Sunagakure fallen to such depths? What is the situation with Gaara? He appears youthful, yet that previous jutsu exhibited a vast range and considerable power. Does he possess such an abundance of chakra? How enviable. Could he be a genius of Sunagakure? There is no hint of concealment. He seems quite confident in his abilities. Like Naruto, he treads the path of open and honorable confrontation, yet he appears far more brooding than Naruto. Brooding? You have no idea of his current state. Compared to how he is now, the sky above is exceptionally bright. Oh, is Gaara of the same generation as Naruto? How old is he now? Similar to Naruto. So, does this mean they may both participate in the upcoming Chunin exams? Surely, the heavens shall recount the stories of the participants in this Chunin exam? Gazing at the calm and composed reflection of himself on the celestial screen, Gaara's expression shifted to one of confusion. Is that truly me? Why does Kankuro speak to him with such familiarity and intimacy? Why? Whenever he recalls how Kankuro would not dare meet his gaze or even address him, always trembling with trepidation, it only fuels Gaara's anger further. At that moment, the Umbu of Sunagakure cautiously arrived, conveying the orders of Raza. Upon learning that Kankuro and Temari had set off, Gaara suddenly erupted into laughter. Ah, I see. Kankuro is there too, isn't he? Sensing the ominous prelude to Gaara's rampage, the Umbu felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Gaara rose to his feet, casting a cold glance at him before vanishing in an instant. Upon encountering Kankuro in the Kazekage's office, his sand erupted in fury, surging toward Kankuro and forcefully slamming him against the wall. With a resounding thud, Kankuro, pinned against the wall by the sand, transformed into a sand clone. While Gaara found himself encircled by 5 elite ninjas and 3 members of the Umbu. A flicker of anger crossed his face. One of the Umbu shouted, "Gaara, how dare you act in front of the Kazekage?" Kankuro's real body, shaken, appeared beside the Kazekage, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Temari rushed over, exclaiming, "Kankuro, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, still reeling from the encounter. He could hardly react in time had he been struck by Gaara's sand. Sustaining a few broken bones would have been fortunate. If ensnared by the sand, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult, and should Gaara tighten his grip, it could result in a fatal outcome. The mere thought sent shivers down Kankuro's spine. "Why?" he asked, glancing at Temari, his complexion pale. "Has Gaara been provoked?" Temari, equally alarmed, speculated, "It must be due to the celestial events." Kankuro felt unjustly treated. "Is it my fault that the celestial events made it seem like Gaara and I are close?" All eyes on the beach were fixed on the sea, awaiting a resolution. In the silence of the night, they could hear ominous sounds, akin to the splintering of ship planks, emanating from the ocean. Kankuro's expression turned grave as he remarked, "It is exceedingly disadvantageous to be on such dark waters." Well, this young man is remarkably calm in analyzing the situation. How moving, although Naruto is fiery. This careful and composed response embodies the true essence of a ninja. Thus, it is not merely fear. Very well, an additional point for Sunagakure. But wait, isn't this the standard level expected of a ninja? Do not unilaterally lower the expectations for Sunagakure. Gaara commanded to the side, launch the flares. The samurai responded respectfully. Yes, the trust and respect that those around Gaara expressed were not born from fear of his formidable power. The distinction between these two attitudes was perhaps most palpable among this group before the Kazekage. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, unable to suppress the unspoken thought, how they longed for that seemingly composed brother above them. Yet, it appeared that Gaara sensed their collective yearning. And under the influence of the atmosphere, he became even more intense. "I will kill you all. Everyone." 3 flares shot into the sky, illuminating the night. Above the sea, a colossal ship emerged. What was that? They had never seen a vessel of such a shape. Just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, the massive ship suddenly opened fire towards the shore. Witnessing a barrage of cannonballs hurtling toward the land, Gaara furrowed his brow. Not good. He clapped his hands together, and the sand on the shore surged rapidly, forming a defensive wall before the crowd. Above, Gaara erected a line of sand to shield everyone. Below, his sand swirled violently, as if he wished to engulf and crush everyone within the gritty tempest. The disparity was staggering. Finally, Raza intervened. "Enough, Gaara." His magnetic release shattered Gaara's sand jutsu. Above, Gaara's sand barrier was pierced by the cannon fire. The relentless bombardment stirred violent winds that swept everyone away. Gaara stood steadfast on a stone, yet had to raise his hand against the fierce gusts, revealing only his piercing green eyes, still calmly surveying the chaos beyond the swirling sands. The sky darkened. One might wonder if the Wind Shadow's office was under attack. The monster had gone berserk again. Calm down. The Umbu have been dispatched to lure him out of the village. That one was truly hard to believe. Above, he appeared in such a manner? What kind of riddle was Suna playing at? Gaara looked rather adorable. Moreover, he seemed both reliable and gentle. It was incredibly impressive how he protected his comrades. Could I possibly commission him for a task in Sunagakure? He is around Naruto's age. He should still be a genin, right? I would like to ask him to help look after my daughter. As for the cost, though he is indeed a genin now, is he very expensive? It's not really about the price. It's just that I am at a loss for words at the moment. If one is not afraid of death, they could give it a try. Huh. How can Sunagakure treat its clients in such a vague manner, with ambiguous attitudes? It does not inspire confidence. Their service is absolutely dreadful. We should go to Konoha instead. We speak from the heart and treat others sincerely, you scoundrels. Chapter 30. Everyone speculates on Sasuke's death. The sky brightened once more. Blue skies, white clouds, green trees. It was clearly not Sunagakure. You talk too much. Damn. Sunagakure's ninjas should stop chatting in the sky. Watch out for the sand. Watch out for what sand? It seemed that the sand of Sunagakure had gone berserk. What is that? A ferret dashed agilely through the trees and grass. Suddenly, it spotted some food laid upon a rock. From behind a trunk, a familiar figure emerged halfway, watching the ferret with a triumphant smile. Clad in an orange and navy tracksuit, with short golden hair and youthful blue eyes, he bore distinctive whisker marks on his cheeks. Ah, it's Naruto. He appeared much younger than before. Could it be a recent event? No, he seemed slightly older than the current Naruto. It must be a glimpse into the future. Another Naruto? Will the sky only showcase this fellow's story? Surely Sunagakure wouldn't he again become Konoha's backdrop, playing the fool? That seems unlikely. The Sunagakure ninjas seen earlier at least performed above the baseline, unlike the abysmal performance of the centipede. I am curious how the centipede is faring now. If he were captured or killed by Sunagakure, wouldn't the future be altered in a few years? Would the past also change? Indeed. How does Sunagakure plan to deal with the centipede? Sakura peeked from the other side of the tree trunk. Her pink hair and green eyes appeared even more radiant against the lush, verdant forest. Oh my. Young Sakura is so incredibly adorable. Hey. That kid hasn't he even matured yet. Are you a creep? Being so cherished, Haruno Sakura felt a surge of joy. Yet she also felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and unease at appearing in the sky. What if the sky revealed something unbecoming about her? Meanwhile, from behind another tree trunk, an unfamiliar figure appeared, turning sideways for the first time. Huh? Shikamaru. A newcomer. Judging by the attire, he was at least a chunin. The green vests of Konoha ninjas are quite the talking point. If you say they're ugly, they still have a certain charm. If you say they're charming, you can't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. This lad is from the Nara clan. Can you tell just by looking? The clan insignia appeared on his sleeve. The Nara clan perked up, showing newfound interest. Oh, is that Shikaka's kid? Not bad, Shikamaru. Ha ha ha. The Akimichi and Yamanaka clans can't hog the spotlight for too long. Nara Shikaka glanced at the sky, hissing softly, then noticed the teasing glances of his colleagues and genuinely grinded his back teeth. What a hassle. At this moment, it was evident that many non-ninjas were questioning from the sky. How is the Nara clan? Are they impressive? Immediately, a member of the Nara clan replied. They're just deer herders who sell medicinal herbs. Not impressive. Their current workload was manageable. And they didn't wish to see a surge in commission tasks like the Yamanaka or Akimichi clans due to the Sky-S revelations. The one who stands out often becomes the target. Fame is not always a blessing. Low profile. Laughable. Goddamn. They're just deer herders selling herbs. However, the Nara clan's secret medicine is quite good. It's a pity they're from Konoha, as other ninja villages wouldn't dare to buy it with confidence. The Nara clan's reputation could not compare to the elite clans like Uchiha or Senju, but their ability to endure until now certainly implied some merit. They seldom make enemies, yet once you become their target, they prove extraordinarily difficult to deal with, just as repulsive as the Yamanaka clan's insects. Please. Every time I encounter a Nara clan member, my head aches terribly. Indeed, when on a mission, hearing that there's a Nara ninja on the opposing side. Even before engaging, my head already starts to throb. Because they use their brains, they compel us to do the same. I have never had to think so much in my life. Oh, my head itches. I need to grow a brain. Generally, when I meet a Nara clan member, I simply give up trying to think. It's futile. The most bothersome aspect of facing the Nara clan is not the potency of their jutsu, but rather the intellectual humiliation they impose. How infuriating. How detestable. Indeed, in their presence, I often feel like a fool. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that if one could overpower a Nara clan member with absolute strength, the exhilaration would be unparalleled. As Nara Shikamaru gazed at the countless opinions being directed towards his family on the celestial screen, he was struck by the realization that his clan indeed held some renown within the ninja world. Yet, among the numerous members of the Nara family, why was it he who had been chosen by the heavens? Observing the excitement in Ino and Choji's eyes, he could only sigh, lamenting the presence of Choji, the son of Akimichi Chza, who had previously appeared on the celestial screen. Although the number of designated tasks they had received was not as abundant as Naruto's, it had certainly increased significantly compared to before. If it were to escalate even further, Shikamaru inhaled deeply and wearily remarked, that would be unnecessary. Shikamaru, you are going to be famous. Ino cheered joyfully, treat us to a meal. When will the Yamanaka family make their appearance? The trio watched as the weasel was slowly lured by food, inching closer to the trap. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, here it comes. Sakura quickly hushed him. At this crucial moment, could you please be quiet? Honestly. Finally, The weasel collided with the trap and was successfully captured. Shikamaru confirmed, for legs. Black fur, there's no doubt about it. Naruto, bring the cage. However, Naruto mockingly taunted the weasel. How foolish to fall for such a simple trap. The weasel, which had been affectionately entwined around Sakura's neck, seemed to comprehend and immediately bristled, baring its teeth at Naruto. Provoked by Naruto, the previously docile weasel escaped once more, prompting the trio to chase after it, only for Naruto to inadvertently step into the trap, binding his ankle and leaving him dangling upside down. Shikamaru observed Naruto, captured so easily by such a simple trap, and the trivial nature of the task that had turned into such a convoluted affair. He squatted down, supporting his forehead and sighing. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The Nara boy's expression screams. This is truly exasperating. Look at you, Nara family. Wait a minute. Why is it Naruto, Sakura, and the Nara boy? Where's Sai? Kakashi? Yamato? Why did the Nara boy end up in Team 7? Could it be that Team 7 experienced a reduction in personnel, prompting the higher-ups to consider replacing him with Shikamaru? But then they switched to Sai due to incompatibility? Indeed. I had previously been to Konoha for a mission with Team 7, which now consists of Naruto, Sakura, and a certain Uchiha Sasuke. Did that Uchiha Sasuke perish? At an Akatsuki stronghold, Uchiha Itachi frowned deeply as he watched the celestial screen. Chapter 31. It matters not. Konoha will pay more fortunately. Although the weasel had clawed Naruto's face, it had clamped down on his cheek and remained suspended with him, not fleeing again. This was a low-ranking task. Merely seeking a lost pet. How mundane, too trivial. What? Do you think incidents like a centipede attempting to dominate the 5 great nations, or even alter historical events happen frequently? Low-ranking missions signify a peaceful world, a semblance of stability. In a tranquil era, our roles as ninjas become rather superfluous. Do you ninjas believe that in order to be of use, we ordinary people must endure suffering? War is terrifying, in comparison. I find solace in Naruto being able to engage in such lowly tasks. What is there to admire in this? The first half appears to be an attempt to redeem Tsunagekyou's disgrace, while the latter half seems disconnected from Tsunagekyou altogether. Haven't you seen the movie? It feels as if the celestial screen is editing the fates of people from our reality into a series of films. By that logic, the events occurring in Tsunagekyou must ultimately be linked to Naruto's situation. Oh, can we witness the Nara boy in battle? Just what I need, a bit of intel on the Nara clan's jutsu. More information from Tsunagekyou would also be beneficial. Last time, the centipede was dreadful. Apart from knowing that the dragon vein was sealed by the Fourth Hokage, there was no valuable intelligence at all. Has Uchiha Sasuke truly perished? What a pity. He was such a striking young man. Isn't the Nara clan traditionally known for their boar-deer-butterfly combination? Did this lad become a lone wolf? Did another child emerge from the Nara family? Did several clan children fail to match in age? Perhaps this boy's Yamanaka and Akimichi relatives have met their demise? As the celestial screen unveiled this statement, the previously lively Yamanaka Ino suddenly froze, her smile faltering. Me and Choji? This ominous conjecture was evidently too much for the youthful duo to digest. Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Za's expressions darkened. As ninjas, they understood that no mission was devoid of danger. Being a ninja was inherently a life-threatening profession, where any mission could yield unforeseen calamities, and any farewell might be the last. Yet, they were still fathers. No father, devoid of love for his children, could remain indifferent upon receiving news of their offspring's demise, even if it were merely a suspicion. So both teams are short on personnel, and they're trying to patch things together? No. Nara Shikamaru is clearly already a CH Nin. Why would a CH Nin be placed with 2 genin? On what grounds do you assume Sakura and Naruto are not CH Nin? Which village would assign 3 CH Nin to undertake such a trivial task? Furthermore, Naruto and Sakura evidently obey the Nara boy's orders. They are likely just CH Nin guiding 2 genin on a mission. But where is Hitaki Kakashi? Has he already perished? If so, he met his end quite early. To have 2 of his students, both genin, perish. Hitaki Kakashi. The spotlight of scrutiny shifted from Nara Shikaku to Hitaki Kakashi. With a change of scene, within a canyon, Naruto led the way, grumbling about the weasel's ferocity. The scratches on his face still largely unhealed. Forget it, just stop complaining. Shikamaru and Sakura followed behind him. Our task this time is to locate this cat and return it to its owner. Moreover, it's not a cat. It's a weasel, Sakura corrected. Naruto, still displeased, insisted. In any case, let us hurry and return it. Then we can go back to the village. Upon reaching the canyon's end, they encountered a dilapidated wooden bridge. Once we crossed that bridge, Shikamaru began, but before he could finish, Naruto impulsively rushed ahead, only for a rotting plank to give way, leaving him suspended in midair, nearly plummeting into the abyss below. It seems this fellow's compliance has been questionable since childhood. Could Hitaki Kakashi be the type of teacher unable to manage his students? Surely not. He was known to be strict, and prior to Team 7, no genin had ever passed his assessments. Perhaps he simply wished to avoid the hassle of leading a team of unruly children, opting instead to take shortcuts. I relish watching him torment the Nara boy. Oh dear, Seeing that defeated expression on the Nara boy's face brings me such delight. Quickly, let their hairlines recede even further. Hairlines, are you a devil? Upon reading this line on the celestial screen, many from the Nara clan instinctively reached up to touch their hairlines. Should they form a team, it would certainly be quite amusing. Sakura, filled with ire, charged toward Naruto and unleashed a torrent of rebuke upon him. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, engrossed in the map he held, gazed into the distant mountains. Sakura pulled Naruto up and, upon noticing Shikamaru's unusual expression, inquired, "Shikamaru, what troubles you?" The Nara clan lad, Shikamaru, indeed seemed inseparable from the image of a deer. Are you not aware? It is said that the members of the Nara clan are transformed deer spirits. Huh, what a peculiar rumor. Sakura exclaimed. I detest ambushes. The enemy's expression when they discover my trap is infuriating. Could it be that your traps are simply inept? Shikamaru retorted. On the opposite side of that field lies the village of our client. Does it not strike you as odd? Sakura, puzzled, asked, odd in what sense? It is broad daylight, yet there is not a single trace of human presence. With your words, it appears, Shikamaru replied. You have invoked one of the high IQ ninja's quintessential phrases. Do you not find this peculiar? How reassuring it is to have such a teammate. At times, I envy the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. With a Nara clan member as a partner, one need not exert their intellect. Having a foe like that is utterly vexing. Especially those from the Nara clan. Just as you set a trap, they have likely already devised a plan to counter it. The Nara clan sounds impressive. Are they intellectuals? Splendid. I shall specifically request the Nara clan for future assignments. It matters not. Konoha will compensate. Naruto dismissed with indifference, only to receive a punch from Sakura. Shikamaru continued to stare at the mountains in silence. As they proceeded, he communicated via radio, we shall now transition into a reconnaissance formation. I will head to the western forest while Sakura and Naruto approach from the opposite side. Shikamaru mused, let us hope this does not escalate into a troublesome affair. They leaped onto the cliff, where Shikamaru beheld a desolate wasteland, ravaged and scarred. Just as he was about to contact his comrades via radio, he heard Sakura's voice cry out. What happened? He exclaimed urgently. On the other side, Sakura and Naruto had already engaged the enemy, an armored foe reminiscent of the one from the earlier confrontation. Ah, it's the same adversary. The connection is indeed established. This links back to the clues from Sunigakure. If a group is simultaneously invading the land of wind and the land of fire, it signifies a grave situation. What sort of individuals possess such power? Sunigakure is one of the 5 great nations, and now they are declaring war on 2 of them? This is troubling. Can Sakura and Naruto handle such formidable adversaries? They will undoubtedly prevail. Let us not forget, Naruto and Sakura must eventually thwart the 100-legged beast. Though he was confident of their success, he could not fathom how they would survive. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding their methods of resolution. Sakura's taijutsu appears quite magnificent. She is truly exceptional. Has Naruto now mastered the shadow clone technique? That is a high-level ninjutsu. Can he perform the Rasengan now? Although Naruto often acted unpredictably, his combat style remained quite consistent. Are you already gathering intelligence in preparation for a future confrontation with Naruto? After all, being from Konoha, there was a possibility they might become adversaries in the future. As the enemy fell, amidst the billowing dust, an armored figure, clearly the leader, emerged. He directed a provocative thumbs-down gesture at Naruto. This individual did not appear to be a ninja. Did he possess chakra? He resembled a warrior from the land of iron. Naruto, filled with righteous indignation, declared, is this guy the boss? Humph, what an arrogant demeanor. Sakura, distracted, frequently glanced at Sasuke. Previously, they could console themselves that Sasuke was perhaps on a higher mission, but this time, the events unfolding on the screen harked back to his Genin days. Why was Sasuke absent at such a critical moment? Could it be that, like Shikamaru, he has already advanced to Chunin and is undertaking another mission? Sasuke is incredibly talented, the strongest among the 3 of them. If they survived, how could Sasuke possibly have perished? Absolutely not. Sakura desperately reassured herself, determined to refocus on the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki member, Sasori of the Red Sand, arrived in the land of wind. He lifted his gaze from beneath his straw hat, staring toward the distant ruins of Loulan. Chapter 32. The moment before death is worthy of praise. All of Naruto's assaults were skillfully evaded by the enigmatic figure, who spun in place, as if performing a dance. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, blood unexpectedly trickled from his lips, causing him to pause in shock. Naruto, having been flung back, braced himself against the rubble, his ribs tender, and glared at his adversary, teeth clenched, ready to launch a renewed assault. However, on the other side of the battle, Sakura had been captured by the heavily armored foe. One of the armored figures seized Sakura, holding her as a hostage before Naruto. How despicable. To take a hostage. Is this not a common ninja tactic? It was said that Naruto was nothing like a ninja. He relished the opportunity to step forward as a hero. What a classic scenario. The enemy seizing your comrade and threatening to slay another. Kakashi scratched his head and sighed. During the bell-stealing exercise, Naruto had been ensnared twice by the same trap. When the announcement of failure was made, Sasuke had rushed in, becoming his hostage. Such scenes were merely replays. After all, this was indeed a classic predicament in which ninjas often found themselves ensnared. Reflecting on the recent events, where Naruto had once again fallen into a similar trap, he pondered, could it be that as a teacher, I truly lack aptitude? Otherwise, how could it be that Naruto seems to have learned nothing from my teachings? What did my teacher do back then? Kakashi ruminated, recalling that he had employed the same methods. However, Obito too seemed to have disregarded his teachings. These two individuals were so similar, it was likely they could not be taught in conventional ways. Yet, if Obito had survived, would he resemble the Naruto who first appeared on the screen? Stepping forward, appearing more like a hero than a ninja? Lost in thought, Kakashi soon regained his focus. On the screen, Shikamaru had subdued the enemy holding Sakura and was directing him to attack the leader. Ah, Shikamaru, as expected of you. Thank you. It is all thanks to Asuma's guidance. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru and Sakura, perched atop a tree, called to Naruto, Naruto, we leave this to you. Naruto readily accepted. Glaring at the golden-haired leader, I do not know who you are, but I will take you down in one go. He activated the shadow clone technique. And in the next instant, his orange-clad figures filled the mountainside. Ugh, I was just lamenting the shadow imitation technique. Naruto's display has astonished me. Wait, does he possess such an abundance of chakra? Even a standard J-nin might struggle to achieve this effect. It is reminiscent of Gaara's situation. Aren't they all the same? So, is this the effect of that chakra they utilized? Previously, when he fought against the centipede, his shadow clones were few in number. However, his ability to engage in a prolonged struggle with the centipede already indicates an astonishing amount of chakra. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shikaku fought until they were utterly exhausted and fainted. The magnitude of this chakra is truly terrifying. Under the cover of numerous clones, Naruto unleashed his Rasengan. The leader of the armored men, not to be outdone, enveloped his long sword with emerald green chakra and countered Naruto with a strike, Thunder of the Thunder God. The clash between the two resulted in an explosion, shattering the cliff. And both Naruto and the armored leader plummeted into the abyss. You clearly wield wind chakra. What do you mean by Thunder God? Humph. That Nara kid is still too inexperienced. Did he foresee this moment? Not at all. You all keep elevating the Nara clan as if they are omniscient beings. He is merely a Chunin now, isn't he? So, the enemy fell to their demise, and Naruto was saved? Is that how this matter resolves? I doubt it will be so simple. Shikamaru and Sakura hastily arrived at the cliff's edge, peering down below, yet they could not discern Naruto's figure. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. Damn it! Sakura murmured, Naruto. Just then, the earth trembled, and Shikamaru grabbed Sakura's hand. Sakura, this way. The two sheltered behind a tree, gazing in astonishment toward the source of the commotion, only to witness a grand ship emerging amidst the mountains. Moments ago, when Shikamaru pulled Sakura, I suddenly felt a spark between them. Me too. Shikamaru appears so anxious, so worried for her. Yes. Their shared silhouette hidden in the woods carries a certain charm. Shikamaru. Sakura? Ino chuckled softly. Shikamaru, what do you think? What do you mean? Shikamaru replied with a deadpan expression, Sakura like Sasuke. What does that have to do with me? No, this is merely a bond of camaraderie, right? Haven't your teammates ever pulled you in a moment of urgency? In truth, I've been shipping Inuzuka and Nara for years. They are clearly connected by family ties. Yet why have the daughters of the Yamanaka clan and the sons of the Nara clan never united? The daughters of the Nara clan and the sons of the Yamanaka clan would make a delightful match as well. I don't understand. At this moment, Ino also pondered. Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikaku inadvertently recalled each other's children, exchanging a polite, yet awkward smile before averting their gazes. What the heck? Naruto complained angrily to the heavens. Shikamaru and Sakura have nothing to do with each other. Is this ship the same as the one by the coast of the Land of Wind? By the way, I always thought the Land of Wind was entirely desert. I didn't realize they were near the sea. What kind of geography did you study to think that? The scene shifted. Naruto lay unconscious in a certain place, wrapped in bandages. He groggily regained consciousness, gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling, as if he were within a tent. Outside the tent, many people sat around a campfire, some even cradling instruments, creating a harmonious atmosphere. By their attire, they appeared to be a group of wandering travelers. Could it be? Naruto wouldn't have been rescued by the remnants of Loulan, would he? The garments indeed resemble theirs. The style of the wanderer's clothing fits this description, but one cannot be certain they are indeed from Loulan, for that would be too coincidental. If it is so, what a twist of fate. The young Naruto was saved by Loulan, only to grow up and rescue the queen of Loulan. At first, Naruto was still in a daze, but after a while, he suddenly jolted awake, sitting up, which pulled at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. To his left lay an unfamiliar youth, with long, light golden hair and a youthful, handsome visage. Is this the leader of the armored men from earlier? He appears so young. For some reason, upon seeing his face, I felt he must bear some hidden sorrow. Enough with the looks, you lot. At that moment, the elder of the merchant caravan, named Heian, entered and introduced himself. Others referred to them as the wandering folk. It was precisely because they roamed with the seasons that they happened to pass through here and rescued them. He is the one who commissioned this task, as well as the owner of that ferret. The ferret had also fallen alongside Naruto, inexplicably drawn to the golden-haired youth. Due to their injuries, the two could only coexist peacefully for the time being. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Sakura were tracking the descent of the massive ship, closely observing those clad in heavy armor as they disembarked. What are these creatures? I have no idea. After contemplating for a moment, Shikamaru said, Sakura, you go find Naruto first. Once you locate him, let me know. Understood. And you? I have something to attend to. Is there a possibility that Nara Shikamaru might perish during this mission, and that the story unfolding is actually that of Nara Shikamaru? Why do you always assume someone will die? Because only after death does a ninja become worthy of praise. They must remain concealed, lurking in the shadows. It is only at the moment of death that they can blossom freely, yet sadly, such blossoms often go unnoticed. If this is the moment before Nara Shikamaru's demise, I must appreciate it thoroughly. Chapter 33. Better early than right on time. The golden-haired youth had a dream. In this dream, he appeared significantly younger than he is now. He hid among the ruins while two hooded men traversed the wreckage, exchanging something. The young golden-haired boy then plunged into the depths of the sea, where the silhouette of a man wearing monocles extended a hand toward him, as if to rescue him. He awoke from his slumber, gazing at the sky, murmuring, Lord Hater. A tragic past? Uninteresting. Who hasn't lost their parents or entire families? Hey, I have both parents, you know. While there are many orphans, they are still a minority, right? I told you he has his reasons. Yes. Being good-looking implies hidden sorrow. Lord Hater? Does that mean he was also manipulated? That there are other masterminds behind the scenes? Is Lord Hater the one who saved him? Though many bear tragic backgrounds, few find their saviors. Shiro and Kimimaro exchanged glances, resonating with the narrative unfolding above. The golden-haired youth rested within the tent. Naruto had already mounted a pink ostrich, traveling alongside the wanderers. Hey, has this caravan been traveling continuously? Since our nation's downfall, we have been on the move. The nation was destroyed? Loulan. It must be Loulan. There's no doubt about it. Is Sara's daughter part of the group? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Could this be a continuation of the Loulan story? Hey. They never claimed their nation was Loulan. There are countless nations that have fallen. Naruto inquired, why did it fall? It seems there was a great calamity, causing the people of the nation to scatter. Some became wanderers like us. Heian interjected, it is said some even sailed across the seas. Crossing the seas? Indeed. The snow weasel, Nilugu, once dwelled within the royal palace of our ancestors. He gazed down at the snow weasel nestled in his arms, a testament to our past in our homeland. Thus, Nilugu would never grow close to those outside the merchant caravan. If such a significant entity is involved, it cannot merely be treated as an ordinary lowly task. Surely, a higher remuneration is warranted. In the land of fire, prices are transparent. Unlike those unscrupulous merchants who inflate costs at will. It is said that Nilugu shuns outsiders, yet he was quite familiar with Sakura earlier, and later with that golden-haired warrior. Perhaps he is merely drawn to those of striking appearance. Hey, Naruto is quite adorable too. Why wouldn't he be drawn to Naruto? It could be due to that, animal instinct. Is it not said that animals possess sharper senses than humans? That is indeed a possibility. So, what is this constant reference to that? It seems the various ninja villages maintain strict regulations. Even the most crucial secrets remain concealed, even beneath the heavens. As it should be, Heian lamented, watching the snow weasel scamper once more towards the golden-haired warrior, even after he had shed his armor. Naruto approached and inquired, you ought to answer me now. Why did you suddenly attack us? The golden-haired youth retorted, what is that strange power of yours? What? You mean chakra? He replied, instinctively clutching his heart, thinking, this is indeed not Griel's reaction. Griel? What is that? Such a peculiar name. One must be cautious with oddly named individuals or things. They often bear ill tidings, as evidenced by Lushan. I initially assumed Griel was merely another term for chakra, yet he claims otherwise? Could there exist a power distinct from chakra in this world? I sense a conspiracy brewing, and it appears formidable. If Nara Shikamaru were to perish due to this, it would hardly be deemed disgraceful. Hey, do not act as though Shikamaru is already doomed. Perhaps this time, there will be no casualties. After some conversation, the golden-haired youth disclosed his ambition to establish an ideal nation, extending an invitation to Naruto. Upon Naruto's rejection, he donned his armor and prepared to depart alone, but noticed a child from the merchant caravan tumble from a tree. Without hesitation, he dashed forth, cushioning the child's fall with his own body. Observing this, Naruto seemed to acknowledge his character. Though reluctant, he extended his hand. The golden-haired youth, however, declined the offer, rising on his own. Thus, they stood even. A person capable of saving a child must inherently possess a kind and gentle nature, understanding gratitude and reciprocity. He could hardly be a villain, could he? Was he deceived? If one is handsome, they are deceived. If one is unattractive, they deserve it. I have seen through this world. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had infiltrated the ship alone. Through the exhaust ducts, he observed numerous heavily armored individuals wandering about. Truly, they all bore a striking resemblance. He stumbled upon a vast chamber filled with enormous, bulbous containers, each housing men and women submerged in an unknown liquid, unconscious. At that moment, 2 armored women entered the room. How much longer must we tend to these wretches? Once we acquire the Grial Stone, these children will no longer be of use. Shikamaru witnessed them produce a large mass of clay-like substance, which then transformed into humanoid armored figures. Baiju, is that you? You have returned with your puppet army? This was more advanced than Baiju. He needed assistance to assemble puppets, while this process was entirely automated. So, what exactly is the Grial Stone? Something akin to the power of dragon veins. Goodness, the black market is so desperate for dragon vein power that they are willing to risk everything. Now another? I realize it must be Sunagakure's ploy to divert attention from the Loulan ruins. Stop talking nonsense. Sunagakure is banking on the Loulan ruins to boost tourism. By the way, where are the Sunagakure ninjas? Wasn't there a disturbance in their village previously? Has it been resolved? Yes, it has. Oh, did the Kazekage personally intervene? Sunagakure is in disarray. Raza's decisions are flawed. How many elite Umbu and Jonin has he squandered? All wasted in internal strife over his own son. Pathetic. Yet, no one responded to this statement. For while subduing Gaara, Sunagakure made an unexpected discovery. They found the secret infiltrator, Sasori of the Red Sand. That night, Naruto discovered the golden-haired youth had vacated his bed and noticed Hien approaching with a troubled expression. It turned out the snow weasel had vanished alongside the golden-haired youth. Why did we go to such lengths to hire exceptional leaf ninjas? Wait, your commission should have concluded by now, right? Hien exclaimed in anger. The commission was clearly to deliver to that village. Had I known, I would have sought a more competent Sunagakure ninja. Naruto. He had no choice but to concede. All right, I understand. The others burst into laughter, amused at the notion of a more competent Sunagakure. Hey, do you have any grievances? This is the public consensus. Hilarious. How much did Sunagakure spend for that line? We at Iwagakure would pay double. The duplicitous client. Ah, how familiar this bickering feels. Naruto is still too naive, easily manipulated. Yet, there is no alternative. According to protocol, he indeed failed to deliver the snow weasel to the designated location, and if a complaint arises, it will surely be addressed. Will they deduct money? If the complaint holds, there will definitely be a penalty. Can we complain about a ninja's poor attitude? The last missed ninja I hired had such a fierce gaze. I am still in stitches over that line about the more competent Sunagakure. Sakura discovered traces of the merchant caravan's previous encampment, but by then, Naruto had caught up to the golden-haired youth, intent on retrieving Nilugu. However, the snow weasel was reluctant to part from the golden-haired youth, compelling Naruto to follow him for the time being, searching for a solution. My name is Timothy. I wish to introduce you to Lord Hyde. Naruto followed him aboard the airship. Shikamaru thought, what was the purpose of my arduous infiltration? Sincerity is the eternal trump card. The Nara clan is adept at schemes. There will be no happy ending. This cannot be compared. The intel Shikamaru had seen may not be the same as what Naruto would observe alongside Timothy. Timothy led Naruto to meet Hyde, who explained the concept of an ideal nation, a world devoid of conflict, where the weak are not oppressed. Such struggles, he declared, are always ugly and sorrowful, bringing misfortune to all. I aspire to create a world where no one must fight. He truly dares to make such claims. Baiju may very well falter before his flowery rhetoric. How grandiloquent it is. Clearly, the actions are shrouded in deceit, rough and unyielding, utterly devoid of benevolence. Does no one find this individual as hypocrisy nauseating? The ideals may be commendable, yet the manner of execution renders them hard to trust. Do you believe he is a good person, or do you hold the hidden sand village in higher regard? How laughable, what a hellish dichotomy. Chapter 34. The true puppet master, I genuinely wish to accompany you, yet I must ascend to the role of Hokage. Hokage? It is simply the most powerful individual in the village. I see. Although I cannot journey alongside you, I shall strive for the happiness of the villagers. Hyde, with a gentle smile, replied, then let us all work hard together. Naruto has always aspired to be Hokage. What is so appealing about it? Nothing particularly delightful. It's exhausting. Akin to laboring like a dog, and one must occasionally endure the ire of the daimyo. Let us persevere, shadows, for the happiness of our villagers. It is a daunting task. Ensuring the happiness of one's own village inevitably leads to the unhappiness of others. Must it be so extreme? Naruto, being of the leaf, cannot desire to be anything other than Hokage. He cannot aspire to be the Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, or Reikage. Thus Hokage it shall be. I sense that this Hyde fellow might possess some merit. Yet, I find his sincerity lacking. His invitation to Naruto felt casual, and he relinquished it so easily. At that moment, Nilugu rushed over, coiling around Timothy's neck, baring its teeth at Hyde. Timothy promptly offered apologies, explaining the origins of the ferret. When news arrived that the fleet dispatched to the Land of Wind had been entirely annihilated. The Land of Wind? Has it finally re-emerged? To think the hidden sand village is involved. I presume they were merely there to serve as a backdrop while Naruto and Shikamaru showcased their prowess against the unseen puppeteer. Remarkable. The Land of Wind has destroyed that ship? Initially, I believed the ninjas of the Hidden Sand had perished. Yet it turns out it was the other side that faced total annihilation? The Hidden Sand Village is impressive. They're indeed one of the 5 great nations, despite their shortcomings. However, even as the news of the Land of Wind echoed from above, none of the elite ninjas of the Hidden Sand had the time to glance skyward. After leading Gaara out of the village, they attempted to guide him into the desolate depths of the desert, only to fortuitously encounter a suspicious figure. If he were a tourist destined for Loulan, he would surely be accompanied by guides upon proper entry. If he were an employer seeking to commission a task, he would not appear in such a desolate location. Perhaps he had merely lost his way. Once Gaara's emotions settled, the elite ninjas could escort him back to the Hidden Sand Village without charge. Yet, as they inquired about his identity, someone sensed something amiss. Disguise, transformation, and impersonation are the hallmark techniques of a ninja. Not to mention that sensory-type ninjas can detect another's chakra. In an instant, the seasoned elite ninjas concluded that the individual before them was indeed a disguised ninja. Naruto, hearing a familiar term, appeared perplexed. The Land of Wind? Timothy, feeling he had previously underperformed, sought to atone with fervor. I shall handle this. He dashed off, with Naruto baffled, trailing behind. Hey, what is happening? Observing their retreating figures, Hade remained silent for a moment before speaking. There is no other choice, Fujii. From somewhere, a dog barked. There is a place I wish for you to visit. Who dares to trespass in the Land of Wind? The scorpion of the red sand clicked his tongue, revealing no intention to conceal his identity. Once a ninja engages in combat, concealing one's identity becomes nearly impossible. Sometimes, no matter how meticulously one prepares intelligence, unforeseen circumstances, such as the rampage of a tailed beast, can intersect with one's infiltration route. As he revealed his puppets, although initially no one recognized him, combat soon led to the realization of his identity. You were the scorpion of the red sand. The sky was clear, and the sun hung high beneath its rays. The coastline of the Land of Wind displayed a serene beauty. However, the stranded ship lay battered and twisted, as if crushed by colossal hands. With remnants of vessels scattered across the beach, a grim testament to the aftermath of a fierce battle. Naruto's expression grew grave. What has transpired? He noticed Timothy entering the wreckage of the ship and hastily followed. Eventually, they arrived in a chamber previously seen by Shikamaru aboard another ship, where numerous individuals lay unconscious, submerged in a mysterious liquid confined within bulbous containers. Yet, this vessel was damaged, and all the containers were shattered, leaving bodies sprawled across the floor in a grotesque tableau. Naruto exclaimed, Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why is Naruto so furious? Were I in his position, I would assume these were soldiers slain in battle. These individuals appear feeble and powerless. How could they possibly be soldiers? Furthermore, many lie within the broken containers, clearly having been trapped here previously. So, what was the purpose of Shikamaru's arduous infiltration? The intelligence he acquired is now known to Naruto. If that is the case, does it render the intelligence meaningless? Since it will eventually be known, pay him no mind. He is evidently still bitter from prior experiences with the Nara clan. Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Timothy's forward momentum faltered. In that moment of vulnerability, a puppet descended from above, ensnaring him tightly in a stranglehold. A voice, filled with anger and surprise, rang out. Naruto, how did you end up here? As the words fell, Kankuro appeared before him. Naruto gasped. You are from the Hidden Sand Village. Well, never mind. Kankuro replied confidently. Even if your equipment is formidable, do not underestimate the Hidden Sand Village, one of the 5 great nations. Wow, so impressive. Well said, Kankuro. Truly the son of the Kazekage. Wait, is this young man truly the Kazekage's son? No wonder he is so formidable. So, does this mean the Hidden Sand Village seeks to redeem itself? Kankuro, as a puppet master, is the true embodiment of a puppet master. The 100 legs cannot represent the caliber of our Hidden Sand Village, as they beheld the puppets unleashed by the scorpion of the red sand. Many elite ninjas simultaneously thought, if only the scorpion of the red sand were still with us to represent the pinnacle of our Hidden Sand Village puppeteers. Thus, the Hidden Sand Village would not suffer the severe reputational damage from being associated with puppeteers of lesser skill. Alas, the scorpion of the red sand has no intention of returning. Are you here for the Loulan ruins? Due to the gathering of all the elite ninjas in the village to witness the celestial spectacle, Gaara joined them when he lost control. As a result, 5 elite ninjas and 3 Umbu encountered the Akatsuki member, Sasori. Not far away, standing behind Gaara were Kankuro and Temari, who were trying to restrain him. In such a dire situation, Sasori struggled to maintain his composure and was soon compelled to unleash his 100 puppets. Gaara understood that the toxins of a puppet master were as troublesome as the puppets themselves, and to remedy the poisoning, the presence of an expert in that field was essential. However, the abilities of Temari and Kankuro were still inadequate against Sasori, so for their safety, it was prudent for them to retreat swiftly. His sand cocooned Gaara, and he instructed Temari, Kankuro, relay the information about Sasori's infiltration to Advisor Chiyo. Kankuro and Temari could hear the cacophony of battle erupting from Sasori's direction, and while they worried about their brother under attack, They ultimately realized their presence would not change the outcome and obeyed the command to return to the village. Along the way, Kankuro glanced at the sky and caught a glimpse of his own spirited visage reflected in the celestial display. The future him, facing such formidable foes, remained unflinchingly calm. Frustration welled within him. He longed to transform swiftly into that powerful version of himself, one who could be of use in any scenario. Chapter 35. They must have a great relationship. Naruto, bewildered, asked, "What on earth has happened?" Kankuro frowned and responded, "Do you know nothing? These scoundrels have suddenly launched an attack on our wind country." "What?" Naruto gasped. "We've suffered significant losses in our attempts to fend them off. Some affected villages have been entirely obliterated." Dumbfounded, Naruto looked at Timothy and asked, almost in disbelief, "Is this true?" Timothy coldly replied, "These sacrifices are necessary for the realization of our ideals." "You bastard." Many witnesses were appalled by the sight of countless injured lying on the ground, bloodied and awaiting medical assistance, and felt disgusted by Timothy's hypocrisy and indifference. What a ludicrous excuse. Weren't we supposed to create a utopia free of conflict, where the weak are not oppressed? What kind of ideal is this? How can one so readily take lives when they were once willing to risk everything to save a single child? As ninjas, we may accept the death of comrades, but to kill while proclaiming it is for some grand ideal is utterly repugnant. It is merely a pretext to drape one's atrocities in a veil of righteousness. A deception to fool others, yet to be deceived oneself is foolishness. Does he truly believe there is nothing wrong with his actions? Although the Akatsuki was not mentioned, Konan and Nagato still felt an accusatory gaze upon them. Yet, they did not believe they were in the wrong. This path was correct, singular, and necessary. Obito Uchiha sat on a stone, supporting his chin with his hand while wearing a mask, letting out a non-committal hum. Korezetsu quietly emerged from his shadow. "Have you found nothing yet?" Obito inquired. Korezetsu shook his head, frowning. "Even I cannot find any clues. After all these years in this world, I cannot discern a direction for this celestial display. Could it be something from another world, like with Mother?" Amidst the cacophony of condemnation, there were also voices of understanding. One side had 5 individuals, while the other had 1. If killing that one could save the 5, was it not worth it? What if you were the one abandoned? What if that one was your parent, spouse, or child? Itachi Uchiha lowered his gaze. Was this classic dilemma too complex for Naruto? Was it because he was still a child? No, it was because Naruto's intelligence was inherently unreliable. Thus, it was better not to ponder such intricate matters. Ninjas should simply follow orders. It would make life much easier. Hey, are ninjas even human anymore? They are merely tools. Indeed, ninjas were originally created as instruments for use. To put it that way is rather sorrowful. Naruto could not accept this notion and retorted angrily. "How can you say one thing and do another?" "Apologies for interrupting your conversation," Kankuro interjected, raising his hand to halt the impending argument. "It's time for me to finish this. What more do you have to say? Don't waste my time." Kankuro's straightforwardness was refreshingly naive. His emotional intelligence was evident in his innocent candor. True low emotional intelligence would manifest as a lack of awareness. However, I do not despise this version of Naruto. In the heat of battle, having such an unpredictable variable as Naruto is not something I relish. If he could help me win, then I would appreciate him. Kankuro seemed decidedly resolute. "I sense potential in this young man. Don't get in my way." Naruto retorted defiantly. "That guy's opponent is me." "Huh?" Kankuro exclaimed. "Help. Family, who understands?" Today, on the battlefield, I encountered a simpleton. I laughed heartily. It was impossible to predict what Naruto would say next, or what his next move would be. Kankuro was genuinely taken aback. What? At that moment, a bright light emanated from Timothy's chest as he broke free from the puppet's constraints and delivered a powerful kick, sending Kankuro's puppet flying. "Naruto, Uzumaki. It's all your fault for delaying Lord Kankuro." "Huh, Lord?" It was only natural to refer to the son of the Kazekage as such in Sunigakure. In battle, one must avoid unnecessary chatter, lest the fleeting opportunity to seize victory slip away. If he inadvertently hindered his ally, it would be truly regrettable. No. Do you really think that without Naruto, Kankuro could defeat Timothy? Timothy drew his long sword and aimed it at Naruto, declaring, "Troublesome pests must be eliminated." Kankuro smirked. "Perfectly fine with me." But just as he was about to act, he sensed something and abruptly turned around, only to find a figure clad in armor had appeared behind him unnoticed. Isn't this one of the 2 women Shikamaru saw earlier? Timothy's mood shifted faster than a page in a book. Once he deemed someone useless, he completely disregarded any prior connections, truly superficial. Are not most people in this world like that? They only show kindness when you are of use. Once you are not, they cast you aside like refuse. Don't speak so harshly. That is too pessimistic. You are simply too naive. Had Shikamaru followed this woman as well? What about Sakura? Sakura was searching for Naruto, unsure if she would arrive in time after locating the merchant caravan. "You idiot. What are you doing here?" The female knight reprimanded Timothy. "Your mission should prioritize reconnaissance." Another female knight has appeared. This one is on lookout duty, and our troops are nearby, ready to assist. Timothy, but why the haste? Before the situation escalates, we should leave promptly. It seems their internal relations are rather strained. These 2 women appear to hold Timothy in disdain. I fail to comprehend how they can speak of establishing an ideal state while lacking unity among themselves. In any case, Hyde's words carry no weight. There is a stark disconnection between his words and actions. Timothy, much like Sara, has lingered in such disarray for far too long without sensing anything amiss. If he behaves like Sara, I wager he will ultimately betray us. Given the attitude of these two female knights, who could possibly endure such treatment? I certainly cannot. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted around us as two square columns of sand surged towards the two female knights, forcefully colliding and seemingly trapping them between the two pillars. Gaara stood with his arms crossed, his expression indifferent as he appeared beneath the vast sky, employing his signature jutsu with an awe-inspiring display of power. Yet, in the next moment, he lifted his gaze only to see two female knights leaping into the air, evading capture. I won't let you escape. Watching his brother chase after the enemy, Kankuro wore an expression of helplessness, realizing that Gaara had once again arrived late. However, with two opponents present, he felt concerned for Gaara's safety and immediately set off to lend his support. What does again imply? Is Gaara often tardy? He appeared to be a calm and dependable young man. Yet the reality was that he was a frequent latecomer, a delightful contrast that intrigued me. The image of a scatterbrained younger brother and a brother who constantly worries about him brought to mind whether Kankuro's puppets were originally intended for childcare. I imagined that scene. And suddenly, puppeteer seemed endearing. My husband is a puppeteer, and I can attest that using puppets to care for children is rather ineffective, as a careless mishap with a poison weapon could lead to disaster. What if one were to disassemble the weapon? There would be a high chance of forgetting to re-equip it before heading into battle, leading to a comical yet dire scenario of producing a milk bottle instead of a weapon. Meanwhile, your wife might be at home, fuming over the missing bottle. Thus, one would either perish on the battlefield or return home to face their spouse's wrath. Being on the battlefield alongside one's brother truly brings a sense of reassurance. However, witnessing one's brother fall in battle would be a tragic fate. Kankuro seems to embody the qualities of a good brother. Is his relationship with Gaara particularly strong? The shinobi of Sunagakure found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. How should we put this? Chapter 36. How dare you think so boldly well? There's no choice but to indulge you, they remarked. But be warned, being too clingy could earn you disdain. The two female knights skillfully toyed with Gaara, skillfully dodging his sand attacks as they departed from the room occupied by Naruto and Timothy. Naruto pointed at the seemingly lifeless figures, demanding an explanation from Timothy. Are they not your comrades? Indeed, Timothy replied, his tone and demeanor as composed as ever. And our shared dream is to devote everything for the ideal nation. Naruto retorted angrily, stop spouting nonsense. It's as if you're indifferent to the situation. What kind of comrades are you? They found themselves at an impasse, glaring at one another. Naruto, it seemed, was particularly invested in this notion of comradeship. Rather than the lofty goal of an ideal nation, he was more concerned with the safety of those around him. Was this not a narrow-minded perspective? What does a child truly understand? Is it correct aim for unattainable heights? If one remains indifferent to those nearby, merely expounding grandiose and empty rhetoric, does that not amount to a nebulous falsehood? Indeed. How can one proclaim to save the world while failing to protect those in their immediate vicinity? Who could be persuaded by such words? If your village were at the brink of extinction, and the price for salvation was the sacrifice of one person, perhaps your closest friend or dearest family member, what would you choose? The dialogue above the sky erupted into chaos. Some declared, I would never allow my family or friends to sacrifice themselves, only to be branded selfish and short-sighted. Others asserted, I would choose to sacrifice one to save the rest, and were derided as cold-hearted and lamented as unfortunate for having such friends and family. The essence of friendship and family lies in their significance, which differs from that of strangers. To sacrifice friends and family for the sake of others, are you still human? If sacrificing a portion could stabilize the situation and shield more from the ravages of war, then I would willingly sacrifice myself. I suspect the topic of discussion is Hinata Hizashi. Suddenly, the Hyuga clan was spotlighted. Wait, weren't only the Nara clan mentioned? Why are we suddenly discussing them? Hinata Hizashi was caught off guard by the resurfacing of old wounds, his heart jolting with emotion. The fury of Niji Hyuga had yet to touch upon the concept of sacrifice. With the existence of caged birds, he found himself devoid of the agency to choose between self-sacrifice or that of others. Such decisions were dictated solely by the main family. Now, what he yearned for was the very right to choose that stirred the heated debate among those in the sky. The scene shifted to another battlefield. Gaara pursued the short-haired knight, while Kankuro followed the long-haired knight. The two separated, each preparing to overcome their respective adversaries. The long-haired knight gracefully leaped through the air, evading the shuriken that Kankuro launched. Just as he closed the distance, the world abruptly descended into darkness. Kankuro exclaimed, it's merely dimmed. It's nothing remarkable as a barrier. Yet, when he turned around, he was confronted by a pair of enormous eyes. It felt as though he had been transformed into a tiny insect trapped within a glass bottle, with humanity observing him from beyond the confines, looking down upon his insignificance. Soon after, Kankuro beheld countless distorted phantoms. They wailed, roared, bellowed, confessed, and wept bitterly. The voice of the long-haired knight was frigid. These are the souls punished in hell for resisting us. Kankuro pondered gravely. This individual is a master of illusion. She coldly declared, may the relentless power of time bestow upon you eternal torment. This ability bore resemblance to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The causal relationship seemed inverted. It appeared that many illusions imitated the effects of the Sharingan. Illusions, I detest most. I hope Kankuro does not perish. I had high hopes for him not long ago. Gaara-san surged forth, breaking through the golden grains, yet he was soon engulfed once more, leaving only his head exposed, a somber expression adorning his features. However, upon witnessing the emergence of those words in the sky, the restless particles of sand gradually settled into tranquility. With a deep voice, Gaara inquired, do you truly wish for Kankuro's demise? Gaara cast a fleeting glance at him, opting for silence and offering no response. Meanwhile, the battle with Sasori of the Red Sand was nearing its conclusion. When Chiyo hurriedly arrived, all she found was the lifeless body of Sasori, however. As he drew his last breath, the visage of the corpse suddenly transformed into that of an unfamiliar individual. What is this? At that moment, Chiyo beheld the body of Sasori and cried out, Sasori. She rushed forward, attempting to employ her medical ninjutsu to revive him, but halted abruptly upon recognizing the unfamiliar face. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Sasori had come? A surge of anger welled within Chiyo as she noticed numerous individuals afflicted and poisoned. After a thorough examination, her expression grew complex. Indeed, it was Sasori's poison. Could this person be one of his subordinates or disciples? Raza stepped forward to investigate. His demeanor grave, perhaps it is a new form of shadow technique. Just moments ago, this individual was indeed Sasori, yet he also was not. Chiyo immediately hunched her back, her face etched with the marks of time, appearing utterly worn. Truly, the elderly cannot withstand such turmoil. You, too, Sasori, and this celestial phenomenon as well. In the illusion, the creature ensnared Kankuro, its crimson eyes forming a grotesque mass resembling tangled vines and tendrils that grasped Kankuro and hurled him into the seething magma-like flames below. Chiyo murmured, what will you do if Kankuro truly perishes? The fourth? Raza understood that Chiyo's son had fallen to the hands of Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi. Thus he could not respond. It was merely a matter of his own inadequacy. Consequently, he remained silent. Moreover, as the Kazekage, he had long suppressed the ruthless side of himself, stifling the tender emotions of a husband and father. However, this did not imply that his heart remained unscathed when he made decisions. To witness one's own son in peril, on the verge of death before his very eyes, and yet feel utterly powerless, what father could endure such torment? He lifted his gaze to the heavens, pressing his lips together. Returning, Raza thought, he would increase Kankuro's training regimen. On the other side, Gaara has also caught up with the short-haired knight. The two stand facing each other. The short-haired knight jested. It will be of no use to beg for mercy and tears after your defeat. Gaara remained unfazed. Enough with the idle chatter, come forth swiftly. His jade-like gaze locked onto the crimson eyes before him. The short-haired knight's hands suddenly radiated with the brilliance of thunder. What is this? A ninjutsu? Yet, she has not even performed the necessary hand seals. Gaara, hurry and save your brother. He is in peril. How could Gaara possibly be aware of what was transpiring with Kankuro? Even if he did know, it was hardly certain that Gaara would rush to his aid. Why not? Kankuro fought steadfastly alongside him. Surely their bond must be strong? They are not only comrades, but also brothers. If Gaara were to learn of Kankuro's demise, he would surely be devastated. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, Kankuro himself felt that such a scenario was utterly implausible. Gaara? Sad because of his demise? Not at all. He would never entertain such thoughts. Chapter 37. The unloved child must endure praise. The heavens roared and lightning struck. Faced with this unprecedented technique, Gaara maintained an air of tranquility. I find this unflappable demeanor quite appealing. How remarkably composed he is. Observing his utter lack of panic instills an inexplicable confidence in him. Regardless of the adversary, he exudes a trustworthy aura. Indeed, Sunagakure possesses its share of talent. However, what of Kankuro? I truly believe he possesses great potential, and it would be a shame for him to perish here. Alas, fate or fortune is also a facet of strength. In this ninja world, how many can rival the innate prowess of the Fourth Hokage? Yet, even someone as formidable as the Fourth Hokage could not survive to this day. Gaara and the short-haired female knight engaged in a fierce exchange. You possess the ultimate technique, sand shower, while I have thunder as a shield. Spectators were dazzled, as it appeared to be an evenly matched contest. However, Gaara took the offensive with relentless vigor, yet he failed to inflict any harm. The short-haired knight, primarily defensive, adeptly evaded attacks, clearly conserving her strength. I couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Gaara. A mysterious voice from the heavens uttered a phrase that caused Gaara's gaze to flicker momentarily. Worried about me? Why? Having been a target of assassination for so long, Gaara is exceedingly sensitive. Faced with the goodwill of others, his instinctive reaction is to withdraw, fearing that they might be deceitfully seeking to gain his trust for nefarious purposes. Yet, the individuals in the heavens could not be traced. Even if they were to sing his praises from above, Gaara would remain oblivious to their identities. Their compliments would yield them no advantage. So, could it be that they genuinely harbor concern for him? Is it sincere? Gaara finds himself momentarily engulfed in confusion. Despite his current bloodthirsty and violent demeanor, deep within him lies a weeping little boy yearning for care, acceptance, understanding, and love. Will Gaara emerge victorious? I remain uncertain. Perhaps this is the chronicle of bloodshed in Sunagakure, detailing the valiant struggle between Gaara and Kankuro against formidable foes, culminating in their tragic demise. Previously, you proclaimed that Naruto would perish, yet the situation was ultimately resolved in a splendid manner, was it not? Perhaps this time. It is a tale of Gaara and Kankuro's miraculous survival against all odds. Do you wish to traverse that realm? Kankuro finds himself ensnared in a genjutsu, on the brink of being suffocated by a long-haired kunoichi, utterly unable to escape. So fragile and defenseless, Gaara found himself ensnared by the electric assault of the short-haired kunoichi. His absolute defense shattered amidst a cloud of dust, leaving his fate uncertain. The heavens echoed with a chorus of lament. However, those loyal to Gaara remained unfazed. It was well known that should he fight to the brink of exhaustion, he would not hesitate to unleash the power of the tailed beast, a formidable trump card. With Shikaki yet to make an appearance, Gaara's defeat was inconceivable. Indeed, in the next fleeting moment, torrents of sand surged forth like a viscous tide, ensnaring the knight's limbs with an unyielding grip. As the dust settled, Gaara's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any turbulence. He extended his hand. Tightening his grasp, the sandstorm heralded his retribution. Meanwhile, Kankuro's visage bore the marks of fracture. The kunoichi's puppet had transformed into a seaweed-haired marionette, which opened its mouth wide, unleashing a flurry of shuriken aimed directly at the enemy's face. The illusion shattered, revealing that Kankuro had long since concealed himself, allowing another puppet to take the brunt of the attack. Such skill demonstrated the prowess of these brothers. Truly, the might of Sunagakure should not be underestimated. After all, it is a venerable nation with a reputation for strength. Had the enemy been vanquished? I must commend Kankuro and Gaara. Gaara exuded an aura of coolness. However, a voice of reason interjected. Both were merely genin at present, incapable of undertaking high-level missions. Yet, the ninjas of Sunagakure pondered, setting Kankuro aside. Gaara's prowess had already reached a level that could rival Jainin, qualifying him for missions of that caliber. Yet, his emotional state was far too volatile. The village would likely restrict him from accepting numerous designated tasks unless Sunagakure faced a dire shortage of missions, incurring significant losses. If it meant saving Sunagakure, the Kazekage might even venture into the desert to strike gold, allowing Gaara to become the face of the village. Perhaps there was merit in that after all. The adversaries found themselves no longer in such an advantageous position, as the short-haired knight's half-formed body swelled, her eyes turning a blood-red hue, shattering the very sands that had ensnared her. Gaara, is the amplification of energy achieved by transforming one's body? It resembles the ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to the effects of the partial expansion technique. In what way does it resemble? The Akimichi clan's expansion technique transforms one into a giant, whereas this woman resembles an animal, specifically, a gorilla. The knight in gorilla mode experiences a significant enhancement in both speed and strength. Gaara appeared to be unable to withstand the onslaught, having been struck down from a great height, rendered motionless. The female knight leapt down afterward, filled with a sense of triumph. It seems you are not as formidable as you appeared. Yet, upon the ground, Gaara's face split open, revealing the familiar lines of yet another sand clone. Is this your first encounter with a ninja? The true Gaara stood behind the female knight, raising his hands in a sudden, fierce gesture before bringing them together with a resounding clap. Sand waterfall. If the previous grand technique resembled mere ordinary tidal waves, this one surged forth with the ferocity of a tsunami. The earth trembled, and the sands roared, enveloping and submerging the wreckage of the ship in layer upon layer. Is this your first encounter with a ninja? For reasons unknown, Gaara's tone was utterly flat, yet it dripped with sarcasm. Had I been his adversary, I would have been infuriated, laughing uncontrollably. Why do I feel that this child is somewhat oblivious? Surely, he cannot genuinely be inquiring out of curiosity? Gaara, is he foolish? Not at all. Gaara's composure is remarkably steady. I was genuinely startled when he fell down there. Gaara gazed at the heavens, fervently perusing the words of those who cared for, praised, and supported him. But would he truly be brought low? Yet, witnessing his stillness struck me as odd. How could a ninja remain devoid of struggle? I declare that the dignity of Sunagakure, which had been diminished by the likes of the 100-legged, has been restored by Gaara. If the volume of missions in Sunagakure were to rebound, would Gaara not become the beacon of our village? A beacon? To Sunagakure, he is merely a monster, a tool for killing. Yet, there are those who extol him as a luminary, and Gaara's heart, which he believed to be long hardened and numb, felt an inexplicable warmth. Absolutely, it is a necessity. Gaara, the pride of Sunagakure, alongside Kankuro, is commendable. Is this the extent of their caliber? Do we of Awagakure not possess similar talents? If this is the standard, we too have numerous exceptional individuals worthy of the heavens. The same goes for Kumogakure. Why is it always about Konoha and Sunagakure? I refuse to accept it. Refusal? Even if you do, hold it in. Does the heavens heed you? Perhaps the heavens might hear our prayers. Otherwise, how could it be that after shattering Sunagakure's reputation, it now speaks well of them? Is it true? Oh heavens. Might you showcase the handsome figures and tales of Kumobikir next time? Heavens, heavens. Let us feature Iwagakure S. and Kirigakure S. We of the Land of Grass desire our moment too. Chapter 38. It is still all about your whims. Gaara unleashed his formidable power from within the airship, extending his assault beyond its confines. Yet, even the might of the vast sandy expanse proved ineffective against the formidable female gorilla knight. With unwavering confidence, she proclaimed, "Your sand poses no threat to my electric charge barrier. Gaara, what if there were a power outage? I find myself envious of foes who reveal such self-destructive weaknesses. I pray that during my next mission, the enemy will enlighten me as to why my jutsu fails to function. Analyzing it myself is quite taxing. Oh, in moments like these, how I long for a Nara as a comrade. I would relish the opportunity to partner with Gaara. It would instill such a sense of security. Sand ninjas, security? The thrill of teaming with Gaara is leagues apart from merely feeling secure. If one of my teammates were a Nara and another Gaara, wouldn't our trio be invincible? In this triad, what is your essential contribution? I am a medical ninja. Very well, you are invincible. But how would you fare if I brought forth a Uchiha, a Hyuga, and a Uzumaki? I could present an Uchiha, a Senju, and an Uzumaki. To place both an Uchiha and a Hyuga on the same team? Such a luxury of ocular techniques is reckless. Then I desire a Hyuga, a Nara, and a Gaara. They already possess 3 in their small team. What of you? I am the Hyuga. Pardon my intrusion. There are so many vying for the opportunity to be Gaara's ally. After all, a companion who is emotionally stable, immensely powerful, and possesses a calm demeanor undoubtedly ensures a longer lifespan. How wonderful that Gaara is so well regarded. He must have countless friends. It is truly splendid that Gaara has grown up so well. Gaara pondered how peculiar it was that this warm, buoyant sensation could surpass the thrill of taking a life as a testament to his existence. He had once encountered this feeling when Yashimaru was alive, during moments when he smiled at him, embraced him, and showered him with praise. The exquisite nature of that feeling made Yashimaru's betrayal all the more agonizing. After Yashimaru's demise, Gaara believed he would never again experience such warmth. The Celestial Realm had chosen him for unique experiences in the future, just as it had previously selected Naruto for a particular mission. If he were to undertake more tasks, might he not increase the likelihood of being chosen by the cosmos? Could it be that he would gain greater recognition and affection from others? Gaara, resolute in his determination, vowed to undertake more missions upon his return. The sand shuriken. A multitude of sand needles descended, their tails spreading into the shape of a trident, encircling the gorilla knight. The specific mechanics of this ninjutsu remained a mystery to her. As she let out a piercing scream of agony, the long-haired knight, upon hearing the commotion from within the airship, hastily rushed outside. Gaara pressed his advantage, the sandstorm burial. Meanwhile, Timshir and Naruto were engaged in close combat, yet their struggle paled in comparison to the grand spectacle unfolding with Gaara. Over there, the battlefield of a formidable leader. Here, my skirmish. But how much chakra does Gaara possess? Thus far, he has employed only large-scale ninjutsu, all of considerable power, at least B rank, perhaps even A rank, and possibly reaching S rank. Yet, the sheer volume of chakra he has expended is astounding. Is his chakra inexhaustible? I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. For some reason, I suddenly recalled seeing Kakashi's prowess on the screen last time. Hatake Kakashi, I wonder if you are watching the spectacle now. What are your thoughts? Hatake Kakashi, is it really so fitting to bring him up now? There you are. The long-haired female knight was quickly noticed by Kankuro. He grinned. You won't escape me. Evading the kunai he hurled, the long-haired knight gracefully landed, flashing a charming smile. I did warn you that being too clingy can be quite bothersome, right? Kankuro scoffed, remaining unfazed. In battle, she transformed from an ally into a creature akin to a bat. Kankuro exclaimed, "What is that?" His inquiry echoed my own thoughts. A bloodline limit? It resembled no bloodline limit I had seen. What kind of new ninjutsu is this? Could it be related to the previously mentioned Grellstone? Those trapped within the light bulbs, are they part of some human experimentation? The bat-like knight unleashed a plume of purple smoke, cackling as she soared away from Kankuro. The purple mist enveloped Timshir and Naruto. As the bat-like knight instructed, Timshir, retreat. Timshir leaped, grasping her ankle, and was whisked away with her. Naruto burst forth from the purple haze, declaring, "You won't escape. I won't let you." Acting on instinct, he leaped and clutched something tightly. As the smoke began to dissipate, the object he held became clearer, Kankuro's body. "Idiot, let go." "No way." Without a moment's thought, Naruto shouted, only to realize his mistake a beat later. He looked up to see Kankuro's exasperated expression. Kankuro's face was quite the sight to behold. I now understood why the screen decided to air this story in the second week. Had it been the first, it would have tarnished Konoha's reputation. Indeed, Naruto appeared far too unreliable. If I hadn't seen the first story, knowing he would grow stronger, I would never have entrusted him with a mission. At his current tender age, he still lacked experience. Suddenly, I felt a twinge of pity for the Sand Village. Was it all a matter of timing? It was too late. Naruto then realized they were hanging beneath the deck of a ship, above a sea riddled with treacherous reefs. The twisted railing Kankuro clutched had already loosened. How did they end up in such a predicament? This must be a trick. With Naruto's anguished scream. He clung tightly to Kankuro as they plummeted into the ocean. Observing the screen, where Naruto clung desperately to his brother, Temari couldn't help but pat Kankuro's shoulder. Though they were timid and cautious before Gaara, in the presence of others, they exuded the pride and aloofness of true warriors. Characters like Naruto, reckless and brash, were truly a rarity in the Sand Village. You have my gratitude, Kankuro. Kankuro replied, it's no trouble. It's all for the village. As long as the honor of the Sand Village can be restored, this hardship is but a trifle. The pride of the Sand Village, that title, he, Kankuro, would uphold. But could Gaara truly be called the light of the Sand Village? Raza and Chiyo remained by the side of the Red Sand Scorpion, uncertain of what further discussions awaited them, while other Umbu and Jonin were tasked with escorting Gaara back to the village. Although everyone appeared to gaze steadfastly ahead, gathering intelligence was mere child's play for ninjas. They had numerous ways to keep an eye on the screen without raising their heads. Some stifled laughter at Kankuro's misfortune, while others expressed discontent with his reaction, deeming it detrimental to the Sand Village's serious and powerful image. Regardless of the former or the stern latter, Kankuro paid them no mind. His primary concern was still Gaara. He could not help but steal a glance at Gaara, only to find his usually capricious brother displaying an uncharacteristically calm demeanor, his emotions remarkably stable. I am returning to the village to take on a mission. Upon sensing Kankuro's gaze, Gaara returned his stare. You too, come with me. Others could not form a team with Gaara. Kankuro and Temari, as his siblings, were his comrades in arms. However, unlike the equal collaboration with other team members, Kankuro and Temari dared not defy Gaara's orders. When he declared he would undertake a mission, Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, contemplating. What else could they do? They would comply. Chapter 39. Companionship is paramount. The scene shifted. Meanwhile, the merchant convoy was under attack. A newly introduced female knight seized Yin by the collar, demanding, where is the Grellstone? How would I know such a thing? When he refused to divulge information, the knight forcefully slammed his head against the wooden boards. Just as she revealed a cruel smile, preparing for a thorough interrogation, her body suddenly stiffened, and the hostage in her grasp lost strength, collapsing to the ground. What? The knight slowly turned her head, discovering Nara Shikamura standing atop a cliff, forming hand seals. Upon realizing she had spotted him, Shikamura smiled. Shadow mimicry technique. Success. Nara. I had thought he had followed Naruto and Timshire to the Land of Wind. Thankfully, he remained with the merchant convoy. Otherwise, it would have been dire without any guardians. Was this part of your calculations, Nara? The shadow mimicry technique? Nara can control other shadows? That technique is quite impressive. TCH, what's so great about it? As long as we create light to dispel the shadows, they will be rendered helpless. Haruno Sakura rushed to Higan's side, supporting him and guiding him away from the dangerous knight. Shikamura looked down at the knight. You all are causing quite the ruckus. The knight gritted her teeth. Are you one of their accomplices? Don't count on those lackeys, Shikamaru replied smugly, a bunch of muscle-bound simpletons, who claimed that the Nara clan members were gentle and easy to get along with. The youth certainly had a bit of pride. Humph, in terms of capable individuals. Only Kankuro and Gaara from the Sand Village can compete, while Konoha boasts Sai, Sakura, and Nara Shikamaru. In terms of numbers, Konoha certainly excels. Nonsense. Lady Temari is also extremely formidable. Temari? The trio from Gaara's team consists of him, Kankuro, and Lady Temari. Lady Temari is also their older sister. Is she truly that impressive? Why was Kankuro and Gaara featured in the sky screen, yet she did not appear? Is it possible that I have discerned your intentions? You wish for us to presume that she has perished in battle, correct? Temari felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Kankuro instinctively glanced at her. Strangely, Gaara also cast a look her way. Are you dead? He inquired. Then you are still not strong enough. Temari's complexion turned somewhat pale. But before she could finish, Gaara quietly interrupted her. I am also not strong enough. If he were truly strong, how could Temari, alongside him on missions, ever meet her demise? As long as he wished it, no one could harm him or his comrades. Though Gaara's affection for Kankuro and Temari may not be overly evident, deep within, their bond held a significance unlike that shared with others. Perhaps it is indeed true that blood is thicker than water. While he professed to care only for himself, dismissing the existence of others as merely fodder for his own survival, such sentiments were merely a reflection of Gaara's profound fear of being hurt again. A deliberate distortion to shield himself. He still yearned for light. Deep down, he longed for love. As the scene unfolded with heavily armored figures scattered upon the ground, the female knight realized that she could only rely on herself. Like her two companions, she transformed into a beast, adopting the form of a wolf-headed humanoid. Her strength surging as she broke free from Shikamaru's grasp and swiftly escaped. Sakura set Hachiya down, and Shikamaru hurried over, frowning as he asked, Old man, what is the Grailer Stone? Hachiya displayed a wary expression. Observing this, Shikamaru relaxed his previously tense shoulders, adopting a nonchalant tone. It has no bearing on us. But I did hear similar terms previously in their fortress, which piqued my interest. Sakura interjected. So, their objective is related to this? Shikamaru replied, perhaps it is. Addressing Hachiya, he continued, if you choose not to divulge, that is fine. We must seek our lost comrades. Let us go, Sakura. Hesitant to abandon the merchant caravan, Sakura pondered. But is this truly the right course of action? The Naruto clan excels in negotiations, after all. Is it appropriate to bargain amidst a life-and-death struggle? Yet, there are indeed many clients like this, who, due to insufficient budgets, obscure critical information while commissioning high-level tasks, only to reluctantly reveal the truth when problems arise mid-mission. In such cases, deciding to abandon or continue the task is always a costly affair. We should report back to the village and blacklist this client. Typically, lower-ranking shinobi are fresh graduates. Clients often feign helplessness or play tricks, leaving most too embarrassed to raise the price midway. Even if the leading J-nin possesses remarkable skills, their verbal prowess may not match, leading to numerous hidden losses. If only someone from the Naruto clan were present, surely they would not be so easily taken advantage of. Their clarity of thought and logical expression is admirable. Choji and Ino turned their gazes toward Shikamaru. Is that true, Shikamaru? Ino asked eagerly, are you really skilled at bargaining? I spotted a new outfit that was rather pricey. Could you? Shikamaru interjected, that is not the case. No, you all are overestimating the Naruto clan's abilities. We too have our limitations. Dear family, am I the only one convinced that the sky screen is a promotional piece for Konoha? Is this not an attempt to redeem Sunagakure? On the surface, it seeks to vindicate Sunagakure, yet subtly arranges numerous details to garner goodwill for Konoha. When Shikamaru was about to leave, did Sakura not hesitate? From our perspective as shinobi, we might not perceive anything amiss. In fact, it may seem she was overly kind. Hindering Shikamaru. But what if you were a client's perspective? I would find Konoha's shinobi to be kind, reliable, and patient. It would foster greater trust in Konoha. Such cunning strategy from Konoha. Could this sky screen also be their doing? Indeed. Who else but Konoha would feature the Fourth Hokage so prominently on their first attempt? Perhaps Konoha has developed some forbidden techniques. The third Hokage exclaimed, no, Konoha has truly done nothing. He wished to deflect blame. Yet as he gazed at the fervent comments on the sky screen, he found himself at a loss as to whom he might direct that blame. Sakura appeared somewhat concerned, yet ultimately chose not to voice her worries, heeding Shikamaru's words as she rose, preparing to depart with him. Hachiya finally spoke up. Wait, are you companions of Naruto? Sakura immediately halted, astonished. Old man, do you know Naruto? Shikamaru displayed indifference, only stopping lazily after Hachiya finished speaking. Please, I implore you, help me. If this continues, something dreadful will surely occur. Sakura stood there, bewildered. Something dreadful? Shikamaru sighed deeply. Naruto possesses a remarkable ability to inspire trust. It qualifies as a rare talent. Rather than a talent, it might be said that he appears somewhat simple-minded, which leads others to believe they will not be betrayed by him. Nara Shikamaru. I find myself rather fond of his character now. He is quite unique. Previously, I felt that visiting Konoha solely to see Naruto was somewhat unworthy, but with Shikamaru included, it seems a trip would be worthwhile. I too wish to meet Shikamaru. Haha, that guy can now see the sky screen as well, knowing his personality. He would surely find it a nuisance. Nara Shikamaru gasped, his face turning pale. Please don't come. I ask you all, does no one care what dreadful things are? If it were significant, it surely would not have succeeded. Otherwise, how could Naruto have lived safely to reach this age and encounter the Fourth Hokage 2 decades ago? Indeed. No matter how dreadful, it cannot compare to a thousand-legged creature dominating the 5 great nations. This sky screen has disrupted the order of events, leaving us without a sense of urgency. Perhaps the sky screen seeks to convey not the dreadful event within the story, but something entirely different. What is it? It is Konoha's promotional piece. No. It embodies Naruto's repeatedly emphasized belief that comrades are of utmost importance. This is it. Chapter 40, Konoha's most popular male so. What exactly is this sky screen? Is it a divine oracle? Is it the heavens expressing discontent with our shinobi, who prioritize missions over comrades, thus delivering a warning? Does this mean that the divine agrees with Naruto's ideology and has chosen him as the ambassador? Is Naruto the chosen child? I am perplexed. If missions are not the most important aspect, then what is the purpose of our existence as shinobi? As dusk settles, the sun descends. Under the sky adorned with evening glow, Timothy stands alone atop a high tree, gazing distantly at the sailing vessels. He recalls Naruto's inquiry about what constitutes a companion and murmurs softly to himself, what do you understand? The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland, where a young child, with a quivering voice, helplessly exclaims, what should we do, Timsy? Everyone is dead. Young Timsy, possessing the same golden hair as in his later years, has striking emerald green eyes. Don't cry. Beside him stands an unfamiliar red-haired boy, wiping away his tears. At that moment, Hate appears. It is a tragic sight. With a face full of compassion, he approaches the 2 children, placing his hands on their shoulders. In this village, you are the only 2 survivors. If this world could transform into an ideal realm, such misfortunes would not occur. It is well known that the first person to arrive at a murder scene often bears the brunt of suspicion. The village lay in ruins. How coincidental it is that Hate appeared. Perhaps he was the one who instigated this calamity, only to present himself as a savior. Did he exert so much effort merely to deceive Timsy? What is so special about Timsy? The friend beside him, whom he had never seen before, did not transform into a knight? Has he perished? Such destruction of a village is a phenomenon that exists everywhere in the world. Having experienced pain himself, He vowed to create a world devoid of suffering. However, along the way, they have become the very kind of individuals they once despised. Those who inflict pain upon others, how ironic. As long as the goal is noble, is it acceptable to employ any means necessary? I cannot endorse their ideals. Suddenly, many feel a sharp pain in their knees. Shounen instinctively glances at Nagato, who remains expressionless, seemingly unfazed. Uchiha Obito reflects on Madara Uchiha's words. Drifting to thoughts of Rin, Uchiha Itachi remains silent. An ideal realm? Timsy inquires. Hade responds, it is the world we yearn for, a realm free from conflict. He produces a blue gemstone the size of an egg. Isn't it beautiful? If I can obtain many of these Grial stones, I can eliminate all conflict in this world. Eradicating these ugly, sorrowful struggles. Timsy and his friend don white robes, standing before the bulbous container. A blue glow illuminates Timsy's chest, while his green eyes turn blood red. The friend enviously remarks, to adapt to the Grial stone is truly remarkable. Timsy gazes at him, his expression softening. Is it? Quite impressive. Timsy is my pride. Thank you. Although I am unlike Timsy, the friend looks up at the container. Only by entering here can one wield power, yet our sentiments are the same, for we are companions. We must not allow another village to suffer the same fate. Thus, those who adapt to the Grial stone can become knights, glowing at their chests? Not just glowing. Those female knights can transform into animals. I have yet to see him transform. I wonder if he can. Their powers stem from the Grial stone? No wonder Timsy is unfamiliar with chakra. I love that female knight, who likely had never encountered a ninja before. It allows ordinary individuals to possess formidable power without the risk of death. It appears to have no side effects, an immensely profitable endeavor. No wonder Hade desires the Grial stone. Wait, no side effects? Timsy possesses the Grial stone. Surely his friend has also tried it, yet he cannot adapt. He appears quite healthy. The main issue arose when he was later confined to the container, resulting in his lifeless state. No wonder Timsy rushed to the container room upon arriving in the Land of Wind. He wanted to ascertain his friend's condition. Let us strive together. The friend smiles. Making a pact with Timsy, for our ideal realm. However, wait a moment, didn't a female knight once release some meatball-like entity from the bulbous container? Which then transformed into a heavily armored figure. They said those who could not adapt to the Grial stone could only enter the container to wield power. How does that work? Does it transform them into puppets? If that were the case, Timsy would surely notice something amiss. It cannot be that the individuals within the bulb merely become such monsters. Perhaps they siphon their life force to create abominations instead? Black Zetsu muses. Wrapping people up and transforming them into another form sounds like a rather familiar method. He thinks this to himself, and immediately, the celestial screen projects it. Familiar? Has someone done this before? Black Zetsu is uncertain about other circumstances, but the celestial screen seems particularly sensitive to him, often. Merely a stray thought will be projected onto the screen. Fortunately, the screen is filled with numerous comments. Even if he utters something inappropriate, few pay heed. Thus, when Naruto claims he does not value his companions, Timsy angrily retorts, what do you know? For he holds his friends in high esteem. And they willingly labor together for their ideals. Yet, I still believe his friends are genuinely kind. They too seem to have been deceived. The recollection concludes. Timsy stands alone atop a tree at sunset when suddenly, he hears the sound of a message being received. What is it? What has happened? A female knight scolds him angrily. You fool. The merchant caravan you were with had information about the Grial stone. Timsy is taken aback. What? Wait. How could Hade send someone to the merchant caravan? Do you remember what Hade said previously? Fujii, there is a place I want you to go, followed by a dog bark. And the female knight venturing to the caravan, who transforms into a wolf. Is she not Fujii? Did Hade send her to the caravan? But why would the caravan attract Hade's attention? How could he know about the caravan? That ferret? Did Timsy not mention the ferret's origin? Surely not. Could it be that he harbors such pettiness just because the ferret bared its teeth at him? Yet the caravan is genuinely connected to the Grial stone. Could this be mere coincidence? Upon learning that Timsy has set out for the caravan, Hade smiles. Those children will not disappoint my expectations. The female knight beside him responds, because Timsy possesses that kind of power, right? That kind of power? What power? To date, I have not perceived any exceptional strength in Timsy. He is constantly being summoned by the elder sisters. Timsy returns to the caravan, now deserted. Leaving only the remnants of the convoy. He meticulously searches the area but fails to notice a monstrous, distorted shadow creeping closer, ultimately lunging at him, ensnaring him tightly. A comment rushes in. I know. It must be the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan. Suddenly, the scene shifts, revealing Nara Shikamaru standing behind Timsy, hands in pockets. Exuding a relaxed yet spirited demeanor. I've been waiting for you. How can Shikamaru's tones sound both lethargic and invigorated? Cool. Shikamaru. Oh. Ino is so excited she covers her cheeks. If I weren't already fond of Sasuke, I would be smitten with you. With his deadpan expression, Shikamaru replies. I truly thank you. After the celestial screen concludes, you might just become the most popular boy in Konoha. Such matters are unnecessary. Chapter 41. Special attention for a special you. Do you even realize what you've done? As night fell, Naruto had unknowingly reunited with Shikamaru, and at that moment, they were in a cave, excitedly shouting at the bound Timsy. Timsy coldly replied, I have no desire to converse with you. Seeing his utter lack of remorse, Naruto clenched his fist in anger. What did you say? In truth, both of them valued their comrades greatly. It was truly unfortunate that misunderstandings had not been resolved. I sensed that even if Timsy were to explain himself, Naruto would not accept it. After all, even if a companion acts of their own volition, isn't that also a form of sacrifice? Who genuinely wishes to remain in a vessel, oblivious to the world and deprived of freedom, even if it is a voluntary sacrifice? Would Naruto still reject it? Should we describe Naruto as gentle or perhaps harsh? Nevertheless, he remains an innocent child who believes that if he desires no sacrifice, then none should occur. However, this world is rife with unavoidable circumstances. Wait a moment, Naruto. Just as they were on the brink of conflict, an elderly voice urgently interjected. Allow me to speak for a moment. It turned out that Yin was also present, observing Timsy with a questioning gaze. Do you know of the Greal Stone? Why? At this juncture, do you still seek it? Timsy boldly asserted. Because we need it. You do not comprehend the terrifying nature of that stone. It should not be awakened. A cold smile crept across Timsy's lips. Are you attempting to lecture me? Suddenly, an apparition of the Greal Stone appeared on his chest. Upon witnessing this, Yin spoke solemnly, as I suspected. Sakura inquired, what is that? This is the Greal Crystal Stone, the source of life energy. Timsy mockingly replied. You seem to know more about the stone than I do. Unfazed, Yin maintained a serious demeanor. If that is the case, your astonishing recovery ability becomes understandable. Where did you acquire that stone? That astonishing recovery refers to falling from a great height and then healing by the following day or the day after. I found it absurd. Hey, wait a minute. I recall that Naruto's recovery speed was similar to Timsy's. If Timsy's prowess stems from the Greal Stone, then what about Naruto? Well, he is from the Uzumaki clan, known for their vigorous life force. But being of the Uzumaki clan does not mean invincibility. Falling from such a height and recovering by the next day is impossible, even for them. Wait, do you not remember? Was it not mentioned before that Naruto Uzumaki is that of Konoha? If so, does that mean Gaara's recovery speed is similarly rapid? If that is the case, then Gaara would be invincible. Is there no one from Sunagakure who can comment on Gaara's recovery abilities? What nonsense. Everything regarding that is classified. How could the villagers of Sunagakure disclose such information? Even if they wish to, they wouldn't know. Gaara possesses absolute defense. It is impossible for him to sustain such severe injuries. Who knows about his recovery speed? Absolute defense? What an audacious claim. The female knight who battled Gaara previously had an electrical barrier that could also be considered absolute defense, no? One can only say that nothing is truly absolute. Every phenomenon has its means of being overcome. The assertion that all things can be broken is itself absolute. Yet since nothing is truly absolute, could it be a paradox to claim that there is always a way to break the absolute? What on earth? I am utterly bewildered by your convoluted thoughts. I obtained it from my master, Lord Hade. Is that so? Was it merely the stone that was given to you? Yin remarked slowly, it is peculiar. If you are indeed a descendant of our seafaring kin, how could you be unaware of this matter? Has the Greal Book been lost? What are you talking about? Since ancient times, only the royal bloodline of our clan could achieve ecological integration with the Greal Stone. Naruto, I have shared a little with you before. Naruto gazed at Yin and the clan behind him, listening intently. When we lost our homeland, a portion of our people sailed across the seas. If that is the case, according to our clan's records, it was the royal family that sailed across the seas, taking the last Greal Stone and the Greal Book with them. You were called Timsy, correct? The children, frightened, huddled behind Yin, gazing warily at Timsy. You did not come here. You returned here. Timsy is one of their kin. Wait a minute. Does Hade know about this? If only those of royal blood can integrate with the Greal Stone. Does that mean those female knights who can transform are also of royal blood? No way. If those female knights are Timsy's sisters, their attitude towards him is quite hostile. If Hade personally destroyed Timsy's homeland but adopted him and his kin, forbidding their recognition of one another, forcing them to risk their lives for their enemy, and turning him against his true family, would that not be the epitome of villainy, sickeningly so? Is it truly that ruthless? Timsy is so pitiful. I truly believe it is highly possible. I remember Timsy having nightmares about the destruction of his village when two cloaked figures exchanged a book. Could that have been the Greal Book? You are observing far too closely. I did not notice that at all. I did notice it, but although it resembled a book, it was wrapped very securely, making it difficult to ascertain. These royal individuals deserve their fate. As queen, Sara remained with her people, while these royals abandoned their kin and sailed across the seas. However, that may not be entirely fair. Perhaps the royals wished to take everyone along, but a portion of the populace chose to remain, unwilling to leave their homeland. Neither side is necessarily at fault. It is simply a matter of different choices. Indeed. Then I would assert that their decision to remain was disloyal to the royal family. Yin recounted tales of the past. We were once kin of the same family. No one knows how that stone came into existence. It was during the time that an incredible vein of ore was discovered. Our ancestors refined those stones, allowing them to crystallize, and named this mineral the Greal. Thus, upon this continent, an immense empire was constructed upon the foundation of the Greal Stone, creating wells that never run dry, livestock that grow overnight, and crops that yield continuous harvests, alongside research aimed at preventing biological aging. Preventing biological aging? Is that truly possible? That is astonishing. Please elaborate. If such technology exists, would it not render our current advancements primitive in comparison? Wells that never run dry sound entirely like myths. Is the legend of the Sage of Six Paths also true? That cannot be. I tend to believe it is merely a result of tales being exaggerated over generations. However, the Greal Stone does indeed exist. Wait. Could it be possible that the Greal Stone is related to dragon veins? I merely propose a possibility. The dragon vein is an infinite source of chakra. While the Greal Stone serves as the essence of life, the dragon vein flows. Could it be that a stagnant dragon vein transforms into a mineral vein? However, the dragon vein resides in the land of wind. Does the mineral vein also reside there? It appears that the land of wind will not remain tranquil for long. I believe otherwise. The Greal Stone can only be attuned by those of royal blood, yet chakra possesses no such exclusivity, does it? Perhaps, upon altering its form, its nature also shifts? No, the Greal Stone embodies the original energy of this planet, which is why the mother descended upon it to plant the divine tree. After all, the divine tree exists to absorb energy. If this planet lacked energy, there would have been no reason for the mother to come. The dragon vein is likely a remnant of the divine tree's transformation into the Tintails, or perhaps a portion of chakra that remains unused. It is not infinite, rather. It appears nearly infinite to humanity. To put it another way, it resembles a tailed beast devoid of personal consciousness. The planet has emerged? Is your mother an extraterrestrial? This is laughable, my friend. Are you a novelist? What is the title? We would all like to read it. Why is it that whatever I think immediately appears on the screen? Sending messages should simply be a matter of thought, yet one must possess sufficient conviction for successful transmission. Any hesitation leads to failure. Black Zetsu. But how does he feel as though he has bypassed the confirmation stage for sending? Chapter 42 now. The pressure has shifted to the Byakugan. Shikamaru remarked, "This is the first I have heard of such a thing. It occurred a long time ago. However, the immense power that once brought us happiness has transformed into disaster. The power surrounding the Greal Stone incited ugly humans to battle, to hate one another, ultimately leading to war fueled by the stone's might. A cataclysmic war that resulted in the Empire's destruction." Naruto murmured, "How could this be? Only a small fraction of the youth survived. Our ancestors sealed the mineral vein deep, vowing never to awaken the stone again." Indeed. Powerful entities often collapse from within rather than being destroyed from without. If only royals can wield the power of the Greal Stone. Is this not a civil war among royalty? A struggle for succession, is it not? If there is any ugliness, it lies with the royals. Why unfairly label humanity as vile? Precisely. It is clearly the fault of the royals for their lack of wisdom. The royals sealed the mineral vein for their own sake. If none of them perished, would they even care? Sakura trembled. Why did they not eliminate such a terrifying entity? Only those of royal lineage can destroy the stone. Without royals, our only course is to guard the stone for generations until the matter fades into obscurity, becoming mere legend. Timothy declared resolutely. Fade away? Eliminate? Impossible. After hearing your words, I am determined, no matter what, to seize the stone. Naruto, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Are you not listening?" Timothy replied, "Power is merely power. Its purpose depends on the intentions of those who wield it." Hyan interjected, "That is power that surpasses the limits of humanity. We cannot awaken the stone. How foolish it is to discover such power and yet refrain from engaging, exploring, and researching it, merely choosing to conceal it. Is this not the reason why ancient technology was more advanced than our own?" I find myself in agreement with Timothy's thoughts. What constitutes power beyond humanity's limits? Who are we to presume the limitations of humanity? Is it not absurd to imprison humanity in place due to such ridiculous assertions? Indeed. Just because conflicts arose over this power, are we to blame humanity and not the fearsome entity itself? Such logic is flawed. However, once this entity appears, no nation will permit another to claim it. If the Fourth Shinobi World War commences, countless lives will be lost. I hope this entity never manifests. Let peace endure a while longer. Is there no alternative to peace? Since the 5 great nations are unwilling to wage war, could they not engage in peaceful negotiations and collaborate on development? True peace can only be achieved by making everyone aware of suffering. What does suffering have to do with it? Regardless of the nature of the power, Lord Hader will wield it correctly. Timothy firmly believes Lord Hader has stated that conflict only breeds misfortune. Without a leader, strife will never cease. I resonate deeply with this sentiment. Although I harbor no affection for Hader, I must admit, his statement is beyond reproach. Indeed, the power itself is not at fault. It is the wielder that matters. If it were Hader, then that would be utterly unacceptable. I ponder, if Hader truly controlled the Greal Stone's mineral vein, would the 5 great nations unite to combat a formidable foe? What a grand spectacle that would be. I could envision rivers of blood. Yet, I fear it is but a dream. How many grievances and blood feuds exist among the 5 nations? Would you dare trust her back to the ninjas of other villages? Perhaps you would perish not at Hader's hands, but at the treachery of others. Timothy recalled the day his homeland was destroyed, as he cowered in the shadows, trembling, barely surviving, while friends made solemn promises to pursue their shared ideals. During the chaos of war, our village was besieged by bandits. It was Lord Hader who sheltered us. The orphans left in his wake. Within a vessel akin to a light bulb, many others, like his friends, sacrificed themselves for their common ideals. I shall realize Lord Hader's vision and eradicate conflict from this world. My comrades share this resolve, no matter the sacrifice. That is my dream. Timothy lay in bed, surrounded by several figures in black robes, preparing him for the Greerstone adaptation procedure. To fulfill this dream, we require the Greerstone. At this juncture, Timothy's form surged with immense power, breaking free from his restraints. He leaped behind Hyan, drawing his sword and placing it against Hyan's throat, taking him hostage. Shikamaru exclaimed, "This guy has been scheming from the very beginning. Nara, it seems there are unforeseen circumstances. I warned you not to overestimate Nara. Do not glorify him." "You fool." But Hyan refused to disclose the location of the mineral vein. Timothy, in a sudden movement, unleashed something that illuminated the cavern, rendering it impossible to see. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Hyan and a young child, escaping the cave. Naruto urged, "Hurry, pursue them." Sakura attempted to inquire among the other villagers about the location of the Greerstone's mineral vein, but others regretfully stated that only Hyan knew its whereabouts. In such a moment, if only we had ninja dogs. Huh? Ninja dogs? We should seek the Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan is ready for battle. Shikamaru, if you need anything, come to me. I am Kiba. Inuzuka Kiba? Fool. Do not recklessly reveal your name on the screen. Kiba, you rascal. There are so many seniors in the clan. When did it become your turn? Just as Shikamaru finished speaking, he sensed something scratching at the door. He turned his head and discovered a ferret named Nilu. The three ninjas from Konoha exchanged glances and immediately pursued the ferret. Although Hien was resolute in keeping the location of the mine secret, he eventually led Timsy to a ruin beneath a cliff upon seeing the child. Timsy apologized to the child and instructed the caravan's mount to take him back. He then drew his longsword, and the Greelstone on his chest emitted a glow, signaling towards Hade. Observing this, Hien closed his eyes, as if surrendering to fate, and slowly descended the cliff. The floating ship, anchored amidst the mountains, began its journey towards the mine. At that moment, Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru also arrived at the ruins, following the ferret. The Loulan ruins. I am quite familiar with this work. I wonder if this place will ultimately collapse. Have the intelligence agencies of various nations failed to locate the mine's position with so many shots captured? I claim priority for Konoha. Why should that be? Konoha possesses the Byakugan. Is there any better tool for gathering intelligence and locating the site? If Konoha with Byakugan couldn't secure priority, that would be a tremendous embarrassment. Hinata Hazashi suddenly felt an immense weight on his shoulders. Chapter 43, a strange feeling. The trio from Konoha traversed through the ruins, with Naruto expressing his frustration. Where are we going? I can't make sense of it at all. Shikamaru replied with resignation, we can only rely on it. Eventually, they spotted the exit. However, to their astonishment, outside the cave was merely a narrow ledge, leading to an unfathomable abyss. Naruto rushed too eagerly, teetering at the edge, while Sakura and Shikamaru collided into him from behind. The three tumbled down together, but fortunately, Shikamaru clung desperately to the edge of the stone platform, Sakura tightly embracing his waist, and Naruto grasping her thigh. It seems even the Nara clan can find themselves in such a predicament. High intelligence doesn't spare one from the hazards of terrain. Shikamaru, still inexperienced, sought everyone's understanding. I'm all for Shikamaru and Sakura. They made physical contact. Shikamaru, rendered speechless, muttered, as long as you're happy. Sakura, flustered, glanced at Sasuke. What are they all saying up there? When on a mission, physical contact is unavoidable, ISNT it. Naruto, irritated, exclaimed, I was holding Sakura too. Why is it only about Shikamaru and Sakura? Well, it seems Naruto is still quite childish, lacking that masculine aura, someone remarked. Indeed, compared to a boyfriend, he feels more like a younger brother. Naruto, oblivious, felt indignant upon hearing that he lacked what Shikamaru possessed. What is that? What has that masculine aura even? Fortunately, in the end, Naruto managed to scramble back up, and the trio set off once more, pursuing Timsy and Hien. They ascended a platform shaped like a three-leaf clover, composed of three circular sections, each adorned with different patterns. This platform stood isolated in the center of the ruins, with only a passageway behind it connecting to other paths. This structure. And you say you have no ties to Loulan? It's somewhat different. Loulan only has a single circular platform, particularly featuring a structure resembling an eye. Should the Fourth Hokage's flying thunder god Kunai seal be discovered at this altar, it would be a decisive blow. Laughable, I was just thinking the same. And then trigger time-space ninjutsu to see the Fourth Hokage again, right? Naruto interjected. Wait. Release the old man. Timsy exclaimed. You're such a nuisance. Just as the two were about to clash, a tremor shook the ground as Hade's floating ship forcefully broke through the mountainside, crashing into the ruins. Under the vigilant eyes of the Konoha members, Hade descended gracefully, accompanied by a proud female knight. Timsy knelt in reverence. Lord Hade, the Greel mine lies just below. What a disgrace. This fellow was once of royal blood, yet he kneels so easily. Is there no shred of dignity left? What royal blood? After crossing oceans, it is evident he is no different from an ordinary commoner. Lacking a sense of nobility is perfectly normal. Alas, Timsy seems to have naively concluded that Hade saved him, viewing him as a benefactor. How naive. When might I recruit such a gullible subordinate? Thank you, Timsy. Your assistance has been invaluable. Thanks to you. Our ideal nation is on the verge of success. Hade's smile and voice exuded an almost uncontrollable distortion, yet Timsy appeared oblivious. Now, everyone, let us proceed. Just as Hade turned to leave, Shikamaru's shadow ensnared him in place. Wait, Shikamaru coldly stated, I'm afraid I still have many questions for you. Damn it. Why is Nara Shikamaru so handsome? Shikamaru inquired, what is your true intention in acquiring the Greal Stone? What intention? To establish an ideal nation, of course. A world where the weak are not oppressed, free from conflict. Shikamaru scoffed. Is that so? Unfortunately, your words and actions are in stark contrast. All sacrifices made are for the sake of true justice. True justice? Bold claims. Who defines true justice? A world where the weak are not oppressed. Yet by Hade's current actions, he seems poised to acquire the Greal Stone and wield overwhelming power to dominate the world. Doesn't he? How eloquent. Yet no different from a centipede. I've said it before, centipedes do not know how to disguise themselves or engage in rhetoric. The people of Sunagakure are quite simple-minded. Sakura, indignant, questioned, then why attack an unarmed caravan? It was unavoidable. We too have made significant sacrifices. All for the noble sacrifice of creating a world devoid of conflict. Uncle, what constitutes a noble sacrifice? As the heated debate ensued, Hien gradually retreated, attempting to distance himself from Timsy. Naruto, dissatisfied, voiced. Can a mere phrase of noble sacrifice suffice when one's own comrades fall? Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. You. Naruto angrily confronted the previously silent Timsy. Is it acceptable for comrades to end up like that? Indeed, Timsy reflected on those suspended in the bulbous containers, not just me. Everyone made their own choices. Hade calmly added, it's unavoidable. Our ideal nation is a shared dream among our comrades. But Naruto firmly countered, that is not camaraderie. Why not? Hade queried. I can't quite articulate it, but for me, comrades must be cherished individuals. Timsy paused, slightly taken aback. I have always been alone, yet after making many friends, I no longer feel solitary. Therefore, my dream is to become the Hokage in a village with comrades, protecting everyone. As Naruto proclaimed the presence of numerous friends, silhouettes of people adorned in the Leaf Village headbands appeared against the sky, clearly indicating they were ninjas from Konoha. The man on the far left bore a prominent scar across his nose. Beside him stood a golden-haired woman draped in a green robe. And in front of them loomed a boy with a watermelon-shaped head and thick eyebrows, clad in a green bodysuit. Next to the woman was a white-haired man sporting an oil-marked headband, grinning widely, while standing before them was the third Hokage, distinguished by his iconic hat. Following them was a girl with deep blue bangs and striking white eyes, the well-known Shikamaru Nara, a boy cradling a small dog, a black-haired boy with white eyes. Arms crossed and a smile on his face, a girl with a bun hairstyle, a chubby boy munching on chips, a girl with a high blonde ponytail. A boy in a turtleneck wearing sunglasses, and the pink-haired Sakura, alongside a black-haired boy in a blue turtleneck, and a white-haired ninja masked in shadows. For those outside of Konoha, most of these figures were unfamiliar, but soon, an outpouring of enthusiastic comments from the village filled the sky. Friends and acquaintances appeared on the screen, evoking a profound sense of hometown pride among the spectators. Irika! It's Irika! Exclaimed one, recognizing Naruto's teacher. How infuriating that a mere Chunin stands alongside Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they spotted familiar faces. Is that Lee? And Niji and Tenten? Hinata? Yama? Wow, look, it's me. Choji, look, I'm on the screen. Mom, Dad, look, I made it. In the lower right corner, a handsome boy caught attention. That is Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura's teammate. And the one in sunglasses is from the Yamanaka clan. Niji, Lee, and Tenten exchanged bewildered glances. They were only distantly acquainted with Naruto, having heard of him but not yet truly met, so it was surprising to see the screen labeling them as Naruto's friends. The reactions of Ino, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were relatively calm, especially since they had previously shared meals with Naruto during missions. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya appeared the most astonished. While others remained in the village, Naruto had long been away from their lives, though Jiraiya harbored a faint premonition of a deep bond forming with Naruto in the future. He was still en route back to the Hokage. To him, Naruto was not yet a tangible presence. Observing his own image on the screen, he couldn't help but muse, what a peculiar sensation this is. Chapter 44, The Five Kage Summit. Why does the ideal nation you speak of exist? Naruto declared resolutely, clenching his fists. To disregard the dreams of comrades is to treat them as worthless. Therefore, I shall shatter it. Ah, Naruto truly resembles a hero, someone commented. When it comes to eloquence, Naruto's words resonate most beautifully. I finally understand why I found Hade's rhetoric lacking. It pales in comparison to Naruto's. Even though they recognized the impracticality of such ideals in reality, witnessing Naruto's unwavering determination inspired both admiration and concern for his innocence. If anyone can do it, it must be Naruto. After all, he hasn't changed at all since his story began. If he persists, perhaps he really could achieve it. Hien finally reached his desired position, evidently standing before a concealed mechanism. He activated it, determined to prevent the Greal Stone from resurfacing, even if it meant perishing alongside Timsy. Upon witnessing this, Hade, fearing they might destroy the stone, freed himself from Shikamaru's grasp and frantically retrieved a book, which contained no methods for obliterating the stone. He hurled the book to the ground and rushed towards Hien and Timsy. Hade swiftly struck Naruto aside and shattered the resealed mechanism, commanding, "Hurry, descend and pursue." With dragonfly-like wings sprouting from his back, he plunged ahead. Wait, that book? Could it be the Grial book? Ah, indeed, Timsy's village had been robbed. He too could wield the power of the Grial stone. Was he also of royal lineage? Was this not a tale of royal discord as foretold? TSK, a dog-eat-dog situation. Hey, that ass hardly fair. Timsy has done anything wrong? As the trio from Konoha prepared to pursue, the Bat Knight landed before Shikamaru, grinning, "I shall be your opponent, little brother." Meanwhile, Sakura proactively intercepted another female knight, urging, "Naruto, go." Yet, the rapidly descending stone platform did not crush Hien and Timsy. Instead, as they neared the earth, the mechanism slowed, ensuring their safe landing. Hien led Timsy into the ceiling chamber, where amidst numerous murals, one area remained shrouded in darkness, for reasons unknown. As he gazed upon this scene, Itachi Uchiha was reminded of the Uchiha's South shrine and the stone tablet within. Timsy, captivated by the abyssal mural, approached it. Hien explained that it's a depiction created by our ancestors to record the terrifying power of the Grial stone when sealing this place. It symbolizes despair. Just as in the painting, the empire was thus brought to ruin. Yet Timsy, emboldened by the Grial stone's might, exhibited a satisfied demeanor. Finally unable to contain himself, Hien shouted, "Seeing this, do you not find it terrifying? This horrifying image proves that excessive power leads to catastrophe. Even without the Grial stone, humanity would still encounter wars. Thus, it must be wielded for righteousness." Hearing his unwavering declarations, Hien resolved to face his fate. Gripping a dagger from his sleeve, he lunged towards Timsy. "I'm sorry, though Timsy appears to be on the opposing side, I truly believe he speaks the truth. I also think Hien is excessively cautious and timid. I can understand his perspective. Once the existence of the Grial stone is revealed, it may provoke another war. Should humanity remain stagnant forever?" The barrage of comments erupted into fervent debate. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Sakura grappled with their own struggles. The Bat Knight moved with such speed and unpredictability that Shikamaru found it impossible to grasp her shadow. In the midst of his contemplation for a solution, he suddenly caught sight of Kankuro's figure on the opposite cliff, momentarily stunned. "Kankuro has come. Has Gaara arrived too? If Gaara is here, we are certainly secure." Gaara was rendered somewhat uncomfortable by the words of praise filled with trust, lightly biting his lip. Sakura's skills were indeed impressive, despite having the same teacher as Naruto. Her combat style was markedly different. Sakura, basking in the compliments, felt elated, while Kakashi observed his colleagues' teasing gazes with a deadpan expression, pondering to himself. "I have no idea why they trust this. Do you believe it?" Shikamaru quickly devised a strategy. He launched numerous kunai tied with threads and adorned with explosive tags towards the surrounding cliffs. The intertwined threads resembled a spider's web, ensnaring the female knight within. Shikamaru deliberately detonated an explosive tag near her as a warning. However, the Bat Knight flew towards the apparent gap left by Shikamaru, only to pause in midair, mocking him. "I suppose your shadow awaits you there?" These individuals seemed overly reliant on the power of the Grial stone, having encountered no formidable foes elsewhere, leading to the impression that their combat experience was rather limited. Carelessness and underestimation, despite their formidable strength, rendered them not so daunting once their weaknesses were exposed. Completely oblivious to the new enemy that had emerged behind her, Shikamaru was merely drawing her attention to create an opportunity for Kankuro. She was doomed. Indeed. The Bat Knight failed to notice the puppet that had opened its abdomen, swiftly approaching her. As she sensed the shadow looming over her, she glanced up, only to be captured by the puppet. She was swallowed whole, and the puppet's abdomen closed rapidly, two sharp blades slicing cleanly through, resolving everything in a swift manner. At that moment, Shikamaru nonchalantly stood up, just as calculated. Once they regrouped, Shikamaru, with familiarity, remarked, "You've been a great help. I have a grudge against this one too." Kankuro responded nonchalantly, implying no need for gratitude, as he surveyed the surroundings. "But with so many explosive tags, we mustn't act recklessly. Most of them are merely for show." Kankuro was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Do Shikamaru and Kankuro seem to have a good rapport? Are they quite familiar? Goodness, Konoha has recently been stepping over Sunagakure. Yet the ninjas on both sides of the curtain seem to be quite friendly. Is the curtain mocking us?" Tamari also looked at Kankuro in confusion. To which Kankuro replied exasperatedly, "Even if we are familiar, that's a matter for the future. How would I know now?" Tamari then realized, that's true. Ordinarily, she wouldn't misjudge such matters, but having not seen herself for a long time, she couldn't help but mutter in frustration, "Honestly, you're all here, but where am I?" Chapter 45, The Frustrated Wind Shadow. However, Hien was merely an ordinary elder. Even with a surprise attack, he couldn't kill Timothy. Yet, he managed to wound Timothy, leaving his blood on the sword. The symbol array on the floor was designed for summoning something using ancient spirit techniques. Hien, holding the short sword stained with Timothy's blood, was about to insert it into the array. "Let's perish together." In this era, the method to activate an array seems to involve inserting something into it? I understand now. Royal blood is required to activate the array. Why didn't they destroy this place when the royal family left? Did they leave a way out for those fellows? At that moment, Hyde arrived and knocked the sword from Yan's hand. Timothy had never seen such power displayed by him before and was somewhat astonished. Hyde confidently removed his gloves, revealing the Grail stone embedded on the back of his hand. Just as the books described, it is indeed powerful. Yan immediately questioned, "The Book of Grail? Where did you obtain it?" Hyde replied that he bought it from a wandering merchant. Yan shouted in anger, "What a coincidence!" Hyde discovered a method to utilize the Grail stone without integrating with its ecosystem. Indeed, he was not of royal blood. He must be using the glove embedded with the Grail stone to exert its power. If that's the case, ordinary individuals could possess strength comparable to ninjas. The numerous village leaders observing the curtain couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. From the content previously released, since Naruto and Kankuro could meet on the battlefield so swiftly, it was evident that the incident's location was near the borders of the Wind and Fire countries. Many ninja villages had dispatched their umbu to gather intelligence at the border, considering that the Wind country clearly possessed a dragon vein. The wording in the diplomatic correspondence from other countries to Sunagakure was particularly stern. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, the other villages rarely unified their stance, demanding that the ruins of Loulan be placed under the surveillance of other nations, even requiring that Sunagakure refrain from participating in the exploration of the Grail stone. Such stringent conditions naturally left room for negotiation, but the accompanying immense pressure was enough to keep Raza working late into the night, anxious to the point of losing hair. Was it his illusion? Raza had returned to the office of the Wind Shadow, contemplating. Is this curtain a bit too targeted at Sunagakure? Initially believing that the appearance of Kankuro and Gaara was to restore the honor of Sunagakure, it turned out that while some honor was regained, it also attracted more covetous eyes. Sasori of the Red Sand was clearly eyeing the dragon vein of the Loulan ruins. But he was certainly not the only one seeking that boundless chakra. However, with the emergence of the Grail stone, it was uncertain whether it could divert some of these dangerous figures' attention. So many treasures in the Wind Country? How infuriating. If discovered secretly, the Wind Country could flourish. Yet, it is now declared to the world. So many eyes were focused on Sunagakure, with enemies outnumbering friends. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send a signal for assistance to Konoha. The Wind Country and the Fire Country were already allies. And considering that Konoha had prominently featured in the curtain's content, those watching Konoha were certainly not fewer than those watching Sunagakure. Konoha possesses the 9 tails. And even if Sunagakure has the 1 tail, in the worst-case scenario, other countries utilizing the power of tailed beasts might still contend with them. Naruto Uzumaki. He is the Jinchuriki of Konoha, right? From his performance on the curtain, it seems Konoha manages him quite well. In comparison, Gaara, remembering his extremely unstable son, Raza felt another wave of headache. If, in a moment of crisis, the 1 tail were to go out of control. Indeed, it was better to eliminate him early and transfer the 1 tail to a more obedient Jinchuriki. Hien questioned Hyde, suggesting that he attack Timothy's village to acquire the Grail stone. If you truly wish to create peace, would you seek the power of Grail? I found Hien's words to hold some truth. Whether utilizing the dragon vein or the Grail stone, no matter how noble the proclaimed intention, the actions were filled with dubious ambition. However, creating peace inherently requires formidable strength. Beyond strength, what matters more is the intent. The first Hokage was so powerful. Yet for the sake of peace, he could kneel before the other Kage instead of slaughtering them all. I think he might as well have killed them all. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Otherwise, how could the second Hokage have sacrificed himself? In summary, solely relying on strength to suppress everything is exceedingly dangerous. Nagato murmured. Is the heavens truly the will of the divine? This tale seemed to echo his designs, provoking public outcry that felt like criticism and reproach directed at him. Was destiny, or perhaps divine will, attempting to thwart his ambitions? Yet, if a deity truly existed, why must Yahiko perish? Why must the village repeatedly endure the ravages of war? He would not waver in his resolve, never. At that moment, the mechanism to unlock the mind began to rise from the ground. Nilligu attempted to thwart Hader, but was sent flying by the power of the Grail stone. Timothy's heart stirred upon witnessing the fallen ferret on the ground. Once again, a noble sacrifice was made, and Hader feigned regret, saying, "Indeed, leaders are often compelled to make cruel decisions. It seems sacrifices will increase." He prepared to slay Hien. But in that critical moment, Timothy unexpectedly stepped forward, sword drawn, to shield the elderly man. Had he finally awakened to resist? After all these years following Hader, was Timothy still so oblivious to his true nature? Ah, how distant aspiration is from comprehension. Timothy knelt in apology. Lord Hader, the Grail mine now belongs to us. Let us disregard this defenseless elder. However, Hader rejected him, commanding him to step aside. Timothy looked up, and before him, Hader's silhouette melded with that of the dark-robed assailant from years past. You stand in my way, Hader declared mercilessly, launching an assault on Hien. Naruto arrived just in time, scooping Hien into his arms and darting aside. Yet, how is it that Naruto always resorts to a princess carry? For him, is it merely a convenient way to transport someone? Sakura, my Sakura. The armored men descending alongside Hader glimmered with crimson light in their eyes. But having recently acquired the power of the Grail stone, Hader chose to act independently. You are quite resilient, he remarked. Indeed, that is Naruto's greatest trait. Resilient enough to obliterate even puppets with infinite chakra. What is the Grial Stone in comparison? I sense that Naruto's mission must surely qualify as A rank, perhaps even S rank? Not quite. Why not? Because his task was merely to seek out the ferret. No one has commissioned him for subsequent matters. Chapter 46. What will happen when everything spirals out of control? Naruto, desperately dodging while cradling Hien, noticed Timothy still kneeling on the ground. Timothy. Why haven't you killed those two yet? Hater thundered. Timothy hesitated, questioning, is this truly a noble sacrifice? His doubt transformed Hater's demeanor. Timothy, I am deeply disappointed in you. You are no better than your lowly parents. Timothy gazed up in astonishment, the moment crystallizing as Hater's figure perfectly mirrored that of the bandit who had attacked the village. What a pitiful wretch, Hater laughed heartily, confessing his sins. To not even recognize the enemy of your parents? Yet to be so close to me, what a delightful pawn you are. However, now that you know the location of the stone, you are of no further use. Sasuke Uchiha instantly identified with the role of the Avenger, his eyes fixed on Hater against the backdrop of the heavens, almost seeing Itachi Uchiha before him. Rage, hatred, and self-reproach for his own weakness consumed his heart. You useless fool. He glared at Timothy, unsure whether he was chastising him or lamenting the night of the massacre. Where he could only weep. Kill him. He gritted his teeth, uncertain whether he referred to Hater or Itachi. Kill him. Hater transformed into a monstrous figure. Seizing Timothy by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Timothy offered no resistance, merely feeling an overwhelming sorrow. Lord Hater. Those without purpose should perish. The Grial Stone in Hater's hand emitted a radiant blade, piercing Timothy's body. Naruto's anguished cry of stop reached out, but it was too late. Hater extracted the Grial Stone from Timothy's heart and crushed it in his palm. Thus, everything in this world is mine. He looked down disdainfully at the barely breathing Timothy, whom he had cast aside, uttering trash. As he turned to stride toward the mechanism unlocking the mine, Naruto stood defiantly in his path. You shall not advance another step, he declared resolutely. Yet, Hater's transformed speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, sending Naruto crashing away. As Naruto's shadow clones rushed past him, Timothy watched the motionless armored men, the battle between Hater and Naruto, the injured Hien, and the ferret sprawled on the ground, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. What are we fighting for? Wait, did Naruto descend here alone? Where is Sakura? Where is Shikamaru? Where is Kankuro? Why must Naruto always fight alone? Gaara, Gaara, Gaara. Please help. As countless voices called his name from the heavens, Gaara's sand trembled momentarily, as if about to spring into action. Yet he soon realized that he was powerless to intervene. Just the feeling of being needed was truly wonderful. Kankuro grew anxious, exclaiming, what am I doing at a time like this? Ino shook Shikamaru's shoulders urgently. Hurry, hurry, Shikamaru. What are you doing? Shikamaru, dizzy from her shaking, replied. Is it possible that this is happening concurrently while I am fighting? At this moment, I am still dealing with that bat. Hinata gripped her collar. Watching Naruto being struck down repeatedly, nearly gasping for breath, Naruto-kun. Sakura clenched her fists, reassuring herself, it will be all right. It will be all right. It will be all right. Naruto. You will grow up strong and in a few years, you will protect the dragon vein in the land of wind. You will not perish here. You will be just fine. Observing Sakura's worry for him deeply moved Naruto. Once more, Naruto struggled to rise, declaring, I will not give up. He glanced at the fallen Timothy and shouted, wasn't your dream to create an ideal nation? But Timothy's crimson eyes appeared devoid of light. With a spiraling sphere of chakra, Naruto finally sent Hater sprawling, debris cascading down to pin him beneath the stones. Despite his exhaustion, Naruto knelt on one knee. A triumphant smile breaking through. I did it. Behind him, Timothy struggled to lift himself. Where does the strength of his come from? He pondered, unable to fathom Naruto's indomitable spirit. Yet, the battered Hater rose once more, cloaked in a faint azure aura. Hien exclaimed, that is the Grial Stone mine. It seemed Naruto's spiraling sphere had shattered the ceiling enclosing the Grial Stone. Huh? What significance does the opening mechanism hold? It is akin to equipping a wooden door with the most intricate lock in existence. Should it prove unyielding, a thief might simply kick the door down, wouldn't they? The intellect of the royal family of Timsy appears rather questionable, I must say. Wait a moment. The imagery of the azure energy from the mind connecting with the stones within the human body strikes a chord of familiarity. Is this not the very technique employed by the centipede to link the power of the dragon vein to its puppets? These individuals are merely echoing the same thought. Could there not be a hint of originality? Hyde cackled maniacally. Naruto straightforwardly requested, Timsy, lend me your strength. Alone, I cannot vanquish him. Timsy hesitated momentarily. I shall not yield. Come forth. Bestow upon me your power. Just as Hyde unleashed a beam of assault towards Timsy and Naruto. A heavily armored figure suddenly intervened before them. The battle-scarred warrior radiated a ghostly azure aura, and among them was one of Timsy's friends. They gazed tenderly at Timsy before dissipating into the ether. Tears welled in Timsy's crimson eyes. What have I done? Wait, is this an objective apparition? Or merely a figment of Timsy's imagination? Is it possible for souls to exist? Have these individuals truly perished? Could it be that the armored figure emerged from the distorted form of the individual encased within the bulbous container? Goodness, this is utterly devastating. Inspired by this revelation, Timsy seized the Grell stone that had fallen from the ferret and gripped it tightly, directing a roar of fury towards Hyde. Onward, Timsy. He charged alongside Naruto. Naruto. As you stated, a dream that sacrifices comrades can hardly be regarded as a dream. Although Naruto's Rasengan could not penetrate Hyde's defenses. The power granted by Timsy's Grell stone pierced through Hyde's heart. Soon, many recalled Hyen's words. That only those of royal blood could obliterate the Grell stone. Can a dream that sacrifices comrades be deemed a dream? Although such a notion does not align with the mainstream ideology of the shinobi world, I cannot bring myself to resent the unwavering commitment to comradeship. Those who lack the resolve not to abandon their allies are unworthy of being shinobi. However, to witness a friend's sacrifice, such a reality. Meanwhile, the mechanism that opened the mine was damaged during the fray, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently. Hien remarked, with the destruction of the mine's key. The seal has been lifted, and the mine is on the brink of chaos. Chapter 47, The Endless Meeting. This phrase sounds familiar. The Fourth Hokage exclaimed, this is bad. The Loulan dragon vein is about to spiral out of control. Indeed, I understand now. That mechanism is a one-button annihilation device. Were it not for those of royal lineage, intruders who tampered with the mechanism would likely perish in the depths below. So, it is unnecessary to engage that mechanism to access the mine? Not necessarily. Perhaps the royals possess a unique method of activation. Sakura laid the emaciated figures upon the rocky shores. By their garments, they appeared to be individuals trapped within the bulbous containers aboard the floating ship. She was assessing their vital signs when Shikamaru arrived, carrying 2 more. How are they? They still breathe, but consciousness eludes them. Just then, the floating ship quaked. And both Sakura and Shikamaru turned their grave expressions towards the source of the disturbance. Are they starting to rescue others before the enemy has been dealt with? What if Naruto perishes? They either trust Naruto implicitly, believing he can handle it alone, or they simply do not care for him. Sakura could not possibly be indifferent to Naruto. For goodness sake, there are just 3 of them. Sometimes, a shortage of manpower results in such dilemmas. If these individuals are not rescued, and Naruto and Hyde continue their battle below, an oversight could lead to their demise. TSK. I said it was a promotional piece for Konoha, showcasing the humanitarian spirit of its people, right? Below ground, the Grell stone, though a mineral vein, oozed a liquid-like azure substance. Timsy anxiously inquired, what happens when it spirals out of control? I do not know, but judging by the scale of the obliterated empire, half of the continent could be annihilated. Timsy pressed for a solution, to which Hien replied, there is no remedy for the impending chaos. But there is a means to obliterate the mine. Wait, which half of the continent will be destroyed? The mine's location lies on the border of the wind and fire countries. If destruction occurs, it will undoubtedly be that portion. Damn. We of the earth country are truly suffering from undeserved calamity. Haven't the lightning and water countries already triumphed? So, the Grell stone's mine will be annihilated? This is an even more thorough waste than the dragon vein. At least the dragon vein remains intact. The Grell stone is increasingly resembling the dragon vein, first chaos, then collapse. Those of royal blood can summon what through the summoning array? A temporal void. Hien stated, it can absorb all into an unfathomable abyss. While the ritual array will be destroyed, leaving the caster unable to survive. Ah, is this the kind of temporal void? I was just about to feel exhilarated upon witnessing it. I understand now. I thought it would allow time travel, but alas, I am sorely disappointed. A question arose. On what basis can we assert that this is an unfathomable abyss capable of consuming all? Has anyone ever tested it? Upon hearing that survival is impossible, Naruto instinctively sought to argue, but Timsy rendered him unconscious. He had resolved to sacrifice himself. Allow me to atone for my sins. At that moment, the energy of the Grell stone surged forth, engulfing Timsy's figure. Hien could only carry Naruto and retreat from the depths. Timsy placed his hand upon the ritual array, and in an instant, the array was cloaked in darkness. The heavens dimmed. When they illuminated once more, a flurry of withered leaves danced through the air, revealing a patch of grass amidst the darkness. This cannot be the pure land of the netherworld, can it? If it is the pure land, what sort of grass is this? Should it not be the red spider lily? I wager Timsy will encounter his departed friends and family here. They will come to guide him to the afterlife. Yet, the conjectures of the audience were entirely misguided. At either end of the scene appeared figures, Naruto and Sasuke. Huh? Naruto exclaimed, equally taken aback. Sakura, bewildered, questioned, Naruto, Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto moved from left to right while Sasuke traversed from right to left. They approached each other, and the moment their figures intersected, the scene paused for an instant before they turned away without hesitation. Naruto's eyes snapped open wide. His azure gaze transformed into slit pupils, his visage now displaying an otherworldly fox-like countenance. Gaara, Kankuro, and Sakura stand atop a lofty mountain, gazing at the crumbling airship. Oh? Has Gaara made his appearance now? For some reason, I am reminded of Kankuro's earlier just about him always being late. Isn't that so? Gaara slightly furrowed his brow. Does he often arrive late? How's he unaware of this? He couldn't help but glance at Kankuro beside him. A cold sweat immediately broke out on Kankuro. Gaara had just experienced a violent outburst, intent on causing harm. In that moment, he could not bear to meet my gaze, nor did he dare to speak. The Grell stone was relentlessly consumed by the black hole. Amidst the void and the azure energy, Timsy sat alone upon the altar, awaiting the final descent into oblivion. However, just as he closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate, an unexpected hand grasped him. Timsy opened his eyes in shock to find Naruto before him. Utilizing the shadow clone technique to create a human staircase. Timsy, take my hand. Are you foolish? You'll perish. Enough already, hold on tight. Stop. You'll be sucked in. No, I cannot die like this, and I refuse to lose any more comrades. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling something. I have feelings for Naruto. In a moment of desperation, when all hope seemed lost, the arrival of someone to rescue you is indeed hope itself, Naruto. Previously, when Naruto had opposed Timsy's sacrifice and ended up knocking him unconscious, I thought that this way, Naruto would not be ridiculed, considering his insistence on not sacrificing his comrades. Yet he ultimately had to send Timsy to his demise. I never anticipated that he would truly refuse to abandon anyone. Wait, did anyone catch that he said he didn't want to lose any more comrades? So was that truly the Pure Land? Did Naruto see Uchiha Sasuke, who was dead? They walked in opposite directions, one towards death, the other towards life. Third Hokage, this is troubling. If something has truly happened to Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi felt restless. At last, inspired by Naruto's steadfastness, Timsy firmly grasped his arm. Sakura, perched on the cliff, anxiously looked towards Shikamaru. Where's Naruto? Is he still inside? Shikamaru remained silent. His teeth clenched. Eventually, the black hole consumed the mine and the airship, leaving behind an empty pit. Sakura, frantic, jumped down the cliff in search of Naruto, and Shikamaru, fearing for her safety, leapt after her. In the end, the power of the last Grellstone surged forth, causing numerous great trees to sprout from the barren cliffside. At that moment, Sakura and Shikamaru heard Hiyan's voice. Such power surpasses legend. He explained that the phenomena they witnessed were due to the life force released when the mines were destroyed, resulting in a resurgence of life. Not only were everyone's injuries healed, but those who had been rescued from the brink of death also opened their eyes anew. Wait, trees, vitality. I sense. Are you searching for? Would release? The Senju clan's would release couldn't possibly relate to the Grellstone's energy, could it? It feels strikingly similar. The Grellstone seems not merely to heal injuries, it directly infuses life energy. This is far more enticing than dragon veins. Alright, the great nations, prepare for war. The Fourth Shinobi World War will likely revolve around this. If war must erupt, perhaps it would be better to destroy it instead. Let us see what the 5 great nations think. An additional topic for the 5 Kage meeting. If something else emerges from under the heavens next week, the agenda will only grow, and it seems endless. Chapter 48. Milestone. Timsy lay amidst the ruins, his eyes having reverted from crimson to their original green. He attempted to rise but found Naruto lying beside him. Their hands remained tightly clasped. Suddenly, a sound of cracking caught his attention. Timsy looked up to see what was once perceived as a despairing black mural shatter, revealing an image beneath it. It depicted 2 people, hand in hand, imbued with hope. Timsy gazed at Naruto, still holding his hand, and a gentle smile graced his face. For the ordinary observer, this was merely a common, familiar happy ending. Yet for certain schemers, the tale unfolding under the heavens seemed to foreshadow something significant. Is divine will denouncing their actions? However, the few who reflect and repent are a minority. Many still choose to persist obstinately. If Timsy were a girl, she would undoubtedly fall deeply in love at this moment. Who could resist loving Naruto? Enough said, I'm a man. And I too feel the urge to fall deeply in love. Once again, by the tranquil seaside, yet this time, the airship had a new captain. Timsy directed his companions in transporting various supplies, repairing the airship, preparing for another voyage. Timsy and the old man must be of the same clan, right? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Why not live here together? Shikamaru replied, moreover, the continent seems to be embroiled in conflict. There was no choice, that was the path he chose. Hiyan took it in stride. Besides, we have been apart for so long, that Child's spirit is now tightly bound to another continent. Yet he is not alone. This time he truly fights alongside comrades, striving to create a world devoid of strife. The newly refurbished airship set sail from the harbor. Timsy and his companions stood on the deck, waving farewell to Sakura, Shikamaru, and Hiyan, who remained on the shore. The ship drifted further from the land. Not far away stood Kanjiro and Gaara beside him. For some reason, I felt that the people of Konoha were bidding farewell, while the Sand Village seemed more like watchers, ensuring they departed without causing trouble. Well, the Sand Village always seems to wear a fierce expression. It seems that, aside from Konoha, other ninja possess a notably lower affinity. Alas, this is too biased towards Konoha. Yet Gaara is undeniably adorable. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari stole a glance at him. The vast sky was quite charming, however. Should he become their adversary, being attacked by him would surely be terrifying. They fervently nodded in agreement within their minds. Shikamaru inquired, speaking of which, where is Naruto? Sakura replied, I am searching for him as well. He seems to be nowhere. Timothy stood alone at the stern of the ship, gazing out at the expanse of land. The mountains gradually receded, and the figures on the shore faded from view. After a considerable time, just when everyone began to suspect something was amiss with the sky, a bright orange figure stood atop the highest rock in the middle of the sea, facing Timothy's direction. Naruto, with his hands on his hips, locked eyes with Timothy. Their blue and green gazes met. With a broad grin, Naruto clenched his fists. Timothy reciprocated with a smile, tightening his own fists. It was a silent promise. Together, let us strive for a better world. How deeply moving. The scenery remained unchanged, yet upon witnessing Naruto's appearance, I felt an unexpected surge of emotion. I thought I had outgrown being touched by fairy tales. Yet Naruto is indeed a tangible reality. Strangely, this tale resonates with me more profoundly than the one involving the dragon vein. In that story, the Fourth Hokage inevitably diverted much attention, and Naruto had matured by then. However, this time, Naruto is truly a child. A frail and powerless child persevering along a challenging path is even more astonishing. This story beautifully accentuates Naruto's character traits. How wonderful it is, never to abandon his comrades. Surely, Naruto's friends must feel incredibly fortunate. I wish to be one of Naruto's friends. Naruto could not help but utter a sound of surprise. He, who had scarcely any friends throughout his life, now had someone expressing a desire to be his friend? Yet, instead of feeling elated, Naruto found himself consumed by concern, for Sakura was gazing anxiously at Sasuke, her eyes brimming with tears. The sky had darkened twice. Yet it hinted at many messages indicating that Sasuke might no longer be present. What had once felt like vague apprehension now seemed almost to imply that Sasuke might have perished. This realization weighed heavily on his heart. The sky darkened further. However, as the weather remained overcast, the people patiently continued to wait. Indeed, after a brief moment, new words appeared in the sky. Great Clash. The illusory underground ruins end. The naming style of the sky felt reminiscent of a children's movie. Based on previous experiences, once the title was released, the sky would soon vanish. And the barrage function would be disabled, prompting people to seize the last moments to voice their critiques. However, after the title faded away, the sky remained dark. A new development unfolded in the sky. A message from the Pure Land emerged. Sender, Karura. Recipient, Gaara. Do you accept? Huh? Pure Land? Who is Gaara? He is the current Kazekage. And Karura? She was the Kazekage's wife, but she passed away several years ago. So, is this truly a message from the deceased? Is it genuine? What could it possibly be? I am filled with curiosity. But is this a real-time broadcast from the sky? Might it encroach upon privacy? The sky has already revealed the future. Who cares for privacy? Upon seeing the names Pure Land, Karura, and Gaara appear simultaneously, the crowd from Sunagakure was immediately taken aback. Gaara, who was busy organizing tasks, momentarily lost his voice, staring in astonishment at the sky, unable to articulate a response. Temari exclaimed, Mother. Kankuro and Gaara also focused intently on the sky. Father Kazekage, Temari bit her lip. Will he accept? What will Mother say? No one knew what the sky would reveal. And it seemed unlikely that it would only present this to Gaara. If it were to be broadcasted worldwide, the risks of acceptance were indeed uncontrollable. Gaara pondered calmly. He should refuse. Yet, his emotions surged, clamoring for him to forsake reason. It was news from his wife. Recipient Gaara has confirmed acceptance. Karura has dedicated a song to Gaara. Signpost, now playing. Chapter 49, completely contrasting lyrics. Your voice is my signpost. A bird chirps in the nameless clear sky, seeking my figure. Yet when the gentle melody arises, the sky reveals a child weeping. Young Gaara gazed at the sand ninja youth lying before him, crying in the night. Who is this? It is Yashimaru. Huh? Who is Yashimaru? Strangely, this young man possesses a delicate charm that I feel could rival the affability of the Leaf Village ninjas. At that moment, those who habitually just had yet to grasp what they were witnessing. Upon seeing Yashimaru, Temari and Kankuro exchanged shocked glances before anxiously looking at Gaara. Thanks to the tender words in the sky, Gaara's expression softened unconsciously, yet upon Yashimaru's appearance, he reverted to that bloodthirsty Azura, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. This is the event of that day. Why? Why would Mother reveal this? Mother despises him. Does she wish to convey her hatred through this? Why? Gaara choked out. Why Yashimaru? Why? Yashimaru, visibly injured, slightly turned his face toward the weeping child beside him. In the scene, his gentle voice resonated. Followed by the appearance of a female figure, love is the willingness to sacrifice for those important to you and to protect them with a gentle heart. Just like an elder sister. Gaara is the most important person to me. Gaara wept. I have always had only you, Yashimaru. Finally, Yashimaru, trembling, replied, It is an order. He continued, Someone has commissioned me to kill you. It is your father, the Kazekage. Father, why? Why must he? Because, young Master Gaara. You were born as Shikaku of the Sand and have been under constant protection as an experiment. However, the influence of Shikaku's power renders you unable to control the sand, making you a perilous threat to the village in due time. So, Yashimaru, you were left with no choice but to obey your father's command? No. If I wished to refuse, I could. Yashimaru denied Gaara's naive hope. Deep within my heart, I harbor hatred for you. You took the life of my beloved sister. I have desperately tried to love you, but I cannot. She sacrificed herself for this village, and thus, she cursed it in her dying breath. Perhaps from that moment, an irremediable wound was etched in my heart. Unlike physical wounds, emotional scars cannot be treated with medication. They may never heal in a lifetime. Your name was given by my sister. This child shall be called Gaara, who loves only his own Shura. To love oneself and fight solely for oneself. so that one may continue to live. That was her final wish. But this is not born of love for you. It is to ensure that her resentment endures in this world. She did not love you. Upon uttering these words, Yashimaru opened his coat, revealing a body adorned with explosive tags. His tone remained gentle, yet his words were resolute. Your time has come. Please die. Yet the sand instinctively shielded Gaara from the explosion, leaving him unscathed. In a memory, Yashimaru smiled and said, the sand will automatically protect you. I believe it is because the sand is imbued with your mother's love for you. Wait, is this true? Could it be? Yashimaru is Gaara's uncle? Is this what being a ninja entails, striking down even relatives and friends for the sake of a mission? Hey, didn't Yashimaru say that he acted out of hatred for Gaara? How old is Gaara? To harbor hatred for a mere child is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, it appears Yashimaru had been caring for Gaara all along. Goodness. The final blow to the reputation of Tsunagakure was waiting here all along. Resist Tsunagakure. How inhumane. To strike at such a young child, Kazekage. Do you not possess even a shred of paternal affection? Why did Gaara's mother reveal such truths? To expose her husband's atrocities? To seek vengeance against Tsunagakure? She is gone. These are but Yashimaru's words. Gaara, do not believe him just yet. But what if Yashimaru speaks the truth? I was wrong. I retract my earlier statement that this man could rival Konoha in affinity. He is, without doubt, a madman. The sand surrounding Gaara surged violently, inscribing the character for love upon his forehead. Before him appeared the figures of his beloved family, the young Kankuro, his father Raza, and his sister Tamari. I finally comprehended Gaara's voice, tender yet already frigid. I am alone. I shall no longer trust anyone, nor will I love anyone. The song that echoed at this moment, no matter how one listened, seemed to carry a sense of irony. Let us embark together, cradled in woven tenderness, toward tomorrow. Is this song truly appropriate? The lyrics and visuals are utterly mismatched, or rather, entirely contradictory. Was Gaara's mother also deranged? A gentle cradle? My understanding of tenderness must be flawed. What is there to cherish about such a disheartening tomorrow? The scene shifted, revealing Kakashi Hataki's face against the backdrop of the sky. Kakashi was taken aback. How could there be a tale of the Sand Village intertwined with Kakashi? His expression turned grave as he declared, time is of the essence. We must swiftly rescue Gaara. An unfamiliar elderly woman responded. Indeed, is that you, Chio? Chio, the matriarch. The distant Sasori and Chio, upon seeing the familiar silhouette in the heavens, instinctively paused. Who am I? A formidable advisor from the Sand Village, a master puppeteer. How does she compare to Sasori? Silence. Chio remarked. I previously stated that tailed beasts possess wisdom far surpassing that of humans, and every nation seeks to wield them as military power. The so-called Jinchuriki are those who can control these entities. Sakura then interjected, but you mentioned before that no one could harness that power. Indeed, that is the case now. But in the past, someone sought to control that power. Are you referring to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Why not mention Madara Uchiha? Given Sakura's age, it is evident that Gaara must have matured as well. This pertains to the future. The method involves sealing the tailed beast within a human's body. Sakura exclaimed. Naruto. In the past, people aspired to suppress the overwhelming might of the tailed beast and subsequently control them. Those who bear the tailed beast within them, like Gaara, are known as Jinchuriki. Naruto touched his abdomen, falling silent. Sakura, how can we separate the Jinchuriki from the beast? If that is to be done, the Jinchuriki, indeed, once the tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki will perish. Is this what has been repeatedly referenced on the celestial screen as that? The tailed beast? The Jinchuriki? I never anticipated that the screen would reveal what should have remained confidential, leaving the major ninja villages in stunned silence. When did this occur? Has Gaara been captured? Is someone attempting to extract the tailed beast? Well, it's easy to guess. They wish to gather all the tailed beasts to control the world, right? Another Sasori and Haiden. However, with Naruto present, surely all will be well. Chapter 50. You are not alone, Naruto. Sakura, Kakashi, and Chio hastened forward. Naruto clenched his teeth, his thoughts consumed by Gaara. In his youth, he stood flanked on both sides by his teachers, Kakashi and Irika, like parental figures, alongside his companions Sakura and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Gaara squatted alone upon the parched, cracked earth. In time, more people surrounded Naruto. Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Nichi Hyuga, Lee, Tenten, Ino, and Hinata. Gaara, nonetheless, remained in solitude, embracing himself. As time progressed, Naruto found himself surrounded by an ever-growing circle of companions, while Gaara remained isolated. He clenched his fists, and his pupils transformed into slits. Chio, perplexed, inquired, why does that child so fervently wish to assist Gaara when they hail from different villages? Kakashi Hitaki replied, moreover. What is he? He, too, is a Jinchuriki. What is sealed within him is the Nine Tails. Huh? This time, it was Naruto who was subjected to the astonished gazes of Sasuke and Sakura. He scratched his head, recalling what Mizuki had mentioned earlier about him being a demon fox. The Nine Tails, is it? Chio remarked, indeed, for Naruto, the hidden sand holds no particular significance. However, as fellow Jinchuriki, he is more capable of empathizing with Gaara's sentiments. The treatment of Jinchuriki is quite similar across all villages. Our village's Jinchuriki is. Silence. Do not utter it. It felt somewhat pitiable. Until now. I had always perceived them as peculiar and fearsome. Thus, it is no wonder he is so determined to rescue Gaara. Whether it be the hidden leaf or the hidden sand, these matters hold no importance to him. What Naruto truly cares about is Gaara. A companion who has shared the same anguish. Chiyo stated, having lived for so long. I have witnessed a myriad of events and learned much about the ways of the world. I am acutely aware that alliances with foreign nations are merely formalities. Tactics to safeguard our hidden sand. The jutsu I used on Gaara, which allowed Shikaka to manifest within him, was intended to protect our village, yet it ultimately harmed it. My distrust towards alliances has distanced us from other villages, and now I find myself in need of your strength. Perhaps all my actions have been misguided. Regardless of whether the sky is clear or tempestuous, I would go to any lengths to safeguard you. Chiyo has made an error in judgment. She is renowned for her stern demeanor. Naruto, impressive. The grown-up Gaara lay on the ground, while Sakura knelt beside him, employing medical ninjutsu to treat him. Behind Naruto stood a group of leaf ninjas awaiting Guy, Lee, Tenten, and Niji. However, after a silent wait, Sakura lowered her gaze and shook her head. Observing Gaara with his eyes closed, a serene expression adorning his face, Naruto gritted his teeth, unable to restrain the tears that fell. Gaara, engulfed in a tempest of anger and hatred, abruptly paused. Would anyone shed tears for him? Naruto referred to him as a comrade. Recalling Naruto's deep appreciation for comrades from the tales previously shown, Gaara resembled Timmy on the brink of a chasm, grasped at the last moment by Naruto. As a flicker of hope ignited within him, could they possibly become friends? An irreplaceable treasure, an unnamed flower, quietly succumbing to slumber. Alas, upon Gaara's demise. Those lyrics resonate eerily. Was it his mother who referred to him as an irreplaceable treasure? If there were no love, how could one bestow such an endearing title? Why must it always be Gaara? How could he perish in such a manner? He is the Kazekage, having just ascended to that esteemed position. The Kazekage. So young. Wait. How did the former Kazekage abdicate? Did Gaara slay him directly? If I were in his position, I would have undoubtedly done the same. The Umbu beside him expressed their concern, Lord Raza. Yet, Raza merely pressed his lips together, offering no response. His gaze lingered on the heavens. Lost in contemplation, what is it you wish to convey to me, Kankuro? Chiyo interjected, calm down, Naruto Uzumaki. However, her words ignited Naruto's fury. He bellowed, enough of your nonsense. The scorpion of the Akatsuki instinctively furrowed his brow. Hey, brat, who are you yelling at? Naruto turned. Tears streaming down his face as he glared at Chiyo. If your sand shinobi hadn't placed that monster within Gaara, none of this would have occurred. Do you even comprehend Gaara's feelings? What is this Jinchuriki nonsense, and why is it so revered? His companions silently observed as he wept. I couldn't save Sasuke, nor could I save Gaara. Despite my efforts over these 3 years, I remain as powerless as I was 3 years prior. The colorless wind beckons us, the long for homeland permeated with nostalgia. Chiyo placed her hand upon Gaara's body. Naruto, with reddened eyes, questioned, what are you planning to do? Sakura interjected, she intends to resurrect Gaara. Distant childhood memories brimming with warmth akin to the sun's embrace. Hey, I must ask. Is there truly no issue with these lyrics? I am unaware of others' memories, but Gaara's childhood recollections bear no resemblance to such warmth. Naruto, this old woman beseech you. You are the sole person who understands Gaara's pain. Gaara comprehends your suffering as well. Exert every effort to aid him. Naruto placed his hand atop Chiyo's, channeling his chakra to support her. He closed his eyes and envisioned himself amidst a throng of people, and then, something caught his attention. He ran against the tide of the crowd, only to discover Gaara crouched alone on the ground, surrounded by emptiness. Gaara, who is it that calls upon me? Who am I truly? In my youth, Gaara wept alone, when suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder. He turned to see a young Naruto, beaming at him with a radiant smile. In that fleeting moment, Gaara matured, while behind him, Naruto transformed into a youthful figure, scarred and battered. Gaara gazed upon the equally wounded Naruto. He called out his name, Gaara. Naruto. Naruto responded with a weary yet tender smile. Gaara turned around and was taken aback to find himself surrounded by a multitude of people, all of whom had come to his aid. It seemed that had he ascended to power through the assassination of the previous Kazekage, he would not have garnered such affection. Clearly, he has proven himself to be a highly esteemed Kazekage. What on earth transpired during this time? The transformation in Gaara's character is astonishing. To think he has become the Kazekage is almost unbelievable. What? Are you ninjas from Sunagakure? Is Gaara's demeanor now considered unfavorable? Sunagakure has gone too far. Gaara was so endearing in his childhood. How could you treat him with such cruelty? What? Is it possible that Konoha treats Naruto any better? Awakening from a bubble of dreams, one realizes that solitude equates to loneliness. With wings bestowed upon him, he soars high into the sky, pledging together to never relinquish the aspiration to fly. I'm not alone. Chapter 51. Passing it on. The scene shifts once more. The grown-up Gaara stands atop the sand, suspended in midair. Below him, confronting him, is the fourth Kazekage, Raza. However, his eyes are entirely black, indicating something amiss. He gazes at the airborne Gaara in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are no longer a Jinchuriki? How is that possible? Gaara's tranquil explanation revealed, the one who manipulates you all has extracted my very essence from my body. I have perished once. Fortunately, with the aid of Granny Chiyo and my friends, I have been granted a second chance at life. The mention of manipulation sent a shiver through those who grasped the gravity of the situation. The Land of Wind stands as one of the 5 great nations, and instability in any one of them can plunge the world into chaos. The title of Hokage is reserved for only the strongest ninja of a nation. To think that such a figure could be controlled by another is unfathomable. Who possesses such power? A puppet master? Has the Sand Village succumbed to treachery once more? We can initially dismiss the notion of 100 legs. What has befallen the Kazekage of the Land of Wind? With the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, the 4th being manipulated, and the 5th, Gaara, abducted and reliant on the Leaf Ninja for rescue. It is no wonder that the feudal lord of the Land of Wind has opted to reduce military expenditures and delegate tasks to the Leaf. Clearly, the Sand and Leaf have sufficient strength on their own. This manipulation hardly resembles the traditional control of a puppet master. One must not hastily equate manipulation solely with puppetry. The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique could also facilitate such control. Perhaps this is the machination of the Leaf. It is indeed the mind-body switch technique. How could the Yamanaka clan reach such heights? It almost seems as if the consciousness of the Sand is independent. Yamanaka Ino instinctively sought to refute the slander, but Shikamaru, as if anticipating her intentions, restrained her. Since the elders have chosen silence, it is prudent for us to do the same, he stated calmly. To argue would only risk revealing sensitive information about the mind-body switch technique. Ino was momentarily taken aback. Upon reconsidering the words displayed on the screen above, she realized that many seemingly nonsensical statements concealed potential traps for information extraction. Should someone act impulsively and speak out, they could easily fall prey to the clever machinations of others. Moreover, since this display was visible to all, the other members of the Yamanaka clan were undoubtedly exercising their own discretion. As a low-ranking ninja, her lack of experience rendered her unfit to act rashly. Having discerned this, Ino bit her lip in frustration. These individuals were clearly fishing for information. Could it be that Granny Chiyo is capable of such deceit? And you claim to have made friends? You have made friends? Gaara exclaimed incredulously. Those surrounding him revealed their astonishment. Hey. That kid is of an age where making friends is perfectly reasonable. Wait, is that the 2nd Mizukage, Kajitaki Mangetsu? Mizukage-sama, what is happening? Is he not already deceased? The current manipulator can resurrect the dead and command their corpses? How intriguing. Who is this new boss? They appear far more formidable than 100 legs and hate. If all deceased could be revived, how fascinating that would be. But how can this be viewed as fascinating? It is a blatant desecration of the dead. To control the deceased in battle against the living, setting aside the already tenuous relationship between Gaara and the Sand, isn't this a tragedy of familial conflict? If someone were to resurrect my deceased parents to attack me, or my departed loved ones and comrades to turn against me, I would never forgive the one who toys with the sanctity of life. 2nd Mizukage-sama, I implore you, if you have returned, please save the current Mist Village. What has befallen the Mist now? The Mist has become increasingly isolated from the outside world. Oh, how I long for the 2nd Mizukage. Mangetsu-sama, it seems the current Mizukage is not up to the task, given the number of people reminiscing about his predecessor. Enough of this nonsense. The current Mist is thriving. Thriving to the point of harboring so many rogue ninjas? Gaara remarked, Father, you have attempted to take my life 6 times, and during those moments, I felt both hatred and fear towards you. 6 times? Yet you failed to end my life. How utterly inept. To vanquish the so-called strongest Kazekage should only require 4 attempts. Are you not in a precarious situation? As the circumstances for Sunagakure grew increasingly dire, particularly regarding the tarnishing reputation of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, the Umbu personnel were filled with trepidation. Lord Raza. However, Raza remained composed, shaking his head. The 5 great nations were powerless against the impending storm. All they could do was observe and listen, with no alternative in sight. Moreover, this was a letter from Karura. Sunagakure being her homeland. Despite her grievances towards me, her children reside here, and she would not wish for the destruction of Sunagakure. Yet, I couldn't help but feel both fear and hatred. Reflecting on my actions towards Gaara, Raza recognized that he had no justification. Indeed, this realization was only natural. Just as he was wryly accepting this truth, Gaara's next words took him aback. Yet now, I no longer harbor hatred for you. And I can comprehend the anguish you faced back then. Raza stared blankly at the storm. Now that I have ascended to the position of Kazekage, I am acutely aware that eliminating threats to the village is a responsibility that falls upon a leader. Gaara. Did Gaara understand me? That child who wept time and again. Who was hurt, and whose life he sought to claim countless times. Raza was astonished. You have become the Kazekage. A diminutive figure appeared beside Gaara, responding on his behalf. Not only that, but he is also the supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance's combat brigade, though still in his youth. He stands shoulder to shoulder with the other Kage, Bitsuchikage, the old man. What on earth is the Ninja Alliance's combat brigade? I mused. Surely the old man must be the eldest among the Kage? How can it be that the youngest, Gaara, is the supreme commander? Does he not feel any shame? Who dares to speak so disrespectfully to Bitsuchikage? Have the courage to reveal your name. It seems that the hopes of Sunagakure truly rest upon Gaara. He has indeed made remarkable progress, far surpassing his father. Suddenly, I recalled that this was a scene transmitted by Gaara's mother. Could it be that she wished to convey, "My son is quite formidable, and you scoundrels should not think that you can bully him just because I am not around. The future of Sunagakure depends on my son, so you had better treat him with respect." Is it possible that Gaara's mother possesses such a fiery temperament? After Gaara's birth, his mother passed away, leaving him with only photographs. He had never seen her visage with his own eyes. As for her character, he had only heard whispers from others, describing her as gentle and serene. Unconsciously, he glanced at Kankuro and Temari, who were born a few years before him and might still retain some memories of their mother. Kankuro shook his head and murmured, "I was too young then. My memories are quite faint." Temari softly added, "Mother was indeed a very gentle person." She thought to herself. It felt like the first time Gaara looked at them without malice. This seemed to be the first instance since their team formation that they engaged in such peaceful interaction, devoid of fear and indifference, for some inexplicable reason. As she gazed upon Gaara's face, once a source of trepidation that she had dared not confront, she now noticed the remnants of childlike innocence in his features. Why should she truly harbor such fear towards a mere child? Temari instinctively took a step closer to Gaara, sensing her movement. The gourd on his back released a cloud of sand as a reflex. Yet, upon witnessing Temari halt, he silently resumed his gaze towards the sky, controlling the sand within his gourd, feigning ignorance of the moment. In the heavens above, another figure wrapped in bandages emerged. No wonder she could sense the distinct chakra from various villages. It seemed they had united. Who was this peculiar being? Show some respect to the second Tsuchikage. Someone exclaimed. What a spectacle it was! Second Mizukage, second Tsuchikage, and fourth Kazekage all gathered. Were they capable of summoning the original Kages? This was absurd. What could they possibly achieve? No wonder the ninja world sought to form an alliance. The very Kage, meant to protect their villages, were being manipulated to turn against them. Was this some sort of macabre jest? Who was the mastermind behind this? Could it be the boundless chakra of the centipede combined with the life source of the Grellstone? Would the third Kazekage perhaps make an appearance? Should she inquire about his mysterious disappearance? The second Mizukage remarked, "The one without eyebrows certainly has the appearance of a leader. But then again, I lack eyebrows too." Breaking news, the second Mizukage acknowledged the fifth Kazekage's capability to lead the 5 great nations. The word spread that the second Mizukage had decreed the succession of the Mizukage title to the fifth Kazekage. The second Mizukage expressed his admiration for the fifth Kazekage and pledged to follow his guidance. What nonsense is this? Out of context and fabricated. Someone scoffed. The Mizukage merely remarked on his leader-like appearance. The second Tsuchikage retorted, "So, does that mean those with mustaches are also considered leaders?" The second Mizukage, sporting a small mustache, immediately replied, "Hey, if it comes to blows, direct them at that bandaged fellow. We shall provide support." Was this the origin of their rivalry? She had often pondered why they had not clashed before. Perhaps it was due to manipulation. Otherwise, a confrontation was inevitable. The puppeteer was indeed a genius to have paired them as allies. Why not pair the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, with the likes of Kinkaku and Ginkaku? Such a combination could be fittingly dubbed the frustration of the Hokage. As if the Raikage would not be equally vexed. She mused, what other amusing pairings could exist? This mastermind was surely a source of entertainment. How about teaming Tsukumo Hatake with Chiyo of Sunagakure? Are you a devil? Why not just toss the likes of Sasori alongside Tsukumo? Such devilish schemes. What of Tsukumo Hatake? He was responsible for the deaths of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, who were also Sasori's parents. How heartless are you all? Some individuals, having found a place to voice their frustrations, felt emboldened. Would they dare speak so freely in front of Chiyo and Sasori, who were still alive? A muscular man praised Raza. Is he your son? A fine ninja indeed. It's Lord Third Raikage. The news spread that the Third Raikage highly regarded the fifth Kazekage, wishing for Gaara to be his successor. Breaking news, both the second Mizukage and third Raikage recognized the fifth Kazekage's authority over the 5 great nations. The third Raikage exclaimed, "Did I say that? Shouldn't it be that the former Kages unanimously agree on the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, governing the ninja world?" What a remarkable turn of events. Sunagakure had risen to prominence. Wait a moment, he was merely the commander. How did this transform into governing the ninja world? Naruto gasped, "Gaara, how impressive. To be acknowledged by such formidable figures." Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration, pondering, if I were to confront Gaara, could I prevail? In 3 years, he would stand alongside Kage. Yet, in 3 years, I may no longer exist. Am I not strong enough? How can I avenge that man? Forget about revenge. Am I truly cursed to die? Chapter 52. To encounter Uraza did not respond to the other Kage's remarks. He was lost in thought. The sky displayed scenes from Gaara's infancy. In the delivery room, a frail woman lay on the bed, while Raza stood at the foot, observing the doctor carefully cradling the newborn. So small, a premature infant. Is this truly all right? Chiyo stood on the doctor's other side, stating, "He is the most suitable." She declared, "At last, we have found a third appropriate candidate. We must nurture this child well." Was she suggesting proper nurturing, or was this some unique code of Sunagakure? Proper nurturing, referring to 6 assassination attempts from childhood, specifically instructing her uncle to carry them out. Sunagakure was indeed terrifying. It could rival the blood mist of Kirigakure. The woman on the bed struggled to speak. Let me see the child. Instantly, Raza grew anxious. Are you all right? Karura. Gaara was placed beside Karura, who turned her face with a side gaze at him. What a little baby, she murmured softly to Raza. The doctor quietly informed Raza. Lord Karura's heart rate has significantly decreased. Raza urged, you must think of a solution quickly. Initially, I believed that the Kazekage was cold-hearted and cruel towards children, and perhaps even indifferent to his wife. Yet, it seems he truly loved her. Karura is a beautiful young lady. How could such a beauty exist in the harsh environment of Sunagakure? If I were a puppet master using space-time ninjutsu to create a puppet, wouldn't it be much more delightful to pursue Miss Karura instead? The scene shifted. A young Gaara clutched a teddy bear, while a man's corpse lay nearby, blood pooling around it. The crowd stood at a distance, silently observing him. Chiyo remarked to Raza. That child is also a failure and has begun to spiral out of control. Raza, troubled, held his forehead inside. During a high-level meeting, it was declared, if our village continues to deplete its military forces, Sunagakure will be in jeopardy. It was imperative to gather materials for trade with other nations. And Shikaka could not be neglected either. The Jinchuriki could not be of any use and to sustain the village. They had to rely on the new ninjutsu developed by the Kazekage and trade using sand gold. As for Gaara, Raza silently listened, glancing at a young man nearby. Yashimaru. I need to speak with you shortly. Was this when the previous incident occurred? Was he planning to have Yashimaru assassinate Gaara? I had thought Yashimaru was merely an ordinary Jonin, but since he could attend such high-level meetings, his status must be considerable. Could he truly be discarded so easily? There was no choice. Perhaps others did not carry enough weight. The Kazekage situation was precarious. I once believed Gaara was entirely innocent, but his tragic plight was undeniable. However, a child unable to control the power of the tailed beast and causing innocent lives to be lost could indeed pose a significant threat. Although he was pitiable for being isolated, there was no telling when he might harm someone. If I had a child, I wouldn't dare let them approach him. Isn't it the case that Sunagakure recklessly placed the tailed beast within Gaara? He is so young and knows nothing. How could he possibly control such power? Even the strongest shinobi struggle to tame tailed beasts, so why blame a mere child? Indeed, after unintentionally harming others, has Sunagakure offered proper guidance or education? Have they done nothing but lay blame on Gaara? Yashimaru has cared for Gaara daily, yet he remains unharmed. Yashimaru, in a state of urgency, exclaimed. But Gaara is still just a child. Thus far, I have assessed the value of many things. Now it is time to evaluate that boy's worth. Tomorrow, I will determine Gaara's value, evacuate the villagers, and force him into a corner. Yashimaru suggested, tell him about his mother to mentally stimulate him. If he doesn't spiral out of control, we can delay any action against Gaara. Would his sister approve of this approach? I know he deeply loves his mother, Karura. So this must be done. Only by suppressing his rampage can the potential of the Jinchuriki be realized, no? How splendid. What do you mean, splendid? Yashimaru, you love Gaara. He does not harbor resentment towards Gaara as he claims. He wishes to save him. By attempting to blow him up, he intends to save him? Did you not hear Raza say that this could delay actions against Gaara? The council views Gaara as a failure, just as Chiyo mentioned. They believe the Jinchuriki is useless and poses a danger of losing control and harming villagers. The higher-ups of Sunagakure wish to dispose of Gaara, while Raza and Yashimaru aim to prove that Gaara will not easily spiral out of control, hence their actions. But this is far too excessive. Even normal adults struggle to remain composed. How can one expect a child to maintain their calm? There is no choice. If Gaara could remain calm under such extreme circumstances, Raza would possess enough credibility to convince the elders to spare him. In the end, he is still a good father, isn't he? Surely not. Under the moonlit night, Shikaku howled at the moon. Raza stood at a distance, observing everything through the eye of sand. Indeed, Gaara is a failure. Hey, he said, indeed, a failure. He is not a good father. Woe is me. He himself recognizes that the probability of failure is high. Why would he send Yashimaru to try? My delicate and charming young man. Oh, I mean no offense. I merely wish to point out that at Yashimaru's age and position, is it possible that he has killed more during missions than you can imagine? Oh, why must ninjas kill? If I were a puppet master, I would pursue young Yashimaru. Then together we would raise Gaara, only for Gaara to ultimately bring about our demise. A tragic romance is not impossible. Dying together is still a happy ending. Could it be that Raza sent Yashimaru because he believes that in Sunagakure, Gaara values Yashimaru the most? He hopes Gaara will remain calm and refrain from killing him due to Yashimaru's worth. Perhaps it is because Yashimaru is so significant to Gaara that the sudden revelation could provoke an overwhelming reaction. A grown man, suddenly told that his beloved wife only stayed with him due to her master's orders and that their child is not truly his, would surely be driven to madness. A child faced with such a harsh stimulus is simply outrageous. The scene shifted from memory back to the present. Raza looked at Gaara and stated, this Edo Tensei technique may hold some value. I shall personally assess your worth and challenge you to surpass me. In the midst of battle, the sand that ensnared the enemy transformed into the forms of women. A hand shielded Gaara, protecting him from Raza's assault. Witnessing this, sorrow washed over Raza's face amidst the swirling sands. Karura, you still fight for this child. He lowered his hand, relinquishing his attack. You have truly grown, Gaara, he said. As a parent, one merely needs to believe in their child. That is the true value of parenthood. Gaara was taken aback, clearly having never anticipated that Rashi would articulate such sentiments. Did I err, Karura? It appears that I truly lack the ability to discern the worth of things. Gaara was perplexed as to why he suddenly mentioned his mother. He questioned, what do you mean? This sand will always protect you, not merely because of Shikaku, but rather it is the power of your mother, Karura. Gaara stood still, lost in thought. Once more, he reminisced about the moments following the birth of Gaara. When he was placed beside Karura, she gazed at him with an exquisitely fragile yet profoundly affectionate smile. Such a delicate child, no matter what transpires. I shall always be by your side, Gaara. Gaara affirmed. Your mother has always cherished you deeply. Gaara widened his eyes. No, brother, your sand resembles your mother. Can't you see that? Is it possible that this is, in fact, an artistic technique? It suggests that Raza, aware that this is the power of his wife, perceives Gaara's sand as embodying her form, while Gaara, oblivious to this, sees the sand merely as sand. Help me, who has wept? I have wept. There is no absolute defense, only a mother's love for her child. I harbor but a singular wish, and that is your happiness. Let us embark on a journey toward tomorrow, cradled in the gentle embrace of warmth. Regardless of whether the skies are clear or tempestuous, I shall convey to you my profound love. The lyrics resonate deeply. I have come to a realization. Kaguya, you are an extraordinary mother. Initially, I felt that this song did not quite align with the visuals, yet now it seems there is nothing more fitting than what Kaguya wishes to express. Is this song truly meant for Rashi? Surely, it is intended for Gaara. If Kaguya were aware of the deeds Rashi has committed against Gaara, would she still dedicate a song to him? It would be a miracle if I didn't confront him. Yet, at that moment, Gaara's typically tranquil demeanor wavered significantly. Yashamara confessed, it was my command that led Yashamara to deceive you. Rashi revealed everything. If Yashamara harbors hatred, it is directed at me and not you. For I am the one who sealed the crane within his pregnant sister, Kaguya. However, as a ninja, as my right hand and left hand, as a member of the ANBU, he must obey my orders. It is indeed a failure. It appears I have erred in every regard. I imposed too much upon you. While arrogantly dismissing your intrinsic worth, I transformed you into a Jinchuriki, robbing you of your life, your mother, and even your memories of her. I took away your bonds with others, and ultimately, I sought to take your very life. Please, refrain from speaking further. I fear Gaara is on the verge of tears. In the end, as a father, I have bestowed upon you but one gift, the scars upon your soul. Born in this city, it was destined for us to meet. And it is precisely because of our birth in this city. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Chapter 53, The Notion of Love. Lyrics, do not kill me. I am already driven to madness. Help me, for I am a grown man weeping uncontrollably in broad daylight. Oh. Please do not use the knife of familial affection against me, you scoundrel. Gaara reminisced about Yashimaru. In his childhood, he clutched the fabric over his heart, feeling an intense pain despite the absence of blood. Yashimaru took the scissors from Gaara's hand and, gently slicing his own finger, remarked, when the body is injured, it does bleed and appears to hurt immensely, yet the pain will naturally fade with time. If treated with medicine, the healing may be more painful. However, wounds of the heart are far more challenging to mend. Wounds of the heart? Such injuries have no remedy and may never heal throughout a lifetime. There is but one thing that can truly heal them, yet acquiring it is not easy, as it can only be bestowed by others. What is it? Gaara inquired. Yashimaru gazed at a photograph of his sister and smiled. It is love. Young Gaara, in desperation, asked, what must I do to obtain it? My lord Gaara, you have already received it. I believe your sister loves you dearly. Shikaku exists as a being for combat, yet the sand instinctively protects you. This must be due to love. I think that within your sand lies your sister's affection for you. Oh, before Yashimaru passed away, he had conjured this image. And that phrase, wounds of the heart have no remedy and may never heal in a lifetime. At that time, Gaara thought he was responsible for his sister's demise. Oh, Yashimaru, how tragically you fell. Despite the love that existed, why did one have to inflict harm? Even in death, your sister likely yearned to protect you. Gaara stood high above, the flowing sand behind him transforming into the image of Karura, her hands gracefully overlapping, watching over him protectively. Raza bowed his head. Karura, your greatness is undeniable. Even in death, you steadfastly believed in and safeguarded him, accompanying him to this very day. You made him the Kazakage, gifted him friends, and allowed him to forge bonds with others, restoring everything I had taken from him. Yet as his father, I only know how to take away. No, I am unworthy of being called his father. Wiping away his tears, Gaara reflected, indeed, my mother was magnificent. However, I initially found my healing through my father's medicine. Raza was taken aback, his eyes widening. He gazed at the character for love etched upon Gaara's forehead, tears cascading down his cheeks. You have long surpassed us. The ancestors of this village, it has been entrusted to you, Gaara. A bird flew into the distance, seeking tomorrow under the nameless clear sky. What does this mean? Has Gaara forgiven his father? Is this forgiveness? Is he grateful for bringing Yashimaru to his side? Yet, wasn't Yashimaru ultimately betrayed by his father? Raza thought. Compared to his mother, Gaara should not forgive him. Gaara, What do you mean by my mother is indeed great? But my father, to equate your father's actions with those of your mother is an affront to her. The darkness deepened once more. Karura's message read, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara. I believe in you all. You are my pride. After these words, the sky returned to its brilliance. Yet, akin to witnessing a captivating film, even as the lights brightened, the audience remained seated, reluctant to depart. Timothy's tale evoked profound emotions, but Karura's love for Gaara resonated even more deeply. In a gentle song, imbued with mournful yet hopeful undertones, the melody dispersed, akin to a mother's departure once more. Sasuke Uchiha turned away, avoiding Sakura and Naruto. His heart was a tumultuous whirlwind. Alongside the possibility of his own demise, Karura's love for Gaara reminded him of his own mother. Mikoto Uchiha was also a gentle soul. Isn't it true that a mother's smile bears a striking resemblance? He pondered. Mother, does your love continue to protect me? Will you bless me to avenge everyone before I perish? He worried that Naruto, ever the troublemaker, might interrupt him, but the space remained quiet. Hesitantly, Sasuke turned to face Naruto, only to find him with his head bowed, bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Ah, mothers are truly wonderful, Sasuke mused, realizing he likely never understood the feeling of having a mother from the very beginning. Which is more painful, never having had a mother or having lost one? Such comparisons hold no meaning, for each individual's suffering is uniquely profound. Sakura wiped her tears, hesitant to mention Sasuke's possible demise. As the only one with both parents, she felt it inappropriate to invoke the subject. Instead, she softly remarked, Gaara is so pitiful. Noticing Naruto and Sasuke's despondency, she hoped to uplift their spirits. Look, Gaara's mother could send messages from the Pure Land. Perhaps, just perhaps, we might hear from Naruto and Sasuke's mothers in the future too? Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke echoed. An impulse and anticipation surged within Sasuke. Mother? Naruto felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. I wonder what my mother is like. At the Akatsuki's base, an unusual silence prevailed. Even the most boisterous members seemed lost in the melody of the song, momentarily oblivious. Deidara gazed skyward, squinting in contemplation. I truly have no memories. He pulled out a piece of clay, scrutinizing it, then turned to Sasori, asking in a somewhat dazed manner, Brother Sasori, what shape does this clay take in your eyes? Sasori replied, could it be that to others, my clay resembles the form of my mother? Much like Gaara's sand? What does my mother look like, Brother Sasori? Sasori remarked, I should have brought both my parents along. Deidara, not hearing clearly, asked what? Nothing, Sasori responded, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. A mother? The outside world marveled at Karura's delicate beauty, often assuming that in the sandy village, everyone bore rough skin and coarse features. Ah, such ignorance. My mother was a gentle and quiet woman. Did she love me like Karura did? Does she still think of me, even in death? Will she one day send me a song? What would she say to her son, a rogue ninja? Does she know of all my sins? Would she forgive me for assassinating the Kazekage? Would she be disappointed in me? Can she understand my art? Would she appreciate my transformation into a puppet? Itachi Uchiha remained stoic, yet the hand concealed within his sleeve clenched into a fist. I do not wish to fight my own son. Ah, you have joined that side. We understand, Itachi. Sasuke is in your care. Do not fear, this is the path you have chosen. In comparison to your pain, our suffering is fleeting. Though our perspectives differ, I remain proud of you. You are a kind child. He must make a journey to Konoha. Conan couldn't help but softly hum, sailing towards tomorrow, woven with gentle threads of love. Regardless of clear skies or stormy weather, I shall protect you at all costs. Nagato lay weakly on his bed. Do you truly like this song? I wonder, will Yahiko speak to us from the heavens? Conan replied, what will he say? She tilted her head back, preventing tears from falling easily. Suppressing the swelling emotions in her chest, her voice faded into the wind. I simply miss him a little. Meanwhile, in the village of Sunagakure, Raza dismissed all the Umbu from his office. The last Umbu to leave did not miss the sight of Raza's strained expression, desperately holding back tears, but he chose to feign ignorance. Temari and Kankuro had believed their mother was merely overly concerned for Gaara, only to discover their names mentioned in the end. Both siblings, one and all, wept uncontrollably. When they finally wiped their tears and beheld their surroundings, they were taken aback. Where's Gaara? Gaara, bound by Raza's sand, had vanished without a trace as they blinked through their tears. Chapter 54. Running away from home. Fortunately, Gaara had no intention of concealing his whereabouts, and Temari and Kankuro quickly located him in the village. He stood at the very spot where Yashimaru had met his demise, while the crowd lingered nearby, observing with cautious curiosity. After witnessing the spectacle in the sky, the villagers began to harbor a unique sentiment towards Gaara. If fear stemmed from the unknown, then now everyone felt they understood him on a profound level. The mothers of children appeared to embody Karura, regarding him as their own. Having experienced a semblance of love for him through the celestial display, many fathers resonated with Raza, feeling guilt and admiration for his plight. Meanwhile, the unmarried youth expressed nothing but sympathy and pity. They continued to watch him from a distance, yet their gazes were tinged with less indifference and disdain, replaced instead by concern and empathy. However, Gaara remained oblivious to these subtle shifts, as such tender emotions were entirely foreign to him. He could easily recognize hostility and animosity, but kindness eluded his comprehension. Upon spotting Temari and Kankuro, the crowd parted to allow them passage. Yet, some gazes directed at them revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. There were always those who favored blaming others. They thought, as outsiders, their coldness towards Gaara was somewhat justifiable. But what of his closest kin, his sister and brother? Why did they abandon him, allowing him to endure such solitude? Moreover, when the celestial event revealed Gaara being extracted of his tailed beast, it was the ninjas of Konoha who had rescued him. Although Granny Chio was present, she was but one individual. What were Temari and Kankuro doing while Gaara faced peril? They did arrive, true, but only alongside the larger forces of Sunagakure. As his relatives, their response felt dishearteningly slow. Should they not have been the ones most anxious? Rushing to his aid? Kankuro sensed this undercurrent of discontent. Gritting his teeth, he seethed inwardly. These people, they had shown no concern for Gaara previously. Yet now they feigned importance, casting blame upon others. Temari maintained a calm demeanor, aware that some individuals sought to elevate themselves by denouncing others, unwilling to acknowledge their own role in harming Gaara, the antagonist in his narrative. Nonetheless, such matters were trivial in comparison to Gaara's current state. Temari reflected on the misunderstandings, accusations, and cold stares. Had Gaara not endured these for so long? He had borne so much. What right did she and Kankuro have to complain for merely enduring this moment? She stepped closer to Gaara than ever before, tentatively reaching out, attempting to rest her hand upon his shoulder. Are you all right? She inquired gently. Gaara pondered. Why do I understand him? What? In the expanse of the sky. Why does the grown version of myself claim to comprehend that man? Temari realized that Gaara could not easily forgive the actions of his father as his older self might. But what could she say? She recognized that her brother was still lacking something essential, a quality that would eventually enable him to become the Kazekage. How could he acquire such a trait? Temari recalled Naruto Uzumaki. If there was a central theme to the story in the sky, it seemed to revolve around Naruto. Was it because Gaara had yet to encounter him? Would meeting Naruto allow Gaara to break free from the whirlpool of hatred? Temari, momentarily lost in thought, failed to respond to Gaara's question in time. Kankuro, fumbling with his words, stammered, Gaara, you will become the Kazekage, recognized by everyone. But would becoming the Kazekage transform him into that man? This provoked Gaara to erupt in anger. He glared fiercely at Kankuro, exclaiming, I do not understand. Nor do I accept. What burdens drove Yashimaru to his death have taken everything from me. And yet, they claim it was for the village. I do not need their recognition. I do not wish to become the Kazekage. It would be better if this entire village perished. Hearing this, Temari's heart sank. This was dire. In the sky, after Gaara became Kazekage, he learned the truth about Yashimaru's death, having already processed the pain of his childhood and resolved to shoulder the burdens of the past. Discovering that the love of his mother and Yashimaru was merely an unexpected joy. But the current Gaara harbored no thoughts of protecting others. Knowing his father's actions only fueled his hatred and rage. Gaara, she exclaimed, urgently grasping his arm. Please, calm down. Why? Gaara coldly retorted, fixing his gaze on Temari. Why should I calm down? The sand within the gourd erupted, sending Temari flying. Kankuro gasped, Temari. Yet, upon glancing at Gaara, he felt an overwhelming sense of dilemma. Was he to confront Gaara? Having witnessed the confrontation before, he knew he could not defeat Gaara, and after seeing the future, he had no desire to engage him in battle. Gaara's feet coalesced into a cloud of sand as he levitated into the air. He cast one last glance at the village before charging outward. He would never forgive that man. Yet, Gaara was acutely aware that with his current strength, he could not slay his father, the Kazekage. He must become stronger, ever stronger. He sought vengeance for Yashimaru and for his mother. Gaara departed from the village, his whereabouts unknown. This news was meticulously controlled. Although many had witnessed him manipulating sand to leave, the Umbu subtly disseminated hints suggesting he had been secretly returned, leading the common populace to believe he was back. Naturally, Raza hoped to locate Gaara swiftly and bring him back. However, Sunagakure had been suffering from budget cuts for years, resulting in a severe shortage of trained personnel. The border patrol could not be mobilized, and the elite forces diverted to Loulan could not be easily recalled. Those remaining to maintain the village's normal operations were not easily commanded, and after accounting for the teams dispatched on missions, the manpower was indeed insufficient. Moreover, after submitting a request for assistance to Konoha, a response had been received, with Raza hoping for an in-person meeting with the Hokage. The sky seemed to mockingly announce the commencement of the Five Kage Summit, yet Raza had no intention of initiating such a meeting himself. The Dragon Vein resided in the Land of Wind, and the Grell Stone was located at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. As long as an agreement could be reached with the Land of Fire, there was no need for other nations to interfere and claim a share. But if he left the Land of Wind now, what would become of Gaara? Especially after the second sky display concluded, more tourists flocked to Sunagakure. Raza not only could not divert manpower, but was compelled to allocate more to maintain order. Loulan had already implemented a reservation system for visits. Yet the influx of tourists eager to see Gaara could not be easily dismissed, significantly boosting the village's economy. Raza ordered merchants to provide courteous service, ensuring that guests felt at home. There was no time to consider expelling anyone. The village's previous reputation had plummeted, leading many to perceive the ninja of Sunagakure as feeble, resulting in a dramatic decline in mission requests. The second sky display had managed to regain some favor, and it was imperative not to drive away potential clients. This led to the return of Sasori of the Red Sand, who, upon infiltrating the Land of Wind again, still found Gaara unlocated and unretrieved by Sunagakure. This time, his target was not the ruins of Loulan, but the very home of Sunagakure. He intended to take his parents. Those two puppets were certainly kept by Chiyo in her home, and Sasori was quite familiar with her collection room. However, upon catching sight of the small red-haired boy from a distance, Sasori halted his steps. He mused, could it be this coincidental? A second time? How could this boy always appear along his infiltration route? Yet, after concealing his presence and observing for a while, Sasori realized that this time, Gaara was not rampaging and was not being pursued by a throng of J-Nin and Umbu intent on dragging him back. Alone? The Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. Wandering alone in the desert? Chapter 55. The influence of the sky display. Uchiha Sasuke retrieved the notebook he had been using to document and organize intelligence since the first sky display. The first page contained information about the initial sky display. Title, Dragon Vein Effect, Endless Chakra Location, Land of Wind, Loulan Status, sealed by the Fourth Hokage. Unsealing would trigger space-time ninjutsu. After examining this for a moment and confirming that no further additions were necessary, he turned to the second page and began to write new content. Second sky display. Title, Grellstone Effect, Source of Life, Location, Uncertain, likely at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Status, sealed, may require a correct unlocking method, else it risks going berserk. He propped his chin on his hand, contemplating whether he had overlooked anything. Each sky display lasted approximately 1 to 2 hours, yielding a wealth of information. Yet for Sasuke, only certain intelligence held significance. He continued to write. Regarding intelligence on Konoha, 1. Naruto would later apprentice under one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and learn the formidable jutsu, Rasengan. 2. Changes occurred 3 years after the J-Nin team was led by Kakashi, suspected deceased, and Yamato. 3. At this point, Sasuke's pen hesitated. 3. I am suspected deceased. 3 years later, changes in Team 7's personnel. Substitute, Sai. Correction, the timeline for changes in Team 7 has been advanced. My suspected time of death is earlier. During the Grellstone incident, Naruto appeared to be of a similar age to now, perhaps older by a year or two. Thus, the timing of my incident would be 1 or 2 years later. Could it be that soon? Uchiha Sasuke gazed out the window, an overwhelming sense of urgency enveloping him. The impending death, shrouded in uncertainty of time and place, undoubtedly cast a shadow over his world. Will I meet an early demise? Is it possible that I might perish at the same time as Kakashi? How infuriating. If that were the case, how could he possibly eliminate that man? Would remaining in the village seal my fate? What if I were to leave? The smoke from the third Hokage's pipe flickered and danced. He gazed at the now tranquil sky, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Behind him, the Jonin had departed, leaving only a few key figures: Hatake Kakashi, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Shimi, the Umbu operative Yamato, and Sai from Root. Although Yamato and Sai were not currently referred to by those names, they had gained widespread recognition. Following the last celestial display, Kakashi, Choza, and Shimi's memory-erasing jutsu had been lifted. Yamanaka Hayashi had inspected their memories and cross-referenced them with the contents revealed in the celestial display, confirming that what had been shown was indeed factual. However, the most deceptive lies often blend truth with falsehood. At present, the third Hokage remained uncertain whether the celestial display conveyed the absolute truth or if it was a means to gain trust before disseminating misleading information. The impact of the display was monumental. If one were to accept its content without critical thought or rigorous verification, the world could easily descend into chaos. Especially in such times, maintaining clarity of thought is paramount. Moreover, the information presented by the celestial display was fragmented, and incomplete authentic intelligence often leads to varied interpretations. For instance, a captured report might state deploy to the Land of Fire, but if the preceding context were concealed, the original message could have been do not deploy to the Land of Fire. If the completeness and authenticity of the intelligence cannot be assured, the celestial display becomes untrustworthy. The significance of authenticity is immense. It is likely that the people of the 5 great nations are currently seeking validation. Konoha and Sunagakure hold an advantage in this regard, yet they also become the most prominent targets. Consequently, upon receiving correspondence from the Kazekage, the third Hokage resolved to forge an alliance with Sunagakure. The leaders of both nations had agreed upon a meeting time, and the third Hokage had selected Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Shimi as his guards. Considering that the Kazekage might bring along the advisor Chiyo, Kakashi's presence would be less than appropriate in her company. Furthermore, Yamato and Sai's emergence into the open was due to their significant popularity following their appearances in the celestial display. They could attract more missions for Konoha and serve as bait to draw the attention of foreign spies, thereby achieving the goal of luring out hidden threats. Thus, Yamato's team was formed, but a squad required 3 members. Sai suggested that his brother Shin should also join, a request the third Hokage granted. With Tobi's recommended third member, Yamanaka Toryun, an unusual team came into existence. The leader was a direct subordinate of the Hokage Zambu, accompanied by 3 members from Root. Observing this assembly, the third Hokage could only comfort Yamato, saying, "You will need to exert yourself considerably. Yamanaka Toryun's abilities are perilous and troublesome." And both he and his comrades are acutely aware that he is a mole from Root, representing a threat and surveillance from that faction. The atmosphere within such a team is unlikely to be pleasant, and leading them will surely not be an easy task. After assigning the tasks, the third Hokage tapped his pipe and retained Hitaki Kakashi for a final word. Sighing deeply, he spoke gravely. "Kakashi, your current mission is to ensure the survival of Uchiha Sasuke at all costs." Kakashi understood the uniqueness of Uchiha Sasuke. However, if his safety was paramount, it would necessitate reducing the number of missions and lowering their difficulty. Yet, given his capabilities, achieving the rank of Chunin or Jonin is entirely reasonable, and at that level, the risks of the missions would only escalate. Alternatively, one might confine his movements, prohibiting him from leaving the village. Yet I fear he would not accept such constraints. Not to mention, this week Naruto has already begun to grumble about the missions being too trivial and mundane. Kakashi felt a sigh well up within him. Naruto is bound to cause a ruckus. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage produced a mission scroll. It was a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Waves, the highest level permissible for Genin. This way, neither Sasuke nor Naruto could protest. It poses little difficulty for you, but it requires traveling by sea, making it the most distant task at hand. Let us use this low difficulty, time-consuming mission to buy us some time. I understand. The mission client is in the village. I will arrange for you to meet shortly. Very well. Yet the influence of the celestial display had already begun to spread. Previously, Sasuke appeared far more reliable than Naruto. However, the mission client, a man named Dazna, scrutinized Naruto and Sakura for a moment before casting a doubtful glance at Uchiha Sasuke. Is he truly up to the task? The old man squinted, clutching a bottle of sake, appearing quite inebriated. He wasn't in the celestial display. Perhaps he was too weak and thus too easy to perish? Chapter 56. The incompetent client. The repercussions of the second celestial display were rapidly fermenting throughout the world. When Naruto boarded a small boat and traversed the underground waterways to arrive at the Land of Waves, he was met by a throng of people along the shore. Those impoverished souls, barely surviving under the oppression of Gato, gazed upon Team 7 as if they were saviors, their faces alight with joy and excitement. Is that really Naruto Uzumaki, the one from the celestial display? He appears so small, much smaller than in the display. Will he stay, or will he leave immediately? That pink-haired girl beside him must be Sakura, but what of that black-haired boy? He seems to have vanished. Dazna rushed to consult the ferry operator, both astonished and furious. Have you spread the news? If Gato finds out. Yes, I apologize. The ferry operator looked at Naruto, his face a tapestry of pain and anticipation. When you mentioned you were a leaf ninja, or that you were the Naruto Uzumaki from the celestial display, I couldn't help but share the news with my friends, and somehow, everyone learned about it. Witnessing their heightened expectations for Naruto, Kakashi felt compelled to clarify. Our mission is merely to escort. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the earlier encounter with a mere missed Chunin, who barely managed to sustain the mission. However, should a Jonin appear next, he could not guarantee the safety of 3 Genin. Perhaps it would be prudent to withdraw sooner rather than later. This was originally a B-rank mission, and we did not negotiate for additional payment. It remains classified as a C-rank task. Upon hearing this, the ferry operator lowered his head in disappointment. Is that so? I am truly sorry. As Team 7 disembarked, a small boy surged to the front of the crowd, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Naruto. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Are you the hero who can save everyone? Dazna exclaimed in surprise. Inari. Naruto, bewildered, replied. Inari? He is my grandson, Dazna clarified, then positioned himself in front of Team 7, shielding them from the crowd. Everyone. The Leaf Ninjas are only responsible for escorting me home, so please do not trouble them. At these words, the crowd's expressions flickered with the same disappointment as the ferry operators. But isn't Naruto Uzumaki supposed to be incredibly powerful? Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, questioning why someone so formidable could not assist them. Before Hitaki Kakashi could respond, Dazna erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What a spineless individual. This is our own country, our own homeland. If we are to protect it, we must rely on our own strength. How can one shamelessly demand others to fight for them? Yet, are they not ninjas? Are ninjas not those who dedicate their lives for others?" Dazna shouted back even louder. "But do you possess enough money to offer?" The crowd fell silent, and Dazna stormed off towards his home, leaving the onlookers to quietly part ways, watching their departing figures. Once away from the throng, Dasna spoke in a subdued tone. As long as you escort me home, your mission is complete. I shall not impose any further unreasonable demands. Your willingness to take me this far is already greatly appreciated. Hatake Kakashi scratched his face awkwardly, bewildered by the sudden reasonableness of the previously incompetent client. Unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the sky illuminated once more. Kakashi halted abruptly, calling out, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, be on guard. This was dire. If the light dimmed again, it would present an ideal opportunity for an attack. Wasn't it supposed to occur once a week? Was the timing not fixed previously? What a bothersome client. As words appeared in the sky, a barrage of messages followed suit. The sky had brightened again. I had assumed it was a weekly occurrence. Is this the title of the current story? Previously, such revelations were revealed at the end. Why is it presented at the beginning this time? What could this change signify? Perhaps the sky merely adjusted its settings. What a bothersome client. Help. I was just incensed by a client, and now I must endure another irritation from the sky. An elderly man donned in a Hokage had appeared in the sky. The third Hokage. Is he a deceased individual? Has he been manipulated as well? Previously, the fallen fourth Kazekage battled his own son, the fifth Kazekage. Could it be that the third Hokage will confront his own son? Is the sky alluding to the future where the son of the third Hokage becomes the heir to the title? Does the third Hokage have a son? Who might that be? I recall, Asuma Saratobi. The third Hokage battling the fifth Hokage, Asuma Saratobi? Excellent. Asuma Saratobi. He has no desire to become Hokage. Moreover, his relationship with the third Hokage differs vastly from that of Raza and Gaara. In the midst of the desert, Gaara and Sasori were journeying when the sky suddenly projected its display, causing them to pause, allowing for a brief moment of respite. Gaara, upon seeing the speculation in the comments, could not help but inquire, wasn't Saratobi Asuma's father, the third Hokage, unkind to him? To which Scorpion replied, no. According to my intelligence, their relationship is quite amicable. Gaara, why did the third Hokage not seal the nine tails within his own son? If Asuma Saratobi were a Jinchuriki, how would he have been treated? Sasori, do not dwell on such trivial matters. Gaara had fallen silent. Scorpion, reluctant to admit the flicker of disappointment within him, soon found himself mocking his own sentiment. Did he truly believe that his deceased parents, long gone, would have anything to say from beyond the heavens? Nevertheless, it mattered not. Perhaps soon, he would have the opportunity to meet them face to face. A few days prior, upon catching sight of Gaara, Scorpion had no intention of taking action. After all, a Jinchuriki was hardly suitable material for crafting puppets. Moreover, merely observing Gaara standing amidst the yellow sands evoked memories of the song Route Mark, conjuring the image of Karura, who had devoted herself entirely to safeguarding her son. Rather than a desire to confront Gaara, it was more accurate to say that Scorpion wished to avoid clashing with such a devoted mother. Thus, he simply positioned himself before Gaara and, feeling an unusual surge of benevolence, remarked, Hey, kid, why are you out here all alone? Gaara regarded him with a frigid gaze, remaining silent. Return at once, Scorpion remarked, unfazed by his icy demeanor. You may believe yourself to be a formidable Jinchuriki, but there are countless powerful adversaries beyond these walls. And even your mother may not always be able to shield you. Who are you? He retorted. Just an inconsequential passerby who has merely glimpsed the vast sky. Gaara, thus disregarding the matter, attempted to circumvent Scorpion, asserting that his affairs were of no concern to him. Scorpion gazed at his retreating figure and suddenly inquired. You wouldn't be contemplating defection, would you? Gaara paused momentarily. Why? Is it what your mother wishes for you? The man he spoke of, that father, that shadow of the wind. Gaara turned his gaze towards the Scorpion, revealing a countenance filled with animosity. What necessity remained in lingering within such a sand village? Oh, it was clear now. The Scorpion, having once experienced the betrayal of a village, swiftly comprehended Gaara's sentiments. Yet you are a vital Jinchuriki. Sunagakure will not relinquish you. Gaara remained silent. To become a rogue ninja, one must possess greater strength. You sound quite experienced. It's nothing. I've merely dealt with many rogue ninjas. Scorpion remarked. I know a way to help you evade the pursuit of Sunagakure for a time. Gaara furrowed his brow and inquired. Why are you so eager to assist me with your strategies? The body of Scorpion, disguised by transformation jutsu, revealed a smile. Because I am quite fond of your mother. Before he could finish his sentence, Gaara delivered a sharp slap, sending Scorpion flying. Do not misunderstand, Scorpion evaded with body flicker technique, yet inadvertently exposed his identity as a ninja. What I meant was that her affection for you is truly touching. You are the Scorpion of the red sand, are you not? Gaara crossed his arms and scrutinized Scorpion, who still had not undone his transformation, narrowing his eyes. I have seen you before in the desert. I have not forgotten your chakra fluctuations. Scorpion did not deny it. Humph, you thwarted my plans twice, kid. This time, you exposed yourself. It seems one cannot do good deeds without consequence. Why did you betray Sunagakure? Gaara pressed. Haven't I already stated my reasons? What loyalty is there to a wind shadow or a village like Sunagakure? What do you intend to infiltrate the land of wind for this time? Gaara challenged. As you said, my matters are of no concern to you. However, gazing at Gaara, standing resolute in this world, And thinking of his mother who eternally embraced him in the sands, Scorpion recalled his own parents. In his youth, he had to manipulate chakra threads to receive a mere hug. Ah, how unpleasant, Scorpion muttered irritably. Rest assured, I am merely retrieving something I left behind. What is it? Gaara inquired. 2 puppets I crafted myself. My parents, Scorpion replied calmly. They perished in the Second Shinobi World War, and I fashioned these puppets in their likeness. After listening to the song your mother gifted you, I wish to reclaim my own mother. Is there a problem with that? The two stood in the desert, locked in a prolonged silence. Then, Gaara suddenly asked, have you ever considered meeting them? The living ones? What do you mean? Gaara inquired. The ruins of Loulan. Do you know how to lift the seal? I do not, came the reply. But you previously sought to infiltrate. Did you not gather any information? Scorpion clicked his tongue. I must witness the sealing technique firsthand to comprehend it. The 100-legged had traversed 6 years into the past before encountering the Fourth Hokage. Gaara slowly remarked, for 6 years, my mother, Yashimaru, was still alive. And you? Scorpion responded, perhaps a few years earlier. The two exchanged glances and instantly reached an understanding. Chapter 57, The Third Hokage and You. The Third Hokage called out. Next, Kakashi's Team 7 faced the subsequent task of either caring for the children of the daimyo or procuring goods from a neighboring village, or perhaps gathering sweet potatoes. No, do not assign us such trivial tasks. Naruto exclaimed fervently. I desire a task of greater significance. Please, grant us a different assignment. Naturally, such demands were promptly dismissed. Yet Naruto refused to relent. Do not still regard me as that mischievous little brat. I have matured. Just as everyone presumed the third Hokage would remain unconvinced. The elderly man chuckled. Very well, I shall assign you a C-rank mission, to protect an individual. Who is it? Who is it? Naruto eagerly inquired. Is it a daimyo, or a princess? The third Hokage sighed. Such impatience. Allow me to explain, please. Enter. A man, bottle in hand, leaned against the doorframe, entering the scene. What is this? A bunch of children. Especially that short one. He looks rather foolish. Are you truly ninjas? Naruto grinned widely. Who is he referring to? Short one, short one. However, upon glancing around and realizing he was indeed the shortest, he erupted in anger. I shall slay you. Kakashi grasped his collar, exasperated. He is the one we must protect, you fool. I am the renowned bridge builder, Tazuna. Please, wager your lives to safeguard me until I return to complete my bridge. Sakura exclaimed in a panic. Ah? Kakashi-sensei, isn't this the task we are currently undertaking? No, it is different, Sasuke Uchiha stated calmly. While the task is similar, the circumstances of the commission differ. Naruto asked in bewilderment. What does that mean? Perhaps it is the original fate, Sasuke reflected, recalling his first meeting with Tazuna. Once the curtain rose, our destinies may have shifted. So, if the curtain had not appeared, would we experience the events currently unfolding on it? Sakura hesitated, uncertain. We cannot be sure, Kakashi cautioned, but do not let your guard down. Yes. Suddenly, the group encountered an ambush by 2 missed Nin. Sasuke remained unperturbed, responding with remarkable agility. However, Naruto stood frozen, seemingly dazed. I told you Naruto's task would not be so simple. C-rank escort missions do not involve ninjas. Mist Nin, it's the Brothers of the Mist. At last, the antagonists were not from Sunagakure? Sunagakure could finally rest easy. Those from Sunagakure, behold our prowess in the land of Blood Mist. Do not celebrate too soon. Perhaps Mist will share the same fate as Sunagakure, losing its reputation. Is this Naruto's first C-rank mission? Surely he has faced enemy ninjas before, right? He appears so inexperienced, fresh and clumsy, a true novice. Compared to Naruto, Sasuke seemed far more capable. Sometimes, talent is envied. The gifted often meet an early demise. Sasuke remarked, if you cannot speak, then remain silent. After capturing the assailants, Kakashi stated, they are Nin from the Mist. Notorious for fighting to the death regardless of the cost. One captured Mist Nin questioned, how did you detect our movements? It has not rained for days. There should be no puddles on such a sunny day. I see. I shall take note. Truly, a seasoned jonin. Fool, you think the Mist is unaware of future precautions? This is the standard of their current Nin? When will Kuratsuchi be overthrown? The resilience of the Mist is commendable. Enduring such harsh conditions in the land of Blood Mist, Kuratsuchi must be exceptionally formidable to have pushed such enduring Mist ninjas to their limits. No wonder he is known as the strongest in the land of Blood Mist. Is there no one to refute this? No one to defend the fourth Mizukage? Tazuna remarked, since you are aware, why not take action? If I wished, I could eliminate them in an instant. However, I must first ascertain whom the enemy targets. What do you mean? In essence, I need to determine whether the intended target is you or us. It is as simple as that. I did not expect you to be targeted. Tasks like this should be B rank or higher. You may have your reasons, but it places us in a difficult position. This feels somewhat unreasonable. If I wished, I could eliminate them in an instant. Kakashi scoffed at the bravado. Come on, 2 missed Nin. Surely. A jonin can deal with them effortlessly. Which country has such an effective jonin? The Mist has a decent reputation, famous for fighting to the death regardless of the cost. Far superior to the useless Baizai from Sunagakure, right? Increase the payment. He must increase the payment. There is no way we can let this slide. The task evaluation department of Konoha is slacking. A C-rank task being classified as B-rank? I suggest a thorough investigation into dereliction of duty. Konoha's task evaluation department. Help. Cold sweat is pouring down. Sakura hastily suggested abandoning the mission, given that Naruto was injured and poisoned, with no doctors nearby. Let us return him to the village for treatment. Sakura thought she had concealed her distress well, but now, as an outsider observing her expression, she felt ashamed to realize how evident her retreat had been. Sakura was frightened. It was unmistakable. The difference between her then and the later version of herself was significant. Growth is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Naruto was clumsy, Sakura timid, and Sasuke Uchiha exhibited the best qualities. Had he truly perished? The finest often leave this world first. Which is truly a pity. Did Sasuke die protecting his comrades? Perhaps it was this stimulus that motivated Naruto and Sakura to rise and strive for improvement. Observing Naruto's expression, he certainly would not agree to abandon the mission. You feel you are holding us back, Naruto. Kakashi's demeanor was clearly intended to provoke Naruto. A deliberate glance at Naruto, stating that the burden had increased, was nothing less than an accusation of Naruto's inadequacy. Naruto forcefully plunged a kunai into the wound on his hand. Sakura gasped, Naruto, what are you doing? How can there be such a disparity? Why is it always me? How infuriating. I have grown stronger too. In addition to desperately completing tasks, I practice ninjutsu alone at home every day. I shall no longer await salvation from others. I will find my composure and cease my flight. I no longer wish to be outdone by Sasuke. I swear to the pain in my left hand. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the crowd, Naruto insisted that the mission proceed. Meanwhile, a short man, flanked by bodyguards, furiously reprimanded someone. They had failed. I heard that your skills were remarkable. That is why I paid a hefty sum to hire you. Do you think you can speak to me like that? Leaning back on the sofa, the ominous ninja declared, I am the illustrious Zabuza Momochi of the Hidden Mist. Zabuza Momochi? Ah, the infamous rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Senior Zabuza? Indeed. The notorious rogue of the Mist Village appears alongside the Leaf Village ninjas. If the Leaf is the good side, then it seems the villain is Zabuza Momochi. The term Blood Mist already sounds sinister. Do you dare look down upon us from the Blood Mist? Senior Zabuza is no villain. He is a hero of the Mist. Alas, your hero from the Mist is destined to perish at the hands of Kakashi Hatake. With Senior Zabuza around, this bunch from the Leaf will never complete their mission. Hey, shall we place a wager? Bet on who will accomplish the mission, the Mist or the Leaf. Under the vast sky, Kakashi Hatake was rendered speechless. The third Hokage has entrusted me with this mission. Chapter 58, The Price of the Sharingan. Zabuza, who had been concealed in the trees and poised to strike, halted his movements. He had intended to eliminate the mission target during the dim moments of twilight. But upon catching sight of Tazuna, he resolved to observe first. This is nearly a professional habit among ninjas. The agony of ignoring intelligence presented before one is nearly unbearable. Perhaps the sky will reveal essential information. Rather than acting hastily, it is prudent to assess the situation, especially since Kakashi Hatake, a formidable opponent, is among the Leaf team. After dispatching 2 Miss Ch9, Team 7 arrived in the Land of Waves. Each individual present felt a prickling sensation, a foreboding emotion that seemed to loom over them. Was it excitement, fear, or something else entirely? It was that primal dread inherited from ancient times, a reaction to the incomprehensible. Sakura felt her legs weaken. The adversary they faced was not even human. What exactly is the sky? Is it an embodiment of fate or merely a jest of the divine? The overwhelming power, once a distant observation, now loomed threateningly close, sending chills down their spines. She looked around, seeking confirmation that she was not the only one feeling this unnerving sensation of dread from Naruto and Sasuke's expressions. To her relief, Sasuke appeared serious, while Naruto seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, gazing at the sky with pure curiosity. I wonder if what's being shown is different from what we just did. Wow, how magnificent. Amidst the dense fog, Naruto excitedly pointed out the half-constructed bridge. The ferryman, immediately tense, exclaimed, Kid, stay calm. You owe your presence to this thick fog. Can't you see I haven't even dared to start the engine? If Kato discovers us, it will be the end. Remembering how many had gathered at the dock to welcome Naruto, Sakura couldn't help but remark on the stark contrast in attitudes. Soon, the sky displayed the details Tazuna had relayed to Kakashi. A man named Kato was attempting to seize control of the Land of Waves and had targeted Tazuna, wishing to prevent him from completing the bridge and connecting with the outside world. Under Tazuna's pleas of poverty, Kakashi reluctantly agreed to escort him home. The Leaf ninjas are utterly useless. They don't even charge extra for this? Kakashi, show your iron-willed shinobi spirit. You are jeopardizing the village's interests, you know. You traitor of the Leaf Village. Hey, Leaf Village, don't disrupt market rules. Bastards, missions involving ninjas are classified as B rank or higher. Don't lower the profit margins for all ninja villages. Many will surely say, if the Leaf can be considered C rank, why can't we? Is this part of the Leaf scheme? Darn it, the Leaf is a mess. The third Hokage thought, merely an ordinary decision gone awry. Yet, as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, he pondered, who would believe that? Kakashi's concessions ignited condemnation among the ninja villages, while simultaneously garnering praise among the common folk. All you care about is money. The leaf ninjas are so humane. Indeed, sometimes, when challenges arise, can't you show a little understanding? I will be going to the leaf for my missions from now on. This is called flexible handling, unlike other villages that are so unyielding and inflexible. All right, leaf. So this is how you want to play? Planning to step on all the other villages to rise, are you? Are you set to be enemies with all the ninja villages? Calm down, everyone, let us remain composed. Right now, it's the sand and mist. Who knows if the stone and cloud will be affected in the future? For a moment, the comments appeared to surge with indignation, as if the leaf were irredeemably wicked. But those privy to the truth among the ninjas knew this was merely a pretext to pressure the leaf. Inside, Gaara thought uncharitably, the third Hokage must be quite troubled right now. However, with the leaf attracting most of the fire, the sand village might breathe a little easier. But where has Gaara gone? Next, Zabuza saw his cue to make an entrance. Startled, he swiftly changed positions, narrowly avoiding the shuriken Kakashi had thrown. I don't plan to act just yet, he thought, realizing he had been exposed. Zabuza brazenly appeared before everyone. I presume you don't intend to engage with me at this moment? Shrouded in mist, he became undetectable. The two Jonin clashed, exuding a powerful aura that left the three genin paralyzed with fear. This intense, killing intent. Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's brow. Even a slight movement could invite death. If this continued, I don't know what I would become. The killing intent of a Jonin felt akin to being lambs for slaughter. I can't endure this. I'd rather die quickly than suffer this. Unaccustomed to such experiences, Sasuke was momentarily stunned, feeling as though the figure he saw on the screen was an utterly cowardly version of himself. Yet Naruto seized the moment to mock him heartily. Ha ha, Sasuke. You're like this too. Sasuke. Kakashi called him back to his senses. Do not worry, I will protect you all with my life. He turned slightly, offering a reassuring smile to the three kids behind him. I will not allow him to harm my comrades. Huh, what grandiose claims. Is it possible that Kakashi lived, preventing Zabuza from killing his comrades, only to perish himself? Did he and Sasuke fall here together? Despite the ominous implications, Kakashi Hitaki could not help but entertain this possibility for a fleeting moment. He recalled that the third Hokage had orchestrated such arrangements to avert Sasuke's grim fate, and he could not shake the notion that perhaps the celestial canvas above them was mocking their feeble resistance against destiny by illuminating at this very moment. The choices made to alter fate ultimately seemed to lead to the very conclusion they sought to evade. What a cruel jest of mythic proportions. Yet, perhaps it was not so. From the mist emerged the sinister voice of Zabuza Momochi. After several skirmishes, Kakashi found himself ensnared within a water prison. The copy ninja reflected. I never anticipated his prowess. Kakashi exclaimed. I never imagined he was this formidable. Haha. Zabuza, you truly are impressive. You must be aware of the terror we wield in the blood mist. The copy ninja from Konoha is nothing to be trifled with. Just another defeated foe of Zabuza. Humph. What is so remarkable about having the Sharingan? To lose to a mere rogue ninja from the mist? Kakashi questioned himself. What am I doing? Was he destined to perish here? Would Sasuke Uchiha fall behind, sacrificed to protect his comrades? How poignant this narrative was. Yet, something felt amiss. If Zabuza were to kill Kakashi, how long could Sasuke delay him? Could Zabuza not pursue Naruto and Sakura? Might it be that Sasuke, in a moment of desperation, activated his Manjiki Sharingan, gaining immense power, only to be ultimately vanquished? What was this Manjiki Sharingan? What ninja village possessed such information? It must be exceedingly rare. The Uchiha clan now consisted solely of Itachi and Sasuke, hardly a cause for alarm. Kakashi pondered the timing of these events in the land of waves. If he hurried, could he see Sasuke's eyes after his demise? Impossible. Zabuza would certainly not allow that, even if he obtained them. What use would they be without the means to study them? Zabuza, can you see the sky? Kakashi inquired. If you acquire his eyes, name your price. I will buy them. How much? Zabuza's blade quivered slightly. TSK. Fortunately, the next moment, the celestial canvas revealed the ensuing battle. Zabuza was defeated. Chapter 59. How mist ninjas can redeem themselves. Was this why? Could you foresee the future? Indeed. Kakashi displayed his crimson, three-tomo Sharingan towards Zabuza. You are doomed. Oh, that is more like it. Ah, Senior Zabuza. But in the following instant, it was two silver needles that pierced Zabuza's neck. A youth, adorned in the mask of the Mist's assassination unit, appeared, claiming that pursuing Zabuza was his mission, and he carried away the body. Subsequently, Kakashi collapsed due to the overuse of his Sharingan. Wait, didn't we hear that Zabuza was a hero of the mist? Is this how they treat their heroes? If that mist ninja had arrived a moment later, could he not have slain Kakashi? How tantalizing. What good does your excitement do? Exhausted, Kakashi was taken back to Dazuna's home. Realizing the peculiarities of the boy only afterward, Kakashi instructed Team 7 to begin tree climbing training, where they met Dazuna's daughter and grandson. Inari. Inari was aloof towards Naruto and the others, leading to a confrontation. After Dazuna recounted the tale of Inari's stepfather, Naruto resolved to demonstrate that heroes indeed exist. Yet, beneath the celestial canvas, observing the battle's outcome, Kakashi's heart ached, even in victory. The commentary on the celestial canvas rang true, with Zabuza's companion present, should he exhaust himself. His opponent could easily sever his head, but would Zabuza gamble on such odds? According to the unfolding narrative, he held a slight advantage. Yet Kakashi now understood through the celestial canvas how Zabuza would strike. The outcome remained uncertain. Zabuza squinted, evidently contemplating his choices. Ultimately, he opted to retreat. Sensing Zabuza's departure, Kakashi exhaled in relief. He glanced at the celestial canvas where the comments were criticizing Inari. That brat is truly infuriating. His father stood valiantly only to be slain. And he babbles about heroes and fools being indistinguishable. Oh, right, his father was merely an ordinary man, unable to protect himself. And yet he received scorn from the very person he endeavored to protect, spouting that heroes do not exist. So, when faced with power, one should not resist. Clearly, he is a coward, selfishly shifting the blame to his father. He's just a child. Of course, he grieves his father's death. Is it not natural for one to feel fear? Inari simply requires a modicum of courage and encouragement. Many ninjas were voicing their opinions on the celestial canvas. Were they not? From the perspective of a strong ninja, Inari's quandary may seem trivial, yet in the face of such overwhelming power. The ordinary person is a weakling, instinctively prioritizing survival and the safety of their family. Did his stepfather not change anything? Dying in vain. The living family naturally feels resentful. You, as strong, mock the weak. Is that not a form of oppression? Weakness deserves its fate. Amidst this contention, the celestial canvas erupted in fierce debate. Kakashi scratched his head, choosing to avoid this murky water. Mr. Tazuna gazed at the celestial canvas with a sigh. However, they no longer lingered, proceeding to Tazuna's home, finally finding a refuge from the wilderness. The scene shifted elsewhere. A beautiful figure, her hair elegantly pinned up and adorned with a forehead protector, gazed out the window. She removed her hairpin, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade freely. A beauty. This stunning figure momentarily paused the previous quarrel. The attire of this beauty was akin to that of the youth who had taken Zabuza away. It turns out, she was not a boy, but a young lady. It is utterly astonishing that such an innocent beauty could emerge from the blood-soaked village of Kirigakure. The thought of so many exquisite maidens enduring such brutal torment there fills me with a fervent desire to one day storm Kirigakure and rescue all the suffering young women. But then again, why not take a moment to reflect on oneself? Surely, there are numerous beauties in Kirigakure, and the renowned Terumi Mei is a testament to that. While she is indeed a striking beauty, her formidable jutsu is rather intimidating. Oh no, please, Lord Terumi Mei, do not gaze upon us. The scene shifts to a forest. A delicate, fair hand plucks herbs as a small bird alights upon her shoulder. The previously mentioned beauty slightly turns her face, bestowing a gentle smile upon the little creature. The bird takes flight, settling elsewhere, and her gaze follows it until it rests upon a familiar figure sprawled on the ground. Naruto. Where could he possibly be training? How could he allow himself to fall into the hands of the enemy? Wait, was Naruto not a protagonist? Is this Kirigakure maiden a companion or foe? So she is an antagonist? No, I refuse to believe it. She possesses such beauty. She must be virtuous. After all, both Zabuza and Haku have peculiar appearances. Yet Timmy is quite handsome, is he not? Perhaps this maiden initially serves the villains, but ultimately finds redemption through Naruto's influence. But how could a Kirigakure ninja turn away from her path? Would she abandon her village to join Konohagakure? Would Konoha accept a rogue ninja from another village? Alas, it seems the only fate for her would be to realize her misguided ways and meet her demise. No, but wait, is Naruto truly so defenseless, sleeping in the forest? Where are his comrades and the leading jonin? Is no one on guard? Kakashi Hitaki, it seems I've been scolded once again. Let us observe further. A bird lands upon Naruto's forehead. The maiden furrows her brow upon seeing the Konoha emblem and reaches out toward Naruto. The startled bird takes flight, foreboding an ill omen. Witnessing a Konoha ninja lying there unguarded, one must question which village-s ninja could resist the urge to strike. Perhaps Sunagakure might hold back. There was once a time when allies shared divergent dreams. However, their relationship has since taken a turn for the worse. Yet, Naruto will be fine, for he survives to see another day. Either the Kirigakure ninja refrained from attacking, or Naruto awakened in time, or his companions arrived just in the nick of time to save him. Meanwhile, Naruto's comrades gather indoors. Sakura yawns as she enters the living room. Tazuna remarks, "Has Naruto not returned again?" Sakura, rubbing her sleepy eyes, replies, "Ever since he took your advice, he has been climbing trees alone every night. What a naive fool." She pulls out a chair and sits down. He must be utterly exhausted by now. Tazuna's daughter expresses her concern. What if something has happened to him? He is just a child running out at night. Do not worry, Kakashi says, sitting nearby with a relaxed tone. He is still a ninja, after all. However, Sasuke Uchiha harbors a different opinion. Are you sure he is still alive? That incredibly foolish idiot. Naruto glares at Sasuke, indignant. Who are you calling an incredibly foolish idiot? Sasuke turns his face away, unwilling to engage. Yet, a comment from the audience floats across the screen. It's surprising that the one who seems least concerned about Naruto is Sasuke, his companion and teacher. Naruto is momentarily taken aback. Chapter 60. Kirigakure truly breeds exceptional talent when Haku's silhouette appears. Both Zabuza and Haku are taken aback during their retreat. First Zabuza, then Haku. If their secrets were to be revealed, they would lose all semblance of mystery. Ninjas are typically guarded about their techniques and conduct their affairs with an air of enigma, making the acquisition of intelligence all the more crucial. Should all of this be divulged, Zabuza furrows his brow tightly. Meanwhile, Haku, with a more innocent demeanor, gazes skyward, intrigued by how events might unfold. This should pertain to the future, shouldn't it? Naruto is roused from sleep by Haku. It's unwise to sleep here. You might catch a chill. Such kindness. This maiden is genuinely benevolent. Could there truly be soft-hearted individuals remaining in Kirigakure? I had presumed only cold-blooded individuals, merciless even to their own comrades, remained. To be born in Kirigakure is a misfortune. But all ninja villages harbor their dark truths. Do not romanticize the others as if they are bastions of light and happiness. Even Konoha must have its share of sordid and brutal truths. I wish to avoid such distressing discussions. I simply hope that this maiden survives. Please, reveal her name. Is she still in Kirigakure? I wish to propose to her. Is it her name you seek? You are merely attempting to glean information about the members of Kirigakure's assassination unit. Naruto assists Haku in gathering herbs. Amidst their cheerful conversation, Haku inquires, "Why do you train? To grow stronger. Is that so? Yet you appear quite strong already. Are you serious? A beauty's sweet charm. Truly, the cunning ninja of Kirigakure seeks to ensnare me with flattery to dissuade my efforts. Isn't that a bit paranoid? Not enough. Not enough. I must become even stronger. Why the urgency? Because I aspire to be the strongest ninja in the village. I wish to be acknowledged by everyone. Moreover, I seek to prove something. It is rather foolish to exert oneself so fervently for the sake of others' approval. Isn't that merely living for someone else? Gaara's ascent to Kazekage was similarly rooted in a transformation from taking lives to protecting others, only to find his worth reliant on the affirmation of others. Where, then, lies their true self? As he contemplates this, Gaara murmurs, "Myself?" Sasori interjects. It is about not requiring others' opinions, but rather valuing your own assessment, your own goals, and the pursuits you wish to undertake. I wish to see my mother. Gaara is resolute. His current aim is not to become Kazekage or earn others' recognition, nor is it to protect the villagers. He wishes to save Yashimaru. Even if he receives no validation from others, it matters not, as long as he follows his heart and remains steadfast. Sasori's endeavor to create puppets also garnered no acclaim, but he remains indifferent to others' thoughts. As a rogue ninja, one must possess this awareness. We may deviate from the mainstream of society, but we shall never betray our hearts. Such words resonate with righteous fervor, prompting Gaara to look toward him. What do you uphold? The eternal path of art. What does that entail? Immortality. Is such a thing truly possible? Humph. Detecting Gaara's skepticism, Sasori responds with irritation. First, discover your own ninja way, little brat. The discourse upon the stage continues unabated, as though we normal folk rely not on others. Human beings are inherently social creatures. How many truly disregard the opinions of others? People require friends, seek respect, and desire to be needed. However, just as Gaara has done no wrong, neither has Naruto. Why must he exert himself so desperately to gain acknowledgement? Is it not those who carelessly seal-tailed beasts within them who are at fault? The people of Suna, Konoha, and those who have erred can watch in leisure as Naruto, who has done nothing wrong, strives to earn their approval. Do they not feel a pang of conscience? Naruto has people he wishes to protect. Why is this not considered his own aspiration? Without the tailed beast, would Naruto not be an ordinary child, unable to make friends or gain recognition? It was Konoha that stripped him of everything and then told him that through effort he could attain the approval of others, treating it as a reward. What sort of psychological manipulation is this? Hey, are you so emotionally charged because you truly stand up for Naruto? Or is it that others from different ninja villages are here to sow discord between the Jinchuriki and Konoha? This is not merely a village issue. Whether it be Konoha, Suna, Kumo, Iwa, or Kiri, why do Jinchuriki exist? They are meant to safeguard peace. Many who gaze upon the heavens likely believe themselves to be unaffected, thinking the tragedies of Jinchuriki do not pertain to them. They are all ninjas, all part of the village elite, decision-makers of a select few. Yet this is all for the protection of everyone. Jinchuriki sacrificed themselves for the sake of the world. Are they not already heroes? Why must heroes toil so hard to vie for the acknowledgement of others? Their very existence serves to protect all, does it not? Such a world ought not to exist. This distorted world. I suddenly ponder, do tailed beasts possess their own will? Humans seal them away while subjecting Jinchuriki to such suffering, yet if tailed beasts have consciousness, are they not the ones enduring the greater misery, trapped in cages without freedom? Has anyone ever spoken for the tailed beasts, inquiring about their opinions? The only one who could ask is the Jinchuriki. I wonder if they have communicated with the tailed beasts. Speaking of which, can tailed beasts see the sky while within the bodies of their Jinchuriki? Surely they would have thoughts to express. I have an idea. Naruto, if you lack friends, have you considered befriending the Nine Tails? After all, It resides within you. What if it becomes a true friend and says, "Hello, friend, I feel trapped here. Could you let me out?" Wouldn't that be something? If I were the tailed beast, I would view such a friendship skeptically if my friend refused to grant me freedom. Huh. Are you now so advanced in thought that you empathize with the tailed beasts rather than humans? White asked, "Is what you were doing for someone else? Or for yourself?" Naruto, somewhat confused, responded, "Huh?" Seeing this, White chuckled. "Do you have someone particularly significant to you?" He lowered his gaze, recalling his first encounter with Zabuza. At that time, he was ragged, shackled around the neck, curled up beside a trash bin. As he observed Naruto's bewildered expression, White slowly spoke. When one is determined to protect something important, one can become incredibly strong. Naruto paused, reflecting on many past events, and then beamed. "Yes. I am well aware of that." White returned the smile, lifting his medicinal basket and standing up. "You will continue to grow stronger. I look forward to it." However, just as he was about to leave, White hesitated and clarified, "Oh, and by the way, I am not a woman." Naruto. Both the discussions that had previously empathized with humans and those that had considered the tailed beasts suddenly came to a halt. What? He is not a woman. I refuse to believe it. Isn't this all the more intriguing? The hidden mist truly has an abundance of talent. Chapter 61. The crow tilted its head. White departed, brushing past Sasuke, who had come searching for Naruto. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who sought Naruto. Thus, their relationship must be quite good, right? Naruto. Sasuke. No, not at all. Zabuza required rest to recover from his earlier feigned death, while Kakashi needed recuperation from overusing his Sharingan. Consequently, both sides enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, nearly simultaneously regaining their strength and deciding to engage once more. Tazuna, observing Kakashi doing rehabilitation exercises, asked, "I have always been curious. Since I did not accurately report the mission, you could have easily walked away. Why didn't you?" Kakashi replied, "One cannot simply stand by and watch as others perish. Moreover, a strong commander must have competent subordinates. This is the teaching of the previous Hokage." The previous generation? The second Hokage? Tobirama Senju? Was Kakashi born during the time of the second Hokage? Could it not have been passed down to the third Hokage, who then informed Kakashi? Speaking of which, why did the second Hokage never marry? There are rumors that he favored men. Is that true? Oh. The version I heard was that he was infatuated with his sister-in-law. I heard a version where he harbored feelings for a young girl from the Uchiha clan. But tragically, in the warring states, she was slain by the Senju clan, leaving the second Hokage despondent and unmarried for life. I heard it was a young boy from the Uchiha clan, and that the second Hokage, out of familial duty, was compelled to kill him on the battlefield. Is that so? Are you referring to Uchiha Azuna? Tobirama, could it be that you truly? There is no such thing. Tobirama Senju, I shall end your life. The discussion abruptly veered into the various myths and legends surrounding the second Hokage until Kakashi spoke again. Kakashi, the way of the ninja is such that not everything is done for money. Kakashi Hitaki, what are you saying? Ninjas exist for money. How infuriating, Kakashi Hitaki. Do you possess no sense of professional ethics? What is wrong with the ninjas of Konoha? Are they all saints? It must be an advertisement. Undoubtedly an advertisement. These are all phrases crafted to attract clients. From now on, Kakashi Hitaki should no longer be called the copy ninja. He should be dubbed not for money Kakashi. As the barrage of sarcastic comments flooded in, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his cheek. Sasuke and Naruto trained tirelessly together, supporting each other back to Tazuna's home. Observing Naruto collapse wearily onto the table, Tazuna's grandson, Inari, suddenly erupted. Why do you work so hard? No matter how much you train, you cannot defeat Kato's minions. No amount of sweet talk or effort will change the fact that we, the weak, will certainly lose against truly formidable opponents. Naruto, stop whining. Did I not tell you? We're different. Seeing Inari irritated him even more. You know nothing about this country. All you do is seek attention. You know nothing about me. I am not like you, who has never tasted suffering, always smiling cheerfully. Is this why you, always weeping, portray yourself as a tragic figure? Naruto was evidently enraged, glaring fiercely at Inari, exclaiming, "Then go ahead and cry. Useless crybaby." He turned away from the dining table. And Sakura retorted, "Naruto, that is too much. I cannot agree with that. Is it not the little brat Inari who is excessively spoiled? Just because he lost a father, does he think he is the most miserable in the world, expecting everyone to coddle him? Naruto appears to be too easy to bully. If Zabuza were here, would this kid dare to shout at him? Zabuza, what's wrong with my face?" Haku immediately replied, "It looks very handsome, Zabuza-san." Does Sakura not understand Naruto as past? They are comrades from the same village. Why is she so angry with Naruto? I previously thought Naruto was clueless, manipulated by the people of Konoha. But now it seems he is quite aware and mentally steadfast. Can he change Konoha or the ninja world? The only thing he can change is himself. The objective reality is that everyone keeps their distance because he is a Jinchuriki, so he strives to earn their recognition on his own. He works diligently towards his desires, without lamenting his fate, engaging in self-pity, or harboring cynicism. Isn't that impressive? Indeed, yet I still feel quite displeased. Despite Naruto's prowess, Sakura seems to hold a bit of disdain for him now. I find it puzzling. Wasn't she concerned about Naruto before? Perhaps after Sasuke's death. The two of them, sharing the same trauma, grew closer. The bridge will be completed the next day. Exhausted, Naruto retired early to bed. Kakashi, after comforting Inari, who was sitting on the roof, informed him that he would arrange for Naruto to stay home to protect him and his mother while he accompanied Sasuke and Sakura to guard Tazuna on the way to the bridge. However, when Naruto awoke, without waiting for Inari and his mother to speak, he hurried off to the bridge, leaving Tazuna's family unprotected when Kato's subordinates came to kidnap them. Inari, overcoming his fear to protect his mother, stepped forward, and fortunately, Naruto returned just in time to defeat Kato's subordinates and reconcile with Inari. By the time Naruto arrived, Sasuke was already trapped in the secret technique, crystal ice mirrors, battered and bruised. A single-handed hand seal? A ninja of this age? Another genius? If a genius follows a rogue ninja like Zabuza, that would be a betrayal, wouldn't he? Kirigakure cannot retain talent. What kind of secret technique is this? Why does it feel like a bloodline limit? I say Naruto aspires to be a hero, but being a hero is exhausting. Just as Sasuke contemplated having Naruto break through from the outside, Naruto boldly entered the area of the secret technique, cheerfully declaring, "Hey, I'm here to save you." "Sasuke," he exclaimed angrily, "you big fool. A ninja should act cautiously. Now look, you're trapped too. Damn it, I can't stand you." Naruto defiantly replied, "Hey, I came in to save you. I previously thought Naruto's reckless determination was not something worth emulating. I feel that an ordinary person putting in that much effort would end up completely exhausted. Yes, the premise of effort is to ensure you don't end up in the hospital. Moreover, Naruto's rashness, while yielding good results through instinct, should not mislead one into thinking meticulous thought and cautious action are unnecessary. Ha ha ha, Naruto has caused the 5 great ninja villages to agonize over fundamental education. Yet, having an additional person did not turn the tide. Naruto quickly became as battered as Sasuke. How can I die here? Naruto gritted his teeth, declaring, I still have a dream that I must realize. Haku stood still, recalling Naruto's dream from the forest. I want to become the strongest ninja in the village. I want everyone to acknowledge my existence. Dreams. When he first met Zabuza, Zabuza also mentioned the word dream. What a pitiful little brat. Back then, he was still a ninja from Kirigakure, squatting before him, mocking, to be unneeded, to have no freedom, to have no dreams. For you, there is only death. Haku smiled, saying, Big brother, your eyes are just like mine. Are you also unneeded, without freedom, without dreams? The fourth Mizukage scoffed. If Zabuza was not needed, how much less so were others? How many lives had he taken? Hey, don't let the affairs of Kirigakure be revealed to outsiders. It would only make us a laughingstock. A laughingstock? Is it really funny? Others merely see that we are living here, yet we are bound to die. I no longer care. If any ninja village wishes to attack Kirigakure, let them come. I have had enough. I fight for my dream, Haku declared. You fight for yours. Please do not hold it against me. I wish to protect someone very important to me as their tool, fighting for them to realize their dream. That is my dream. For this, I can become a true ninja and kill you mercilessly. Sakura cheered for Naruto and Sasuke but was halted by Kakashi. Even if they miraculously broke the jutsu, they could not defeat that young man. They could not abandon their emotions, and thus, could not become true killing machines. Zabuza stated, a ninja village like Konoha, which has long been at peace, cannot cultivate true ninjas because you lack the most crucial experience of killing in real combat. Sakura, panicking, exclaimed, Then, what should we do? Sensei. Kakashi pretended to unveil his Sharingan. Sorry, I must resolve this immediately. Zabuza mocked, Do you have any other skills besides the Sharingan? Sakura, Sensei. What should we do? Kakashi, I can only hurry to save them. What else can be done? The beautiful lady was once part of the Kirigakure assassination unit. How could two genin like Naruto and Sasuke possibly handle this? Would they last until Kakashi could come and deal with Zabuza? It's difficult. Zabuza is not someone who can be dealt with easily. Is the Sharingan not enough? The beautiful lady seemed reluctant to kill before. If they resolved Naruto and Sasuke first, could they then support Zabuza? Kakashi had barely triumphed before. Perhaps this time, the Konoha team would be completely annihilated. Wait, but Naruto and Sakura are still alive. Aren't they? Oh, in this situation, I cannot fathom how they managed to survive. No, have you forgotten Naruto is a Jinchuriki? Perhaps after Kakashi and Sasuke fell in battle, Naruto went berserk, the Ninetales killed Zabuza and that lady, allowing Naruto and Sakura to survive. That is indeed the most plausible development. Why do you keep referring to her as a lady when she said she is not female? A raven flew into the window of the Hokage's office, perching itself on the sill. Upon noticing the gaze of the third Hokage, the raven tilted its head in curiosity. Chapter 62. An unfathomable reason Kakashi found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with Zabuza, while Sasuke's eyes began to keep pace with Haku's movements. As he successfully evaded Haku's attack, Sasuke's Sharingan had transformed into the Tsutomu variant. If your eyes have caught me. Then Haku suddenly charged at Naruto from within the ice mirrors, Victory was imminent. The third Hokage quickly averted his gaze, no longer meeting the Raven's eyes. He stared out into the sky, murmuring to himself, Team 7 departed for the land of waves a few days ago. Events in the sky may have already transpired, are currently unfolding, or are yet to occur, but they are on the verge of happening. The Raven wasted no time, taking flight into the sky. The third Hokage pressed his lips together, silently wishing, I hope you catch up with Itachi. Blood fell. It was Kakashi's blood, having rushed through the fog to protect Tazuna from Zabuza's blade. It was also Sasuke's blood, having arrived at Naruto's side, shielding him from danger. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out. You're still a step too slow. Zabuza sneered. It's because your thoughts linger on those two brats. Your focus is scattered. Don't worry, they should have perished at Haku's hands. I shall send you to see them, where you can lament your lack of skill and apologize to them in the underworld. Sakura shouted, stop joking. Sasuke wouldn't be easily defeated by someone like that, nor would Naruto. Well said, Kakashi affirmed. I have faith in them. Naruto's unpredictability and Sasuke, a scion of the finest clan within Konoha. Zabuza had certainly heard of the Uchiha name, the tragic clan. I can't speak for others. But if I were from another clan in Konoha, I wouldn't tolerate it. After all, they are one of the founding families. They deserve some respect. Though I still believe the Hyuga are superior. Ugh, this reliance on bloodlines and Kekkai Genkai, families like Inuzuka and Nara, who don't depend on bloodlines, are the true formidable ones. Enough of that. They are all tragic clans now. Why bother with a hollow title? Why not try annihilating a clan yourself? What kind of torment did Itachi undergo in Konoha to go mad enough to slay his entire family? I suggest other clans leave Konoha as soon as possible. Who knows when one of their children might also go mad and wipe out their clan? Where could they go? The Sand Village has a harsh environment, but they are in dire need of talent. It might be worth a try. Forget the Sand Village. Not only is the environment poor, but they also have a severe hierarchy and prioritize bloodlines. They are very exclusionary. The Mist Village is also short on talent, but it seems the Mizukage doesn't particularly need any. That leaves only the Rock and Cloud villages. The Rock Village is no good either. The Tsuchikage's disciples have defected. It seems the environment is mediocre, and there have been no rogue ninjas among the third Hokage's disciples. Did you consume Orochimaru? Deidara merely pursued his art. Rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village seem quite rare. Jinchuriki. Ah, right. That was ages ago. This indicates the Cloud Village either doesn't produce rogue ninjas or only produces significant ones. How splendid. Everyone now has the freedom to openly discuss job changes and defection. But don't you care about what happens to Sasuke Uchiha? What else could happen? He will surely die alongside Kakashi Hatake. What a pity. If only he could grow stronger. Would he not become another Shunshin no Jutsu? Speaking of which, did Shunshin no Jutsu also vanish quietly from Konoha? Konoha devours its own, my friends. Naruto awoke from a temporary stupor, momentarily dazed, only to see Sasuke standing protectively before him, while Haku lay defeated on the ground. He instinctively revealed a smile. Sasuke, you won. Yet when he raised his face and grasped the reality before him, he found his companion riddled with needles, blood streaming from his wounds. Why do you always get in my way? Why do you look at me like that, you super invincible idiot? Why? Sasuke retorted weakly. Humph, I detest you the most. Then why would you do this? Naruto cried in disbelief. Who asked you to meddle? I don't know, my body just moved on its own. The feeble Sasuke murmured before collapsing into Naruto's arms. That man, before I kill my brother, I absolutely cannot die. Naruto urged, don't die. However, before he could finish, Sasuke's eyes fluttered shut, unable to bear the weight any longer. Has he finally succumbed? Truly, it was for the sake of protecting his comrades. Such a death is not unworthy of a ninja. Yet he is still so young. Although I had conjectured it, witnessing it firsthand is still deeply sorrowful. Fate is cruel. Fate is cruel. Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. You're lying. I refuse to believe it. Kakashi's expression was grave. Naruto and Sasuke appeared even more shocked. Naruto stared at Sasuke, fumbling for words, yet found himself speechless. Sakura sobbed, Kakashi-sensei. You said Sasuke would surely become a Jonin. You said Sasuke would not perish and would go on to undertake other missions, right? He won't die, will he? Gazing upon the scene frozen in time, Sasuke, young and pale, yet marred by blood and wounds, the shadows beneath the sky showed Itachi wishing he could compress the distance to the land of waves into a single step. If an outsider were to witness his hurried figure, it would appear as if he were merely a gust of wind, his form indistinguishable. Konoha was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Regardless of circumstances, those in the sky were Konoha's people, their ties most profound. Yet not only Konoha, but also other ninja villages. And even ordinary nations devoid of ninja influence. Many regarded Sasuke's noble sacrifice to protect others with reverence. Sasuke Uchiha was a good child. His parents above would surely feel proud of him. While many had speculated Sasuke would perish here, I had held on to a glimmer of hope for his survival. Alas, it is a pity. He was so undeniably charming. Isn't the Uchiha clan now facing extinction? Is there not still Itachi Uchiha? Henceforth, will the Uchiha clan be reduced to descendants of the very one who obliterated them? How devilish. This is the fate of a ninja. They say we are in an era of peace. Yet does peace merely mean children who once went to war at 5 or 6 years old now only face death at 12? I maintain that Konoha's mission evaluation system is flawed. You sent 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin to confront one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Momochi Zabuza, alongside a bloodline limit user from the former Mist Village's assassination squad. Did you not observe how effortlessly Kakashi, a single Jonin, was able to dispatch 2 Chunin in an instant? I strongly recommend a thorough investigation. Sakura, overwhelmed by her emotions, rushed forward and embraced Sasuke tightly, causing him to stagger slightly, appearing somewhat dazed. Am I dead? Earlier, he pondered the timing of his own demise, and now, it appears to be so imminent. Almost within reach. How could he have lunged forward? He had activated his Sharingan and was capable of keeping pace with White's movements. He was not meant to perish. It is all Naruto's fault. It is because of his own weakness. He would never have charged forward. Why is it that I cannot comprehend the inexplicable urge that compelled my body to act on its own? In the face of my assault, he exhibited no hesitation. He perished for you. To protect those dear to him, he rushed into a trap, truly a commendable ninja. White slowly rose. This is your first encounter with a comrade's death, isn't it? This is the way of the ninja. Silence. I shall not let you escape. I must slay you without fail. Naruto, having laid down Sasuke's lifeless body, turned his face, contorted into a visage as fierce as a wild beast. Chapter 63, The Gift of the Hidden Mist Village. Indeed, the power of the tailed beasts has been employed. Contemplating this, it becomes apparent how convenient a Jinchuriki can be. When faced with insurmountable foes, one can harness the strength of the tailed beasts. Is it not akin to carrying a formidable summon at one's side? Do you believe the tailed beasts are as obedient as summoned creatures? Naruto unleashed the power of the 9 tails, shattering Bai's ice mirror. He struck Bai's face with a powerful fist, causing the mask to splinter and reveal the visage beneath. Kakashi, the man who does not hesitate. Bai appeared to have lost all will to fight. I cannot win. Yet, as he stood his ground, unmoving against Naruto's forthcoming assault, Naruto's fist halted before him. He recognized the figure as the one he had encountered previously in the woods. Why have you stopped? I killed your important companion. Are you unable to act? Naruto glanced back at Sasuke, who lay on the ground, and then forcefully sent Haku flying, gritting his teeth. You bastard. Haku raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips. Can you comprehend the agony of living without dreams, of being unwanted, merely existing? Naruto furrowed his brow intensely. What are you trying to convey? Kakashi needs capable ninjas. You have stripped away my reason for existence. Why would I fight for such a person? He is serving the wicked. Is he truly your only significant person? You are such a child, Naruto, Haku replied. A tool can be wielded by anyone in need. If ninjas had to discern whether their opponents were good or evil, that would surely be the divine's task. Long ago, there were others who mattered to me, my parents. I was born in a small village in the land of water, blanketed in pristine snow. My parents cherished me. I was truly happy then. However, in my childhood, my father killed my mother and sought to take my life as well. What? Years of civil war had instilled a deep-seated hatred among the people of the land of water towards those possessing bloodline limits. In that land, such special abilities were associated with calamity and conflict. After the turmoil, we survived by concealing our identities. If discovered, death was the only fate. My mother, possessing this bloodline, was found out by my father, and by the time I realized what was happening, I had already slain him. Naruto listened, entranced. That made me understand that the most agonizing reality in this world is to be unwanted. You once said you desired recognition from the village. When someone acknowledges you from the depths of their heart, that person becomes your most cherished one. Kakashi does not mind my bloodline limit. He took me in. His delight regarding my despised lineage made me feel needed. Reflecting on the past, tears streamed down Haku's face. I was truly happy. Damn, it seems the true monsters are from the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village despises bloodline limits? But don't they have several of their own? Perhaps it's the common folk. The lady's mother hid away, clearly not wishing to be a ninja. If she were, she might have achieved a high position. The high ranks of the mist? Forget that. They might be eliminated by the Mizukage someday. Haku, I regret to inform you that from this moment forth, I shall abandon this nation, but I will return, and I will make it my own. Rest assured. Young Haku beamed brightly. I am Kakashi's weapon. I apologize, Kakashi. I could not become your weapon. Haku turned to Naruto. Naruto, please, kill me. Meanwhile, Kakashi summoned ninja hounds, momentarily gaining the upper hand, suppressing Zabuza. You are ambitious. Attempting to assassinate the Mizukage, after your coup failed, you could only flee with a few subordinates. To gather funds for revenge and escape the pursuing ninjas of the Hidden Mist, you allied yourself with scoundrels like Gat. Copy ninja. You should refrain from making assumptions without understanding the situation. Huh. So what is the situation in the Hidden Mist? Can a failed assassination of the Mizukage still render one a hero? How despised must the Mizukage be? I wonder if Gat employs the Leaf's ninjas. Would they accept his missions? Such scum. Of course, they would demand more money. However, I feel the lady has lost her fighting spirit too quickly. She clearly has more strength left. Why does she remain passive? If she tried harder, she might still assist Zabuza. Facing the Nine Tails, would you really try harder? You can't even provide cover for Zabuza to escape? The target you wish to eliminate, Tazuna, represents this nation's courage. The bridge he seeks to build symbolizes hope. Countless lives have been lost for your ambitions. This is not the way of a ninja. I do not care if I fight for my ideals. There will be no change in that. Then what is the way of a ninja? Gaara inquired. Perhaps due to the celestial messages he received from his mother, Gaara had become more attentive to the heavens than before. He even began to ponder, for instance, why Kakashi claimed this was not the way of a ninja. Wasn't Zabuza following his own ninja way? Who knows? Everyone has their own ninja way, Scorpion remarked nonchalantly. And if they conflict? Then we fight. Whoever wins is right. You are a rogue ninja. What of it? Have you ever collaborated with scoundrels like Gat? I am neither your parent nor your sibling. I have no obligation to answer your inquiries. Scorpion replied with a hint of mockery. All my questions have answers that I have derived myself. You should ponder yours alone. Or, when we reach Loulan, perhaps you could ask your mother. Gaara fell into silence, continuing to gaze at the heavens. Bai desperately implored Naruto to end his life, while on the other side, Kakashi unleashed Raikiri upon the immobilized Zabuza. In a flash of lightning, Bai suddenly intervened, shielding Naruto from harm. I'm sorry, Naruto. I cannot die just yet. Blood splattered as Bai positioned himself in front of Zabuza. Kakashi's Raikiri struck true, piercing Bai's heart. Goodness, is this not the essence of true love? Zabuza is indeed a beast. The young lady has yet to reach adulthood. He is but a child. Kakashi's Raikiri on the mist bridge, how utterly absurd. Are you in your right mind? One might wonder. Where is the young lady now? If I were to venture to the village hidden in the mist, could I perhaps find her? I too wish to seek out a beautiful young lady who harbors only affection for me. The village hidden in the mist offers such natural bounties. As Kakashi's hand remained lodged in Bai's chest, Zabuza drew forth his deadly blade. What a stroke of fortune. At this critical juncture, he rendered me significant assistance. To protect Bai's lifeless form, Kakashi retreated, gently closing his eyes. At that moment, Naruto, tracing Bai's footsteps, arrived, and upon seeing him, Sakura joyfully exclaimed, Naruto, are you alright? Naruto paused, bewildered. Where is Sasuke? Naruto, where has Sasuke gone? Naruto's expression, filled with panic and sorrow, seemed to convey a deeper understanding to Sakura, causing her smile to falter. It must be said, despite the constant references to it as a promotional piece for Konoha, Kakashi's actions were remarkably gentle, offering respect even to the fallen. Scorpion sighed. What a pity about that bloodline limit. If only it could be transformed into a puppet. It would surely be magnificent. Gaara furrowed his brow. Beneath the vast sky, with no enemies in sight and no battle underway, Sakura, upon seeing her own expression reflected in the heavens, wept even louder while clutching Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke tightened his brow and finally pushed her away, declaring, no matter how fiercely you cry now, I am beyond saving. Instead of wasting time weeping here, you would do better to train and enhance your strength. Chapter 64. The 25th Lesson of the Ninja's Mindset. Seeing Sakura tremble, yet feeling the weight of her responsibilities, Dasna suggested, let us go together. This way. We won't be violating the teacher's orders. Hand in hand, Sakura and Dasna rushed past Naruto to reach Sasuke's side. Observing Sasuke, who lay on the ground, pierced and vulnerable, Sakura silently knelt beside him. She caressed his cheek and tremulously spoke, it's so cold. This doesn't seem like an illusion. Dasna encouraged her to let her emotions flow, but Sakura replied, during my time at the Ninja Academy, I always scored full marks. I could recall countless lessons on the ninja's mindset, and I remember feeling proud each time I wrote down the answers. There was one question that asked, what is the 25th lesson of the ninja's mindset? I confidently penned my response. Curious comments flooded in, asking, what is the 25th lesson of the ninja's mindset? The multitude of identical responses accompanied Sakura's voice, answering the inquiry. A ninja must not reveal their emotions under any circumstances. The mission takes precedence above all. One must never shed tears, regardless of the situation. Yet, Sakura was already sobbing uncontrollably as she collapsed onto Sasuke, exclaiming, oh Sasuke, how cruel. Is this what being a ninja entails? Why do we uphold such a heartless tradition? As Sakura wept inconsolably and Naruto stood in stunned silence, Kakashi was nearing a decisive confrontation with Zabuza. At that moment, Kato, accompanied by many subordinates, made his appearance. Wounded, Zabuza coldly addressed him. What do you mean by bringing so many people here? With a sinister grin, Kato replied, I've changed my mind. In truth, I had intended to do this from the very beginning. Zabuza, I wish for you to perish here. I never intended to pay you. What? This person is truly despicable. The path to death. A ninja will not protect you if you do not pay. Kakashi's words rang true. This individual was nothing but a rogue. Hiring legitimate ninjas costs money, and if they betray me, it becomes a hassle. Thus, I have chosen you, the easy-to-manage rogue ninjas. Once you have exhausted yourselves fighting against other factions, I will seize the opportunity to overwhelm you with sheer numbers, without spending a single coin. Quite the bargain. Wouldn't you say? Legitimate ninjas would never betray their clients, would they? They undertake tasks assigned by their villages, and betrayal only occurs if one defects from their village. This rogue, who disregarded contracts, could trust no one. The last vestige of a ninja's honor must never be tarnished. How laughable. You think rogue ninjas are easy to handle? The danger of rogue ninjas lies in their lack of adherence to principles. If the betrayal occurs, the client has nowhere to seek justice. They lack the village's credibility as a guarantee. Have you never realized how terrifying unrestrained ninjas can be? Only fools like Zabuza, who, despite being a rogue, still upholds the principles of a ninja, can be counted on. Zabuza's sense of honor compels him to fight to the death for Kato, even if he is a wretched person. One could argue that while Konoha is admirable, the unwavering resolve of the Mist Village to see tasks through to completion, regardless of the client's circumstances, is equally commendable. I have decided to undertake missions for the Mist Village. Is it not absurd for a rogue ninja to bring work to the Mist Village? Zabuza has perfectly exemplified the admirable qualities of Mist ninjas. He embodies the true spirit of the Mist Village. How astonishing that a place like the Blood Mist could receive such accolades. When will the clouds release us from the hidden cloud? And what of us from the hidden stone? Thus, Gaara experienced an epiphany. As long as one remains steadfast to their ninja way, even in the face of failure or death, they can earn the respect of others. If one perseveres, even in death on the battlefield, they will be honored. Scorpion lamented, Zabuza would have made a splendid human puppet, alas. I wonder at what time this scene is unfolding in the heavens. Gaara, with a tone of displeasure, remarked, is there nothing beyond puppetry that occupies your thoughts? Humph. You little brat, you possess not an ounce of artistic flair. If you do not eliminate the Mist Ninja, to me, you are merely a laughable jester. Upon hearing Kato's words, Zabuza replied somberly, Kakashi, my apologies, but this is where we cease our battle. Since I no longer have the task of eliminating Dazna, continuing this fight serves no purpose. Kakashi simply responded, indeed. Can we truly halt hostilities so easily? This was due to Zabuza's contract having been revoked, leaving him without a reason to continue fighting. But Sasuke is dead, and so is Haku. Did they perish for nothing? Such is the way of ninjas, foolishly sacrificing themselves for others. The lives of ninjas hold little value. Or rather, every life is precious. Yet ninjas are the only beings in this world that can be bought and sold at will. How can it be so? Kato, still nursing a grudge over Haku's prior offense, kicked Haku's lifeless body disdainfully. Do not lay a finger on my beautiful lady. Kakashi, even as an adversary, respected the dignity of the dead, and yet you dare. Naruto roared in indignation, you scoundrel. What do you intend to do? He attempted to charge at Kato, but was restrained by Kakashi. Seeing this, he turned to Zabuza and shouted, is he not your comrade? Why do you remain silent? Silence yourself. Haku is already dead, Zabuza retorted coldly. How can you be so heartless? He was always by your side. Our relationship was merely one of use and being used, much like my bond with Kato. I have stated before that in the world of ninjas, there are only these two kinds of relationships. A ninja, at their core, is a tool. I sought only his bloodline, not the man himself. There is nothing worth lamenting. Is that truly how you feel? Fearing an impulsive reaction, Kakashi swiftly intervened. Naruto, do not act rashly. Our conflict with him has concluded. Leave me be. Naruto shouted defiantly. This man is still my enemy. Although somewhat surprised, given it was Naruto, it suddenly felt less unexpected. To defend an enemy, when that enemy had just slain one's comrade. It seemed utterly chaotic. I feel immense pity for Sasuke, yet Haku deserves sympathy too. Why can't everyone coexist peacefully, rather than being forced to kill one another? Haku clearly wished no harm. Naruto pointed at Haku's corpse, recalling Haku's heartfelt words, nearly brought to tears. He genuinely cared for you. He cherished you deeply, yet you remain entirely indifferent. Do you have someone who holds special significance for you? A person, when faced with something worth protecting, can become extraordinarily powerful. In truth, it is exceedingly difficult for me to abandon all emotions and become a true ninja. I aspire to help him realize his dreams. For that, I am willing to transform into a true ninja. Do you truly care nothing for him? He yearns to be as formidable as you. Is this truly how you treat him? He risked his life to save you. That fellow lacks even his own dreams. And in the end, this is the fate he meets. It is undeniably cruel. Indeed, Zabuza once stated that ninjas exist only to use and be used. Yet the feelings of this young lady evidently do not fall into either category, rendering Zabuza's assertion invalid. I believe Naruto's profound sadness stems from the fact that throughout his life, no one has regarded him as significant. Such genuine emotions are undoubtedly what he longs for. Witnessing someone receive the sincere love he never dared to dream of, yet failing to cherish it, would naturally incite his fury. If we consider this, hasn't Naruto already received it? Sasuke Uchiha would willingly lay down his life for him, just as Haku was prepared to die for Zabuza. However, I sense that these two affections differ in essence. Is Zabuza truly that heartless? Suddenly, I find myself less inclined to undertake missions in the hidden mist village. It is far too cold-hearted. Zabuza, think of a solution. Bring back the client. The business they provide might even lead to your pardon from the Mizukage for your defection. Nonsense. The Mizukage would never do that. Alas, dear lady, why was it not I who found you? Had it been me, I would never allow you to die for my sake. Painfully, Nagato coughed a few times and whispered, Conan, I understand. Conan replied, I will go check now to see if there is still time to absorb them into Akatsuki. Chapter 65. A beautiful dance together. The young Zabuza slowly turned his head. Enough of this talk. The naive, inexperienced girl wept profusely upon facing the death of a comrade for the first time. Yet even the seasoned ninja Zabuza could not hold back his tears at this moment. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Haku fought not only for me, but also for you all. I am acutely aware of this. He was simply too good-hearted. It is truly wonderful to engage with you all here. Indeed, young one. As you said, ninjas are also human. Perhaps they cannot become tools devoid of emotion. I have lost. He borrowed Naruto's kunai, and despite his hands being rendered useless by Kakashi, he clasped the weapon in his mouth and charged directly into the sea of adversaries brought by Kato. To believe that a mere tactic of overwhelming numbers could defeat Zabuza is sheer folly. He would not presume that a few bodyguards could compensate for the disparity between ninjas and ordinary folk, would he? Wow. I feel invigorated. Well done, Zabuza. Magnificent. Eliminate them all. An arrogant wealthy man. All those lofty nobles. Slay them all. Yet, by the time Zabuza reached Kato, his body was already pierced with blades. Kato spat blood and said, if you wish to see your comrade, then go meet him alone. Unfortunately, I do not intend to join Haku in the same fate. What? I plan to accompany you to hell. What is the hidden mist Zabuza compared to what I will become in hell? Am I merely a jester? You will know when we reach hell. Just wait and see. Kato fell. Zabuza staggered, yet he fixed a fierce glare upon the remaining enemies, instilling fear and causing them to hesitate, unable to draw their blades. If this is farewell, Haku, thank you for everything along this journey. I am truly sorry. Zabuza collapsed. Zabuza. Seeing Haku's tear-filled gaze, Zabuza felt an overwhelming discomfort. Hey, I am not dead yet. Besides, don't you care about your own demise? Haku smiled through her tears. As long as you, Zabuza, are alive, I am content. Naruto gazed uncertainly at his mentor, Kakashi-sensei. Must we truly battle such foes? His hesitation was not born of fear, but of concern for Sasuke, and he simply could not harbor hostility towards Zabuza and Haku. It depends on them. Kakashi Hatake stated. If they decide to abandon this mission after witnessing the final curtain, it would be for the best, but should they persist, we may have no recourse. Sakura, with tears in her eyes, asked, what about Sasuke? Kakashi looked at Sasuke. If we encounter Zabuza this time, I will eliminate him swiftly. Yet Sasuke frowned. He disliked this feeling of being overly protected, as it made him feel weak and incompetent. The comments were filled with sighs. Defectors indeed live in great despair. Even the renowned Zabuza, in the end, meets such a fate. Hey, how can you say he is in despair? Zabuza's death is not impressive enough, not dignified enough. Yet he still perished. To gather funds and evade the pursuit of the hidden mist, he had to endure people like Kato. That is a clear indication of their misfortunes. Is it not? It is perfectly normal. If defectors lived better than the ninjas in their villages, wouldn't everyone choose to become a defector? Look at Zabuza, young one. Kakashi said to Naruto. That is the final dignity of a man who has fought hard to survive. Naruto, with tears in his eyes, replied, yes. At that moment, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the girl weeping over him. Sakura, you are so heavy. It turns out Haku had never intended to kill him from the beginning. Sakura exclaimed in excitement, watching Sasuke rise once more, and Naruto too shed joyful tears. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can feel at ease. It is truly wonderful that Sasuke is unharmed. What? Huh? What? Sasuke Uchiha is not dead. Sasuke himself was taken aback. I am not dead. I am not dead. Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. After confirming several times, her sorrow transformed into joy as she exclaimed, Sasuke, how wonderful. You are safe. Zabuza, feeling helpless, cast a glance at the young boy beside him. Hakuyu. Haku replied apologetically, I am sorry, Mr. Zabuza. However, the remaining group, having received no reward from Kato, prepared to plunder the village. Kakashi, drained of chakra and unable to move, found himself in a dire situation as Naruto grew increasingly despondent. It was then that Inari rallied the villagers to rise and fight to protect their homeland. Naruto exclaimed in delight, Inari. Inari grinned, saying, heroes tend to arrive a bit late. Under the intimidating presence of Naruto and Kakashi's shadow clones, the remaining henchmen fled in disarray. Inari, this little brat has become quite likable, Zabuza mused. Indeed, those who only cry and cower are hard to appreciate. It is the courageous who truly capture one's admiration. Humph, speaking of bravery is simple. When the moment to stand up arises, how many dare to risk their lives? Inari did splendidly. It is evident that one must protect their own home. Relying solely on others is futile. Kakashi approached Zabuza, who lay on the ground, still clinging to life. Weakly, Zabuza requested, could you do me a favor? I wish to see that guy's face once more. Kakashi covered his Sharingan, his expression somber. Very well. At that moment, snow began to fall from the sky. The villagers murmured in astonishment. Snow at this time of year. A gentle, melodic voice resonated through the air. When I met you in solitude, my heart, like a droplet plunged into the depths of the sea. From this moment forth, I belong to you. Ah, once again, that unfamiliar yet comprehensible language. Is this the song of Zabuza and Haku's first encounter? Kakashi gently lifted Zabuza and walked slowly towards Haku. Gazing at the sky, Zabuza pondered. Haku, are you weeping? Your silhouette has become the mold of my heart. Wait a moment, I recall Haku is male, right? Something about these lyrics seems amiss. Kakashi carefully laid Zabuza beside Haku, allowing them to lie together. Zabuza murmured, "Thank you, Kakashi." He turned his face, gazing tenderly at Haku's profile. "You are the oxygen in my water. Even if I dive into the deep sea, I surrender my breath to you. Please lead me into your eyes. When you look at me, I am my truest self. You have always been by my side." Zabuza struggled to raise his hand towards Haku. At last, "I wish to be by your side." If only he could caress Haku's cheek, tears streaming down. "I truly wish to go to the same place as you. Love is the water that forms you. Whenever I think of it, warmth envelopes me as we cling tightly together." As the snow fell, a single flake landed on Haku's eye, melting and cascading down his cheek, as if he too shed tears in response to Zabuza's confession. Naruto wept openly. This guy was born in a snow-covered village. Kakashi replied, "Indeed, he is as pure as snow. You can do it, Zabuza. You will be together. Love is your eternal self, another you. Without the need for words, just let it be. You will be together." The pure love faction fell to the ground in unison, exclaiming, "Why is that malevolent rogue ninja so innocent? Mist Village, you have committed countless wrongs. How could you drive away such a gentle soul as Zabuza? What have you done, you bunch of scoundrels? My Haku, what do you mean, your Haku? I will never undertake another mission in Mist Village again. Boycott Mist Village. You shall not pursue them any longer. Faint memories linger. It seems there was a boycott against Sand Village last time. Next, let us boycott Lightning and Earth countries, and eventually, only Konoha will remain, right? They claim it's not Konoha's conspiracy. I do not care for any conspiracies. I just want my little couple to be together. If it weren't for the relentless pressure from Mist Village, how could they have met such an end here? I initially thought Zabuza came to enhance Mist Village's reputation, but who knew he would dismantle it in such a manner? Mist Village, though not formally introduced, has become the backdrop that forced Zabuza away, leading to his tragic fate. What a remarkable story this is. How ruthless the heavens appear. 2 weeks later, as Tizuna completed the Grand Bridge and prepared to depart from the Land of Waves, Kakashi and his companions visited the graves of Zabuza and Haku to bid them farewell. The Land of Waves named this bridge, a symbol of hope, the Naruto Bridge. "I say, Kakashi, leaving my blade here will only lead someone to take it," Zabuza remarked. "Zabuza? Humph. However, if you take it back to Konoha, I would be even more furious, so let it be." Though the tale of Zabuza and Haku seems to conclude, the song continues to resonate. "I shall no longer conceal my love, even if I have never sung aloud. I hope you can hear the resonance of my voice." Initially, a stranger appeared against the backdrop of the sky, a man with a visage reminiscent of a lizard. The members of Dawn emerged silently from several coffins. "Dawn? What is Dawn? Is this song not about Bai and Zabuza? Why has such an odd figure suddenly materialized? That mercenary organization? Mercenaries? Which mercenaries? Nagato, Kakuzu, Brother Deidara. Is that truly Brother Deidara? Scorpion." Upon witnessing the last silhouette, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Itachi. These individuals appear akin to the puppets previously manipulated. Are they all corpses? Have they perished? Does that lizard-faced man serve as the puppeteer behind it all? Perished? Uchiha Sasuke felt an overwhelming haze clouding his mind. That man is dead. Next came the former Jinchuriki, another row of coffins, another line of shadows. Lord Fourth Mizukage. Lord Yagura? Gaara. Wait. If there are 6 Jinchuriki, that means only 3 remain alive. Gaara is not here, Naruto is absent, who else is left? The 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is also missing. Initially, I believe this individual had only manipulated a few shadows. Is that not sufficient for him? What grand scheme does he intend to orchestrate? Then appeared the former 5 Kage followed by other once-renowned masters, the figures of Bai and Zabuza re-emerging. The silent melody attests to the passage of time. Please take my hand, and let us dance the most exquisite of dances. Chapter 66, Silence. Kimimaro? Is that not Hanzo of the Salamander? Sister? Granny Chio? Sunagakure? How could you fail to even manage the corpses properly? Scorpion suddenly recalled that the former Wind Kage must be Gaara, and he turned to glare at the youth beside him. Gaara, I am not the Kazekage. Sasori coldly chuckled. Yes, it is you. Asuma. Shikamaru looked incredulously at the Jonin leader beside him. Due to the current situation, many teams were executing missions outside. Unlike the previous occasion when most Jonin were summoned by the Hokage, Ino exclaimed in shock. How could Asuma-sensei be here? Hinata Hisashi instinctively activated his Byakugan. But even when the curtain first appeared, he had already tested it with his Byakugan. Moreover, Konoha had utilized all ocular techniques for examination. Yet no one could discern any clues. Even if Hisashi, who had passed away many years ago, appeared, The curtain showed no changes, remaining undetectable as before. Niji trembled. Father. Dan. Before these figures, two men in black cloaks declared with imposing authority, "Let the battle commence." Unbelievable. The moment Tsunade saw Dankato, her fury erupted. How dare he? How dare he desecrate the deceased? Hizashi's expression was grim, but the shock reverberated not only through them. The third Hokage's hand trembled, causing his pipe to clatter to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at his son's figure on the curtain, never expecting that at his age, he would witness the harrowing reality of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. When I opened my eyes again, the azure world, akin to my dreams, slowly approached. The manipulated corpses advanced toward an unknown battlefield. Zabuza. This does not appear to be that world. Though conscious, White frowned. Yet, I cannot control my body. A companion beside him remarked. This is the forbidden technique, Edo-tensei. Someone has summoned us back to the living world, which means we must fight next. Even the dead are not spared? Zabuza expressed his disdain. To be used by such a person is infuriating. The scars of memories have been erased by you. The blank memories were always waiting for you. Edo-tensei. Those few who recognized the name were taken aback. Tobarama. It is the despicable jutsu developed by the second Hokage. Is this a conspiracy of Konoha? Don't be ridiculous. Konoha has long classified this jutsu as forbidden and sealed it. Externally, they claim it is forbidden and sealed. Who knows if Konoha is using it recklessly internally? Look, so many corpses, and not even one Hokage among them. How can one claim it is not Konoha's conspiracy? Did you not see that among the manipulated ninjas are also Konoha's? Saratobi Asuma is the son of the third Hokage. Dankato is Lady Tsunade's lover. If she had become the fifth Hokage at that time, how could she allow such a desecration of her beloved? Who knows? Just a deceased son and man. Perhaps to create an illusion of Konoha's innocence, they deliberately exposed them. You're talking nonsense. It must be Orochimaru. Hizashi. I told you. You indulged him too much. The third Hokage, momentarily stunned, quickly recognized this must be Danzo. Though this could shift some blame from Konoha, the fact that he openly declared it on the curtain still irked the third Hokage. Orochimaru squinted, reminiscing about the face of that lizard man. That guy looks a bit like Kabuto. Could it be that he used the Edo-tensei after me to seize Kabuto's body? But why Kabuto? He should have had better choices. Sasuke rode upon a great bird. Suddenly, his breath turned into a mist. A companion behind him caught the snowflakes that fell from the sky, puzzled. Snow? That is Omoi from Kumogakure. Isn't that Sasuke's replacement, previously appearing alongside Naruto? What connection does Konoha have with Kumogakure? Why are they teaming up? Seeing himself, Omoi was also startled. So far, the curtain has revealed forces from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure, but apart from Konoha, the reputation of the other two forces had plummeted. Now with Kumogakure appearing, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Oh no, have I done something embarrassing? You brat. The nearby Karui evidently thought of this possibility. Don't tell me it will tarnish our Kumogakure's reputation? Samui calmly remarked. Remain composed. The curtain displays future events. Regardless of what Omoi has done, we can only watch. Omoi crouched down, cradling his head. What if the curtain indeed favors Konoha and intentionally showcases my failures? We have no way to confirm what is true. If others believe it, my reputation. Kumogakure's reputation. Will my master kill me? A mirror appeared behind Sasuke. The very bloodline limit crystal mirror of white that had previously trapped Naruto and Sasuke. Kei anxiously warned. Be careful, Sasuke. Sasuke stood beside him, dissenting. Compared to me, brother. You are the one. You've become a corpse controlled by someone. Kei. That is not important. After all, living in Root is not much different from being a manipulated corpse, right? He was more concerned about his brother's fate. White knocked down all enemies from the great bird. As the battle was about to unfold on the ground, Kakashi descended from the sky, blocking Zabuza. Though knowing a battle was inevitable, it was rather surprising that the opponent was Kakashi. I should have died on that bridge, Zabuza remarked. Yet, waking up again with White is truly strange. This place seems neither hell nor heaven. This is the living world, a place you shouldn't have come to. Kakashi, why are you being so strict? Exactly. Let them come, let them come. Sakura exclaimed in shock. Zabuza, White. The ninjas behind Kakashi whispered. What, do you know them? Let us wait for Captain Kakashi's orders. You've grown up, Kakashi's female subordinate. Zabuza spoke in a familiar tone, as if he had embraced Sakura as a child. What about that brat? How is he? He was the one who defeated us. He must have grown and gained renown by now. Kakashi, in a familial manner, replied. That bridge has been named Naruto Bridge, and he has become the miracle boy, a hero of the village. Upon hearing this, White, who was combating others, chuckled. Which village is this ninja from, opposing my lady? His thick eyebrows are a bit off-putting. My guy? Thanks to you, Naruto found his ninja way. He even vowed before your graves. Since then, he has been making great strides towards becoming a great ninja. White remarked. He will surely become even stronger. Kakashi, against his will, stated, You must stop us both. As Zabuza and White's consciousness began to fade, White struggled in pain, Kakashi, please, once more, stop us. I once hoped to serve as Zabuza's tool, protecting him until death, but now, Zabuza too is controlled by this technique. It seems I failed to shield him from your strike back then. No. Why? You did block it. You have sheltered him. It is he who seeks his own demise. What do you mean by seeking death? It is only to avenge by, after all, wailing heart-wrenching cries, crawling aimlessly, dark gnawing, silent screams, striking his own chest with fervor. By, my by, my by. Witnessing such fervent outcries, I found himself at a loss. And this time, not only can I not protect him, I lack the qualification to be his tool. No, Kakashi interjected. You saved Zabuza back then. His death stemmed from other causes. Moreover, Zabuza never regarded you as a mere tool. Bai widened his eyes, glancing at Zabuza. Kakashi, must you speak so freely? How amusing. Zabuza must feel quite embarrassed now, right? To be honest, vocalizing it is somewhat shameful and humiliating. Yet now, with the sky revealing everything, everyone is aware. Is Zabuza not feeling awkward? I quite wish to see the embarrassed visage of the once feared Zabuza. Ha ha ha. Even the cold-hearted ninja reveals such emotions. Which is rather endearing. Zabuza, Bai chuckled softly. Mr. Zabuza, they say you are quite adorable. Zabuza gruffly retorted, silence. Chapter 67, The Truth of the Sky? It was Naruto who compelled Zabuza to confront himself. Zabuza recalled that moment, the first time he had been defeated. No, that was not right. Failing to assassinate the Mizukage was the first. Being defeated by the Mizukage does not count, does it? What nonsense. The fourth Mizukage has perished. Now he shares the same fate as Zabuza, both manipulated by others. Rounded up, that means Zabuza succeeded. How can you round it up like that? From 800 miles away, I hurled a kunai at the first Hokage. Does that mean I fought him and returned unscathed? That is not impossible. No. Being defeated by the fourth Mizukage leaves one with a sense of injustice, but being defeated by Naruto brings acceptance. Thus, that counts as the first defeat. The lizard man scoffed. Bai and Zabuza are indeed resilient, yet they cannot restrain me. I desire you to become killing machines, entirely my instruments. Kakashi, do not hold back. Zabuza struggled to maintain his composure. Regardless of the means, I have already died as a human. This fiend. Seeing himself and Bai mocked posthumously. Zabuza glared at the figure on the sky, his rage nearly uncontainable, while his exterior grew frostier. Who is it? Meanwhile, in the Leaf Village, the figure pondered. Is that truly me? It feels familiar, yet oddly unrecognizable. Could it be Orochimaru's use of the impure world reincarnation? Is it Lord Orochimaru? A chaotic battle erupted. Kakashi seized the opportunity to ambush Zabuza from behind. And just like in the past, Bai suddenly interposed himself in front of Zabuza. Kakashi's hand pierced through Bai's chest, while Bai clung to his arm, immobilizing him. The lizard man sneered. In a situation where enemies outnumber allies, Zabuza's hidden miss technique is most effective. Others can serve as shields. Bai, who appears to vow to protect Zabuza, is merely a puppet now. The grand performance on the battlefield has commenced. This bastard. What does he take human lives and emotions for? Zabuza swung his blade down. This time, Bai was severed in half by Zabuza's strike. Zabuza? Bai quickly reassured. Mr. Zabuza, I am unscathed. Zabuza stared at him with bloodshot eyes for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the sky, a surge of killing intent erupting. This is not about your current well-being. This is about that lizard man, who dares treat us thus. Bai instantly declared. I will ensure his demise for you. Humph. Do you truly possess the ability to kill? Zaboz's tone was harsh, but in truth, he did not want to force him to take a life. When we find him, I will take action myself. Suddenly, the figure sneezed violently. Ugh! A chill coursed through him. Bai! I screamed. I roared. I raged. I lamented. This is too much. Too much. Too much. How could Zabuza bear it? You dare manipulate Zabuza into such actions? Forcing a person to kill their beloved is exceedingly cruel. Huh. Wait a moment. ISNT by mail. Is it really acceptable to call someone a beloved? Kakashi. Do you enjoy piercing hearts with Raikiri so much? Indeed. Kakashi. This is the second time. You have harmed the lady twice with this technique, you scoundrel. Kakashi recalled past events. Naruto cheerfully exclaimed. I still want to undertake A-rank missions. Kakashi firmly declined. No. With foes as formidable as Zabuza and Bai, it is already miraculous that we can return unscathed. Naruto lowered his head in disappointment. Observing this, Kakashi offered comfort. All right. Once you learn more ninjutsu and grow stronger, we can consider A-rank missions. Then I must find more things to protect. That young man named Bai said that when one wholeheartedly wishes to protect something important, they truly can become immensely strong. After witnessing Zabuza and Bai, I feel the same. Reflecting on that moment, Kakashi gazed at Zabuza before him and smiled. It is truly fortunate for Naruto to encounter opponents like you. Oh, has this mission finally been classified as A-rank? Now that is more like it. Leaf Village. You still possess some conscience towards your fellow ninjas. To be honest, being told, it is truly fortunate to encounter an opponent like you, often feels more like mockery, doesn't it? Not at all. Isn't that a form of acknowledgement? The acknowledgement from an enemy is the most splendid. Zabuza, You once hesitated when striking by, and his death stirred your uncertainty, but now, you have become an emotionless tool. Let it all come to an end. Once again, Raikiri. Kakashi. Aside from the Sharingan and Raikiri, do you possess any other techniques? Raikiri seems to suit you well, doesn't he? Kakashi awkwardly scratches his white hair. Well, Kakashi-sensei, what do you think of this? Years ago, Naruto shyly asked. Which aspect? Those fellows may be enemies, but I, Naruto, beamed. I quite like them. Kakashi was taken aback. Isn't it strange? He chuckled. Not at all. This time, Kakashi finally pierced through Zabuz's chest. In truth, I feel the same. Your deaths and tears are the very proof of your bond. As for myself, there are many things I wish to protect as a ninja. Kakashi remarked. The sight of Zabuza and by perishing is one of them. Because I am their final adversary, Naruto, what do you think? The long-awaited, gentle melody resounded once more. Love is like water. Every time I recall it, it warms my body, enveloping me tightly. Blood droplets fell from the executioner's blade, landing upon Bai's lifeless form. Like the snow of yesteryears, tears appeared to cascade from the corners of his eyes. The droplets of blood splattered upon the icy mirror, flowing down as the fading shadows of the deceased refracted within it, the crimson stream reminiscent of his fallen tears. Love is an eternal you, another version of oneself, unspoken yet understood, allowing you to proceed at will. The barrage of comments echoed the sentiment of unspoken understanding, nearly overwhelming the screen with their repetition. This tale, unlike the previous one involving Kururo, brought forth a distinct kind of shock. Kakashi, a formidable man, had slain Zabuza and Haku twice. Twice. What wrong had Haku done? He merely loved Zabuza. Why must he endure having his heart pierced by Raikiri not once, but twice? Did he not claim to identify as male? The sky had previously displayed scenes of the deceased being resurrected and controlled, and Kururo had hinted that to resist them, the ninja world would form an alliance. Now, it seems the 5 great nations ninjas truly have united. Thankfully, I did nothing to bring shame to the Cloud Village. I am curious where Zabuza and Haku currently reside. Is the sky projecting this future to prevent their demise at Kakashi's hands? If they survive now, the future will not be exploited by the enemy, thereby diminishing their combat strength. Is it possible the sky is a form of ninjutsu invented by future denizens, intended to warn us to preserve our strength for the impending Great War? There must be a conspiracy. Who is that lizard-like man? Regardless, the Edo Tensei is a jutsu of Konoha, and this matter is undeniably linked to them. Indeed, Konoha must provide an explanation to the ninja world. This must be the work of Orochimaru. Blaming everything on a rogue ninja? Since he is your rogue ninja, Konoha should take responsibility for capturing Orochimaru and seeking clarity. Orochimaru, TSK, Chapter 68, what a hassle. The sky finished its display. In the home of Tazuna, the task requester and the ninjas of Konoha exchanged bewildered glances. Kakashi stated, our mission is to ensure Mr. Tazuna completes the bridge. We shall proceed with our tasks as usual. Sakura could not hold back her words. But what if Zabuza and Haku? Kakashi calmly interrupted her. We have our mission, and they have their choices. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, biting her lip, understood. Sasuke stood resolute. I need to train. Sakura and Naruto were momentarily stunned, and then Naruto exclaimed, I want to train too. Kakashi-sensei, teach us that tree climbing technique we saw on the screen. Sighing, Kakashi complained while smiling. I truly cannot help you. Since Kakashi did not require rest, he personally escorted Tazuna to the bridge the following day. Those who had initially harbored fears of Kato and withdrawn from the project returned, bringing even more people with them. Tazuna, slightly taken aback, understood the reason and suppressed his excitement, refraining from reproaching those who had once fled. Instead, he choked back his emotions and said, since you are here, let us work hard together. Yes, the atmosphere on the bridge was vibrant. Suddenly, a thick fog began to envelop the area. Kakashi swiftly drew his kunai to protect Tazuna, while within the mist, Zabuza had quietly appeared before him. Observing the youth named Haku beside him, Kakashi felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that Zabuza has chosen to fulfill Kato's mission? However, they showed no intent to attack. Zabuza merely stood in front of Kakashi and asked, hey, where are those kids? What? I just went and took care of Kato. Zabuza chuckled darkly. Now I'm here to deal with you. I do not comprehend your meaning. Those kids, it's their first time executing a mission involving ninjas, right? Prior to this, they had never fought against ninja adversaries. As I mentioned, in a peaceful place like Konoha, true ninjas cannot be nurtured. Besides, did you not say their first opponents would be us? Isn't that splendid? Zabuza said. If they miss out on this crucial experience, it would be a pity. You mean? Kakashi paused. You wish to help train them? An encounter with me, Zabuza, is a rare opportunity. Zabuza declared proudly. Who told Haku he likes them so much? Haku looked at Kakashi with a graceful smile. I wish to believe the sky is genuine. And I am grateful for everything you have done for Mr. Zabuza. Let this be our repayment. Kakashi slowly straightened, relaxing his guard with a smile. Then I must truly thank you. When Tazuna returned home after work, Kakashi personally retrieved the 3 exhausted genin who had spent the day climbing trees, ensuring they did not refuse to rest for overnight training. Tomorrow will feature special training. Kakashi glanced at the most fatigued Naruto and Sasuke. Tonight, everyone must rest well and rejuvenate. Special training? Sasuke frowned. What kind of special training? Kakashi smiled, his eyes curving. Well, you will find out tomorrow. It will undoubtedly be a special surprise. Naruto squinted suspiciously. Kakashi-sensei, you aren't going to trick us like when you told us not to eat breakfast during the bell test, are you? However, just as they had obediently complied back then, this time, despite their doubts, the allure of special training prompted Sasuke and Naruto to rest properly. Thus, the following day, upon seeing two individuals trailing behind Kakashi, their eyes widened in astonishment. Sakura screamed, "What? What is happening?" Naruto leaped up, Zabuza, and Haku. "It seems we have left a significant mark on your growth journey." Zabuza grinned menacingly. "If we abandon our mission, it would deprive you of practical experience, which cannot happen." Uchiha Sasuke. Come on. Zabuza unleashed a true murderous intent, freezing the three who had never faced the killing intent of a jonin in place. You may think this encounter does not pertain to life and death, but if you take it lightly, I possess numerous ways to spare your lives. Yet the torment will be far worse than death. Kakashi interjected. This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura exclaimed in panic. Isn't it a bit too early for us to face off against Zabuza and his team? But Naruto and Sasuke were already eager to engage. Zabuza grinned. Haku, let us go. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Haku replied cheerfully, despite the external uncertainty regarding the timing of events unfolding on the grand screen. A considerable number of individuals flocked to the Land of Waves following its conclusion. With the death of Kato, the road restrictions in the Land of Waves were finally lifted, leading to an influx of tourists that brought both wealth and countless job opportunities. Zabuza and Haku, wishing to avoid the public eye, were acutely aware that among the arrivals were likely assassins from the Hidden Mist Village. Thus, they only accompanied Team 7 in their training for 3 days before departing. During these 3 days, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura made significant progress, yet they were utterly exhausted. Although they understood that Zabuza would not resort to lethal force, they often felt as though they were teetering on the brink of life and death. When Zabuza and Haku prepared to leave, Team 7 came to bid them farewell. In an effort to maintain a somber, yet not overly sentimental atmosphere, Zabuza unleashed a thick mist to obscure his silhouette. Before the fog enveloped them completely, Haku offered a deep bow to Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Zabuza's voice echoed from within the mist. Kakashi, I've always wanted to tell you, when it comes to enemies, refrain from expressing fondness. It's utterly nauseating. Kakashi paused momentarily, recalling that during the grand display, he had mentioned to Naruto that although Zabuza and Haku were adversaries, they bore no ill will and were, in fact, quite likable. He smiled softly. With that, Zabuza and Haku departed, destined to encounter a blue-haired woman not far from the Land of Waves. As the mist dissipated, a raven perched upon a tree. Observing as Sasuke and Naruto engaged in a heated argument, competing in their training, the raven contemplated whether to appear now to provoke Sasuke, instilling a sense of urgency within him to hasten his growth, or to simply take its leave. Sasuke, a ninja by nature, understood that despite the third Hokage's willingness to extend an extra hand, the tasks assigned to ninjas were fraught with peril. Perhaps one day, if Sasuke did not perish on this mission, he might meet his end in another. He could not always arrive in time. Sasuke needed to become stronger. Though the Hidden Leaf Village was the safest haven for him, even within its confines, absolute security was an illusion. He had to possess the means of self-defense. Yet, should he choose to act now, he could not take a life, and finding an excuse to withdraw gracefully posed a challenge. Furthermore, Sasuke was currently too weak. He would need to significantly hold back, and should anyone discern this, it would be difficult to justify. After much deliberation, Itachi decided to grant Sasuke some additional room for growth and opted to remain concealed for the time being. He silently hid within the forest until the grand bridge of the Land of Waves was finally completed. Team 7 had accomplished their mission and was poised to return to the Hidden Leaf. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 10th teams had simultaneously received a new assignment. Following a meeting between the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage, the Kazekage sent a distress signal to the Hidden Leaf, requesting assistance in retrieving Gaara, the One-Tail. Given that Team 7 was still engaged in their duties in the Land of Waves, summoning Naruto back was impractical. The Kazekage had no choice but to acquiesce to the Hokage's proposal to delegate this task to the 3rd and 10th teams. The rationale behind assigning the 3rd team was understandable. After all, during the grand display, Neji, Tenten, Lee, and Guy had all participated in the mission to rescue Gaara. In the second story shown, Shikamaru had fought alongside Kankuro and Gaara, specifically alongside Kankuro. The Kazekage dispatched Maki, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro, to collaborate with the Hidden Leaf. Gaara had recently departed from Sunagakure alone and was sighted in the company of the rogue ninja, Sasori, their objective likely being the ruins of Loulan. The 3rd Hokage gazed upon the youthful faces before him, including the 2 leading jonin, particularly Asuma Saratobi, and an uncontrollable image surfaced in his mind, the moment he became a corpse, manipulated by another. Your mission is to ascertain their objectives and movements. and to bring Gaara back to me. The disappearance of the One Tail is classified information and must not be leaked. Thus, this is an S-rank mission. Both the 3rd and 7th teams were still comprised of Genin, while Shikamaru had been a Chunin during the grand display. Assigning them to undertake such a mission now seemed illogical. However, given Gaara's mental state, perhaps familiar faces would have a better chance than merely relying on the strength of seasoned Jonin. As Shikamaru reflected on his status as a Genin, he closed his eyes in frustration. What a troublesome situation. Chapter 69. Gaara's resolve. The ninjas dispatched from the hidden leaf set forth towards the land of wind, converging at the border to meet Maki's team. The demeanor of Temari and Kankuro, both contemporaries from Sunagakure, was one of solemnity and silence. Given the impact of Gaara's disappearance on them, their serious expressions were easily understood. As they journeyed towards the ruins of Loulan, Maki provided more detailed intelligence. Sasori and Gaara had previously launched an assault on the ruins, but were repelled by the defending ninjas of Sunagakure. They had temporarily retreated, and their current whereabouts were unknown, yet it was highly probable that they would not relent and were seeking another opportunity to strike. The ruins of Loulan had been sealed off, prohibiting unauthorized personnel and visitors from entering. Upon their arrival at the site, they encountered the captain of the Sunagakure Guard, an elder whom the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf recognized as Chiyo, the very one who had risked her life to save Gaara during the grand display. Chiyo's expression mirrored that of Kankuro and Temari, heavy with concern. They had not been repelled. Rather, they had chosen to withdraw. As an eyewitness, she provided more specific information. There had been a significant number of tourists present at the time, and Sasori had attempted to exploit the chaos to launch an attack. His puppets had mingled among the crowd, causing considerable disruption for Sunagakure, but Gaara. Chiyo recalled the events of that day, closing her eyes in reflection. Days prior, the scene of the attack had descended into chaos. The Sunagakure defenders initially struggled to pinpoint the attacker's precise location while ensuring the safety of the visitors, resulting in vulnerabilities in their defensive measures. Why had they not taken action? According to their agreement, once Sasori created the diversion, Gaara was supposed to eliminate the Sunagakure guards that had been lured out. Yet Gaara stood atop a precipice, hesitating to act. Sasori furrowed his brow, questioning. If we delay any longer, the Sunagakure forces will catch on. Gaara displayed a moment of hesitation. The power bestowed upon me by my mother is one of protection. My mother resides within my sand. My mother watches over me. With this realization, Gaara's gaze fell upon the panicked crowd, where he observed other mothers anxiously calling out for their children, holding them tightly in their arms, their faces etched with fear. In the past, Gaara would have been indifferent to such reactions, deriving pleasure from slaughter. Yet now, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to raise his hand to summon the flow of sand. Scorpion immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and exclaimed in anger, "Are you still a ninja or not?" However, this question did little to sway Gaara's resolve. Scorpion pressed on. "Do you not wish to see your mother?" Gaara displayed a moment of hesitation. However, by that time, the Sand Village ninjas had swiftly evacuated the tourists and commenced their counterattack. Upon spotting Chiyo, the captain of the guard, Scorpion paused briefly, then clicked his tongue, remarking, "Thanks to you, we've missed our opportunity. Let us retreat." Their initial plan was to eliminate all the Sand Village guards and infiltrate the ruins of Loulan. Scorpion did not mind being discovered by Chiyo after dispatching the sand guards, but encountering her first would complicate their endeavor to eliminate the remaining sand ninjas. As the recollection faded, Chiyo lowered her gaze. Gaara had refrained from making a move. Asuma Saratobi mused. Could it be that they still regard the lives of civilians as significant? If that is the case, it is indeed good news. I am uncertain. Chiyo shook her head. Yet my grandson Scorpion would not concern himself with such matters. Perhaps he and Gaara have diverged in their views. He may not wish to face many adversaries alone. Hence his retreat. Fortunately, though the desert was vast, pursuing individuals left traces to follow. Even ninjas could not survive without water, the most vital source of life in the desert. The water sources near the Loulan ruins and the cities where supplies could be obtained were scarce. Due to Hinata Niji of the 3rd Squad possessing the Byakugan, he temporarily joined Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji of the 10th Squad, led by Asuma Saratobi, to trace the whereabouts of Gaara and Scorpion in the desert. Temari, as a native of the Land of Wind, was well acquainted with the terrain and thus became the 5th member of this small team, tasked with guiding them to various oases for reconnaissance. Kankuro remained at the Loulan ruins with Tintin, Rock Lee, and Matsuri, bolstering the defenses of the Sand Village in the area. Scorpion's puppets were ideally suited for procuring supplies and gathering intelligence, and he soon discovered the presence of the Leaf Ninjas. However, one of his puppets was uncovered by Hinata Niji, leading to an encounter. "Thanks to you, our approach to Loulan has become considerably more challenging," Scorpion muttered, abandoning the puppet that was ultimately shattered by a punch from a Kimichi Choji, and grumbled irritably towards Gaara in the safety of his hideout in the Land of Wind. "They evacuated the civilians, leaving only the ninjas," Gaara replied. "Next time, I shall show no mercy." You have no qualms about striking at ninjas?" Scorpion retorted coldly. "For ninjas are born for combat. Do they not deserve love? You may hesitate to act against civilians, but ninjas also have parents and families," Scorpion continued. Civilians lack chakra. They cannot fight or resist. Gaara displayed his own logic. Yet ninjas are like Haku and Zabuza when the paths of ninjas clash. All one can do is uphold their ninja way and see it through to the end. Scorpion scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly assessing his resolve. It is best that way. We must not delay. If that Byakugan brat discovers our trail, we will lose our advantage for a surprise attack. We shall act tomorrow. Gaara clenched his fist. Are you afraid of tomorrow? No, I am merely excited at the thought of seeing my mother, he replied. Regardless of who stands in my way, I will not relent. Scorpion remained noncommittal. Suddenly, Gaara turned to him and asked, but if I see her, what should I say? Scorpion hesitated, his gaze meeting Gaara's eyes, where he discerned a flicker of anxiety and unease beneath his calm facade. At that moment, he realized how youthful and inexperienced this Jinchuriki truly was. In his eyes, he was still a mere child. After a brief silence, Gaara inquired again, what about you? If you were to meet your parents, what would you say? As he spoke, Scorpion's mind conjured the blurred figures of his long-lost parents. After all, they had been gone for far too long. What could he possibly say to them? He instinctively felt the urge to question them. Why did you have to die? No, that would be too childish. He had to accept that his parents were simply not strong enough, at least not as formidable as Kakashi Hatake. Now, being a mature adult, he needed to pose calm and rational inquiries. Yet, he found himself repeatedly pondering the same question. Why did you make me wait so long? That was all he wished to ask, for it felt as if he had been waiting for something all this time. The absence of those two figures left an indelible void within him, one that had never been filled. The human body was perplexing. If he were a puppet, he would know precisely where the issues lay. Perhaps if he could shed his identity as a human, that sense of emptiness might dissipate. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the joy of crafting himself into an exquisite puppet, Scorpion occasionally felt that lingering emptiness growing ever more pronounced. Perhaps it was because he had yet to relinquish the last vestige of his humanity, the final piece of his identity. Regrettably, he had not yet devised a solution. If he could resolve the existence of that core, he would attain true perfection. When faced with a question he did not wish to answer, a useful strategy was to divert the topic with another question. Scorpion remarked coldly, are you going to appear before your mother and tell her, I am your son from the future? She might think she's encountered a madman. Besides, you could alter the future, possibly causing your future self to vanish. Vanishing? This seemingly reminded Gaara of something, his eyes brightening. I know what I must do. What will you do? I will kill Raza. I will ensure my mother does not have to marry that man, so she will not suffer and lose her life because of it. Even after spending so much time in the diverse and peculiar Akatsuki organization, Scorpion couldn't help but exclaim, you're insane? My non-existence doesn't matter, Gaara declared resolutely. I want my mother to marry a better man, so she can live to raise that child. He lowered his gaze, extending his hand as a gentle stream of sand flowed into his palm. My mother gave me all her love, and I have nothing to repay her, so. He clenched his fist. I hope she can find happiness. Chapter 70. 3 wishes. The sky brightened once more, appearing just then. Naruto and his companions had not long returned to Konoha when they found themselves the subject of intense scrutiny. The conversation began with one of Sasuke's admirers. Sasuke, are you alright? The atmosphere grew increasingly animated. Did you really encounter Zabuza Momochi? Is Haku truly as beautiful as in the sky? Kato is dead. Did you do it? Is Zabuza impressive? Is the sky real? However, this attention felt quite different from the adulation typically reserved for heroes. It was more akin to that of a celebrity. Fortunately, due to the need to report to the Hokage, Team 7 managed to escape the throng swiftly. It was confirmed that Zabuza and Haku had indeed appeared, and Team 7's experiences prior to the sky's manifestation mirrored those displayed. The third Hokage, silently puffing on his pipe, sighed heavily. Just as we began to doubt the authenticity of the sky, it presented new footage, almost as if it were mocking us, and we were powerless to intervene. The 3 lower ninjas had already dispersed, leaving only Kakashi and the third Hokage in the office. Its impact was profound. Its emergence and the information it conveyed had likely altered Zabuza and Haku's fates, and perhaps many other events as well. The future remained uncertain. The third Hokage recalled Gaara, who had originally been destined to become the Kazekage. Without the sky's appearance, would he have still mingled with the Akatsuki Scorpion? Were these changes for better or worse? Kakashi remarked, it may not be entirely negative. Do you also accept the notion that the sky originates from the future? This idea had gained traction recently, suggesting that a great war would erupt, prompting future generations to create new jutsu in the hope of preserving their formidable powers. Kakashi smiled wryly. I do not know, but it suggests that a colossal disaster is inevitable. No sooner had the third Hokage's words left his lips than the familiar dimness descended upon the sky. The sky has returned. Blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, and seas. The sky once again darkened without so much as a greeting, and it commenced its screening. People had grown accustomed to bypassing the initial pleasantries and immediately began discussing the content being shown. This scene inevitably recalled the previous tale of the Grail Stone, leading to questions in the comments. Is it the Land of Wind again? I feel sorry for the Land of Wind. Let it be. Seagulls soared through the sky. Initially, scenes of barbecuing appeared, followed by a trio of barbecue enthusiasts on screen. Is this the new generation of Inoshikacho? Wait, is this a Konoha matter? Why isn't Naruto featured? Is this a story about Inoshikacho completing a mission? Presently, in the mountains of the Land of Wind, Ino paused in shock before suddenly becoming anxious. Am I on the sky? What have I done? Choji murmured, my dad has been on the sky. Shikamaru has been on the sky, and now Ino and I are appearing too. Shikamaru scratched his head in frustration. Here we go again. Yet, it seemed that the barbecuers were not limited to Inoshikacho. The next moment, a short-haired girl with Byakugan appeared alongside her two companions. Sister? Hinata. Is that Byakugan? The daughter of the Hyuga clan? Wait, is that me? Kiba exclaimed excitedly. Shino, that must be you and me. We're on the sky. How wonderful. We've finally appeared. Shino is a child of the Aburame clan. The last time I undertook a mission in Konoha, it was executed by their class. Another little rascal named Inuzuka Kiba has an incredibly adorable dog. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Its name is Akamaru. Kiba, you rascal. Do not disgrace the Inuzuka clan. How can I guarantee what happens in the sky? Hinata, do not tarnish the Hyuga family's reputation. Hinata tensed up. Was that tone from father? Oh, so this is how the heiress of the Hyuga clan, who was nearly abducted by the Cloud Village back in the day, looks now. Hey. We from the Cloud Village have never done such things. Never. The girl with the bun smiled as she popped a piece of grilled meat into her mouth. Beside her was a particularly striking companion with jet black hair styled like a watermelon rind, thick eyebrows, and a green bodysuit. It's the third class. Wow. Who are the bun-headed lady and her watermelon-haired companion? That elegant silhouette with long black hair must belong to a beautiful lady. At that moment, Niji Hyuga was not by Tintin and Lee's side, so the ones who instinctively cast glances at him were Ino and Temari. Temari, indeed, if viewed from behind, his hairstyle could easily lead to misunderstandings. Niji is a male. I refuse to believe it. Damn it, why is it like this? In Konoha, men should look like men. It's just his long hair from behind that causes the confusion. Niji's front face would never be misidentified. For some reason, Niji felt that it was his two teammates who were fiercely defending him, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, silently thanking Tintin and Lee. The last figure that appeared in the frame was the familiar blonde youth. Naruto. So it is indeed related to Naruto. Judging by Naruto's appearance. He must be younger than before, about the same age as when he first met Timsy. Sasuke is also present, which means it's before Timsy. Speaking of which, what is going on with Uchiha Sasuke? Previously, there were rumors of his demise, but didn't White spare him? Perhaps he perished in another mission. Sasuke took a deep breath, feeling that this shadow would likely never dissipate. These individuals must be Konoha's Genin, right? The Nara clan's Shikamaru appeared before. Great. A splendid opportunity to gather information on Konoha's ninja. Watch me capture it all in one go. Team 7 was enthusiastically enjoying the grilled meat when Kakashi Hatake glanced around, somewhat exasperated, and said, I say, you lot, it's rare to have a social gathering, at least engage in some conversation. The camera zoomed out, revealing several groups of genin occupying different spots on this seaside beach, each doing their own thing. So this is a social gathering? Is this sense of distance a unique characteristic of Konoha's gatherings? How does Kakashi eat grilled meat while wearing a mask? Doesn't he take it off to eat? Congratulations, you've discovered one of the 3 great unsolved mysteries of Konoha. No way. Has no one in Konoha ever seen his face beneath the mask? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. At this point, what else is there to say? Sakura chimed in. Hey, Naruto, you should eat more vegetables. Isn't Sasuke only eating meat too? Sakura replied matter-of-factly. Sasuke is exempt from that. Naruto immediately protested. Why? Because Sakura only cares about you. Naruto, you're so foolish. Exactly. It shows Sakura has feelings for you. Naruto took this to heart, his eyes brightening. Really? Is that true, Sakura? Sakura, absolutely not. It's just that you've eaten too much meat. That's why I said it, to make me and Sasuke eat less. Sasuke sighed. 2 fools. Kakashi shook the drink in his hand, noticing it was nearly empty, and asked, is there a convenience store nearby? Sakura kindly replied, there's a vending machine over there. I see. Kakashi stood up, preparing to buy drinks. Save my share for me. The 3 of them elongated their voices in agreement. But as they watched his figure disappear into the forest, Naruto wore a mischievous smile and nudged all the grilled meat onto the grill. Sakura, displeased, said, didn't you promise to save it for him? It's all Kakashi-sensei's fault for leaving. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been quietly eating grilled meat, spoke for the first time, addressing Naruto. Hey, pass me the sauce. Sakura sighed, unsure how to explain to Kakashi later. Sigh, what do we do now? Meanwhile, Naruto looked around and, upon finding the sauce, discovered something peculiar sticking out of the sand. What is this? Naruto curiously dug into the sand, unearthing a long-necked, round-bellied vessel that appeared coarse and cracked. He removed the cork, and a plume of purple smoke burst forth, spiraling into the sky, forming the shape of a bizarre-looking man. The man proclaimed himself as the genie of the lamp, capable of granting 3 wishes as per legend. I am here to fulfill your wishes, whatever they may be. Really? Is there really a genie lamp? Konoha actually has such a thing. No way. This doesn't conform to the logic of reality. Kakashi stared in shock at the third Hokage beside him, who appeared even more astonished. Chapter 71 Meaningful Wishes. No, there must be some conspiracy. Otherwise, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? What kind of conspiracy? Perhaps the method of granting wishes is not what people expect. For instance, if you wish for a deceased person to come back to life, they might resurrect as a zombie or something. Yet, despite the genie's shocking announcement, Team 7 remained unfazed, continuing to grill meat as if they hadn't heard anything. Sakura, Naruto, the sauce, please. Naruto, The genie immediately grew furious. Hey, listen to me. Naruto, who would believe such nonsense? Hey, I thought Naruto would believe it right away. Me too. Hey, watching these comments, Naruto fumed. What do you all think of me? I'm not a fool. Sakura lowered her voice. I say, don't pay attention to him. Sasuke coolly remarked. He looks suspicious no matter how you see it. Seeing that the trio was disbelieving, the genie continued to explain and plead, prompting Naruto to say, in that case, conjure up 10 servings of grilled meat. The genie effortlessly fulfilled his wish. Hey, I'm starting to doubt the authenticity of this scenario. Such things cannot possibly happen, right? It's impossible, right? To grant 3 wishes of any kind, and Naruto's desire is for 10 servings of grilled meat. Where's my breathing machine? My blood pressure, help me. I'm about to faint. Naruto, Uzumaki, do you truly comprehend the preciousness of this opportunity? I scream. How can such a deity exist? What if Konoha finds this and wishes for world domination? You could be bolder, wish for an end to all wars. For global peace. That little Uchiha. Having lost his entire clan, wouldn't he wish for their revival? Danzo. Itachi Uchiha. Can the revival of an entire clan count as one wish? Surely. One wish should only reasonably resurrect a single person. How would we know without trying? Revive. My beloved. I wish for the disappearance of chakra. Henceforth, let there be no more shinobi in this world. Sasuke and Sakura stared intently at Naruto, and after a brief moment of astonishment, Naruto exclaimed, when I wanted 10 servings of barbecue, you didn't stop me. Sasuke urgently stated, our immediate priority is to ascertain the location of this gathering. Since Kakashi-sensei is present, it must be a place he chose. Sakura suggested, let us ask him. The third Hokage naturally shared this thought. Do you have any clues, Kakashi? Kakashi, I have no leads. Believing in the existence of the deity, Team 7 urgently deliberated on what their second wish should be. Naruto fretted, what should we do? Sakura, we cannot squander it on trivial wishes. We need money. Money. Naruto, taken aback, replied, Sakura, you lack ambition. This is about being practical. What wish do you have? Does Naruto not desire his parents' revival? Naruto paused. He could also wish for the tailed beasts to vanish, freeing him from being a Jinchuriki. Naruto's first wish, revive my parents. Naruto's second wish, the tailed beasts disappear. Naruto's third wish, may all those who caused my parents' demise perish. Perfect. Masked, Uchiha Obito gazed at the sky, incredulously looking at Zetsu. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? How can such a thing exist? Zetsu. Truly, the choices of a mother are profoundly impactful. Sasuke bluntly stated, Naruto, you should withdraw. Did you not just make a wish? Naruto retorted, how can this be? The deity urged, quickly. What is your next wish? Naruto, instinctively irritated, responded, enough already. Wait a moment. The deity took this as the second wish. Ugh, my heart is failing. Naruto, you did well. I, for reasons unknown, despite not having discovered the deity, looked up at the sky and saw the last wish remaining, beneath the heavens. Naruto could not help but panic. What to do? Sasuke. Sakura. Sasuke clenched his teeth. You wouldn't wish for just a plate of barbecue, would you? Ino lamented, alas. How unfortunate. Shikamaru leisurely remarked, perhaps the heavens are telling us not to be overly greedy. Niji pondered rapidly. If I return to Konoha and find this pot, what if I wish for the birds trapped in the cage to vanish? My Byakugan offers an advantage in searching, but I must compete with the Hyuga clan members who also possess Byakugan. Chiyo sighed. Even if the heavens revealed the truth, obtaining this pot in Konoha seemed unrealistic. Yet if only she could make a wish. Chiyo momentarily dazed. Would wishing for my son and daughter-in-law to return hold any significance? That said, she desperately wished to see Sasori again. The fourth Kazekage silently gazed at the sky, contemplating his wife. Karura, if you returned. Perhaps Garawunti. Naruto hastily jumped up, attempting to retract. No. That last one doesn't count. But the deity stated that according to the rules, it cannot be undone. He handed the pot to Naruto, urging him to closely examine the bottom. Please look carefully at the third line detailing the deity's usage instructions. How can such a thing exist? If the instructions are at the bottom of the pot, why not clarify it beforehand? Hey, Naruto, you are a ninja, aren't you? As a ninja, shouldn't you have gathered intelligence in advance? Sasuke urgently exclaimed, you slacker. Sakura shouted, what are you doing? As Team 7 continued to deliberate, The deity scratched his face and suggested he return to the pot to wait. Sasuke replied, "Yes, let us do that." I was startled, fearing the deity might declare this as the third wish. Me too. Uchiha Sasuke still dared to respond. His audacity is remarkable, since this was the deity's suggestion. How could it be counted as his wish? Ultimately, isn't the final say with the deity? This deity is surprisingly honest, if it were a malicious one. A little coaxing would easily fulfill 3 wishes. After fulfilling 3 wishes, where would the deity go? Would it return to slumber? Or would it gain freedom? Team 7 then erupted into argument. Sasuke insisted Naruto forfeit. Naruto claimed it was his discovery of the lamp, while Sakura reprimanded him for having already squandered 2 opportunities. Well then, what wish would you make, Sakura? Startled by the question, Sakura stammered. This is undoubtedly a meaningful wish. Yet internally, she screamed, I must not say it out loud. My wish is to gain Sasuke's love. Ah! Beneath the heavens, Sakura covered her face and screamed. Her ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. Too embarrassed to look at Sasuke's expression, she turned and ran away. How humiliating. How humiliating. Now the whole world has seen it. Ah! Uchiha Sasuke, my companion, in a state of numbness, wondered if there was anyone reliable around. Just as Sakura was lost in thought, Naruto snatched the lamp away and dashed off, exclaiming, It's mine. I shall become Hokage. Sakura and Sasuke immediately pursued him. Meanwhile, on the rocky shore, Team 3 and Team 10 stood together, oblivious to how long they had been watching and what they had learned. 10 remarked, Did you see that? Neji nodded, calm and composed, yes. If that is true, we cannot ignore it. Kiba had already surged forward, shouting, Yoo-hoo, the lamp is mine. Oh, so this tale revolves around a conflict among the Leaf Shinobi? He mused. How thrilling. A river of blood. I can hardly wait. Blood mist? More like blood leaf. That Byakugan youth, when silent, appeared to be a striking young lady, albeit with a hint of gallantry. Little did I know that upon speaking, he would bring tears. Hinata Neji remarked, his voice low and steady, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 72. The battle for wishes. Hinata, Lee, and 10 chased after Naruto, with Kiba's companion Shino following closely behind. Only Hinata lingered, her face etched with worry, calling out, Naruto-kun. Observing this, Ino from Team 10 could no longer restrain herself and pursued as well. Shikamaru, exhaling with annoyance, gradually followed, leaving only Choji behind, engrossed in his barbecue. How enviable is Choji? He must have no worries at all. Those without wishes to make truly seem free of desires. Speaking of which, why does Hinata keep murmuring Naruto's name? Is she not concerned for her teammate? Perhaps she is simply kind-hearted, considering Naruto is currently a target of danger. Oh, the gentle heiress of the Hyuga clan, pure and kind-hearted? Will she be able to inherit the family leadership? She appears rather passive and subdued. Hinata's father, Hayashi, gazed at his daughter, devoid of spirit, and could not suppress his disappointment. Alas, Hinata. Does anyone understand the dynamic between Shikamaru and Ino? She stirs up trouble while he helplessly stands by to support her. Does anyone comprehend this? Childhood friends. Childhood friends are the best. Yet, such bonds often struggle to blossom into romance, for familiarity can feel akin to siblinghood. I refuse to listen. Shikamaru is the best. Shikamaru. Ino. Temari glanced at them, contemplating, childhood friends, having grown up together. Naruto sprinted through the woods, clutching the lamp, when Kiba suddenly charged out, blocking his path. Hand over that lamp. Who would give it to you? I am destined to become Hokage. I knew you would say that. Kiba replied, unfazed. Let us go. Akamaru. Beast clone, Fong over Fong. At that moment, a burst of flames surged towards Kiba, erupting spectacularly. Deidara couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my, what an explosion. Though not as grand as my clay, it is certainly a work of art. This declaration immediately caught the attention of some. Deidara, brother? That voice belonged to Kuratsuchi, who recalled the little girl from Awagakure who had always followed him. Speaking of which, Scorpion has been in the Wind Country for quite a while now. I wonder if something has happened to him. At the vending machine, Kakashi looked up at the commotion, seeing Kiba and Akamaru soaring through the air. What are they up to? He wondered. Oh, just a friendly exchange, teacher. It's a social gathering. Kakashi mused. I hope I won't miss out on anything important. Even though I am present, I seem unable to grasp a single wish. Compared to those youngsters, shouldn't Kakashi have more wishes? What could they be? Bringing his father back to life? His father, Tsukumo, had been gone for many years. Kakashi was practically old enough to be a father himself. Was that even necessary? If it were me, I would wish for my other eye to become a Sharingan to complete the pair. Such a wish is unnecessary. Many Uchiha have died in Konoha. Perhaps a body still holds a Sharingan. If Kakashi made a notable contribution, he might be able to obtain one. Hey, don't spread rumors. Konoha doesn't have such things. What things? Uchiha didn't die in Konoha? No Sharingan among the corpses? Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the flames. Hand over that lamp. Are you here to snatch it too? Kiba exclaimed in indignation. Damn it. I knew it was an Uchiha's fire style. Sasuke remarked coolly, your training is insufficient, Kiba. Seeing Naruto unwilling to part with the lamp, Sasuke lowered his brow, his expression stern as he charged at his teammate. Why are you so impulsive? This is not like you. By the way, what is your wish? There is no need for me to explain. I think an explanation would be wise. If it is to revive family, Naruto is not unreasonable. He might just concede. I agree. Why argue over this now, Sasuke? Humph, that is how the Uchiha are, aloof, self-righteous, and lacking in communication. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. 3 fireballs soared towards Naruto, exploding into a cloud of smoke. Naruto emerged unscathed, grinning. Now it's my turn. Stop. At that moment, Sakura arrived between Naruto and Sasuke, her heart aching. What are you two doing? Trying to achieve your wishes without any effort. Is that truly acceptable? Yet sometimes, certain wishes cannot be realized through effort alone. They require magic. Indeed, how can one bring the dead back to life through effort? If one wishes for world peace, striving for it may inadvertently incite war. Simply wishing may be the better option. Moreover, aren't Sasuke and Naruto fighting for their wishes? How can that not be considered a form of effort? Goodness, you people have such twisted reasoning. Sakura's words left both Naruto and Sasuke momentarily stunned. Moreover, are we not comrades in the same team? Yet you fight amongst yourselves? How ugly that is. She seemed deeply pained, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling. Naruto lowered his head, reflecting. Yes, we are comrades. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Sakura dashed forward, snatching the lamp from his arms and fleeing. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, Huh? Sasuke fumed, You fool. How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Weren't you also deceived? Sakura Haruno is truly remarkable. Her performance left even familiar comrades momentarily bewildered, suggesting that she could easily outwit enemies in the future. Nonsense. I sensed something was off from the start. Anyone can say that after the fact. I was momentarily moved by her words. How infuriating. Hehehe. I shall implore the demon to claim Sasuke's affection as my own. Uchiha Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. No. Forcibly distorting another's emotions and will is an egregious act, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. Sakura is still just a child, and children at this age tend to be quite self-centered. She didn't succeed, did she? No way. Sasuke-kun is mine. 3 shurikens flew forth, sending Sakura tumbling away. As she regained her senses, she realized the lamp had slipped from her grasp. In the mountains, Ino emerged slowly, her tone laced with teasing. Oh my, isn't this the wide forehead? May I take that lamp from you? Ino pig, what is your wish? Of course. It's the same as yours. What did you say? You're thinking of such lewd things. Just as the two kunoichi argued, a dark shadow, akin to a long serpent, cautiously slithered towards the lamp. Ah, it must be Shikamaru. I told you Shikamaru would assist Ino. Nara Shikamaru, Ino pig. How sweet. Such a sweet little couple. Wait, doesn't Ino like Sasuke? Did she say that? Where did she say it? Ino merely mentioned her wish being the same as Sakura's. She doesn't even know what Sakura's wish is, just idle chatter, I suppose. Her appearance was likely to draw Sakura's attention and provide cover for Shikamaru's actions. Ino is quite cute. Woe is me, Shikamaru is truly fortunate. Shikamaru and Ino exchanged a glance, sharing an awkward smile. This is too familiar. Just thinking about it in that way feels exceedingly strange. Seeing her defeat, Sakura clenched her fists. Shikamaru, you're so cunning. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. If I cannot fulfill my own wish, then at the very least, let us not realize Sakura's wish. But at that time, what was his wish? Did he hope for his parents, for everyone to return? Chapter 73. The cries of despair. Ino retaliated with a sharp remark. Ah? So you were thinking of lewd wishes, were you? As the lamp was transported into the woods, it was not Shikamaru. That dark strip was not a shadow, but a swarm of insects. Sakura and Ino gasped. Shino? The lamp you both sought is in my possession. Shino stated slowly. The reason for your failure is that you were distracted by the enemy before you, forgetting my existence. Am I truly so insignificant? This rare opportunity allows me to introduce myself, so listen closely. First, my favorite color is dark yellow-green, and my favorite flower is fish mint. Ah, what is wrong with that oil-wielding child? It's a bit gloomy, isn't it? Such dark preferences. Haha, why should a ninja be unhappy about lacking presents? Isn't that a good thing? Before he could finish, Naruto unexpectedly kicked him, reclaiming the lamp into his arms. Sasuke swiftly followed, chasing after them. Ino and Sakura also pursued. Naruto joyfully exclaimed, I will become Hokage. However, in the next moment, he found himself surrounded by Tenten, Neji, and Lee. Lee stated that his wish was for greater perseverance and stronger passion. What kind of wish is that? That is absurd. The third team seems to be a year older than the seventh. Huh? Indeed, the seniors appear much more mature, calm, and collected. Lee, Kakashi, stationed at the Loulan ruins, shouted, How can you seek perseverance and passion from external sources? Kakashi-sensei. Lee shed tears. I understand my mistake. The Sand Village ninjas, witnessing the passionate outburst of master and disciple, were left dumbfounded. Are the Leaf Village folks in their right minds? Is their brain functioning properly? Tenten awkwardly laughed as she explained to the others. Ha ha ha, they're just overly enthusiastic about the mission, ha ha. After hearing this, Naruto wore a perplexed expression. You want to be even more reserved. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? He leapt into the air, using the shadow clone technique. Niji called out, "Ten. Lee." Ten unfurled a scroll, unleashing countless weapons, while Lee spun around, resembling a whirlwind, and Niji launched his assault. So, this is the third team. Huh. Why is everyone from the Leaf Village using spinning attacks? Forget about them. Just assess whether their attacks are effective. Naruto's shadow clones were swiftly annihilated. At this moment, Ino and Sakura were hastily following Sasuke. Sakura remarked, "Why are those three able to act in unison?" Sasuke replied, "They likely aim to seize the lamp with their team as strength and then deliberate on how to fulfill their wishes." Ino added, "I see, how efficient." Sakura quickly allied with Sasuke. "Sasuke, let us do the same." "Alright." Before departing, Sakura mocked Ino with a smile. "You're on your own, good luck." In response, Ino furiously shouted, "What are our classmates doing?" Shikamaru, your girlfriend is calling for you. What are you doing? If you don't show up and work, you'll lose your girlfriend." "I don't have a girlfriend, and I never had a wife, thanks." Ino, feeling the heat of the moment, began furiously pointing at her companions. "That aside, why haven't the two of you come to help me?" Choji was still indulging in barbecue. Shikamaru was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself cornered by Ten, Niji, and Lee. Ten triumphantly declared, "Alright, hand over the lamp." Just then, Sakura and Sasuke arrived. "Naruto, quickly give me the lamp. To realize a wish, we must first deal with the nuisances." But Naruto, distrustful, retorted, "You're all liars. I won't let you trick me again." Sasuke frowned. "If this continues, the lamp will surely fall into their hands." Sakura pleaded, "Please, trust us." Niji coolly mocked, "How amusing. In such a scenario, do you truly have the fortitude to hand the lamp over to someone else?" Ten provoked, "If you give it to others, your chance to make a wish might just slip away, you know?" After a fierce internal struggle, Naruto finally chose to toss the lamp to Sakura, but don't use it without permission. However, the lamp that landed in Sakura's hands transformed into Akamaru, and the real lamp had been snatched away by Kiba unbeknownst to anyone. What a splendid maneuver, that Inuzuka boy. The Inuzuka clan truly excels at employing canines. I can hardly distinguish between man and dog, it's utterly confounding. Yet, as soon as Kiba made his move, it triggered a pursuit from both the 3rd and 7th teams, and they soon encountered an ambush from the 10th team, sending them flying once again. The target is too prominent. Fool. To be honest, as I watch, I am left with the impression that I am witnessing the Chunin exams, am I not? Ha. Perhaps Konoha should host a Chunin exam for its own genin, as I sense their competition is already quite fierce. At last, the magical lamp has fallen into Ino's hands. Sakura, in a fit of rage, charged at Ino and sent her flying. The lamp descended from the sky, pursued by the crowd, only to land at Hinata's feet, where she picked it up. Team 3 was below, while Team 7 perched on the branches above. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, "Great! Hinata, quickly, hand that to me." Kiba and Shino arrived at some point. Kiba clenched his fist, declaring, "What do you mean? If it's to be given, it should go to us two companions." They encircled Hinata, demanding she relinquish the lamp. The timid girl took a step back, her face a picture of distress. Amidst the clamor, Hinata lamented, "Everyone is arguing, all because of this lamp." She lifted the lamp, ready to smash it, if it weren't for this lamp. The crowd gasped, "Wow. Now that is quite bold. Does she not have any wishes to fulfill? Does she not desire someone to fall in love with her? Or to grow stronger? Surely, she doesn't wish for the Hyuga clan to dominate the world." Sakura exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, she is serious." Ino remarked solemnly, "Unlike you, she is pure of heart." Sakura responded, "Well, I apologize for that." Just as Hinata was about to bring the lamp down forcefully, her body suddenly froze in place. Shikamaru appeared behind her, shadow mimic technique, success. "Shikamaru, you little rascal. You actually showed up." Hinata, possessing the Byakugan, failed to notice someone behind her. How easily she was subdued. "Everyone, listen to me," Shikamaru said. "There's a way for everyone to have their wishes granted." "Shikamaru, just as expected of you." They praised him. "I heard the Nara clan boasts an IQ of 200. Is that really necessary? It seems rather obvious." "The third wish, I wish to have 3 more wishes." The deity cannot lie and honestly fulfills human wishes. In contrast, humans are quite filthy in comparison. Using the final wish to increase the number of wishes to infinity. Is that permissible? Does the lamp's instructions not contain any prohibitions? Did Shikamaru not think to check the instructions first? What if it's a violation? Would the deity punish us? Thus, Shikamaru opened the lamp. The crowd gathered in anticipation. While Choji remained at the back, grilling meat as usual, the deity appeared, looking exhausted. "I've been waiting impatiently. Have you decided on your final wish?" Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, declared, "Our final wishes." Before he could finish, Kakashi emerged from the woods. "Hey, does anyone have some change to lend me? The vending machine doesn't give change." The deity perked up. "I will help you fulfill that wish." "Hatake Kakashi?" I truly cried out. In chapter 74, Familiar Faces by Your Side, the deity conjured 4 coins, placing them in Kakashi's hand. The Jounin of Konoha regarded the deity with calm composure. "Thank you. No need to be polite. The deity happily returned to the lamp, which emitted a burst of light, soared into the sky, erupted into fireworks, and vanished. Well then, we shall meet again in 1,000 years. Huh? Kakashi questioned. What was that? He looked down at his students, only to find them staring blankly at the sky. What is wrong with you all? In the Hokage's office, there was a prolonged silence. Hatake Kakashi, the third Hokage, Naruto, the deity, and the three wishes, the end. Does this have anything to do with Naruto? This story should be titled Kakashi, the deity, and the three wishes, right? Hatake Kakashi screamed internally. Ah. The third Hokage gently patted his shoulder. Perhaps it would be best for you to keep a low profile for now. What do you think, Kakashi? I understand. The third Hokage sighed. Given the current influence of the deity, it seems the 5 Kage summit is inevitable. With no side effects, friendly towards humans, and able to grant any wish with a perfect success rate, the deity appears once every 1,000 years, and it seems the next appearance will be soon in Konoha. If the ruins of Loulan and the Greel Stone can still restrain the 5 great nations to some degree, once Konoha possesses the lamp, other nations will not be able to endure it any longer. No matter what, we must recall Jiraiya and Tsunade. Konoha is now in a state of extreme peril and requires all available strength to protect the village. Moreover, the third Hokage cast a thoughtful glance at Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, has your jounin salary risen to the point where you cannot find change and need to borrow from Jinin? Hatake Kakashi promptly changed the subject. Hokage-sama. Although the screen has darkened, the sky has yet to brighten. Could there be more scenes yet to unfold? The third Hokage felt that too much had already been revealed. Should anything else emerge, it would be quite troublesome. Will there be more messages from the Pure Land, like last time? There is a message from the Pure Land. Sender, Noira Rin. Recipient, her living companions. Accept? Kakashi's expression froze. Huh, Noira Rin? Who is that? Raza is the Kazekage, who are Noira Rin's companions. Oh, I think I saw that name on the screen earlier. She was Kakashi's companion. Ah, I remember. Yes, she was mentioned when the fourth Hokage appeared. Noira Rin, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Namake's Minato S squad. Isn't Uchiha Obito dead? Shouldn't the recipient just be Hatake Kakashi? Fool, does she not have other friends in Konoha? Do you think she only has friends from her team? Could she be aware that everyone is harboring resentment towards Kakashi after watching the screen, and is trying to comfort him? So, is she going to sing this time too? All recipients have confirmed acceptance. Common song, now playing. The ethereal prelude gradually began. A gentle female voice imbued with a subtle sorrow, as if reminiscing about a past that could never be reclaimed. To those from my homeland, 12 years have passed, and spring has come and gone. The screen illuminated, set against the backdrop of Konoha, displaying lines of text that seemed to introduce the context. Decades ago, the rule of the 5 great ninja nations was shaken, with frequent conflicts erupting at the borders with foreign nations and ninja villages. This is what people later referred to as the Third Great Ninja War. To those from my homeland, Hatake Kakashi felt a pang of sorrow. 12 years? It has been far more than 12 years, Rin. All things flow away, both smoothly and in delay. Time surpasses the years, yet the burdens of the heart remain unuttered. Uchiha Obito gazes at the heavens. Rin, do you still harbor feelings for him? He has caused you such distress. Even in death, your emotions linger with melancholy. What shall we do? Zetsu murmurs. The sky is uncontrollable. If it reveals your connection with Madara, it will not end well. Why not? Because this is a song Rin dedicated to Kakashi, it has nothing to do with me. But it states that it is for living comrades. If she were unaware of your survival, why not simply inscribe Kakashi's name? Uchiha Obito falls into contemplation, a hint of uncertainty crossing his features. Because, wouldn't it be embarrassing for a girl? Zetsu observes him, seemingly assessing his sincerity. What's the matter? He truly is serious. Zetsu sighs. Forget it, it doesn't matter. We cannot interfere. Worst case, he retreats again and waits for another opportunity. A young boy, fleeing through the forest, races forward in desperation. At this rate, he will surely perish. Will he make it? Panic-stricken, he steps into thin air and tumbles from the tree, rolling out of the woods. A shadow looms over him, and the boy looks up in haste, meeting the gaze of a youthful Kakashi Hatake. You are late. Obito. The chimes echo beyond the sunset, my pen falters, daring only to inquire of the spring breeze. I thought this child from Konoha was being pursued by enemies. The Third Shinobi World War? To bring up those times, which we have finally moved past. Though the war has ended, hatred is not so easily forgotten. Do you know what time we were supposed to gather? Kakashi scolds angrily. I say, as a ninja, if you wish to stand alone, you must at least abide by the rules. That is not it. I encountered an elderly lady burdened with packages who kept asking me questions, and sand got in my eyes. Enough already. Who are you trying to fool? It is hard to believe this is the kind of thing teacher Kakashi would say. Kakashi's personality contrasts entirely with that of Obito. Never mind, Kakashi. The fourth Hokage. He has appeared again. Are you afraid or excited? My husband. My dear husband whom I have yet to meet. I, however, believe the fourth Hokage should be my wife. Last night, I dreamt, and upon opening the window, I beheld a quaint village. His visage lingers. Show some respect for the deceased, you fool. Minato Namake's smiles gently. Obito was merely assisting the elderly, correct? Uchiha Obito emphasizes, I even helped carry her belongings. Kakashi expresses dissatisfaction. You are too easily deceived, sensei. Obito produces eye drops and applies them, while Kakashi continues to complain. Honestly, it's always like this. I don't believe there are truly people in need of help. Those who defy the rules are deemed worthless, are they not? He seeks his teacher's support. Yet Minato can only smile ruefully. Well, haha. Minato, watch me navigate this. Truly, the Fourth Hokage possesses the essential skills of a leader. What a remarkable figure he is. But wait, are you mocking or sincerely praising? I cannot quite discern the difference. All right, a graceful girl adorned with purple markings intervenes. After all, we are comrades in the same class. You are too lenient with him, Rin, Kakashi states. Today is a significant day for me. Uchiha Obito appears puzzled. What day? Beneath a cloudless sky, Minato announces that Kakashi Hatake has become a jonin today. Innocent words flow freely as one gazes at the celestial river, the withered and flourishing grass. The presence of an old friend lingers nearby. Chapter 75, Kakashi's side story. What? Teacher Kakashi, is one this age truly a jonin already? Unimaginable. We are nearly the same age as Kakashi when he graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago. A ninja trained in peacetime cannot compare to those from wartime. Alas, must such young children still take to the battlefield? This is not the peace I desire. To enhance efficiency, I have decided to separate our class into mine and Kakashi's. After all, Konoha has never experienced such a dire need for strength as it does now. Rin Noera states, Obito, did we not agree? A gift for Kakashi? Uchiha Obito, for some reason, appears somewhat displeased. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Minato presents Kakashi with a specially crafted kunai. Minato gives kunai to everyone. The last time, he gifted the same to Naruto. Does he have a stash of special kunai at home, which he uses as gifts? Indeed. How casual it is that a gift for a student's promotion to Jonin is the same as that given to Naruto upon their first meeting. If it possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, it would indeed be precious. You genuinely believe Naruto could be the fourth son? Haha. Rin Noera presents Kakashi with a meticulously prepared modified medical kit. Kakashi reaches out toward Obito, exclaiming in frustration, What are you doing? I have no gift for you. Never mind. Your gift is likely useless. Useless items only become burdens. What did you say? I find it perplexing. On what grounds do you claim to be a jonin? I am a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I shall surely surpass you. Aren't Uchiha known for their excellence? Thus, you should be strong even without those eyes. What do you mean? Rin anxiously interjects. Please don't argue. At this moment, Minato declares solemnly, we are nearing the national border. It is time to brief you on the mission. Curiously, has the information from Konoha village been declassified? Regardless of its status, it is now accessible, available for all to see. When exactly did this occur? Which mission of the Fourth Hokage? Calculate the timing of Kakashi's promotion to Jonin and check. I'm not from Konoha. How would I know when he became a Jonin? Kamui Bridge. Kamui Bridge. Damn. I sense an ominous premonition. Minato points to the map. This is the route from the land of earth towards the land of grass. Our enemies are naturally the ninjas of Awagakure. Reports indicate that over 1,000 ninjas are already on the front lines. Suddenly, home comes into view. Is it the land of grass or the land of earth? Previously, there were those from Awagakure and Kusagakure clamoring for the tales woven by the heavens. And now they have manifested, albeit as mere background to the massacre orchestrated by the Fourth Hokage. The losses borne by Konoha are indeed grievous. Uchiha Obito remarked, it seems they have made further advances since last time. Hatake Kakashi replied, given the proximity of the land of fire to Kusagakure, the request to halt enemy advances was made rather late. Noera Rin added, the enemy's repeated successes indicate their formidable reinforcements. Does this not suggest that Kusagakure is rather inept? Hey, the land of earth is one of the 5 great nations. It would be strange for Kusagakure to withstand them. Is there not a legend suggesting that Kusagakure was once powerful enough to nearly unify the world? How have they fallen to such weakness? What folklore? Perhaps Kusagakure concocted it themselves? Our mission lies here. Minato pointed to a bridge symbol on the map. To defeat the enemy on the front lines, a considerable number of ninjas must be dispatched. Thus, the destruction mission can only be entrusted to a select few elite like ourselves. Kakashi inquired, so, the mission is to infiltrate? Indeed, Kakashi's team, your task is to penetrate the enemy's rear, destroy their supply bridge, thereby severing their supply line, and then retreat swiftly. Obito queried, what about the teacher? I will directly engage the enemy at the front lines to divert their attention from you. I will accompany you to the border. And then we shall split up. Kakashi will be your captain from now on. Understood. Even as they infiltrate the enemy's rear, the challenge of a swift retreat is undeniably high. What of Awagakure? What sentiments are they harboring now? Do they still wish to appear on the heavenly stage? I find it amusing. As the leaves fall, the heavens witness both joy and suffering. Crossing the border, the team soon encountered an ambush by the enemy. Judging by their forehead protectors, they were ninjas from Awagakure. Minato discerned that the enemy was utilizing the shadow clone technique, with over 20 clones dispersed nearby. Kakashi, Asserting his role as the leading jonin, requested cooperation from the others, then charged forward using a newly devised ninjutsu. Ultimately, he was rescued by Minato while battling the 18th clone, while Obito was startled to tears by the sudden appearance of an enemy at his side. In a flash, Minato resolved the situation. Could it be that you are the Yellow Flash of Konoha? Our commander from Awagakure warned us to flee upon encountering him. Now I understand why. Thus, a formidable ninja does not necessarily make a commendable teacher. How could Obito, despite his prowess, succumb to tears? He seems rather inexperienced. Perhaps he was dispatched to the battlefield shortly after graduation? Hey, such a critical mission, Obito hardly embodies the notion of elite few. Is it wise to bring him along? Hence, he ultimately perished. No wonder it was he who fell. Let us refrain from excessive words. Even if he lacks experience, it is not solely his fault. It is the adults who sent such a child to battle. Kakashi's genius does not imply that others must follow suit. All is a consequence of war. Naruto's disobedience under Kakashi stems from Kakashi's own defiance as a student under the Fourth Hokage. Does he perceive no issue? Kakashi's shortcomings far exceed Naruto's. Naruto understands the significance of comrades, while Kakashi seems indifferent to his. Had Minato not been present, would Obito and Rin have survived? Enough of the reproaches. Kakashi has long since changed. Rin tended to Kakashi's wounds. Minato proposed a retreat for regrouping, yet Kakashi insisted, I am fine. Do not speak nonsense. It is your disobedience to the teacher that has led to this. You have no right to chastise me, you tearful elite of the Uchiha clan. Huh. What is so amusing? I recalled something humorous. Ha ha ha. Even the formidable Uchiha clan has a descendant who weeps before the enemy. Ha ha ha. Though he fell at Minato's hand. It was indeed Minato, and he frightened an Uchiha to tears. That Awagakure's achievements are commendable. Had the Uchiha clan still been around, I would have eagerly anticipated their reactions. Alas, they are not, and a source of amusement is lost. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly reminisced about his performance in battle. Was it due to Obito that Kakashi-sensei was so forgiving and tolerant of his weaknesses? Now, cease your bickering. Minato intervened. Kakashi, while rules are crucial, they do not encompass all. I have told you to act appropriately and adapt. After admonishing Kakashi, he turned to chastise the now proud Obito, ultimately prohibiting Kakashi from employing the still immature new ninjutsu. Before we part, let me reiterate. For a ninja, the spirit of teamwork is paramount. Minato, for a ninja, the spirit of teamwork is paramount. Minato, I alone form a team. Ha ha ha. However, when one possesses the strength of the Fourth Hokage, solitary action may indeed be preferable. Night fell as Minato stood guard. Obito climbed a rock to approach his teacher, Sensei. What is it? The Fourth Hokage is truly adorable. Adorable? You describe a battle-hardened ninja as adorable? Yet he is so dashing in combat, and in daily life, he bears no pretense, making one feel a yearning. Though he appears lacking in authority, at crucial moments, his expression hardens, instilling fear in students. Yet, when scolded, they return in the evening to confide in him, indicating the trust and respect they hold for him. I adore such a teacher. I adore such a man. Earlier, when Obito called him, his response was incredibly endearing. Like a child, who understands. Calm down, he is married. Calm down even further. He has been deceased for quite some time. Does anyone know where he is buried? Can I infiltrate Konoha to steal a fragment of his bone? Help. Konoha, come quickly. There's a pervert here. I recognize the importance of teamwork. Yet Kakashi constantly deems me useless. This is due to being born into the elite Uchiha clan, yet lacking any remarkable abilities. I concede that Kakashi is extraordinary, but... Minato remarked. Kakashi's father was the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hitaki. It is said that even the legendary Sannin held him in high regard. With such a genius by his side in his youth, he may have felt disappointment upon seeing you? Is it the fault of his teammates if he does not match his father's prowess? How many ninjas possess such exceptional skill as his father? It is quite terrifying that I am not a teammate of Kakashi Hitaki. The pressure of being alongside such a prodigy is immense. If one were to compare him to his father, would Kakashi feel less disappointed teaming up with the legendary Sannin? It is infuriating. I detest the condescending gaze of geniuses who regard others as mere insects. It is not my fault that I lack their innate talent. I have put forth great effort as well. Chapter 76. It is a father. I have heard of the name White Fang. A hero who sacrificed himself to protect the village. Why has Kakashi never mentioned him? The villagers and Kakashi hold this remarkable individual in high esteem, yet after that incident. What incident? This matter is not one I should disclose to you. But since you are Kakashi's companion, I wish for you to understand that Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, committed suicide due to the slander he faced from others. What? 5 years ago, as a captain, he infiltrated enemy territory on a covert mission, only to be faced with an impossible dilemma, to complete the mission or to save a comrade in peril. According to the village's regulations, he should have prioritized the mission, yet he ultimately chose to save his companion. Obito listened in stunned silence. However, his decision resulted in catastrophic losses for the Land of Fire, and he was met with scorn from both the nation and his fellow villagers. Even the comrade he saved blamed him. This led Tsukumo to succumb to despair, and he took his own life shortly thereafter. Consequently, Kakashi ceased to speak of him and became obsessively fixated on rules. Obito, I hope you do not harbor resentment towards him. Kakashi means no harm. Yet, despite his lack of malice, harm was still inflicted. Should Obito simply endure because Kakashi has his reasons? Why should Obito be the one to concede? The fourth clearly favors Kakashi. Is it because Obito belongs to the Uchiha clan that he is not afforded fair treatment? Such a tone mirrors that of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? The Uchiha have perished, yet there are still remnants of their spirit? That seems excessively harsh. Even if one is not an Uchiha, the principle remains. Should others accommodate Kakashi simply because he has suffered? I see no reason to condemn a child. How old was Kakashi then? Who has not experienced youth and immaturity? They cannot defeat the current Kakashi, so they can only criticize the past version of him. Could anyone genuinely believe they are advocating for Obito? They are merely seeking an excuse to attack Kakashi. The following day, Kakashi's team parted ways with the fourth. Obito took the initiative to address Kakashi as captain, signaling his acknowledgement. They infiltrated enemy territory alone, encountering another wave of IWNing. Obito utilized the fire release, great fireball technique against their attacks. The flames he conjured were impressive. Obito is quite formidable in his own right. After all, he is a student of the Fourth Hokage. As Kakashi has previously stated, a strong commander has no weak soldiers. Obito has certainly practiced this signature technique of the Uchiha clan numerous times. However, in the end, the enemy abducted Rin Noara. Obito immediately attempted to pursue, but Kakashi intervened. Does this mean Kakashi has resolved to abandon Rin? This cannot be allowed. How could Kakashi-sensei do this? Naruto would never agree with such a decision. Abandonment is inevitable. Sasuke Uchiha frowned as he observed Naruto protesting loudly towards the heavens. This is wartime. If the mission fails, then more Konoha ninjas may find themselves in peril. But, we must continue with the mission. What about Rin? What will happen to her? We will save her later. The enemy desires our battle strategy, for the time being. She is not in immediate danger. Moreover, she is a medical ninja. The enemy will not harm her as long as she is willing to heal them. Your belief that Rin will be unharmed is merely speculation. What if they are ruthless henchmen? The IWNine may not care how you see them. We, the Kirigakure, certainly cannot endure it. Do you not react at all to being referred to as henchmen? Is your explosive unit merely for show? You would blow up Konoha without hesitation. Hey, don't incite trouble. Obito's concern for Rin seems entirely reasonable. Yet, I believe Kakashi's judgment is sound. Obito is likely overreacting. Does he truly regard Rin merely as a comrade? Could it be more than that? It is often said that lovers should not be on the same team. Romance within a team can lead to such complications. If one partner encounters trouble, the other struggles to maintain composure. Kakashi thought, how difficult this is, who understands? Burdened with a pair of lovebirds. Forget your nonsense. It is not like that. Right now, there is no time for the mission. We must rescue Rin. Obito Uchiha, do you remember the comrades from Konoha fighting on the front lines? Hey, you are not worried because you have no family or friends there, right? Minato Namikaze has gone to support the front lines. Surely he will manage. If Minato is so capable, why does he not handle it alone? Calm down, calm down. Perhaps. If this mission fails, it won't be so grave. Konoha will not be fundamentally harmed, right? If Obito's line of thought is correct, does that mean every ninja should abandon their comrades whenever danger arises during a mission? Should Konoha simply surrender? To fulfill a mission, even at the cost of sacrificing comrades, one must act without hesitation. This is the rule. Should this mission fail, the war will persist, and perhaps even more lives will be lost. But all of this is hypothetical. Obito refused to comply. You would not forsake comrades who fight alongside you, would you? Think back to our injuries. If Rin had not been there to heal us, we would have perished long ago. That is her duty. Upon hearing this, Obito's anger boiled over, and he landed a fierce punch on Kakashi's face. You are still so infuriating. Do as you wish, but as captain, you must follow my orders, Kakashi stated. Obito, you are not yet worthy. That is why I am the captain. Then why do you not go save Rin? Do you not have the strength? If you delay the mission due to impulsiveness, you will undoubtedly regret it later. This is why the rules dictate that ninjas must not let personal feelings interfere during missions. You should understand this. Kakashi was attempting to explain and soothe Obito, yet it appeared to have little effect. Kakashi, still inexperienced, believed that spending time rescuing a comrade would delay their mission, but arguing with Obito for so long was likely a greater delay. It would be wiser to heed Obito's counsel and retrieve Rin at once. Perhaps it would require less effort. This is madness. Who can predict the techniques of those IWNine? Without knowledge of the enemy's capabilities, rushing in could lead to disaster. Obito was somewhat being unreasonable. Should Kakashi be expected to save Rin simply because he possesses strength? The Fourth Hokage is even stronger. Why do you not blame him for not remaining to protect Rin? Rin Noara is also a ninja. Why speak of her as if she were a helpless maiden? Your objective is to complete the mission. She too will strive for that goal, and even if it means sacrifice, she should possess the resolve to accept it. Is Uchiha Obito truly a ninja? Why is he so immature? I was indeed too naive back then. Uchiha Obito candidly acknowledged this. I had not yet realized that the choices I and Kakashi faced regarding Rin's fate were merely a microcosm of the entire world. The fault lies with the world itself. Zetsu interjected, indeed. That's precisely it. The reason Rin sent you a medical kit is that she was worried about you. Inside, there is also a talisman she stitched for you. The provision of medical kits and tasks is designed to enhance the success rate of missions. This is a comprehensive system unique to Konoha. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Useless items can become burdens. For a ninja, only tools that can be utilized for missions are essential. Emotions are utterly superfluous. Do you genuinely believe that? Kakashi recalled his father's silhouette, a hint of wavering in his eyes. Yet, he promptly responded, yes, that's exactly it. Enough. We've always been at odds. I'm going to save Rin. You truly understand nothing. Are you aware of the consequences for those who violate the rules? Obito interrupted. I believe White Fang is the true hero. Alas, Obito's word struck hard. Has this boy aced his negotiation class? He deftly identified Kakashi's vulnerability. What moved Kakashi? Companionship? No, it was his father. Chapter 77. Must there be two? While those who violate ninja rules may be labeled as worthless, those who disregard their comrades are the most despicable of the worthless. I have a question for you. Obito, do those ninjas fighting on the front lines count as your comrades? Do you realize that by rambling here for a second, another comrade could perish on the battlefield? For the sake of Noera Rin, how many comrades have you disregarded? Calm down, calm down. Why should I calm down? My parents died there. If you could have acted faster, perhaps they wouldn't have perished. Those comrades who share meals, homes, and life or death situations form a concrete image, while others are merely symbols of companionship. People have varying degrees of closeness. Is it not natural for Obito to prioritize Rin, as he only sees her being taken away? It seems that Uchiha Obito considers Noera Rin more significant than Konoha itself. Is that truly acceptable? He doesn't contemplate that if the village falls and the capital is lost, where will home be? This is a matter of the past. I believe it has ultimately been resolved perfectly, though I am curious about their resolution method. Since they are all worthless, I would rather choose to defy the rules. If anyone claims this is not the way of a ninja, I shall defeat this so-called ninja. The next line of the song resounded just after this statement. Peach blossoms are blown away, spring and autumn are all swept away. The moment most understood is that fleeting moment in a dream. Zetsu remained suspicious, pondering whether Noera Rin was attempting to convey some message through her song and lyrics. So you had such thoughts long ago. Uchiha Obito paused in silence. I don't even remember. I suddenly shifted my allegiance. I found myself supporting Obito. This is merely the childish ramblings of a youth. And he speaks of defeating the so-called ninja. Who can he possibly defeat? He cannot even best Kakashi at this moment. Moreover, he has already died. He didn't even survive to witness the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he steadfastly adhered to his ninja way, unwavering in his belief that prioritizing Noera Rin was not wrong. He acted upon it, fully aware of the potential consequences, yet he was willing to bear the outcomes. At least I acknowledge this courage. Don't arbitrarily insist on adhering to any ninja way, you fool. In truth, Kakashi's assertion was not unfounded, but outright denying the emotions of a ninja is excessive. Initially, Obito believed he was too fixated on his comrades, but his profound feelings are indeed infectious. If only these two could find balance. There is no need for balance. As long as Obito possesses sufficient strength, no one can harm his comrades, and he can simultaneously complete his missions. Thus, the ultimate resolution is simple. If one is powerful enough, they can protect those they wish to safeguard and accomplish their desires. Damn it, that was no different from saying nothing at all. Are we not merely discussing the difficult choices to be made when one is not yet strong enough? The two parted ways. On the front lines, when Minato Namikaze arrived, only 4 of Konoha's defenders remained, desperately holding the line against approximately 50 foes from IWA. Upon witnessing this, I wished to tell Obito, look, Konoha is in dire straits. But then I recalled how later Minato single-handedly defeated those 50 enemies, leaving me with a sense of frustration. Close your eyes, IWA, do not look. When Kakashi stood alone,